The sea breeze was blowing gently, and there was a faint salty smell in the air quietly. The curtains of the window flutter, making the airy bedroom very cool. The cat under the table raised his paw and rubbed his face, half opened his eyes and looked at it, then closed his eyes again and fell asleep. This was a good morning to sleep in, but Luo Chen was busy packing his gift package. Someone wants to chase him, yes, chase him. Of course, after chasing him, he can't make you hee-hee, but he will be stuffed into the damp and rotten prison. Moreover, according to Luo Chen's speculation, if he is caught, he will definitely be imprisoned in the well-known undersea city prison, and will not be able to get out for the rest of his life. Luo Chen, hurry up, those crazy disgusting guys are about to arrive. The little loli outside looked around nervously, urging Luo Chen. I know. Luo Chen waved his hand lazily, then picked up the small package and walked out of the bedroom. This group of people is so disgusting. As soon as Roger died, they came to grab you and get the bounty. It's so shameless. Walking behind the little loli, the little girl who was only about 10 years old was still biting her teeth and cursing the shameless group. Luo Chen just smiled. He naturally understood that the group of people was for the valuable bounty. After all, compared to his elder brother One Piece King D. Roger, his strength is indeed almost negligible. Even though he has never stopped exercising in the past 16 years, talent is talent. I have to admit that he has no potential to become a strong man. Hurry up, I can only send you to the port. The rest is up to you. After you leave Logue Town, you must take care of yourself, little Loli said, tears welled up in his eyes. Luo Chen couldn't laugh or cry, speeding up his pace, comforting little Loli. He didn't want to be caught by those guys and sent to Marine. Jinx, don't worry about me, but you, if you follow me, I'm afraid I will be implicated. No, after losing Roger, you are the only relative left. Jinx was firm. Shaking his head, Luo Chen no longer refused. Because he really needs this little loli to show the way at this time, and he doesn't know where the boat that helped him leave. Soon, it was hundreds of meters away from Luo Chen's home. Finally, after hundreds of meters, Luo Chen stopped. He glanced at the home behind with complicated eyes. Here, he has survived for 16 years. 10 years ago, he was with the middle-aged man, and 10 years later, he lived alone. I can't understand why Roger, who is nearly middle-aged, still has a younger brother who is so much worse than him, but he does. Existence is reasonable, Luo Chen understands naturally. He was not from this world. When he opened his eyes and understood the world he was in, Luo Chen was also happy and excited. This is the world of One Piece, and he also has a big brother. He is the brother of One Piece Roger. They have the same surname and the same blood. Also, he was taught by Roger since he was a child. However, desperate things happened. Luo Chen unexpectedly found that he had no talent for martial arts at all. For 16 years, he used Saitama's training methods, running wildly, doing push-ups, holding a thick quilt in the heat, letting his sweat drip, and wearing tank top and shorts in winter. Hone your will and exercise your body. However, he just couldn't become stronger. This is a strange phenomenon, because whoever follows his crazy method will become at least a good powerhouse. Yesterday was the day of Roger's execution. Logue Town is densely packed with people. At this time, it was a bit empty. Standing in the bedroom on the second floor, Luo Chen could clearly see Roger on the execution stage, as well as his indifferent attitude towards life and death. And he already knew that this day would come. When Roger died, he was imminent. The Marine government will not let anyone close to One Piece, and he, Brother D. Luo Chen, is the top priority. Even if he has no power to bind a chicken, even if he is just a weak ordinary person. Luo Chen, don't look, hurry up. Little lowly Jinx pulled Luo Chen anxiously. She had heard the dense footsteps in the alleyway. Just when Jinx pushed Luo Chen, she didn't notice that the young man suddenly shook his whole body, and a strange look appeared on his face. At the same moment, a group of young people had rushed out of the lane, all holding long swords in their hands, with a sharp look on their faces. Luo Chen, don't try to escape. Stand there and don't move, or you will be hacked to death. Your brother is dead, it's best to catch it with his hands. Before the people arrived, these people had already started to drink loudly, and their brutal aura made little lowly Jinx tremble nervously. You bastards, forgot that Roger taught you back then. Jinx was very brave and cursed loudly. At this time, the crowd had reached Luo Chen's surroundings and directly surrounded him in a circle. And hearing Jinx's voice, some of the people who surrounded Luo Chen showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. Indeed, speaking of their swordsmanship, they have also been instructed by Roger. But, the bounty is so tempting. Brother D. Luo Chen, offer a bounty of 110 million. Luo Chen, your threat to Marine is too great. It is against justice. We must do this. I'm sorry. Some in the crowd are still explaining, but the greed on the face can be seen at a glance. Luo Chen did not listen to the conversation between Jinx and these people at this moment. He was immersed in a magical system interface. Just when Loli pushed him a little bit, a cold electronic sound suddenly came through his mind. Congratulations to host, the strongest possession system is bound to host. Host can use the amount of unused world gold coins to exchange for ghosts, possess the host, and gain powerful power. Or, the host can also choose to use the possession coins obtained after defeating the opponent to gain the power of the ghost. Finally, for the first time possessing, host can specify ghosts. There is only such a section of electronic sound, and then a colorful interface enters Luo Chen's sight. 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, and finally 1,000,000,000 gold coins. Luo Chen's complexion was very strange, and a smile appeared. These grades are classified according to the gold coins, with 7 color labels of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, representing the ghosts of each strength level, and he is able to choose ghosts of these levels to possess him and gain powerful power. At this moment, there were chasing soldiers in front of him, about 20, and in his package, there were exactly 10,000 gold coins. Then, I'm not welcome. Exchange chi level souls, yeah when, I want to hit 10. The moment he said these words in his mind, the red spirit Uzumaki appeared in the system interface. Then, Luo Chen saw a man with a serious face holding hands, wearing a cloth, and walking towards him. In just an instant, the man rushed into his body. Luo Chen's mind buzzed, and in a moment he felt as if he had become another person. Since childhood, he practiced martial arts, playing wooden golem piles every day and night, training his pace, and refining his swordsmanship, marksmanship, boxing, and legs. In the end, he became a master of martial arts, defeated the Japanese leader, moved to Shanghai, and established Wing Chun. In a daze, Luo Chen turned into Ye Wen. He possesses all of Ye Wen's martial arts concepts, and can even know everything about Ye Wen, big or small. To whom justice wants to report, the family and the country deliberately Wu Chengzong. This is Ye Wen, a master of martial arts and a very high-level figure. In less than a breath, Luo Chen's expression had become serious, and his eyes were sharp, containing a kind of majesty. What's the matter with this kid? Suddenly it seems that he has changed. On the side, the people who came to chase him discovered his changes and said in confusion, "Leave him alone, grab him, and the bounty we get is enough for our martial arts club to spend a lifetime. Come on, catch him, a lifetime of wealth." The crowd became excited, and they all rushed towards Luo Chen with their swords in their hands. Before taking a step forward, Luo Chen blocked little lowly behind him. His face was serious, his face was straightforward. Use money to cover the kindness, and it will be regarded as unrighteous to act against the brother of the teacher in the past. Once, you worshipped my brother as the boss, but now you act against me as being unfaithful. You wait for infidelity. Then you're welcome. As he said, Luo Chen strode forward, spread his hands, and stood directly in the middle of the group of people. This kid is crazy, he wants to challenge us all alone. Lobe Town, who doesn't know his strength, hurry up and grab him. The people holding the sword laughed, eyes full of contempt. But the next moment, when they raised their swords and slashed towards the ladder, it shocked their hearts. A sword struck from the left side. Luo Chen moved his feet, his figure moved, and then his elbows rose. This move directly hit the bridge of the man's nose, and blood spurted out instantly. Then, he moved his elbow down and pointed directly at the man's chest. Boom! The man lay down directly, trembling twice, lost his fighting power, and cried out in pain. This scene directly shocked everyone present, a little confused. This is Luo Chen who knows nothing? Those 2 clean and simple blows directly defeated one of them. But at this time, Luo Chen stretched out his right hand, and then retracted his fingers inward. Come on, continue. Damn it, this kid. The people were angry and rushed up with their swords. In just a moment, a group of people rushed to Luo Chen's front office. His eyes are more serious, but his men are getting faster and faster. Although he didn't have the talent to learn martial arts, his physical exercises over the years have never been reduced. Only in a moment, he faced Ye Wen's Wing Chun duel, and the 5 people in front of him fell to the sky with nosebleeds. Although Wing Chun is used for self-defense, the way of Chinese martial arts, the tricks, is not just for watching. Luo Chen's shots must be the key to every attack. This shot immediately stunned everyone present and made them take a few steps back. When Luo Chen saw these people retreating, he also stood up. After 3 breaths, the people on the opposite side gasped a lot, and rushed up again after drinking heavily. At this time, Luo Chen also sharpened his eyes and stepped out. Boom boom boom, a series of dull crashing sounds came out, and Luo Chen strode forward. Every time he took a step, 2 people fell beside him. After walking all the way, only the people who couldn't stop crying were left. Some have nosebleeds, some have dislocated arms, and some have distorted thighs. Luo Chen didn't show mercy. His force was enough for these people to lie in bed for more than the first half of the year. You are not Luo Chen, who are you? The people lying on the ground looked at Luo Chen in horror. The Luo Chen in their memory had never been so powerful. Wing Chun, Ye Wen. After a faint glance at the questioning person, Luo Chen turned around and grabbed Jinx and left here quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 disappeared into everyone's eyes. On the way, Jinx kept looking at Luo Chen, his eyes full of confusion. "What's the matter with you?" Luo Chen asked, unable to bear Jinx's eyes. "You, what spring are you really? Yeah, when?" Jinx asked blankly. Luo Chen was speechless. "I'm Luo Chen. I scared them. Are you really stupid or fake?" "But, I feel that you are different from before," Jinx said in a puzzled way. Indeed, in her perception, Luo Chen in the past did not have the aura of the present. "You treat me like a ghost." Turning the Byakugan, Luo Chen walked quickly. At this time, Marines were patrolling everywhere in Logue Town, so it was naturally impossible to leave openly. Therefore, they all find some roadways that are not easy to be found, and then walk around the road. Although this wastes some time, it is very safe. After 15 minutes of circling around, the two of them had just walked out of the lane, facing a Marine wearing a hat. After the two sides looked at each other, they both were a little dazed. Afterwards, his complexion changed drastically. "Luo Chen, he is here!" Marine immediately let out a loud shout. Luo Chen's expression changed, and he screamed unlucky in his mouth. He lied to him, and he crossed the distance of 10 meters almost instantly. After a beautiful boxing, Marine couldn't even get a gun, so he was dropped directly to the ground. At this time, there were footsteps at the entrance of the lane on the other side. The next moment, Marine of a team of more than 10 people appeared and saw him clearly. "It's Luo Chen, shoot!" The leader Marine, without hesitation, gave the order directly. Before he could turn his head, Luo Chen hugged lowly and rushed towards the lane where they had just come. Boom boom boom, the gunshot sounded, almost scouring Luo Chen's feet, splashing the gravel from the wall outside the tunnel. "Go! I know the other way," Jinx said quickly. Although his eyes were nervous, there was not much fear. Luo Chen nodded. "Yep." Sui Hu and Luo Chen directly hugged Jinx and ran quickly in this lane. When Marine of the 10-member team quickly ran to the entrance of the lane, they could no longer see Luo Chen. "Notify the other teams, pay attention to patrolling this area, they must not run far." The leader took a deep look into the lane and ordered loudly. The buildings in Logue Town are very dense, irregular, and chaotic. Therefore, there are many lanes that turn around. In some roadways, even the owners of these houses don't even know. Here, little lowly Jinx skillfully showed Luo Chen the way, and the two squeezed in sideways, then pressed their backs against the wall. Because of his young age, Jinx has been drilling these lanes with his friends for a long time, and he is very familiar with it. Unexpectedly, it came in handy here. The two quickly walked through the lane, and they could hear the sound of footsteps in their ears. Marine has increased his forces here, and Luo Chen's heart is also tense. After a full half an hour, Luo Chen felt that Marine's voice in his ears gradually diminished. "Well, Luo Chen, we are about to arrive at the port." Little lowly Jinx sighed in relief, but there was obvious dismay in his eyes. Arrived. Luo Chen was taken aback. So fast. As far as he knows, his place is far away from the port. It is impossible to arrive in half an hour unless they are not going to the normal port of Logue Town. It's impossible to escape when you go to that port. As early as 5 days ago, there was already martial law by Marine. Sure enough, Jinx said this sentence in the next sentence, "Me and that guy, for you what is being prepared is a very remote place, suitable for boats to leave." The two talked, and quickly walked out of the alleyway, facing a small forest. The sun is shining warmly here, the leaves Madara bark, and the light sheds the entire forest, bringing beautiful graphics to the ground. "You must protect yourself, Luo Chen." Jinx's face was full of worry and dismay. She, Luo Chen, and a group of small partners, who have been playing since childhood, are now facing separation and are very reluctant to give up. "Thank you." Soon, the two had walked out of the woods. After walking out of the woods, he directly saw the beach and the sea. A small wooden boat was docked on the shore, and there was a boy who was about the same age as Luo Chen and a commoner and looked at him with worry. "Isa!" Jinx yelled to the boy. Eyes immediately turned his eyes and looked at the two of them. When he saw that there was nothing wrong with the two of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, you have nothing to do, worry about me." The three quickly converged and looked at each other. Both Jinx had a sad face, and Luo Chen had a calm smile on his face. "It's nothing, I will come back to see you when I have time. You must take care of yourself, Luo Chen," Is shouted loudly. When Roger was executed yesterday, Luo Chen's two friends had already prepared an escape route for him. Today, it really came in handy. "Okay, let's go." Is looked around, urged, and handed a package into his arms. "This is 10,000 Baileys, I secretly brought it from my parents, you are sure can come in handy." Luo Chen's expression changed, and he quickly refused. "You can't ask for it, Is." His friend took the risk to help him, and he was very grateful. And he knows that Is's family is actually very ordinary, not a wealthy person. "Come on, if you can come back, you must see us. Don't forget our friends who grew up, Luo Chen," Is said seriously, for the 10,000 Bailey, but said that he would not take it back. Little lowly Jinx was wiping tears silently at this time, and the little girl was full of reluctance. Finally, he threw himself into Luo Chen's arms and cried sadly, "Luo Chen, I don't want you to leave. I can't bear you either, or am I not leaving?" Luo Chen pretended to smile, jokingly. "I don't want it, I don't want it." Jinx pushed Luo Chen away immediately. "You go, go." Luo Chen glanced at Eyes, who nodded deeply. "I'm leaving, take care, woo-hoo." Jinx couldn't help but cried, and Izuwa slapped little Loli on the shoulder to comfort her. Luo Chen jumped onto the small wooden boat, and Eyes helped him release the anchor below. Suddenly, the canvas swelled when the sea breeze blew, and the small boat began to crunch. The sea water was pushed out by layers of ripples, and the boat gradually sailed away from the port. "Take care of yourself, Luo Chen, you must come back to see us." Little Loli Jinx cried and screamed, and Eyes also waved at Luo Chen vigorously. "I will definitely come back again." Luo Chen's face was full of seriousness, and he also waved to the two of them. Soon, the wooden boat sailed far away from the coast following the sea breeze. The two had also turned into smaller ones and disappeared in Luo Chen's eyes. Ugh, sighing, Luo Chen turned to the rudder and Luo Chen began to steer the small wooden boat. He didn't have a chart, and didn't know where to go, so he could only let the boat travel at will. On the coast, Jinx and I stayed there until dusk when they returned to the house with a sad face. "Jinx, do you know? I always feel Luo Chen, he will be very good in the future. After all, his brother, but Roger." Jinx sobbed and said as he walked, "I just hope that he can do a good job and not be bullied by others." Izuwa trembled, and then said, "Yes, I also hope he is well." Reminiscent of Luo Chen's performance in the past 16 years, I really have to worry the two of them. At this moment, Luo Chen on the boat was in trouble. He was entangled not as to where to head, but how to choose. Just now, the time to possess for an hour finally arrived, and the cold electronic sound of the system came in my mind. When the possession time arrives, host defeats 26 enemies and obtains 320 possession coins. You can choose whether to retain the red ghost Ipman's ability or accumulate possession coins for next use. After hearing this sentence, Luo Chen looked at the system interface. He checked the balance column, and first showed the possession currency 320. After checking Xia Yawen's abilities, he immediately became greedy. Red level ghost, Yawen, ability, martial arts, Wing Chun, grandmaster level, The realm of martial arts is calm, a generation of masters. The main abilities are these two, but if each one is to be kept and exchanged, the price exceeds 300. Especially the realm, it happened to reach the limit value of 320 pieces that Luo Chen had at the moment. Which one to choose? Or, none of them? Luo Chen hesitated. According to his current martial arts talent, there is absolutely no problem in choosing Wing Chun. However, the calm martial arts realm is more attractive to Luo Chen. In the face of battle, Luo Chen naturally understood how important his psychological quality was. Forget it, keep it for now. For a while, Luo Chen couldn't make a decision either, so he gave up this choice. After a half circle around the island of Lobe Town, the ship began to drive in an unknown direction. After about half an hour, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and there was a touch of solemnity and helplessness. Marine, two warships appeared behind the ship's ass at some point, biting his tail quickly, and chasing him closely. Involuntarily, Luo Chen felt a little panic and nervous in his heart. After all, he was only a 16-year-old boy. In his previous life, he was just a college student who had never seen a war and even rarely argued with other people. At this moment, seeing this scene, watching the two huge warships in the distance rushing towards the wind and waves, for a while, his head was a little blank. What to do? Luo Chen was a little nervous, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The wooden ship that Ice prepared for him is the most common ship used by people to ship cargo. In terms of performance, wanting to compete with warships can be said to be a dream. The opponent only needs one round of fire to end the battle. Seeing getting closer and closer to here, Luo Chen bit his lip and said inwardly, the mental quality is still too bad. The exchange is calm, Grandmaster's state of mind. With a soft click, Luo Chen heard such a voice in his ears. His eyes flashed. The flustered eyes had disappeared. Instead, he faced the pressure of Mount Tai without changing his face. After calming down, Luo Chen looked at the warship that was already less than 3 kilometers away from here, with a smile on his mouth. Why should I be nervous? There are still 35,000 Baileys left in the pocket at the moment. He has a possessive system. He only needs to consume a few gold coins, and he can possess a powerful soul once more, and gain the chance to survive this crisis. In the distance, on the two warships, at the forefront of the two warships were standing strong men with a calm complexion, Major Marine. Major Monarch, thank you for your cooperation in this headquarters mission. Major Reiner, don't say anything polite, I just hope you leave my sight as soon as possible after completing the task. A young major named Monarch said coldly, don't be so tough. One Piece's brother is not trivial. I just took some gentle measures. Major Lena smiled very relaxedly. If you kidnap civilian family members and threaten others to get the information you need, it's also called mildness, then I think, Marine's justice will sooner or later be corrupted by your scum. Monac sneered, and then stopped. Paying attention to Lena, just looked at the small wooden boat ahead. Loeb Town is not very big. It is not difficult to find friends who are related to the suspect's target. For the powerful Marine, threats are one of their common methods of extorting a confession. Raynor came from the headquarters and was responsible for arresting Luo Chen. He took very drastic measures, kidnapped Jinx's and Iza's family, and got everything he wanted to know. It's very convenient and fast, isn't it? However, for Monac, it is very despicable, and therefore quite disdainful of the former's character. 5 minutes later, 2 warships, one left and the other right, surrounded the small wooden boat Luo Chen was riding in. Boy, stop the boat, everything is over. Major Raynor smiled, but his eyes were cold. Monac was silent, watching all this calmly. Everything that caught the eye was beyond his surprise. He actually found the young man called the target on the simple wooden boat with a calm face, even with a faint smile on his face. This kind of mental quality is much higher than the tasks he performed in the past and even the pirates arrested. You must know the value of being the brother of One Piece, and even his end. If he is arrested by Marine, it will never be good. Marine has just dealt with the pirate King Roger, who is in the most powerful moment, and the attack against the pirate is also the highest. At this moment, Luo Chen calmly sat on a tattered chair on the wooden bed, with his legs tilted up. Facing hundreds of Marines, 2 Marine majors, and 2 giant ships, their expressions were unimaginable calm, as expected of One Piece's younger brother. At a glance, Monac admired the young man a little. He heard that this boy had a bad talent since he was a child, and he has not inherited the strength of his brother, and he can't even beat some gangsters in small towns. But at this moment, I have witnessed its momentum with my own eyes. But it is quite popular with everyone, the momentum of a generation of masters. The wooden boat did not listen to Raynor's words, and was still moving forward. His eyes flashed slightly, his face became cold, and Raynor's cold words came out. Luo Chen, I said, let you stop the boat, otherwise, in the next second, I will sink you. Ha ha. Luo Chen on the wooden boat on the opposite side finally spoke. He smiled. Marine, Major, 2 majors. It seems that Marine really pays attention to me. The 2 Marine majors are enough to deal with the pirates who are offering a reward of 30 million Baileys, but they came to personally catch me, a boy who has no power to bind the chicken. Raynor didn't talk nonsense anymore and waved his hand directly. Sink him. At the same moment, Monac's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, no. He saw something unusual in Luo Chen's calm face. This guy is too calm, completely surpassing all his usual performance. However, Marine on the Raynor boat did not follow his advice. With a bang, the pitch-black cannonball came out of the chamber and flew towards the opposite wooden boat. Call out. The cannonball quickly traversed an arc and hit the wooden boat where Luo Chen was. In just an instant, there was a huge explosion. After that, a shocking scene entered the eyes of everyone present. Possess an orange soul. If you can listen carefully, you can still hear Luo Chen's voice just now. At the same time, the orange light in the system bloomed greatly, and under an orange uzumaki, a cold, white figure leaped out and merged with Luo Chen. Orange Soul, by Feng, consume gold coins, 23,000 Baileys. The call this time is a random call. Possessing souls is random, and the consumption of gold coins is random, which is very risky. Luo Chen calmly took possession of it. Then the next moment, he felt that he had merged by Feng's everything with himself, and the two seemed to be one person at this moment. He gained everything Bai Feng had, including the skills, and even the internal strength of the Danshin in his body. Even Bai Feng's weapon appeared in his hand. This is the power of the system. At this moment, he is Bai Feng. Bai Feng, Qin Shiming's top master of countercurrent sand. He is unparalleled in the world, and his speed is incredible. Legend has it that he can control the wind and fly in the air with force. In general, with his light work, his martial arts are still very powerful. Luo Chen didn't expect that the Orange Soul could possess such a master, but there is no doubt that such a master is the most suitable for the situation at this moment. The moment the wooden ship was hit by the pitch-black cannonballs, the artillery fire flew, and the high-heat burning flames immediately rose into the sky. The wooden boat was too fragile, and it was completely paralyzed with just one blow. And in the scene of the flames soaring to the sky, a bird cry rang out, and Luo Chen's body seemed to have become a bird, dexterous but light. His hands were just stretched out, and he rose quickly, as if he was taking advantage of his strength. Row! The soaring flame did not touch him at all. After 2 breaths, he actually stood on a big white bird that was flying. The white bird spread its wings in the wind, staring sharply at the 2 huge warships below. You said it's over. Standing on the big white bird, Luo Chen suddenly stared at Lena below, and his tone became sharp and low. No, I said this is not the end, but the beginning. Everything has just begun. Luo Chen, do you think you ran away? Where can a broken bird take you? Rainer yelled, and the next moment, he ran quickly, his figure suddenly turned into a phantom. Shave, almost disappeared, Lena's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the air. Moonwalk. In the air, under Lena's footsteps, there were circles of cyclones, and then Lena rose up abruptly. It was just 3 breaths of effort that had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. With a squint, Luo Chen's eyes were solemn and cautious. People in the pirate world are different from the martial arts world. Their physical fitness and incredible abilities are far beyond the scope of martial arts. This is a very strange world, even if the opponent is only a major, but already has a very powerful force. What's more, on the ship below, there was another major standing. With the fist wind screaming, Lena stood in the air and punched his fist directly. Luo Chen smiled in his eyes and didn't feel nervous at all. His figure suddenly stretched forward, and the next moment he was in front of Lena's fist, and then in the next second, under the shocked eyes of the other party, his head suddenly disappeared. No, when I looked at it again, that handsome young face had already reached him and showed him a big smile. Major Marine, you are too slow. As soon as the two passed by, Rainer hit Luo Chen's phantom with a punch, but the former was already standing behind him, holding his chest with both hands, and staying firmly in the void. The big white bird screamed, fluttered away, spinning around in the sky. Boom boom boom. Rainer's footsteps kept touching the void, and his eyes turned around with a little shock, looking at Luo Chen, who was 5 meters away. Devil fruit ability? You can fly in the air. Then, he secretly said in his heart, his speed is too fast. Yes, if it is on the ground, it is fine, but in the air, it can't catch the corner of the opponent's clothes at all. Luo Chen showed a smile after hearing these words, then he shook slightly, and his figure disappeared again. I said, you are too slow. When Leaner couldn't even react in time, Luo Chen had already grabbed his right hand with both hands, and then swiped vigorously. The huge power immediately caused the latter to fall from a height. Shave. With a loud shout, Rainer appeared on the deck of the warship, with a solemn look at Luo Chen who was staying high in the sky. Ha! The white bird screamed and stopped at Luo Chen's feet again. At this moment, Luo Chen was standing on Bai Feng Huang with his arms around him, his face was smiling, there was actually a slight and unrestrained aura. This is handsome and shocking. At the very least, the Marines on the 2 warships below were shocked. Standing in the air, Luo Chen formed a confrontation with the 2 warships below. Monak quietly watched the battle just now, but in an instant, he judged that Luo Chen was a man with incredible speed. The opponent's speed is very fast, so fast that he is in action for an instant, and it can even be compared with the 6-style shave. However, his attack power is very weak. This is Luo Chen's weakness. Luo Chen is not Bai Feng, he is just possessed by Bai Feng, who possesses Bai Feng's power and skills, but he will never be Bai Feng, and it is difficult for him to exert all Bai Feng's power. Ha! Suddenly, the big white bird under Luo Chen's feet screamed and swooped down quickly. Shoot! Rainer called out loudly. Monak waved his hand and ordered the Marines beside him to shoot. He wants to look at Luo Chen's speed limit, the speed of bullets. In this world, it is still very fast. Boom 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 boom. A series of gunfire sounded, countless bullets pierced the air and headed towards Luo Chen who swooped down in the sky. Ha! The sound of breaking through the air was very loud. Luo Chen's complexion was calm, his figure seemed to turn into countless phantoms at this moment, swinging from side to side, bullets dense enough to form a barrage. He escaped easily. This proves once again that Bai Feng's effort is truly unparalleled in the world. Only in an instant, Luo Chen had already arrived on the deck of the Rainer warship. Then, his brow moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't have the time to play with you, don't chase me anymore. His figure suddenly turned into a gust of wind, passing the dense marine crowd. After a short while, people turned their backs on their horses, and the large piece of marine seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and then fell towards the sea outside the warship. Oops, what? It hurts. Suddenly, there was chaos in marine. Luo Chen's figure is like wind, phantom, lightning, and incredibly fast. In less than 5 seconds, all Marines were still thrown into the sea after Rainer chased several times. Damn it! Rainer was extremely angry, until the most meeting, he was the only one left on the warship, and he rushed in front of Luo Chen. However, the opponent's speed is faster than him. You are too slow. The words like a nightmare resounded in Rainer's ears again. The strong wind passed by, and Luo Chen passed him directly. Drops of blood fell on the deck, falling into petals. Lena's whole body was shocked, he stroked his cheek blankly, and saw the blood in his hand. Can't help it, Lena's heart twitched. If it weren't for this blow, he lowered his head at the last moment and used the iron body with responsiveness. It will be his neck if it is broken. Fast, too fast. Embracing his fists, Luo Chen had a faint smile on his face, confident and disdainful. At this moment, his temperament is infinitely close to Bai Feng. Behind him, there was a touch of fear in Lena's eyes. The two were back to back and fell into peace. I don't want to have too much entanglement with you, don't follow me anymore. Luo Chen spit out this faintly. Lina trembled all over and clenched his fist. After all, he still did not have the courage to rush towards Luo Chen again. Boy, you don't put marine in your eyes too much. Suddenly, a loud shout came from above the head. The sturdy figure descended from the sky, rushing towards Luo Chen with strong wind. His eyes flashed, and Luo Chen's figure moved away. Tempest kick. With a bang, the deck of Luo Chen's location was torn apart, and a figure fell heavily here. Shave. At the moment of landing, Monak shouted again, and his figure suddenly disappeared. His speed is obviously much faster than that of Lina, and he has arrived in front of Luo Chen almost instantly. Finger pistol. The finger was like a gun, pierced fiercely. Luo Chen's eyes shrank violently, and his head twisted slightly. Prick the blood on his cheeks dripped out, and Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. His right hand shrank like an eagle, his figure suddenly accelerated, and then he slashed fiercely toward Monak in front of him. Iron body. When in the next moment, the electric flower actually collided. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and his figure immediately retreated. At the moment he retreated, Monak raised his right leg, and a blue slash pierced fiercely. Stab at the mast on the ship was directly cut off, and the force of this blow was incredible. Immediately afterwards, Monak's figure flashed again, and he once again arrived in front of Luo Chen. His fists were like wind, dense and fast, and his feet were constantly raised, attacking Luo Chen. Repressive, Luo Chen kept backing away at this moment, and he felt a strong repressiveness. Facing Monak, there was actually tremendous pressure. Compared with Reiner, Monak's strength knowledge is much higher. Like the wind, the two quickly fought on the deck at an extremely fast speed, retreating, moving, and transferring. The more Luo Chen fought, the more his eyes flickered. There is no doubt that Monak's strength is far above him. He can barely fight the opponent at this moment, only relying on Bai Feng's light skills and extremely fast body skills, as well as Ye Wen's master state of mind. If it takes a long time, he will run out of strength and will undoubtedly lose. Finger pistol. With a loud shout again, Monak pricked his finger out. Puff Luo Chen's expression changed, and a blood hole appeared on his right shoulder. He was injured. Under Monak's continuous attacks and suppression, he, who was inexperienced, was finally injured. You can't escape, Luo Chen. Monak stood up, his muscles tensed, ready to attack, his eyes fixed on Luo Chen. Ha ha. With a laugh, Luo Chen's eyes flashed in the next moment and rose to the sky. Behind him, there were two more wings, and the speed suddenly tripled. At the moment when he rushed to the sky again, Luo Chen's eyes glared, and he dived down again, and his speed increased again with the help of the falling gravity. Feather blade. Only in an instant, Luo Chen had already reached Monak's eyes and waved his hand fiercely. With this wave, it was as if a fierce bird had waved his sharp claws. In the void, an icy stream of light flashed in an instant. Monak stared, and roared, "Iron body!" When the sound of the collision of gold and iron came out, and dazzling sparks burst out, Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. On the opposite side, after Monak iron body, his right foot was like a big turntable again, coming towards the sky, and then slashing against Luo Chen fiercely. Tempest kick. The light blue slash was formed in an instant, and the sharp aura seemed to split the air. With a shoe, it slashed towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen leaped like a bird, and to avoid this slash, he had to bend his legs, step on the air, and rush forward again. But suddenly, his face changed drastically. On his right side, a figure lurked quietly and attacked him. Finger pistol. Between the sparks and flints, Luo Chen avoided important parts. With a poof, a hole appeared in his stomach, and bright red blood flowed out immediately. 2 seconds later, Luo Chen fell heavily on the deck and rolled a full 10 meters before squatting down. After raising his head, Luo Chen's eyes became cold. In front of him, Lina stood there with a cold face. Monarch frowned and looked at Lina, his face full of discomfort. "Major Lina, don't you think this is mean? What is despicable in the face of criminals?" Rainer said with disdain. "Monarch's face is even more ugly. According to him, Luo Chen has not done anything heinous. In fact, he was very rebellious in his heart against the Marine headquarters' order to arrest Luo Chen. For him who advocates justice, one commits a crime while the others are implicated. It is indeed against justice." Standing up with a bit of pain on the face, Luo Chen took a deep look at the two people opposite, and then his right hand turned to his mouth and blew fiercely. "Call out." The big white bird hovering high in the sky immediately called and swooped down. "Quickly, don't let him run away." Liner, who saw this scene, shouted loudly, speeding up and rushing towards Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen showed his figure, rose up, and soared. His speed was the same at this moment, but in an instant, he was already 20 meters tall. When Rainer came under Luo Chen, he could only watch the opponent lift off. "Monarch!" Rainer shouted at the people behind, "Quickly catch him." Monarch looked up at Luo Chen, then turned his head in disgust. "I'm sorry, my moonwalk hasn't cultivated home yet." Lina clenched his fists in anger, looking at Luo Chen, who had already stepped on the white giant bird in the sky, feeling very annoyed in his heart. In the air, Luo Chen glanced down below. With a little tiptoe, the white giant bird screamed, and flew away quickly in one direction, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. On the warship below, the Marines had just climbed up from the sea one by one, or lay on the deck, or sat down, gasping for breath. Damn it! Raynor was angry, but helpless. At the same moment, on the sea about 5 kilometers from here, a civilian ship stopped there quietly. On the boat, there were a few faint figures, watching everything here. How is it, Deputy Captain? Is the captain's brother okay? Do we want to take action? Standing in the forefront, the white-haired middle-aged man with glasses and a long sword slung around his waist, his eyes were deep and he gave a chuckle. He has left, everything is safe. In addition, I am no longer your deputy captain. Deputy Captain. There was a trace of sadness on the face of the young man who spoke. The red-nosed young man behind him pulled his hand and shook his head. Well, now that Roger's brother has left safely, we should also go. The middle-aged man with glasses said with a smile, his eyes full of all the vicissitudes of life. Let's go, you all have your own affairs, and I should also go and see the person who has never had the opportunity to visit. The others looked at each other, but they all became silent. The establishment of a pirate group is full of pursuit and expectation for the future, but the end means separation from each other. They will no longer be comrades in arms and partners fighting side by side on the same boat. Perhaps, there will still be the kind of friendship between each other, but it will never be as close as it used to be. The small wooden boat docked slowly. Afterwards, 5 or 6 people covered in black robes walked down from above. The robes on their bodies were very wide, covering all their faces. Take care of yourself. I hope your future will be smooth sailing. Shanks, Buggy, work hard, the future is yours. The 2 shorter young men nodded solemnly. At this moment of separation, everyone seemed extremely solemn and serious. Shanks and Buggy, the youngest ones, have glittering light in their eyes. About 5 minutes later, the rest of the others embraced each other, with complex expressions in their eyes. Afterwards, they nodded, and each turned and left. They are walking in different directions, which means that their paths are no longer the same. Separated from today, the people on the same boat have moved towards their own different futures. Let's go, you two, what are you doing here? Rayleigh's voice was a bit heavy, and he yelled at the 2 young boys. Deputy Captain. Shanks and Buggy cried. They couldn't forget the days when they laughed and cried together. Shaking his head, Rayleigh turned and walked straight ahead, before disappearing before the 2 Shanks. Buggy, let's be together, be my partner, and we will form a well-known pirate group. Shanks wiped his tears and said to Buggy seriously and solemnly. At this moment, he made a decision. He still wants to be a pirate, taking the glory of Roger's pirate group to the top again. Who wants to go with you, Guy? Buggy threw away Shanks' hand. Don't forget, you still owe me a treasure map. Humph. After speaking, Buggy turned and ran away. Shanks looked at Buggy, who was leaving last, and shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes wandered towards the sea in front of him. The surface of the sea is like a huge and fierce beast. This beast-like sea must be conquered by someone. In the era of rampage, who can stop him from going forward? Muttering these words, Shanks turned his head and disappeared here. At the same time, above the distant sea level, a bird crowed hard. Ha! The sharp bird call spread throughout the air, and Luo Chen bent over and squatted on top of the white phoenix, covering his shoulder with his right hand. Bright red blood oozes from between his fingers, but it can't be stopped at all. The sweat on his forehead dripped silently, fell into the seawater, and was diluted into seawater in a blink of an eye. Time is coming, I must find a place to rest as soon as possible. Luo Chen thought in his heart with his face full of sternness. He patted the white phoenix under him, and the latter screamed again, spreading his wings quickly, speeding up again, and heading forward. The time for possessing the system was only about an hour, and now it is only 30 minutes. But Luo Chen felt that he could no longer control Bai Feng's power, and because of his current state, he understood. With this system of possession, the time of possession is related to the individual's physical fitness. Sweat seeped more and more densely. Bai Feng's strength, he already felt a little loose, and it seemed that he had begun to slowly leave his body. Quick, must be fast. On the vast sea, it is very calm at the moment, and the warm sun is rising up. Everything seemed peaceful, but Luo Chen seemed to see his fate in the near future. In this endless sea, if he can't find a place to stay, no matter how powerful he is, he can't escape death. The wooden boat had been destroyed by the 2 majors and sank to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he was carrying only eyes and his own gold coins. If I haven't found a place to stay before Bai Feng's power disappears, I will definitely die. The crisis of life and death thickly enveloped Luo Chen's head, causing his heart to beat faster. Hurry up! He vigorously urged the internal force in his body, and the white phoenix let out a sharp cry, spread its wings and flew high, and flew towards the sea ahead. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen already felt sore and soft throughout his body, and Bai Feng's strength was only less than 50%. Tiredness and pain made his energy almost exhausted. Go on, I can't die here. After gritting his teeth, Luo Chen ordered the Bai Phoenix under him to move on. 5 minutes later, the undulating sea was still in front of me. A few fish happily jumped out of sleep, playing and jumping. Seagulls on the horizon fly in flocks. The scenery is beautiful, but Luo Chen's heart has sunk to the bottom. He still didn't see any landing place, and the time for possession was about to come. In no more than 5 minutes at most, Bai Feng's power will disappear and leave him. The wound on his shoulder has not been treated and has been paralyzed, which means that his right arm has lost consciousness. Keep flying. It's not the last moment. Luo Chen's face was already covered with sweat, but he still didn't give up. The White Phoenix was advancing quickly on the surface of the sea, but its speed was getting slower and slower, and it was getting closer and closer to the surface of the sea. This big bird that has been flying is already close to the limit at this moment, and will not be able to support it at any time. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. At the horizon, a small black spot appeared in his eyes. Ship! It's a ship! Bai Feng Wang also uttered a cheerful name, speeding up and flying towards the horizon. A minute later, the White Phoenix wailed, and slumped toward the slowly moving ship below. Luo Chen had already reached the limit at this moment. Bai Feng's power quietly dissipated, and his eyes plunged into darkness. This is a small cargo ship with sailors and migrant workers on it. The most fresh thing is that the captain of the ship is a woman, about 16 or 17 years old, with a pink hair cape, beautiful and pure. At this moment, she was standing at the bow of the ship, quietly looking at the calm sea ahead. Her face was very light, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, there was a tweet in the sky. The woman turned her head, then her small mouth suddenly widened, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. That is, she could see that a huge white bird fell from the sky. What shocked her even more was that a teenager was lying on the bird's back at this moment. Call out the sound of breaking through the air sounded crisply, and when the man approached the deck 1 meter, the huge white bird suddenly dissipated like a phantom. With a bang, the man slammed into the deck and cracked the wooden deck. On the deck, a pool of bright red bloodline appeared. What? I saw a bird fell, and in a blink of an eye, it became this man. He seems to be injured. Luo Chen's fall attracted the attention of the sailors on the ship, and soon people came around curiously. The woman with long pink hair took a closer look at Luo Chen, her face changed, and she immediately shouted, "Where is the ship doctor? Call the ship doctor? Someone is injured." Soon, the boat screamed, and an elderly man was pulled over by a teenager. "Sifia, what's the matter? My old man is not in good health and can't bear your brother's death and dragging him," the old man complained as he squeezed through the crowd. Hefia ignored the old man's complaint, and a clear voice came out, "Fred, look at him, he seems to be seriously injured." Fred also squeezed into the crowd at this time and saw Luo Chen, who was in a coma. He couldn't help but wonder, where did this kid come from? Seeing that his clothes are clean, he doesn't seem to be salvaged from the sea. Heaven, he fell from the sky. Someone nearby pointed to the sky and shouted cheerfully. For them, the boy who fell from the sky, the beautiful woman who rescued him, is undoubtedly an 8 trigrams event, enough for them to discuss the events of a month with gusto. Heaven? Fred glanced at the sky strangely, then shook his head, knelt down and carefully observed Luo Chen's injury. After a while, Fred shook his head and frowned. His injury is not very serious, but he has lost too much blood. Fortunately, you met him earlier. If it were a little later, no one would be able to save him. The blood of the human body has a minimum limit. If it exceeds this limit, then God cannot save it. I will stop the bleeding first. His wound seems to have been pierced through the shoulder by a sharp blunt tool, just touching the position of the artery. This kid also has a good fate, and he will die a little later. Fred smacked his lips and quickly cleaned up the wound for Luo Chen. After tossing for a full hour, Luo Chen's wound was bandaged layer by layer, and then he wiped off his sweat and asked the people around him to carry him into the room. Seeing that everyone was about to carry Luo Chen to the basement, Fred frowned again. He has suffered such a serious injury. The dark and damp basement is not good for his wound recovery. You must find a place with plenty of ventilation and sunshine. Everyone looked at each other, but Fan Kinken came. The only place on the ship where the bedroom is facing the light is Zifia's, but she is a woman. Just put it in my room. Shifia said simply, it's important to save people. After a while, Luo Chen was placed in Zifia's room. When everyone left, Zifia looked at the sleeping teenager on the bed with curious eyes, with interest in her eyes. The man standing on the bird, and how did that bird disappear? Shifia thought about it. For the next 3 days, Zifia was taking care of Luo Chen. The people on the ship saw this scene in their eyes, and they all discussed it in private. I think Miss Captain has taken a fancy to that kid and took care of it so carefully. Don't talk about that kid, he is still handsome. Girl Sishan, isn't this normal? In the crowd's discussion, the old ship doctor Fred coughed twice and expressed his thoughts. That kid looks very good, but he also has a faint temperament in him, which is very peculiar. It should be this temperament that caused Zifia to fall. And at Sophia's age, it's the time to have a good love, isn't it normal? After another 2 days, Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at the strange ceiling with a splitting headache. Are you awake? Sophia walked forward in surprise. Me, where is this? Luo Chen asked in confusion, did he cross again? You are on my boat. You fell from the sky and fell into a coma. I saved you, Shifia said quickly, passing a glass of cold water over. Luo Chen took the water and after drinking it, he felt an indescribable sense of weakness in his body. He closed his eyes and soon thought of everything before he passed out. Marine! His eyes opened suddenly, and a sharp light flashed, followed by a quick return to calm. You saved me, thank you so much. Luo Chen looked at Sophia at this time, and was startled. The woman in front of her has a long pink shawl, her skin is like ice and snow, her face is exquisite, and she has a cold temperament on her body, just like a snow lotus in the cold wind, outstanding and pleasant. It's fine if you wake up. Shifia smiled. I've been worried about you for a long time. Can you tell me your name? Luo Chen. Time passed quickly, a week passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, Luo Chen and the people on board quickly became acquainted. The sailors and others who spend the whole day in the ocean are very hardy. They have a mind as spacious as the ocean, and their personalities are very optimistic. Luo Chen, didn't you date the captain today? Ha ha ha. Although the old ship Dr. Fred is old, he has no righteousness, and he has to molested Luo Chen every day. Brother Luo Chen, I can see that my elder sister likes you very much, so you have to seize the opportunity. It was Shifia's younger brother Duo Long, who was only about 10 years old, milky, as soon as he spoke. The people on the boat burst into laughter immediately. Luo Chen's face was flushed, and his headache started. Haifia is pretty good, but you don't need to make fun of me all day. How can I say it in a natural way? The atmosphere on the boat was very warm, and Luo Chen also enjoyed this kind of life. It was the first time he went to sea, but for the first time, he liked the feeling. He likes the feeling of the sea. In the next few days, Luo Chen learned that the goal of the ship was to go to a small island named Nancy in East Blue. The Zifia family is doing business. She is also the eldest daughter of the family. She is not very old, but she is already in charge of a flight of the family. The people on this ship are also very convinced of Zifia's ability, and his status is noble, so he respects him very much. The ship moved forward on the sea for a month, stopped in the middle, and replenished it 3 times. Luo Chen's relationship with everyone on the ship is getting better and better, especially Zifia. 2 young boys and girls, handsome male, beautiful female, and they met by chance, and they were both at the age of the beginning of love, and their relationship developed naturally without knowing when. On this day, the ship's replenishment had just been completed, and then it slowly left the port. Everyone on the boat is basking in the sun boredly and is taking a lunch break. Suddenly, a few seagulls in the sky flew through the air croaking, carrying a strange package on their necks, and a stack of papers inside. When passing the ship, color pages floated by in the sky. A piece of paper fell on a person's face. This person was sleeping and was disturbed. When he opened his eyes, he took the paper off. What is this? Questions flashed in his eyes, then glanced at the paper in his hand. Brother D. Luo Chen is offering a reward of 110 million. Attention, this person is extremely dangerous. If you find out, report to Marine immediately, or take off his head. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. After muttering the words on the paper, the man looked at the printed head. But the next second, when he noticed the person on the paper, his pupils immediately contracted. Luo Chen, that kid, unexpectedly. An inexplicable look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, several people on the boat were holding this new reward order in their hands, and their eyes were shocked and horrified. For ordinary people, characters who can offer such an exaggerated amount of money are only available to the legendary pirates in the Grand Line. And Luo Chen, who lives with them day and night, is docile and cheerful, is such a dangerous person. The first reaction was to disbelieve, but after careful consideration, I couldn't help but feel fear in my heart. After all, if a terrifying character like a bounty wanted to destroy them, it would be a breeze. What to do? Luo Chen turned out to be such a terrible murderer. We must tell the captain as soon as possible that we must expose Luo Chen's true face. But Luo Chen's performance in this period of time doesn't seem like a bad person at all. Some people hesitated and said that they didn't believe that Luo Chen, who had been with them for so long, turned out to be a bad person. Knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart, do you know him? Do you know his life experience? Also, when he landed on the boat, everyone knew that he was like that. He must have been injured and fled to our boat after the battle with Marine. The crew discussed in a low voice, and half an hour later, they finally decided to secretly tell Captain Zifia about the matter. Zifia. When she heard the crew calling, Zifia was staying in the house checking the bills of the goods. There were many details about the family business. Every time she passed, she had to check carefully to be able to feel relieved. What's the matter? Putting down the ledger, Zephyr looked at the visitor suspiciously. Hunt, is there something big with your expression? She keenly noticed that Handy's face was very nervous, and the tension would eventually contain a word and stop, seeming to hesitate. Captain Zephyr, I must tell you an important thing. Handy took a deep breath, came to Zephyr's side, and said in a deep voice. Zephyr glanced at Hunt's face, and said seriously, say it, I'll listen. You saved Luo Chen, he is a reward criminal. Handy put out a reward order, and then lined up in front of Sifia. He has been deceiving us all the time. His bounty is as much as 110 million. He is a very scary guy. After Hefia heard Hunt's words, she didn't have any expressions, because she knew that many rumors were not worth believing, and when her eyes swept the reward order, her face changed. This is the latest reward order issued by Marine. There is a Marine mark on it. There is nothing wrong with it. Luo Chen, he is that vicious criminal, he is a total villain, bastard. He deceived you and deceived us. Sifia, you were deceived. Zephyr's delicate hand clenched sharply, her face changing, and listening to Hunter still talking, she couldn't help but slap the table angrily. Get out. Sifia, don't be deceived by him, we must tell Marine this matter quickly, otherwise, Luo Chen, this fellow, I don't know what to do to us. Hanty said anxiously. I said. Zephyr's eyes condensed suddenly, staring at Hanty coldly, let you go out. Hanty's complexion was stagnant, and he wanted to say something. After hesitating, he sighed, and walked out. It wasn't until Hant walked out that Zephyr's complexion became more complicated. After staring at Luo Chen, who was offering a reward and making her smile, she sighed heavily. Hey, Luo Chen, are you really such a vicious guy? At this moment, Sifia had a very hesitant inner struggle. She knows that at this moment, any of her decisions will not only affect the relationship that the two have just established, but will even have a decisive effect on the lives of the crew. What kind of person is Luo Chen? During this time of getting along, Zephyr felt that this guy is a very cheerful, optimistic, humorous, and sunny boy. He would show a clear smile because he saw her, and he would fight with the guys on the boat because of a little bit of trouble. But no matter from which point of view, Luo Chen is definitely not a bad person. As for the fierce guy with a bounty of 110 million, that guy can't even beat himself. Where is it like a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million? I don't believe it. I don't believe you are such a guy. Finally, Zephyr slapped the table fiercely, walked out of the room, and walked towards Luo Chen. When Zephyr was in action, Hunter gathered the crew around him. I just went to Zephyr, and the captain didn't agree with us. She is still too young, facing her lover, she was deceived by that guy's rhetoric. We must act by ourselves. There is a phone bug in Lowen's, we need to tell Marine to let them deal with Luo Chen. The crew members nodded in agreement. Indeed, if such a dangerous guy stayed on the ship, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. It's also worth mentioning that his bounty is. A hint of greed appeared on Hanty's face. 110 million. For ordinary people, 10 million is a big number. What's more, it is 110 million. Money is tempting. Such a huge amount of wealth is enough to make these people who are not rich in ordinary days take risks. What's more, they have a good reason. In the name of justice, help Marine and arrest the world's criminals, Brother D. Luo Chen. Everyone's eyes shone with light, looking at each other, they saw the same meaning. Immediately afterwards, Hunt followed the steps on the ship to the basement, where Lowen's was busy. Ravens, I think there is one thing that you must be very interested in. Lowen's is a middle-aged man, not tall, with loose blonde hair. Seeing Hunter coming, he raised his head and frowned. What are you doing? On weekdays, he is a taciturn person and the person who respects Hyphia the most. This guy Hunter has a perverted personality and is very careful, which Lowen's is very disliked. Luo Chen, do you know? Hanty said directly and simply. Naturally know that you have something to say directly? I have no time to chat with you. Lowen's said impatiently, he has a lot of work at hand, how can he be idle with others to talk nonsense? That guy is a criminal of the world, offering a bounty of 110 million. Hunt threw a blockbuster. Oh? What then? Lowen's stopped the work at hand, a trace of interest appeared on her face. What do you want to do? Go arrest him? Be a bounty hunter? That's not the case. Although the kid looks white and doesn't have the slightest strength on weekdays, but being able to be rewarded with so many bounties by Marine, it is probably not something we can deal with. Hunter shrugged his shoulders, very self-aware. Does Sifia know about this? Lowen's asked. Hanty's face changed, and then pretended to smile and said, naturally know that I have already looked for her before I came to see you. The reason why I came to you is precisely because of this matter. Lowen's glanced at Hunter, with a smile on his face, and said with some disdain, put away your stupid methods. If Sifia has something, he will come to me directly. You want to find me, what the hell is going on, don't be circumspect. There was a trace of anger on Handy's face, and then he was forcibly suppressed, and then said, "I will discuss with other people, report Luo Chen to Marine, and let Marine take action against him. In this way, even if it is impossible for us to get all the bounty, but if the report is meritorious, the bounty we can get, I am afraid there will be no less." Ha ha! Luozi laughed after listening quietly. Very good plan, Luo Chen. That kid is good, but money is more attractive. With a flick of his hand, the phone worm was thrown into Handy's arms from Loven's hands. After the latter was taken aback, a smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, Loans, we won't miss you." Hunter took the call and didn't hesitate. He just dialed the nearest Marine branch. Moses, Marine Division 73102 station, please speak. A clear male voice came across. After coughing twice, Hunter said solemnly, "Hello, Master Marine, I'm Hunter of the West Asia Chamber of Commerce. I have clues about Luo Chen, who you recently offered a reward." "Luo Chen? What Luo Chen?" Marine's voice was a little confused. Handy was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Brother D. Luo Chen, a reward of 110 million yuan. Brother D." The name was only spoken for a while, then stopped, and then the phone worm rang the other person's voice. "Hey, I am the highest officer of the branch resident, Captain Oak. Please report your location quickly. And, don't disturb him, always pay attention to his actions." There is a strong majesty in the voice. Across the phone worm, Hunter was also shocked by the other's aura, but only agreed. "In half an hour, Marine will arrive. Until then, keep in touch at all times." Finally, Ozaki quickly said, and then hung up the phone. Hunter could clearly hear the dense footsteps on the other side. It was obvious that Marine had moved quickly. Can't help but a smile appeared on Hunter's face. When Marine arrives, the high return will come. The bounty of 110 million yuan, even if it is only a fraction of a fraction, is enough for him to live a life freely, no matter where he needs it. He wanders on the sea in the wind and rain all day long. In this world, there are three kinds of people walking on the sea. One is the civilians who survive by betraying their coolies, the other is extremely vicious, killing and looting pirates everywhere, and finally Marine. Among the three, they are the weakest and the least risky, living the hardest life, but enjoying the lowest life. I have to say that the world is really unfair. When Hanny hung up the phone, there was a person beside Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, I have something to tell you, you must be prepared." It was Fred, the ship doctor, who was talking, the old guy who usually laughed, and his face was rare at the moment. "Fred, what's the matter with you, old guy? His face is so ugly?" Luo Chen smiled, his eyes flashed strangely. "Your identity has been exposed, you must leave here quickly. The guys on the boat have already negotiated and told Marine about your news. As long as Marine comes, you will be finished." Fred whispered. "My identity?" Luo Chen was startled, and then his eyes became sharp. "You all know? Your reward has been spread, and everyone knows it." Fred nodded. "Where is Zephyr?" Luo Chen bit his mouth and asked aloud. At this moment, there was a strange feeling in his heart suddenly. On weekdays, when we get along, we are happy and the relationship is very close. However, when his identity was exposed, everything turned out to be changed. He could imagine the psychology of those people at the moment: greed, hesitation, or fear. "Hefia asked me to come." Fred took a deep look at Luo Chen. "She asked me to tell you, take care of yourself." Luo Chen's original heavy chest, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt his whole body relaxed, and his original heavy expression was also much more relaxed. Some people will harm him and don't believe him, but some people will choose to believe and help him. She said, "She will always believe in you." Fred sighed and patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. The latter's shoulders trembled, but he felt heavier in his heart. It is the most difficult to accept the grace of a beautiful woman. Luo Chen has complicated eyes, he is hesitant to speak, and he doesn't know how to speak. "Let's go." "You can't go anymore if you keep going." Luo Chen didn't know what he felt at the moment. Zephyr's understanding made him breathe a sigh of relief. But after that, he was a little confused. After leaving here, where did he go? "The sea is so big that I can walk anywhere, but it seems that I can't go anywhere." Fred pushed Tyro Chen. "Come on, there is a spare escape boat on board, you take that to leave." Pursing his lips, Luo Chen had to be dragged away by Fred. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt how helpless life is sometimes. Zephyr did not choose to tell him personally, he naturally understood what it meant. No matter how good the relationship was once, no matter how close it was, the two have already had a gap at this moment. This diaphragm seems very thin, but it means that the two people may be separated by the end of the world in the future. She did not choose to meet Luo Chen unreservedly, to ask her personally, and she did not let Luo Chen explain. Because this woman is very smart, she clearly knows that two people cannot be together. So Fred came, which meant that the relationship between the two had come to an end. A criminal with a bounty of 110 million, first of all, does not discuss whether he has the power to destroy everything. Just by looking at his degree of danger, you can also know that such a person cannot live with ordinary people at all. And Zifia is in business, maybe she really can contribute to love, but before this step, she chose to shrink. Unable to tell in detail how Luo Chen felt at the moment, he just sighed with a complex expression, and then Genfred walked forward. Just as the two quietly walked out, came to the deck, and walked around in a detour, there were horrified screams from one side. At the same time, several sharp screams came over. Ah! Fred and Luo Chen looked up quickly, and immediately saw 3 pitch-black cannonballs passing overhead, and then slammed into the other side of the ship. Boom! Large areas of seawater exploded, and the ship creaked and began to shake violently. Captain, pirate, my goodness, it's a pirate. How come there are pirates here? What should we do? What should we do? The people on the ship were panicked at this moment, unable to imagine that a pirate group would appear in this sea area. Fred heard the roar of the boat. At this time, among the black and white hair mixed with water, it was splashed and looked very embarrassed. But at this moment, he completely ignored these things, strode forward, and then looked towards the sea. Luo Chen quickly followed, looking towards the sea. There, a ship was breaking through the wind and heading at the fastest speed, and there was a roaring sound from the ship. The canvas bulged high, and at the top of the mast was a hideous skeleton. Zifia was in the office, was alarmed, and then ran out quickly. When she saw the pirate ship on the sea, her expression changed. Captain, this is the Sodders Pirates Group, offering a reward of 15 million. It is the most vicious group in this sea area. It is rumored that they had already gone to the Grand Line a year ago. How could they appear here? Behind Zifia, a middle-aged man with a knife on his waist said with serious eyes, "No matter what is going on, we can't catch it all with one's hands. Summon the combatants on board, and prepare to fight." She stared dignifiedly into the distance, and said quickly. The middle-aged man nodded, quickly turned around, and began to summon the combat personnel on board. As a merchant fleet, it is natural to hire or carry some combatants to protect the safety of those accompanying them. Luo Chen, it seems that you can't leave for the time being. Fred looked at the sea, shook his head and said, "Yeah." Luo Chen nodded. The pirate is here, so naturally he can't go. 3 minutes later, another round of shelling landed from the air, falling heavily around the ship, splashing large swaths of seawater. This is a deterrent gun, and it didn't really attack the ships, but just forced them to stop. But the people on the merchant ship were so scared that they held their heads and dared not move. Sodders Pirates Ship. The middle-aged man wearing a captain's cap and a long scar on his face, his eyes were fierce. "Blam me!" Another wave, this time aiming at their rear wing. As soon as he said this, the man next to him immediately added a trace of doubt on his face. "Captain, if they get their tail fins right, this ship will be over. Before sinking, take away their belongings and kill them all. Don't you have this certainty?" Sodders didn't look back, but gave a cold voice. The speaker was startled, then without hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Fire!" Boom! The piercing sound of cannons came out, and just for an instant, the stern of the merchant ship was severely hit. The ship began to shake violently, many people fell to the ground, and a dozen people at the tail were blasted into a piece of flesh. The bloody breath was uploaded on the ship in an instant, and the faces of everyone who saw this scene changed greatly. At this moment, they finally remembered the horror of the pirates. The tail is on fire, the keel is broken, and the ship is about to sink. In the crowd, an old man had an ugly face and shouted out in horror. This sound made the entire ship panic. "Fred, do you know this group of pirates?" Luo Chen asked suddenly. "Yes, they are the Sodders Pirates. Captain Sodders is a 15 million pirate with a bounty. It seems that he has already entered the Grand Line last year. How can he be here at this time?" Fred is also a little confused. 11 million? Luo Chen's face was loose, but with this value, he would still be able to cope with it if he had a ghost. I just remembered the attitude of the people on the boat towards him, but his desire to help immediately diminished the blockbuster. He is not a bad guy. If others want to harm him, he will naturally not help him badly. It's just that I can't live without it for the time being. I can only look at the next situation. The two of them walked along the boat lane and saw a dozen men with rifles around their waists, quickly arranging everyone to gather together to stabilize the public's mood. And Sifia, with a serious face and nervousness, said something to the other person. Soon, the panic of the crowd finally settled down. A dozen burly men with weapons stood in front of the crowd. All of them took out their weapons and looked at the pirate ship that was sailing with serious faces. At this time, the distance between the Sodexo pirates and here was only 200 to 300 meters. "Take out the sword, open the bolt, and use your blood to vent all the dissatisfaction you have experienced in the Grand Line. This battle, I do not need. Alive." There are not many pirates on this ship, only 20 or 30, but they have fierce aura, and their exposed skin is full of knife scars and gun marks. Obviously, this is a fierce bandit who has experienced countless battles. Such a team is not afraid of death, and even a trained swordsman is not necessarily their opponent. Only in an instant, the distance between the two ships was getting closer and closer. The people on the merchant ships became more and more nervous. Even if they were facing these fierce pirates, they were frustrated. "Captain!" The man with a long knife slung on his waist approached, his expression dignified with a trace of despair. "We leave as an escape boat as early as possible. This boat will sink soon." "Jack, I'm leaving. Where are they?" Shifia flashed her eyes and looked at the people gathered on the deck. These sailors and laborers have panic expressions on their faces. The attack of the pirates made them immediately frightened. "I think their lives should be less important than yours." Jack's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "My men will delay the group of pirates for a while, and I am responsible for protecting you from leaving." Hesitating in his eyes, at this moment, Zephyr didn't know how to choose. Give up the entire life on the ship to delay time for their limited number of people? Or accompany these crew members to die here? How to choose? She does not know. "Let's go." Jack started, his eyes full of encouragement. "It's too dangerous to stay here. If you don't leave, there is only a dead end." After pursing her lips, Zephyr glanced behind her back and turned her head to leave here. The lifeboat had already been prepared by Jack's men. Zephyr took the important money and belongings and boarded the boat with Jack and 4 or 5 other people. Then the boat slid, quickly left, and drove away quietly. They sailed out from behind the ship, so no one noticed it for a while. "Captain, someone ran away." On the Sodders pirate ship, someone with sharp eyes saw Zephyr and others, and immediately said to Sodders, "Shatter him." Sodders said casually with a cold look. Boom! In an instant, the sound of artillery fire sounded, and the pitch-black cannonball pierced the air and headed towards the ship where Shifia was. "Call out in just a moment." The cannonball had reached the top of Zephyr and the others. "Jack!" Shifia yelled. Jack stood up abruptly, his eyes became sharp and solemn, and he tightly grasped the long knife at his waist. The moment the cannonball landed on the boat, he drew his sword sharply and let out a loud roar. "What?" The long knife slashed across, a stream of light bloomed, and the pitch-black cannonball was a meal, then split in 2 halves and headed towards the sides of the boat. Boom! The explosion sounded. After a second, water splashed everywhere, and everyone on the boat was wetted by the seawater. Jack swung out his sword and started to gasp. Contending with cannonballs is already his limit. "Jack!" Sophia helped Jack up and looked at him worriedly. "I'm fine, hurry up and sail," Jack said quickly. The boat continued to sail and soon disappeared here. On the Sodders ship, the crew on the side glanced at the ladder. "Chasing it? Don't worry about them, it's still some strength to withstand this shell, so there's no need to waste time. Board me directly on that ship. Before sinking, kill everyone and then snatch all the treasures." Sodders' voice was cold and cruel, but it excited the people on the pirate ship. A minute later, the people of the Sodders pirate ship roared and rushed onto the merchant ship through the bridge plank. The crowd panicked instantly, screams and horrified shouts continued to resound. The remaining fighters fought desperately to fight the pirates, but after only a dozen breaths, they were completely beheaded. These civilian escorts can't be compared with the pirates who fight in the sea all day long. "Help!" The people on the boat ran, but there was nowhere to escape. Under the chaos, some people even jumped off the boat and were instantly swallowed by the sea. In this vast ocean, jumping into the sea, I don't know if there is still a chance of survival. On Luo Chen's side, Fred ran around with the ladder anxiously on his face. "It's over, this group of pirates has attacked, what can we do? Where is the captain? Where did the captain go?" The two kept going back and forth in the road on the ship, and Fred kept asking the crew members who evaded hastily, but no one knew where Hyphia had gone. In the rear, the call for killing continued to sound, and a faint smell of blood came, causing the two's faces to change. "The pirates are starting to kill," Fred said with a trembling corner of his mouth. "Don't look for it, the captain and the captain of the guard Jack have already left in the lifeboat." At this moment, Hunt strode over and said mockingly, "What are you talking about?" The old man Fred yelled in disbelief, and grabbed Hunt. "Don't talk nonsense, how could the captain leave us and run away alone? And that lifeboat, it's her for, is it prepared for Luo Chen?" The corner of Hanty's mouth was even more mocking and disdainful. "Of course she did not leave alone, but also her younger brother and people close to her, and she left behind the cannon fodder to delay those guys." After hearing these words, even Luo Chen's face changed. He didn't believe that Zephyr was such a person, but on the entire ship, indeed, he could not see the other side just now. "If you really are a 110 million big pirate, then, I think, these guys in front of you shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hanty didn't take care of Fred's pain, but he said directly to Luo Chen, with fear in his eyes. The reward was genuine, and no matter what secret the person in front of him had, Marine's fear of him was obvious. Such a person should be able to deal with the current scene very well. "I am not a pirate." But after 3 breaths, the silent Luo Chen spoke directly. As for why Marine offered a reward of 110 million, there are other reasons. A hint of surprise appeared on Handy's face, and then he asked inconceivably, I don't believe it, you didn't have the power to clean up the pirates on the ship. Aren't you helping us? Many people have been injured and died. Luo Chen was startled, and then felt a little amused in his heart. He raised his head and looked directly at the latter. It's funny, I have the power or not, so what do I do with you? And, even if I can clean them up, then why do you want to help you again? Because you leaked my information to Marine, do you add a piece of danger to me? Hunt's face changed. I haven't beaten you, it's already a lot of face for Zafie. Luo Chen's tone was very rude, and Jeter was extremely embarrassed when he said a few words. Indeed, as he said, they wanted to harm others before, but now they are trying to use his power to ensure their own safety. Isn't this ridiculous? After a few words put Jeter here, Luo Chen took Fred and left here quickly. He glanced at the whole ship again, but he still didn't see Zafie. It was only then that he was sure that the other party had indeed left. Jeter cleverly followed them closely behind them, and Luo Chen and the others ignored it. Some people also choose to believe in you, Luo Chen. When the three of them came to a hidden place, Fred looked at Jeter and said to Luo Chen, even if you don't want to save everyone on this ship, there are some people who are innocent. For the sake of saving you one, if you really have the power, then you can do it once. Fry's German language is very heavy, and there is expectation in his eyes. If you can live, who would choose to die? Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he also glanced at Jeter. Fred stared tightly into his eyes full of expectation. I don't have the kind of power you imagine. He spoke slowly, the expectant light in their eyes dissipated. Well, then it looks like we are all going to die here. Fred sighed. They were hiding here and could hear outside. The pirates had basically controlled all the situation and gathered the crew in one place. At this moment, other people hiding in the boat are being arrested. Hurry up, get Lao Zi out of the mouse hiding in the boat and put it to death without hesitation. The voices of the pirates came over, and the three of them couldn't help but tighten. The voice was so close to them, the three of them immediately held their breath. Luo Chen watched Fred and Jet up close and found that the two men's cheeks were full of sweat, and they were obviously nervous to the extreme. The three of them hid here, motionless. The sound of footsteps outside quickly passed. At this time, they just breathed a sigh of relief and began to move their positions. 3 minutes later, they changed their hiding place. But just after entering the house, there was a chaotic knock on the door. Open the door. Damn it, Lao Zi sees you. A rough roar came in violently, and the wooden door was banged, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. I was found. With a sigh, Jet and Fred's faces changed. Luo Chen felt tight in his heart, and clenched his right hand. Do you still have to use the power of the system? There are not many gold coins on his body, only about 30,000 left, and he can only perform an orange summoning once. After the last time Bai Feng's possession power disappeared, because he did not really defeat any of the two school-level officers, he only obtained more than 50 possession coins, and he could not learn any of Bai Feng's skills. Boom! The wooden door was finally smashed open, and the burly and tall, fierce-looking pirates immediately rushed in. Jeter exclaimed in surprise, and kept retreating backwards. Damn it, bastard, dare to hide and hack them to death. A brawny man who took the lead, with anger on his face, roared loudly. The pirates behind immediately rushed in with their machete, and the situation entered a critical point in an instant. Luo Chen scanned the people in front of him, clearly saw the panic and despair in Fred's eyes, and sighed in his heart. Fine. Originally, I only intended to save some foundation to cope with the future. It seems that I have to do my best. Seeing these pirates in person, let Luo Chen save some money before, and the idea of only sneaking out was completely dissipated. 30,000 gold coins, should you be able to summon a good ghost? Laughing at himself, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time 30,000 gold coins were consumed. If these pirates were not given a good look, then it would undoubtedly be a great waste. Summon the orange ghost. Grade, 30,000 gold coins. He spoke to the system silently in his heart. The moment after the words came out, an orange Uzumaki suddenly appeared on the system interface, and a burly tall man with a cold face stepped out of it. With a long sword slung around his waist, his face is full of chivalry, and his eyes are full of justice and worrying about the country and the people, but in the deepest part, there is a heavy burden of experiencing the vicissitudes of the world. Summon the soul, Sword Saint Gain, consume gold coins, 30,000. In just a moment, the swordsman with the long sword stepped forward and merged with Luo Chen. Luo Chen's whole body shook, and the chi in his dantian was full of energy. An invisible force merged into his body, and his eyes became sharp. At the same time, he did not know when a long scabbard appeared on his waist. Sword. At this moment, Luo Chen exuded sharp sword intent all over his body. He suddenly became a vicissitudes of swordsman. Gai Nai, one of the male characters in Qin Shining learned from Gigutsi, and is a master of swordsmanship. He is known as the strongest swordsman in Qin. At this moment, the souls of Luo Chen and Gai Nai were merged into one, his eyes were shining, and all the scenes of Gai Nai appeared, and his waist was also wearing the famous sword named Yuan Hong at the moment. The right hand seemed to know how to hold the sword by nature, and Luo Chen's right hand touched the hilt the next moment. At the same moment, 4 or 5 pirates also split into 3 groups and rushed in front of the 3 of them. "Ah, help!" Jeter shouted out loud, full of panic. The faces of the pirates were full of disdain and cold smiles. They acted very calmly. Killing is really normal in their lives. Die. Without being unbearable, the pirates waved their machete towards their target. At this moment, Luo Chen's right thumb swept the scabbard suddenly. Choked. The loud and crisp sword roar suddenly resounded in this small room. A breeze suddenly rose, and the pirates standing here saw only a glimmer of light flashing in front of their eyes, and then the light in front of their eyes suddenly disappeared, and the body of the strong man fell softly on the ground. Yin. The sword roar still remained. Luo Chen slowly put Yuan Hong in his hand like a scabbard, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. What a good sword! The killing on the blade did not stain a drop of blood, and the sword in his hand quickly lost sight of light and shadow. It's a good sword, and swordsmanship is also seconds. Walking towards the door step by step, Luo Chen didn't stop until he stood behind the door, and then spoke softly. "I'm gone, what are you still doing there?" His faint voice awakened 2 people who were holding their heads waiting for death. Until this time, Fred and Jet looked up blankly and saw the scene inside. Blood was flowing on the wooden floor, and the corpse was sloppy, without a trace of movement. At the door, the thin figure was not so tall, but at this moment, Fred and Hunt's eyes shrank. He did all these. They didn't even hear any screams just now, so they killed 4 or 5 fierce pirates silently. You must know that these pirates are not ordinary East Blue pirates. They know very well that they have followed Sodders to the Grand Line. The pirates who have returned alive are not at all that ordinary people or even Marine can fight against. When Sodders left East Blue, the number of pirates with him reached a staggering 1,000. But at this moment, on the entire ship, they had only seen more than 50 people. What does this indicate? The other pirates, I'm afraid they all died there, only these elites are left. Because of this, these pirates on the ship are even more terrifying. They have a strong fighting force and a vicious character. They are the most difficult guys. But in an instant, these guys actually died in Luo Chen's hands. "Luo Chen, you..." Fred stuttered a bit, shocked in his heart. "Let's go, avoiding seems to be no way." Luo Chen's voice was a little cold, which was influenced by Gai Nai's character. Jeter swallowed, not daring to say more. He could see that the guy in front of him did indeed have a strong power, but he didn't know how strong he was. "What do you want? There are so many pirates outside." Fred approached Luo Chen and took the former's arm. Luo Chen paused and said with a smile, "Naturally it is to solve them." There was a pause in his tone, and his eyes narrowed. "It is estimated that this ship will not last long. We must act quickly." Fred and Jet looked at each other, with doubts in their eyes. What does it mean to take action? But Luo Chen didn't pay any attention to them anymore. Perhaps because of the fusion of Luo Chen and Gai Nai at this moment, his temperament revealed the coldness and solemnity of a swordsman. Walking on the deck, Luo Chen at this moment is completely different from before. He walks upright, his complexion is calm, without fear, his eyes are shining, and he is particularly enlightened. There are people here. They walked unscrupulously, and immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. The intensive footsteps sounded quickly, and only 3 seconds later, the pirates were seen. Luo Chen expressionlessly, before striding forward, his right hand was pressed on the hilt of the sword around his waist. The pirate on the opposite side raised the machete and rushed in cursingly. Fred and Jet trembled, with fear in their eyes. Facing the ferocious pirates, the 2 were shocked. Only in a moment, Luo Chen had already faced the pirates. Choked. There was a clear sound of unsheathing, and the streamer flashed, and Luo Chen and the pirates passed by. In just a moment, the faces of the 6 pirates who approached had a look of horror, and then fell heavily to the ground without a trace of sound. Beneath them, bright red blood flowed out and wet the deck. Luo Chen jumped step by step, and soon he came to the front of the ship. Here, at this moment, a large number of sailors and pirates are gathering. There are more than 100 people on the merchant ship, including sailors, crews, and laborers. At this moment, they were firmly controlled by more than 30 pirates with weapons in their hands. All the pirates formed a circle and surrounded the crew. And on the wooden boards of the 2 ships, wearing a captain's hat, Sodders was standing there with a cold expression, staring at everything here coldly. He had a revolver pinned to his left waist, and a western long sword on his right waist, revealing a cruel and bloody breath. "Captain, everyone is under control, and the place of belongings has also been knocked out of their mouths." The tall and thin pirate smiled and said to Sodders. After he said that, he glanced at Lawrence, whose nose was bleeding and his nose was swollen. Lawrence was responsible for everything in the warehouse. "Everyone caught it?" Sodders showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and then his gaze moved, but he looked directly at the direction where Luo Chen and the 3 were. So, what's the matter with those 3 people? I'm quite suspicious of your ability to do things. If this is still the case, I don't mind changing to another batch. After a pause, Sodder's tone suddenly became cold. Do you get me? The master pirate's face changed, and the sweat on his forehead rolled out immediately, bending over and bowing. Understood, Captain. Then, he quickly turned around, waved his hand, followed the 7 or 8 pirates behind him, and swiftly moved towards the Luo Chen trio. Luo Chen, I'm in the pirate lair. Isn't it okay? Fred shivered, a little scared. It's definitely okay. Luo Chen's bounty is nearly 10 times higher than that guy. Jeter was flattering at the moment. Although his heart was still up and down, he appeared to be very calm on the surface. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled as he listened to the 2 of them, and then looked at the pirate who rushed over, his eyes cold. At the front end of the ship lay many crew members, all corpses. They were placed there in all directions. Obviously they had been dead for a long time. There is no doubt that these are all done by the pirates. With a pinch of his right hand, the Yuanhong sword was unsheathed with a clear sound, and then with a flick, it pointed directly at the pirates coming forward. Swordsman? We have guns in our hands. Luo Chen didn't understand what the force of Qin Shimingyu was, but at this moment, when he saw the other party's pirate raising his gun, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dangerous icy cold light bloomed. Ha! His waist came down, his knees snapped, and the next moment his body disappeared in front of the pirates. The distance between the 2 sides was only about 10 meters, and the moment Luo Chen moved, he was already in front of the rushing pirate. Gainy's flying sword with 100 steps, within 100 steps, the long sword is flying, enough to see that his speed has reached the point of extraordinary. Moreover, his control of swordsmanship has reached the highest level. The vicissitudes of life and the swordsmanship he has been immersed in for many years are his strongest places. At this moment, Luo Chen, possessed by Gai Nai, demonstrated incomparable sword skills. Take a step on the left side and cut horizontally with the right hand. With a puff, blood bloomed, and a pirate yelled and fell to the ground with a puff. Just a breath, cut off 1 person. In the next second, Luo Chen moved forward again and stepped to the pirate holding the spear. The sharp eyes seemed to burst out with a bright light, which was extremely shocking. The pirate saw Luo Chen at the moment, and the fingers that had been placed on the trigger trembled, and he couldn't hold it down anyway. Die! With a murmur, Luo Chen's long sword cut through the void. Puff blood was tossed, and another person fell to the ground. Simply clean, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Luo Chen's figure was incredibly fast. He just rushed to the pirate, and then jumped vertically and horizontally, seeing the light. Just a few minutes, blood sprayed, and the pirates fell softly to the ground. This fierce method attracted the attention of everyone present in an instant. Sodder shrank even more, and he had found a difference in Luo Chen's body a long distance away. This swordsmanship, that clean swordsmanship is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. This kid, who the hell is? Sodders became cautious, stepped forward and landed directly on the merchant ship, then he waved his hand. You guys, go kill him. The pirates guarding the people on the merchant ship looked at each other and rushed forward with their weapons. They have seen the scene just now. This kid is absolutely extraordinary in swordsmanship. Shoot first. Aim at him. Several people whispered to each other, nodding their heads. Crack with the sound of the bolt hanging up, Luo Chen's long sword turned, his eyes sharpened at this moment. His figure is slightly curved and he is ready to sprint. Emission. At this moment, the pirates shouted, their right fingers suddenly pressed down, and the trigger made a dull sound. Boom! The low gunfire sounded, and Luo Chen's slightly bent body suddenly exploded at this moment, like a leopard and tiger predating. The storm fell sharply, and his figure leaped left and right. Ding! A bullet was flashed by him directly, flew by wiping his cheeks, and hit the metal behind him, making a crisp sound. At this moment, his keen perception and reaction ability gave him terrifying action and conditioning ability. In the dark, he seemed to be able to see the trajectory of the bullet fired at extreme speed, but the real naked eye could not see it at all. All this is done entirely by intuition. With a left jump, Luo Chen jumped directly onto the railing. The pirate moved quickly, turned the barrel at him, and fired again. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, his feet leaped up, and flew into the sky. He avoided the shot again. Immediately afterwards, he landed on the deck. At this time, he was only about 20 meters away from the pirates. Die! In a low voice, Luo Chen's figure flashed before rushing forward again. Shoot! Shoot! The pirates were horrified. This person escaped their bullets easily. How could this be possible? Boom! 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 A series of bullets were fired. Luo Chen's forward stature was undiminished and fast, and the sword in his right hand flashed with a cold light. The dazzling sword flower bloomed suddenly, and everything looked so beautiful. All the bullets hit Luo Chen's hilt, and then bounced to the other side, making a dull gunshot sound. After 3 successive waves of attacks, within 5 seconds before and after, Luo Chen had already jumped nearly 50 meters and came to the pirates. This terrifying speed and keen ability to react shocked everyone present. Kill him. The pirates opened their mouths and shouted. But as soon as the words were uttered, Yuan Hong and Luo Chen's hand turned, and the sword flower bloomed again. At the same time, his figure rushed forward, passing the body of the pirate present in a flash. Puff 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 puff, a series of sounds came out, and the pirates unbelievably covered their necks or chests and other deadly parts, and then fell softly to the ground. What a fast sword! Soder's eyes shrank, a little shocked in his heart. He didn't delay anymore. From these two brief battles, he had already seen that Luo Chen's strength was absolutely extraordinary, and it was not something these miscellaneous soldiers under his hand could deal with. Who are you? After a few strides to the opposite of Luo Chen, Sodders asked condensely. Brother D. Luo Chen. Luo Chen raised his sword and pointed straight at Sodders. Leave the pirate ship and leave here. I will let you make a living. Luo Chen's words were heavy, serious, and serious. He was indeed saying this very seriously. Just how powerful is Gai Nai's power? What is the strength of Dakin's first swordsman? Luo Chen, who was possessed at this time, knew best that with such a full capacity in his comprehension of kendo, he definitely had a bounty level of 50 million compared to the 2 marine majors he had encountered before. And the 50 million pirates, cleaning up the guise of Sodders this level, is completely effortless. Luo Chen. Sodders was stunned, and then his pupils contracted suddenly. He remembered that it was this name. The next moment, he carefully observed Luo Chen's face, and he was even more sure in his heart, this face is indeed it's the guy on the reward order. Brother D. Luo Chen, who is offering a reward of 150 million. It is said that he is the younger brother of One Piece, but he doesn't have a trace of strength. Not long after the death of One Piece, his legend will naturally not be missing in the Grand Line or even in the world, and all the secrets about One Piece, the previous history, have also been inquired by everyone. You are Luo Chen who is offering a reward of 110 million yuan. A smile appeared on Soder's face. If he can kill Luo Chen, then, whether it is notorious or good, he is the pirate. The prestige and status in China will be greatly improved. It seems that I am really lucky. While talking, he pulled out the western sword from his waist, and then pointed the western sword at Luo Chen. I'm going to kill you, Luo Chen, your attraction is far greater than the treasure of the ship. Luo Chen's expression was even more indifferent. The Yuan Hong sword in his right hand turned, and the tip of the sword aimed at Sodders. Then you can only die. Sodders blinked, and the western sword trembled. The next moment, his whole body rushed over. His speed is equally terrifying, and Sodders' strength is undoubtedly much higher than those of ordinary pirates. The reputation of this pirate ship can be said to be supported by Sodders alone. His own bounty of 11 million is also a bounty for the entire ship. After going to the Grand Line, although he returned from failure, his strength has improved. At this time, his strength should be close to 20 million. However, all this is in vain. Facing Luo Chen, who possessed Gania, Sodders was useless even if he was twice as powerful. Dakin's first swordsman, Sword Saint, and the world's #1 sword, all these powerful and exaggerated titles are all concentrated on Gai Nai. His swordsmanship, fame, and martial arts have reached the point where Deng Feng made the most. How can such a person lose to an unknown pirate? The long sword flashed, Luo Chen's right hand flashed, and his figure suddenly moved. He moved, but it was not just him. He moved, and so did the sword. The icy and ruthless Yuan Hong sword, at this moment, seemed to burst out with a bright light, turning into a flying dragon that rose into the sky, roaring, and rushing towards its enemy. Vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is the supreme nirvana stunt. 100 steps flying sword. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a rainstorm, dark clouds covering the clear sky. A flying dragon descended from the sky, opening its mouth and roaring. Raindrops were scattered by the dragon's body, falling, and the long body wandering and moving. In an instant it descended from the sky and landed on the ground, and then the dragon's mouth opened wide, and the fierce aura stunned everyone. This was an unimaginable scene. On the deck, the Yuan Hong sword in Luo Chen's hand seemed to have been released at this moment, whizzing in the air, and the shock had already reached Soder's eyes. The latter didn't even react at all. The slender western sword only had time to poke and stab, and it was wiped off by the touch of Chang Hong. Puff the blood was thrown, and a great head rose into the sky, and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Sodders couldn't imagine that the other party had the power to kill himself with a single blow. In the rumors, isn't it that this guy has no strength? Even if he began to see the other party killing his own crew, he subconsciously thought that Luo Chen was not as powerful as him. But in any case, Sodders couldn't think that the other party could kill him so simply and neatly. With a puff, Sodders fell heavily to the ground. The bright red blood instantly dyed the deck red. The pirates opened their mouths and stared, watching the scene here, a little bit too slow. Luo Chen slowly put the long sword into its sheath, and turned his eyes to the other pirates coldly. All the pirates shuddered, with obvious fear in their eyes. In their eyes, Sodders, who was already very powerful, was killed by a single sword. 100-step flying sword, it is a waste to use your body. With a cold spit, Luo Chen stepped over Sodders' body and walked towards everyone. Looking at the man on the merchant ship who was still holding his head, Luo Chen frowned. He has been killed by me, and you are safe. Fred, Hunt, let them go to the pirate ship. Fred and Hunt were taken aback for a moment, and then immediately reacted and began to loudly direct the crowd to run towards the pirate ship. The merchant ship was obviously unable to support it and was about to sink into the sea. Luo Chen came alone in front of the remaining 20-odd pirates, with a cold expression on his face. When these pirates saw Luo Chen coming, they all shuddered, a little frightened. I plan to kill you, but you still have some use. Now, roll me onto that ship and don't act rashly. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Luo Chen's voice was very cold, making the pirates more afraid. But it's always good not to die, they quickly agreed, and then arrived on the pirate ship. In only about half an hour, the merchant ship had completed the transfer, and even the cargo on it had been completed. The merchant ship has already begun to enter the water at this time, and the water level continues to rise, and soon it will sink into the sea completely. Standing on the deck and quietly watching the sinking of the merchant ship, Luo Chen opened his mouth to the feared pirates, start the ship and drive towards the nearest port. The pirates moved quickly with fear, and immediately, the pirate ship roared and started driving. About 10 minutes later, the pirates panicked. Captain, Marine. It's Marine. A tall and thin pirate pointed at the two black spots on the sea, with obvious panic on his face. Luo Chen's eyes condensed and he walked quickly over, and then he saw the two warships advancing through the wind. Because it was still far away, he couldn't see clearly, but the outline of the ship made him recognize it. This was Marine. Faintly, Luo Chen saw a burly figure standing at the forefront of the ship, with a white cloak of justice behind his back. It is definitely Marine. What should we do? The pirate said nervously. Avoid them, and drive towards the course far away from them. As for the port, we will look for it elsewhere. Luo Chen meditated for a while and said quickly. In addition, his eyes flashed, and he said hard to the pirate, control everyone on the boat and let them not speak loudly. If anyone refuses to obey orders, they will be executed on the spot. Luo Chen still hasn't forgotten his identity at the moment. He is a pirate recognized by the world. It is also a big pirate with a bounty of 110 million. For your own safety, it is necessary to control the entire ship. The pirate was startled, and then retreated with his orders. The pirate ship changed course and headed in the opposite direction to Marine. The two ships that were about to approach, at this moment slowly moved apart. When the Soldier's pirate ship left here, on the warships to the right of the two distant Marine warships, Master Durag Rear Admiral, this time you are shocked, and it really surprised your subordinates. Captain Oakwood's tone was obviously respectful. The rank of Rear Admiral, not to mention how many ranks higher than him, may be a rank he can't cross in his entire life. Just the strength and status of the person in front of him is enough to make him all kinds of flattering. He also didn't expect that when he went to arrest Luo Chen, the world criminal, he would come across this headquarter Rear Admiral and come to his sight. This is really a coincidence. The prisoner arrested by Naval Headquarters will not let it go if I meet him, Doriage said with a smile. After all, I am also a Marine. While talking, Durag's eyes looked at the pirate ship far away at sea level. Because of the distance, he couldn't see clearly. He could only see the pirate sign on the canvas. That is the Soldier's pirate ship. It just retreated from the Grand Line some time ago. It was just a failed little pirate group, Master Rear Admiral. Oakwood quickly explained, seeing Durag's expression. Do you want to clean them up? When Durag heard this, he turned his gaze back and shook his head. There is no need to waste time for them. Since I saw it, I will arrest them in the future. Speed up, brother D. Luo Chen, you can't let him escape. Oakwood's eyes became serious, his legs were brought together, and he saluted immediately. Yes, Lord Rear Admiral. He has already decided that he must follow the Lord Rear Admiral in front of him anyway. A headquarter Rear Admiral suddenly came to the East Blue waters. Obviously, this represents a higher level signal. Although East Blue is currently the most powerful sea area, it is still far behind the pirates of Grand Line and even New World. However, at this moment, Durag came over. Once again, he glanced at the pirate ship that was getting farther and farther away, and Durag retracted his gaze. The headquarters sent him to East Blue, this time as the leader of the cleanup activities in the East Blue waters. One Piece Rogers waters, we must focus on attacking. This is the toughest sentence of Marshal Kong on the Naval Headquarters Roundtable. Codenamed East Blue Cleanup Plan, Leader Monkey D. Durag. Gradually, the distance between the two groups of people became farther and farther, and finally turned into a black spot and disappeared on the sea. On the pirate boat, Luo Chen and the pirates were relieved. In this stall, one less trouble is naturally the best. Next, the pirate boat was calm. After driving for about 3 hours, he saw an island ahead. Luo Chen let the pirates dock quickly, and the ship approached the port in 15 minutes. Fred, when you get here, you are safe. Luo Chen walked into Fred and said with a smile on his face. Luo Chen, thank you, you saved our lives. Fred said with gratitude. Behind him, most people were excited, and some people bowed their heads in shame. They wanted to report that Luo Chen was caught by Marine, but they didn't expect Luo Chen to rescue them by mistake. Ordinary civilians, most of whom still have goodness in their hearts, naturally feel very guilty. When we get here, let's separate temporarily. If there is a chance in the future, I will see you again at that time. Luo Chen said in a condensed voice, a sense of urgency suddenly felt in his heart. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he was urging him to leave here quickly. Moreover, this pirate ship can no longer be used. Such intuition is brought about by Ye Wen's master's state of mind, combined with Gai Nai. Where does it give me such a feeling? Luo Chen was puzzled, but he dared not ignore this feeling. Those who practice martial arts pay attention to whim, and this feeling inevitably carries some kind of foretelling. It was just that he was busy breaking up with Fred and the others at this time. Luo Chen suppressed this feeling abruptly. In about an hour, all the caravan crews on the ship had completed the transfer, and Luo Chen returned all the goods to them. Later, after parting with Fred and other people who were close to him before, the pirate ship trembled, splattering layers of water in the sea, and drove out quickly. Captain, where are we going now? The only 24 pirates left on the ship were all trembling at the moment, with fear in their eyes. At this moment, Luo Chen, Gai Nai's possession disappeared, but the temperament has not dissipated, the appearance of a hermit, so that the pirates can't see through the reality. Just drive towards the place opposite to Log Town. Luo Chen flashed his eyes and said softly. Then, he stopped paying attention to the pirates behind him, and looked up at the calm sea in front of him. The sea was shimmering under the sun's rays, but Luo Chen seemed to see the hidden surging wind and clouds and the torrents surging in the dark under the calm sea. It seems a little uneasy. Luo Chen's whole body suddenly shook with the muttering spit. Wrong. The marine warship that had passed by them suddenly flashed in his mind, and his eyes flashed in an instant. It's those 2 warships. There must be terrible people on the warship. Because of this, the sensitive intuitions of Gai Nai and Ye Wen gave me dangerous enlightenment. Luo Chen finally figured it out, and when he figured it out, he was relieved in his heart. Knowing where the problem is, then he can deal with it properly. Captain, there is an island in front of us, should we replenish it? After 3 hours of sailing, the pirates walked over with a sad expression. Basically, I haven't eaten for a day, and staying with this killer star again. The pirates are really under great pressure all the time. Under such circumstances, their physical energy and energy are naturally consumed faster, and they are more hungry. Quick, continue driving. Luo Chen just spit out this sentence coldly, and then ignored the pirates. The pirates looked even more bitter. Someone wanted to say something, but when they were pulled by their companions, they flinched and retreated. Ignoring any actions of these pirates at all, Luo Chen is now checking on his own gains after the time of Gai Nai's possession. Possession coins, 5,600. After Luo Chen saw such a large number of possession coins, his eyes glared, and a great surprise appeared in his heart. After Ye Wen possessed and hit those little ones, there were only a few hundred possession coins, but this time he solved those guys from the Solders Pirates group, and he got 5,600 in one go? Gai Nai is Gai Nai. This made Luo Chen exclaimed, and then he began to observe the skills of Gai Nai himself. Ghost Valley vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, 100-step flying sword, Yuan Hong sword, Chang Hong Guanri. Ganny had only 3 skills, but the price of each item was heaven-defying, far surpassing Ye Wen's worth. Of course, this is also because of the different dimensions of force the two are in. Qin Shimingyu's dimensional force was much higher than that of Ye Wen. After reading these 3 skills, I found out that there are 5,600 possession coins, which is not a lot. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. These skills are undoubtedly very powerful. At the very least, they can be equivalent to 20 to 30 million pirates in the pirate world. And this kind of strength, in East Blue, is actually already at the midstream level, and already has the strength to enter the Grand Line. 100-step flying sword, 3005. Yuan Hong sword, 2000. Chang Hong Guanri, 3000. Luo Chen licked his dry lips, a little painful. He wanted to learn all 3 skills, but the possession coin was a big gap. With swordsmanship without swords, it's not possible at all. In other words, Beibu Fijian and Changhong Guanri, I can only choose one of the 2. This is too difficult to choose. The 100-step flying sword is the supreme skill in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, while the Changhong Guanri is the sword sage Ganny developed by himself in combination with his own sword skills, which are extremely powerful. After hesitating for a while, Luo Chen still chose the 100-step flying sword in Yuan Hong sword. After deducting 5,500 possession coins, congratulations to the host for learning the 100-step flying sword, Yuan Hong sword. The icy mechanical electronic audio sounded. Luo Chen rushed to his head immediately. A huge stream of information came out of the void, entered his mind, and instantly merged with him. After a short period of 3 or 4 breaths, Luo Chen opened his eyes, and there was an extra long sword in his right hand. The sword body was crystal clear. It was the famous Jian Yuan Hong 100-step flying sword. It's a master in an instant. Luo Chen muttered, his eyes shot out a bright sword intent. This is the first time he has learned the skills given by the possessive system, and he has truly discovered the power of the system's capabilities. The state of mind was always good to say before, and he learned it in an instant. But swordsmanship must be practiced thousands of times before he can be trained, but by this time, he is already the master. It's a pity, I don't have inner strength mentality. With my physical condition at this time, with this swordsmanship, I can only exert the strength of about 15 million pirates. This is only Luo Chen's general judgment. As for the specific strength that can be exerted in the battle, it is not necessarily. After all, he has not experienced many battles from birth to now. Lack of sufficient combat experience, and the previous battles were all possessed by other people. The battles carried out, the strength of others borrowed from them, and their own shots must be hugely different. Slowly pulling out the Yuanhong sword, looking at the crystal clear, shimmering sword blade, Luo Chen's eyes burst with a sharp light. After 2 breaths, he slowly closed the sword blade, and the breath on his body was also gradually returned to calm. Walking towards the warehouse of this ship, Luo Chen wanted to find some treasures. The property on his body has been exhausted because of these 2 battles, and now it can be said that he has no possessions. The pirate's warehouse is in the basement under the deck. Luo Chen walked into the warehouse, lit the candlelight, and immediately saw the scene in the warehouse. However, the scene in front of his eyes made him frown. So little. He thought that Sodders was a pirate who burned, killed, looted, and did all in one, and he must have a lot of inventory. However, in this warehouse, there are only 2 or 3 piles of shining golden treasures. Together, I am afraid it is only 5 or 600,000. Price. Lifting up on the deck, he summoned a pirate. Why are there so few treasures on the ship? Where are the other things hidden? He pressed the hilt with his right hand, his eyes were full of cold light, and the pirate on the opposite side almost softened. When the treasure first entered the Grand Line, we were robbed by other pirate groups. Now the ones in the warehouse are the ones we returned to East Blue and grabbed those small pirate groups. The pirate was so scared that he didn't dare to hide at all. Luo Chen let go of the hilt, feeling a little speechless. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. He returned to the warehouse again, slammed all the treasures into a dark package, and then carried them on his back. The package is not big, but because most of it is made of metal, it is a bit heavy. After returning to the deck again, he put down the package and sat down cross-legged. Keep sailing, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that the pirate next to him wanted to speak and stopped, Luo Chen directly swallowed the other party's words into his throat. The pirate ship had been traveling for 3 days, and it almost came to the most remote sea area of East Blue, and Luo Chen just stood up, close to that island. He pointed to the small island not far in front, and said, "The pirates are overjoyed. It's been 3 days, and they haven't eaten for 3 days. For 3 full days, this killing star made them keep sailing." Half an hour later, the ship approached the island pointed by Luo Chen. When the pirates were about to disembark, Luo Chen cast his cold eyes on these people again. "You guys get out of here right away and get out of here. Also, don't reveal my whereabouts to anyone." The hungry and dizzy pirate was startled, and then someone was furious and was about to roar out, but was pulled by his companion and covered his mouth. "Shhh, don't talk, I just saw an island not far from here, let's go there." Offended this guy, now he's dead. The man was startled and reacted. When he saw that the sword in Luo Chen's hand was half an inch out of its sheath, he immediately shrank his eyes and swallowed the angry words into his mouth. "Don't worry, Captain, we won't say anything, we will leave now." The pirates joked and flattered, and then the navigator who was driving the ship turned the rudder, and immediately drove the pirate ship away from here. Luo Chen stood by the coast and watched the pirate ship leave quietly. He turned and walked towards the island until there was no shadow. At this point, the feeling of danger has mostly disappeared, but there is still it. 3 days ago, when I learned the 100-step flying sword, the feeling of danger dropped by 30%. After 3 days of sailing, the feeling of danger dropped by 40%. Now that I have arrived here, this dangerous intuition is only 30% left. With a flash of eyes, Luo Chen stepped towards the village on the island. The island is not big, there is only one street. In front of him is the endless sea, and behind him are tracts of villages and undulating mountains. The first thing Luo Chen did when he came to this village was to find someone to exchange part of the treasure and obtain 100,000 Bailey notes. The system does not recognize treasures, only Pele, which makes Luo Chen very helpless. And, walking around in the sea may require currency. Fortunately, people in the village feel that hard currency is more valuable than paper money. The second thing is to find a bar and start eating. Those pirates didn't eat for 3 days, in fact he did. After a big meal in the bar, Luo Chen found another hotel and slept beautifully. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already afternoon. Now, it's time to find a boat. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and Luo Chen began to ask the villagers which one could sail. "A sailing ship? Do you want to travel far? If you want to travel far, ordinary fishing boats will definitely not work, at least you have to sail. The village chief thought for a while and said slowly, "Yes, I need a ship that can sail." Luo Chen nodded. "Then, only the Luoside family has it. I remember that he happened to have a sailing boat, but it seems that it hasn't been used for many years." The village chief thought about it and said to Luo Chen, "Thank you, village chief." Finally, Luo Chen walked towards Rosht's house. Rosit is obviously the richest person in the village. His house is surrounded by walls. The courtyard is 400 to 500 square meters. It is a beautiful garden. The path is paved with bluestone, but the house is a 3-story small villa. Luo Chen directly found Rosht and explained his intentions. "Do you want my sailing boat?" There was a strange look in Rosht's eyes, and he took a look at Luo Chen. "Yes, my ship broke down, and I only wandered here yesterday." Luo Chen nodded. "Look at you with a sword? Wandering on the sea again, not like a pirate, let alone a marine. Are you a pirate hunter?" Rosit asked curiously. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I am a pirate hunter. Last time I ran into a powerful pirate, and my ship broke down. I finally escaped. Pirate hunters are not safe." Rosit sighed, and then said, "Well, I'll sell this ship to you, and I won't ask you for more money, 200,000. At the beginning, my father spent 700,000 to build this ship. His keel was very strong and its durability was absolutely reliable. It's just that after the death of my father, there is no one in our family who can sail anymore, and this has become idle." Luo Chen nodded. 200,000 one boat is indeed very cheap. "Yes, where is the boat?" "It's in the small port just behind the island. Although I don't use it, I often send someone to repair it. After all, my father gave me something. After so many years, he is actually no different from when he was just pulled back." With that, Rosit led Luo Chen towards the small port that he said. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the port behind. It is said that it is a port, but it is actually only one side of the island. It is only caused by the shape of the island. There is an inner bay on the shore close to the sea. That ship was docked quietly in the inner bay at this moment. Luo Chen looked at the ship carefully across a long distance, and his eyes showed satisfaction. From the outside, Rosh did not lie to him. The canvas and outline of this ship are intact, and there is no accumulation of dust that has not been used for a long time. On the contrary, it looks neat and clean, like a new ship that has never been used. The shape of his structure is retro, and the front and rear ends of the boat are slightly retracted toward the middle, which looks very interesting. At the front of the bow, a sculpture of a giant dragon leap is inlaid. This dragon was added by my father. The name of this ship is also called the Flying Dragon Logan. Rosit said slowly, then he took out a whistle and blew it fiercely. Shhh, the sharp whistle sounded, and the Logan in the distance trembled, then cut through the water, brought out ripples, and drove toward the two of them. "It's here, go up and have a look." Luo Chen nodded, and when the Logan approached, he realized that the ship was not big, and the total length was only 20 meters. However, the draft is very heavy, it appears thick and stable when floating on the water, and it is difficult to feel tremor after boarding the boat. Logan's material is made of cylindrica from all over the world. The cylindrica is produced deep in the seabed. It is very strong. Being in the sea for a long time also makes him tougher. Rosht briefly introduced. While nodding, Luo Chen followed Rosit and looked around. "I picked a few easy-to-damage places and knocked, but there was a solid voice, which made Luo Chen nod. He is not ignorant of boats. His brother Roger is actually a very good guy. He has a very clear understanding of world history and all walks of life. And this also affected him, in addition to martial arts. In fact, in other aspects, he has to surpass Roger." After half an hour, the two discussed the price. This ship was finally sold at a price of 200,000 baileys, and Luo Chen had no cash, and finally exchanged it with a treasure of equal value. Both of them have achieved their expected goals in their transactions, so they are both satisfied. Rosit also happily invited Luo Chen to dinner, and the latter readily agreed. In the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Luo Chen left here. After purchasing some daily necessities and food for 5 people for half a year, he only arrived on the Logan. Luo Chen smiled as he looked at the ship in front of him graciously. This ship is not big, but in the future, it may be his home. He was offered a reward by Marine, and it was impossible for him to stay in one place for a long time. From then on, I can only live a life of wandering around. At the second tenton, Luo Chen drove the Logan slowly away from the island. Just 2 days before he left the island, the Sodexo pirate ship also arrived on a small island at the same time. The only 24 pirates left were going crazy. They rushed to the restaurant on the island fiercely, and then threatened the store to ask for a sufficient amount of food. "Bring out your food, otherwise, I will kill you all." She yelled frantically at the people in front of her, and the fierce breath immediately frightened the waiter and shopkeeper. Immediately afterwards, the food came up quickly, and they gobbled it down. When they were full, the pirates let out a long sigh of relief, and a satisfied look appeared on their faces. "Oh, that's so cool, that bastard, we didn't eat for 3 full days, and Lao Zi starved to death. Next time you see him, you must kill him. The pirates complained, but there was still a look of horror in their eyes, so they were just venting. If they really asked them to find that kid, I'm afraid there are 10,000 people unwilling in their hearts. Just after they complained, and arrived in the restaurant halfway through their meal, a young man who had been sitting quietly suddenly spoke. Where is that bastard in your mouth? The pirates woke up suddenly and suddenly turned their heads to look at the difficult young man. I saw that man was shrouded in a dark robe, covering his figure and face, his voice was low and serious, and he had a mysterious aura. Who is your kid? They shouted. He even dared to ask the news about the killing star. I wonder if they would be killed if they said nonsense. Who am I? The young man enveloped in the black robe suddenly laughed. He did not answer the pirate's questions, but said to himself, I haven't been with you. He seems to be a very cautious person. This kid is different and unusual. He seems to be a very brainy guy. Immediately afterwards, he slowly stood up, and when he stood up, the pirates discovered that the opponent's height was more than 2 meters, burly and extremely oppressive. Afterwards, the man took off the robe from his head, revealing a face covered with fine runes. I am, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Durag. It's polite. The polite words caused the pirates' complexions to change in an instant, and the long sword weapon that they had just grabbed in their hands fell to the ground with a bang. After a breath, Marine, who had been ambushing outside, rushed in, and countless spears pointed at them. In fact, Dulag and Luo Chen passed by that day. When he came to the location of the merchant ship and saw the sinking merchant ship, Dulag had already reacted. Recalling the previous scenes, their eyes immediately locked on the Sotter's pirates. For Marine, locking a pirate ship and making up his mind to destroy them is still a bit difficult for East Blue School level officers, but for Rear Admiral level Durag, it seems easy. In just 5 hours, the movement of the Sodexo pirate ship had been clearly felt by them, and then they followed closely. After a brief questioning, Durag's eyes flashed and he laughed. In other words, that guy is on that island now, very close to here. Yes, Master Marine, the pirates said flatly. Dorag Rear Admiral, shall we go to that island immediately to arrest people? Captain Oak asked respectfully. Ha ha. Durag laughed, with a wise light in his eyes. No, that guy, I'm afraid he's already gone. I really underestimated you, Luo Chen. When Dorag captured the Sotter's pirates, Luo Chen had already driven the Logan away from the island. At this time, if the Marine guys are not stupid, they should have caught the pirates. Feeling that the warning in his heart finally disappeared, Luo Chen finally showed a smile on his face. I have been using the Sodders to sail, docking on the island, and then letting the pirates get out, in fact, all to make Marine's eyes be attracted by the Sodders. Under such circumstances, it gave him a chance to cushion. Luo Chen is not that stupid, Marine has already known his whereabouts, and naturally he can't escape the opponent's gaze. Under such circumstances, if you have been using the Sodders to sail, you will be caught sooner or later. If the opponent comes to a powerful guy, then you must definitely explain here. Moreover, the warning in that heart never disappeared, which proved that his guess was correct. It wasn't until this time that intuition dissipated, and Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing at the front end of the Logan and looking at the calm sea, Luo Chen's eyes flickered. Next, what should I do? There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He fled from Lobe Town, and then he was injured by Marine and rescued by Hefia, to the destruction of the Sotter's pirates, and to what he is now. In a short period of time, everything he experienced far surpassed everything he had experienced in 16 years of life. Such a life was too rich and exciting, and Luo Chen didn't know whether it was excitement or fear in his heart. For half an hour, Luo Chen was immersed in this kind of stimulating and frightening thinking. After a long time, he looked up, and at this time, there was already a smile in his eyes. However, I have to admit that this feeling is really fun. He laughed, and then Luo Chen began to think about his future life. If I remember correctly, Roger, he has a son. And now I also have the strength to protect myself. Although the possession system is a big money-consuming player, I have to say that the power he can give me is also very powerful. The ship was heading slowly, and an hour later, Luo Chen's front became noisy. A pirate again. Frowning and looking at the chaotic sea ahead, he saw 2 ships in front of him were fighting fiercely. One of them was a pirate ship with a skull banner. In the era caused by Roger, before it stabilized, the so-called pirates were really greedy, shameless, and cruel guys. These guys are real scum. Because of this, Luo Chen hated being a pirate. The pirates he had seen so far, except Roger, were all scumbags who burned, killed, looted, and were extremely cruel. There is no moral bottom line at all, and he is the worst guy. Become a pirate hunter then, destroy these disgusting guys, and then go all the way to South Blue. Roger's son and wife must be saved. Faintly, Roger's hearty smile appeared in front of Luo Chen's eyes, and his face couldn't help but smile. My elder brother treats himself very well. Because of the age difference, Roger is more doting on himself. The two have the same blood and are real brothers. Soon, Luo Chen's ship approached the chaotic situation ahead. With a grip of his right hand, he grasped the Yuanhong sword tightly. Luo Chen's eyes showed a murderous intent, and then immediately after, he put on a mask. This was when Luo Chen asked the master on the island to do it when he was on that island. The image was exactly the face of the Monkey King of the Heavenly Palace of the Brain in the previous life. The mask of the Monkey King and a black robe are exactly the image of Luo Chen at this moment. Seeing pirates like you really disgusts me. The rise of ship killings on both sides, blood flowed. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came. The pirates were immediately shocked, and then turned their heads, especially the woman led by the pirate, holding a machete, and immediately looking at the place where the sound was coming from. A small boat with a black robe and a monkey mask standing at the front of the boat. "Fuck off, my old lady has no time to talk to you," Starly shouted fiercely. Staley, who was offering a reward of 3 million yuan, "You have no time to talk to me, but I have time to talk to you." Luo Chen took out a reward order in his right hand and said with a light smile, "Are you a bounty hunter?" Starly's expression changed. "You got it right, but it's a pity that the reward is your head." His face suddenly became cold. Luo Chen bent his knees, and his whole body had already jumped from the Logan, but in an instant, he entered the crowd of the two sides fighting. Starly became fierce and waved his hand, "Knock him to death." Immediately, a dozen pirates shifted their targets and ran towards Luo Chen holding their weapons. With his eyes narrowed, Luo Chen leaned forward slightly, muttering in his mouth, "Vertical, indomitable, invincible ahead. You stand in front of me, then, all have to die." Suddenly, his voice was filthy, his speed suddenly increased, leaving a stream of light in place. There was a wave of electricity between his hands, and there was electricity in the void, and Luo Chen suddenly shuttled past the bodies of a dozen pirates. Call! A gust of wind appeared, and the forward stature of a dozen pirates was forbidden, and shock and inconceivability appeared in their eyes, mixed with a touch of fear. Puff! Large swaths of blood spilled out, staining the red deck, and a dozen figures all fell to the ground, without any movement. While this simple, fierce swordsmanship stunned everyone present, people turned their eyes to Luo Chen. Unlike the horrified eyes of the pirates, it was the expressions of relief from the combatants who participated in the fight on the civilian transport ship. "You, who the hell are you?" Starly yelled, with trepidation in his eyes. That kind of swordsmanship has surpassed her too much. "If you ask for the name, I can tell you." Luo Chen spit out softly, moved forward slowly, and flicked his long sword, pointing diagonally to the ground. "Please remember the last sound you heard in your life. My name." As soon as his body moved, Luo Chen had already faced Starly, and the latter had no time to react, and his expression became extremely frightened. "Call it." As the long sword turned, the bright and beautiful sword flowers bloomed, and there were bursts of crisp sword chants in the air. Call out cut through the air. The tip of the sword turned, and moved towards Starly's neck. "Juggernaut, gain." Puff blood spurted out, and a big head shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen stepped out and came to the remaining pirates. The sword swept across, and a series of poo-poo came out. Within 2 minutes, a group of pirates was easily crushed by him. This was the first pirate Luo Chen solved, but it would definitely not be the last. His monkey face mask and terrible swordsmanship left a deep impression on the rescued. After beheading all the pirates, Luo Chen quietly left, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Only the name of the sword sage Gani was left. 3 days later, he came to the branch marine station. Looking at the marine barracks ahead, Luo Chen's eyes darkened under Luo Chen's mask. The safest place is to stand under their noses. No one would have thought that I would become a pirate hunter. Striding towards the marine branch, when Luo Chen came to the door, the 2 marines standing guard blocked him with serious expressions. "Who? Juggernaut, gain." Luo Chen coldly spit out these 4 words, like the clanging words of the Jintia's haming, causing the 2 marines to tremble suddenly and look at him solemnly. "Pirate hunter?" In the past few days, they also heard that there was a pirate hunter named Sword Saint Gani wandering in the sea area. Up to now, there have been 4 or 5 pirate groups who were guilty of misfortune and have been wiped out by him. Therefore, when they heard these 4 words, the marines all looked respectful. This is the real powerhouse, and defends the justice of marine. It is their natural ally with the pirates as opponents. Yes, this is Starly's head. Luo Chen took out a package in a cold voice, raised his foot, revealing Starly's face, and surprised the 2 marines again. According to the rumors, this Starly is a female pirate, but she is cruel by nature and has killed countless people. Some even say that she cannibalizes raw human flesh and is extremely cruel, and her strong strength also makes this pirate branch not fundamental to her. No way. However, this thin guy with a monkey face mask in front of him could solve such a terrible guy with a single sword. Strength wins respect, and the 2 marines are already in awe of Luo Chen. Where do the heads go and where can I get the bounty? Keeping the cold words, Luo Chen's voice does not contain the slightest emotion. Please follow me. The 2 marines respectfully introduced Luo Chen into it. The latter was wearing a mask. No one could see the expression underneath him clearly. After leaning slightly, Marine led Luo Chen to the branch sergeant's office. "Your Excellency, is the sword Saint Gain?" In the small office, the scholar asked aloud on the face of Qiwazi, carefully observing Luo Chen. From Luo Chen's figure, the sergeant saw the terrifying sword energy in the body of the person in front of him, as if he was about to rush out of his body, which was frightening. "Sure enough, a master," secretly said in his heart. The importance of the sergeant to Luo Chen's heart has increased a lot. "You two step back first." Waved to let the two Marines leave, the sergeant told Luo Chen to sit down. "This is Starly's head. Where can I get the money?" Luo Chen simply put the parcel on the table, just exposing Starly's face, facing the sergeant. The latter's pupils shrank, confirming his identity, and his heart trembled. "It's Starly, no doubt, 3 million Baileys, a lot of points will be given to you in a while." The sergeant nodded. "Then as soon as possible," Luo Chen said coldly, ready to get up. "Wait a minute, Lord Gani," the sergeant suddenly said, with a smile on his face. "I wonder if you are interested in being a Marine. With your ability, if you join Marine, I guarantee you, once you enter Marine, you will be directly at the rank of sergeant, and your military exploits may be easier in terms of your skill. As long as you kill a few pirates, you will immediately upgrade, and the future is boundless." Luo Chen's eyes under the mask flashed, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of interest, but his voice under the mask was still cold. "Not interested in. I only do it for money." After speaking, he turned and left here, accompanied by the sergeant, to the place to withdraw the money. Marine's financial division is not far away. It only took a while to get all 3 million Baileys. At this time, the sergeant was still persuading him, enlightening Luo Chen, and the various benefits of being Marine. Now Marine is preparing to carry out a major cleanup activity on East Blue, and it needs to be joined by capable powerhouses. It is a good time for you to come in at this time. You must cherish this opportunity. I can guarantee you, in 3 years, no, in 2 years, you must be at the major level. Even in the entire East Blue, the major level is very high. Trust me, Gai Nai, you will have a lot of promise. However, in the face of the sergeant's expectations and persuasion, Luo Chen just said coldly, "I am only interested in money. Money can make ghosts grind, and he only needs money. As long as he has a lot of money, he will be able to gain powerful power and hope to survive in this chaotic world." Because of the sergeant's blending, Luo Chen delayed for a quarter of an hour before going out to Marine base. Seeing the sergeant's unwilling look in his eyes, Luo Chen trembled in his heart, shook his head, took a step, and left here. "Too much is too late. I use a mask to cover my identity, and I am shocked by my strength. They will not be interested in the face under my mask. However, if they really join Marine, there will be more restrictions. Suspect. For Marine, don't get close, don't leave, keep your distance. This is the best way." This was the first pirate deal. In the next 3 months, Luo Chen drove all the way in the direction of Logue Town. He killed dozens of pirates in total, all offering rewards of more than 1 million. Such a record has made his name spread among the people and Marine. The senior officials of the branch have also begun to look at him. After all, it may be luck to kill 1,000,000 pirates once, but after so many times, the latter will not hurt at all. That is, the strength is really strong. Such talents are exactly what Marine needs at this time. At the same time, the pirates began to pay attention to this cold guy with a monkey face mask and a long sword on his back. A powerful pirate hunter poses a great threat to pirates. In East Blue, Luo Chen was sitting on the deck alone at this time, holding the top-grade wine in his hand, drinking slowly one bite at a time. After several killings, his money has accumulated to as much as 35 million. Suddenly from the poor to the well-off standard. "I don't have the strength. To be a pirate hunter is just looking for death, but I have strength. This is the way to get rich." Standing on the deck, Luo Chen looked very energetic, pointing the country, encouraging words, very generous. In his previous life, he was just a poor boy who had never made a 4-figure deposit. How could he have experienced this process of a local tyrant with tens of millions of deposits suddenly? "I want to save money. Save money fiercely. If you have money, you will have a sense of happiness." There was a blush on his face, and Luo Chen called out. The gaffe under drunkenness made Luo Chen wantonly mad, face the wide sea loudly and constantly vent. In these days, too many things have happened: the death of his brother, the chase of Marine, the separation of friends, the sudden arrival of the possessive system. Without a trace of strength, he suddenly turned into a strong man, able to gallop in this sea, be a pirate hunter above. All of this, when he was 16 years old, he couldn't even imagine. Everything is too weird, too incredible. Luo Chen's heart has always been under pressure, confused about the future, doubting about his own strength. He didn't know what to do. Only recently has there been a trace of enlightenment. That day, he went to claim the bounty in front of Marine. This was an experiment and an adventure for him. He wanted to know whether he could show up in front of these people who chased him upright, no longer avoiding and fleeing, and whether he had the courage to face difficulties. As he approached Marine Base, his heart remained calm. Therefore, he finally determined that the strength of the possessive system has changed himself, and the master state of mind has made him calm and able to face any danger and predicament. So, he was happy, he was crazy. Not only because of that objective bounty, but also because of his own strength. He is very happy, very happy. Alone drank the wine presumptuously, but after a while, Luo Chen fell asleep in a drowsy manner. The Logan slowly followed the sea breeze towards the front, not knowing where it would go. On the second day, when the morning sun was rising, the warm sun's rays shone on Luo Chen's ass, causing him to wake up dimly in the dazzling light. Headache. Rubbing his temples, slowly turning back in his mind, remembering all the previous things. After getting up, Luo Chen drank a few big sips of water and washed his face before he woke up. The money is still not enough, I still need to save a lot. The ghosts I summoned before were only 10,000 grades of ghosts at most, but they are already very powerful. Then, if I use tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Baileys, how powerful will the ghosts be summoned? I really want to know their style. Luo Chen had some expectations in his heart. Only from the price, he could distinguish the difference between the two. If he can be summoned and then fight a battle, will he be able to obtain the abilities of those powerful ghosts? For this, Luo Chen was full of eagerness. Afterwards, he set sail and drove the Logan in the east blue waters. Time was very fast, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few months, Luo Chen's reputation has become even more famous. His powerful strength allowed him to once again win 3 pirate groups with a bounty of around 5 million. This amounted to 15 million in total, and most of the other pirate groups were not strong enough. They all saw him from a distance, and then left quickly. The weak pirate group didn't dare to meet with me at all. In the past 3 months, there has been no business. Shaking his head helplessly, Luo Chen felt for the first time that his reputation is not a good thing. This means that it has become difficult for him to save money. On this day, he went to the nearest marine base. The pirates killed by Hiruzen recently need to be exchanged for bounty. It took 3 days to reach the nearest marine base. In fact, after such a long voyage, Luo Chen has already traveled almost every sea area in East Blue. Carrying a dark package, Luo Chen walked into the marine base with his monkey face mask. The people at the East Blue marine bases are already familiar with him. There are rumors within Marine that this pirate hunter with a monkey face mask has superb swordsmanship and unfathomable strength. It is terrifying. All the way down to the finance department, Luo Chen is also familiar with the layout of Marine Base, and his layout is actually the same for most bases. Only special bases will be distributed according to terrain. Slu, who is offering a reward of $5.5 million. With an indifferent tone, Luo Chen put the dark package in his hand on the table. The black cloth scattered, revealing a hideous face. The inspector on the opposite side took a few careful glances and nodded to confirm. When Slu died, his pirate group had already disbanded, and such a major event of the pirate group's dissolution naturally spread quickly among Marine. Therefore, no one doubts the authenticity of the news, and this face with the same head and bounty is naturally not fake. It's him, the inspector said, and then took out 5.5 million Bailey to Luo Chen. Thanks for your hard work, pirate hunter, gain. With a smile, the inspector said again. Luo Chen nodded, didn't say a word, and was about to turn around and leave. Please wait a minute, our colonel is interested in you. Could you please go to him for a cup of tea and chat? At this moment, the inspector spoke again, his words full of smiles. Luo Chen frowned, he didn't intend to have too much contact with Marine. Not interested in. Shaking his head, Luo Chen turned to leave. However, when he walked to the door, 2 soldiers suddenly blocked his progress. Putting his right hand on the barrel of the gun, this threatening movement immediately caused Luo Chen's pupils to shrink. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong, Colonel Shiu Ross really just met you. He really wants to see the sword sage Gani, who is known as East Blue. The inspector still has a smiled face, but Luo Chen's heart, but there was an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the crowd of footsteps came to mind outside the financial room, and with a loud shout, Marine, who was on patrol, stood in front of the financial room. This is a deterrent and a threat. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and he could see it naturally. Seeing Luo Chen standing still, he said no more. The inspector smiled and led the way. His right hand was slowly placed behind his back, but after halfway, it was Panasonic again. It's okay to see the colonel, but I hope there will be no surprises, Luo Chen said in the indifferent words. Of course, please rest assured, Master Shuros is the most hospitable. The prosecutors smiled very intimately, and quickly waved their hands to make the 2 people at the door retreat, and then led Luo Chen to the place where Shuros was. 5 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived in front of a room on the 3rd floor of the base center. Boom boom boom, knocking on the door, a dull sound came from the door. Please come in. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, then pushed the door in. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Chen saw the simple furnishings in the room: wooden tables, chairs, bookcases, a few pots of vegetation, nothing else. Juggernaut, Gai? My colonel. The face under Luo Chen's mask was a little cold, and he nodded indifferently. In Marine's impression, the mysterious pirate hunter sword sage Gani is such an indifferent swordsman, so Xiu Luosi didn't care, just smiled and motioned Luo Chen to sit opposite him. I have always been very curious about your excellency, so I want to meet you this time, and I hope I don't mind. Nodding slightly, Luo Chen unceremoniously sat on the opposite side of Shuro's, and then said nothing. After waiting for a long time, before the other party could speak, Shuro's was a little embarrassed, and said after a laugh, "Your excellency Gain, don't you say something?" "Say what?" Luo Chen asked back. "For example, your life experience, place of birth, master, etc." Xiu Ra's eyes flashed and asked softly. In fact, for Marine, these powerful hunters' pirate information would be searched for on weekdays. Recently, Marine's deployment of East Blue requires a lot of combat power. These pirate hunters who are floating between Marine and pirates are naturally the best recruits. In fact, Marine has recruited a large number of pirate hunters to become Marine, either by position, money, or by seduced by beauty. In the meantime, many branches are very curious about this mysterious and powerful sword sage Gani, and often collect information and inquire about his source. But what is surprising is that this sword sage Gani seems to have appeared suddenly. Before that, there was no news of him. This person is astonishing, as if he had fallen from the sky. Life experience? Birthplace? There was a slight smile in Luo Chen's tone, and a hint of anger was mixed in it. My colonel left me just to find out where I came from, right? Shuro's was taken aback, and then smiled. It's really curious. Then, he stared deeply at Luo Chen's mask. After all, you are our excellent partner, and we don't want to be such a trustworthy person with unclear origins. What kind of person are you under the mask? In case it's a pirate, that would be interesting, isn't it? Finally, Zielis looked at Luo Chen with playful eyes and raised his voice. Pirate, hee, you can really make a joke. Everyone knows that I, Gain, never show mercy to pirates. Luo Chen said coldly. As for you want to know who I am, I can also tell you. My hometown is not in East Blue, and I came to East Blue by coincidence recently. Swordsmanship in one suit was also learned in my hometown of South Blue. My master is called Gigutsi. What I learned is naturally his vertical and horizontal swordsmanship. These, you can check them out. Luo Chen's voice appeared cold, showing strong dissatisfaction with others asking about his identity. Hee, your excellency, don't be too angry. Marine has always been cautious. I hope you can understand. After hearing Luo Chen clearly explain his identity and memorizing a few words in his sentence, Xiu Luo's eyes flashed and he laughed loudly. Not in East Blue, no wonder we can't find his roots and feet. South Blue, Gigutsi, vertical and horizontal swordsmanship? Secretly remembering these key words in his heart, Shuro's prepared to report to his superiors later. Marine has branches in all areas. It is actually very easy to find out whether the news is true or not. Is there anything else? It has been delayed for a long time here. Luo Chen's unceremonious voice came over, reminding Xiu Ross to come back to his senses. Speaking a little bit embarrassed, maybe there is something inconvenient for you, Gai, but Shuro's tone suddenly became serious. Please, take off the mask on your face. Its deep, solemn and serious tone, as well as the aura that gradually rose from his body, made Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrow. Sure enough, these guys are already suspicious of me. Luo Chen felt a little in his heart, and his whole body was already on guard. This is impossible. Colonel Shuro's, I am not Marine, please don't go too far. His tone also became tough, and his right hand was placed on the hilt behind his back. A sharp sword aura came from his body, making Xiu Rose's eyes solemn. It's worthy of being the legendary sword Saint Gani. This kind of sword intent is what I admire. But, today, I must see your excellency. Shuro's tone was very determined, and his figure stood up abruptly. Suddenly, the western sword leaning against Ziella's chair was already held in his hand, and then suddenly stabbed towards the front. Luo Chen felt the violent flow of the air current, and a sharp air current broke through the heavy barriers in the air, thinking about him hitting it fiercely. Do you want to do it? Yin! The Yuan Hong sword screamed, and it suddenly came out of its sheath. As the long sword was unsheathed, Luo Chen stepped back 3 steps and turned his right hand. The brilliant sword flower appeared in the air, and the crystal clear sword tip suddenly stopped in the air in front of him. When? There was a crisp sound of swords, and a dazzling spark came out. 2 completely different swords hit each other with their sword tips. Shuro's pupils contracted, and the right hand holding the sword trembled, shocked in his heart. He made this sword first, but the opponent sent it first, and appeared on the only way to his western sword, as if waiting for him there. At the moment when the tip of his sword hit, Pei Rant's power came directly along the sword, making him seem to be unable to hold a long sword at that moment. Such a powerful force and superb swordsmanship made Shuro's judge that he was inferior to the opponent in just an instant. Superb master of swordsmanship. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave. Luo Chen looked at Xyellus in a daze, slowly retracted the long sword, turned and left here. Shuros looked at Luo Chen's leaving back, and the western sword he was holding was slowly retracted. With one right arm, countless cells began to tremble and hum at this moment, and the wooden chair under him was also after 3 breaths. With a buzzing sound, it became shattered. Perfect control of strength, superb swordsmanship, where did this guy come from? After hesitatingly glanced at the golden phone worm beside him, he still did not order Luo Chen to be intercepted. He is not sure whether the strength that the other party has just shown is all. If so, even if he turns his face, he will definitely arrest the other party, but at the last moment, the other party's confident and indifferent look makes him suspicious. It seems that even in the face of the entire Marine Division, the opponent is confident that they can leave safely. South Blue? Let them check first. But it's 80% possible, it's fake. This guy, there must be a problem with his identity. Shuros judged, his eyes flickering. You must keep an eye on him. When Luo Chen left Shuro's marine base, there was no marine chasing him, which also made him feel relieved. All in all, one less trouble is indeed a good thing. Otherwise, if all these marines besieged him, it would take a lot of effort to get out of this marine base today, and pay a great price. Although Bailey had accumulated a lot at the moment, he still had to plan carefully and save money. There are too many masters in the pirate world. When you arrive at the Grand Line, you may encounter enemies, but Bailey, who started with millions, may have to summon ghosts before he can barely resist. In a sense, the ghost value of the possessive system is equivalent to the amount of bounty offered by the pirates. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, the swordsmanship of this guy Nai is placed in Qin Shiminyu, which is the price he summons. However, in this world, his exquisite swordsmanship has been upgraded for unknown reasons, and its value is discussed. No less inferior to tens of millions of pirate powerhouses. On board the Logan, Luo Chen's heart was already vigilant. You must leave East Blue as soon as possible. You can't stay here anymore. Marine, who was suspicious, was not so easy to dismiss. In the next 3 months, Luo Chen killed 5 pirate groups, exchanged marine base for bounty money, and pushed the amount of Pele he saved to 75 million, which is already won. The pen is quite a huge sum of money, and his heart that has been hanging up all the time is finally let go. 75 million, if you exchange for a ghost, your strength will probably not be lower than that of a general. And what does the general level marine represent? At least, in this East Blue, it is already invincible. Luo Chen gave himself 3 days off. During these 3 days, he moored the boat on a small island, played around, found a quiet light bar, listened to the violin, watched the beautiful women dance, and cultivated himself. Sentiment. 3 days later, he left here and continued towards the Grand Line. As far as he knows, if you want to go to South Blue, you must walk from Upside Down Mountain, where there is an upstream current that leads to the whole world. Of course, these news are only what he heard, and he doesn't know how it is. To go to Upside Down Mountain, you must pass through his hometown, Lobe Town. With a squint, Luo Chen's face became serious. Looking at the unusually familiar town in front of him, Luo Chen was in a complicated mood at the moment. At the beginning, he was forced to leave here helplessly, and he didn't even have the power to protect himself. Unexpectedly, after the entire East Blue made a full circle, there was enough power. In the end, he returned here. When the ship approached the shore quietly, Luo Chen silently took out the mask and put it on his face. Then, jumping off the boat, Luo Chen headed towards Lobe Town. Just as Luo Chen boarded Lobe Town, inside the Marine branch office in this town. So, you suspect that this guy named Nai is actually a pirate? Dressing up a pirate hunter, just to hide his identity? Middle-aged Colonel Small frowned and looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes full of questions. It's not a doubt, it's affirmation. The young man smiled, with a very affirmative tone. Durag, you have to know that if you make a mistake in judgment, we Marine will take a lot of risk. Small said in a deep voice. I can't be wrong, Dorag said softly. Then, his eyes became deep and distant, and he looked out the window. Not only am I sure that he is a pirate, I also know who this guy is. Since passing by with Luo Chen that time, Durag hasn't let go of any clues, and several nearby islands have also been to, including of course the one where Luo Chen bought the ship. Slowly, Durag pulled out a drawing from his hand. What is this? Small wondered. Ship, Durag said. What do you mean? Small still didn't figure it out. This ship belongs to that guy, the sword sage Gani, and at the same time, it is also brother de Luo Chen, bought from a little noble named Rasht. From the day he bought the ship, Luo Chen disappeared, and at the same time, a pirate hunter named Gani was born. He is very smart, and almost hides all traces, but he is not cruel enough, Durag said softly, his eyes full of interest. You mean? The famous pirate hunter sword sage Gani is actually brother de Luo Chen, Small said in shock. Durag didn't respond this time, his eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. Funny guy. Muttering, he stretched his hand into his arms and took out a small telephone bug. Report his position. Afterwards, he asked gently to the phone bug. Small curiously looked at the behavior of the young man in front of him, completely unable to understand what the other party was doing. Lobe Town. A deep voice came from the phone worm, and Dorag smiled like an eyebrow. Then, without taking Lismo, he waved to the latter and stepped out of the office. Luo Chen stared at him for a long time, but there was no news from the other party. The guy was too smart, and after that, it seemed to have really disappeared. However, some time ago, a guy named Sword Saint Gani came into his sight. This was a pirate hunter seeking evidence. He accidentally saw that day, when the identity of the other party was proved to be wrong, he happened to be beside him. South Blue, there is no swordsman named Gigutsi, let alone a guy like Gainai. The affirmative tone of the South Blue division, Dorag still remembers clearly now. Yes, the identity of that guy is fake. This made him curious. Why does a pirate hunter wear a mask and hide his identity? There must be a secret behind this, and it must be interesting. He first checked the opponent's swordsmanship, but he didn't have any clues. After that, he checked the boat. It was this ship that made Durag's previous stalemate problem clear through. It turns out that this is a story of one person turning into another. Immediately afterwards, he ran through all the clues, contacted the bystanders in the Chamber of Commerce that day, and obtained evidence to prove that the swordsmanship used by the so-called sword sage Gani was exactly the same as Luo Chen. This is a person at all. To this day, Durag has finally determined. Because, the other party is on Lobe Town at the moment, and Fang is his original home. Interesting. Such a funny guy. I really don't want to catch you back to Marine. However, because you are funny, you are more dangerous. Compared to Roger, you are accustomed to hiding behind the methods, which is even more difficult to guard against. Brother D. Luo Chen. As soon as the voice in Luo Chen's mind fell, the system responded. It cost 75 million Bailey to summon a green soul. Faintly, a group of rotating rays of light bloomed, and a burly figure stepped out of the sky, and merged with Luo Chen in an instant. This figure has a cold face and scarlet eyes, which seems to be shining with endless bright light. The speed at which he merged with Luo Chen was incredibly fast, and it was only a moment of effort that he had been integrated into Luo Chen's body. The whole person was shocked, and Luo Chen, who opened his eyes again, showed a touch of scarlet, 3 Guyu, spinning quickly. This time, is it Uchiha Itake? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen didn't know how the system would arrange the soul's combat power, but the 75 million Pele actually summoned the high-end combat power in this hokage. Fortunately, Green Pinnacle Soul, Uchiha Itake, Bloodline, Sherinan, Good at, Illusion, Ninjutsu. The relevant information given by the system quickly flowed in his mind, and Luo Chen himself was quickly fusing with Uchiha Itake. Gradually, he could feel a swelling force in his body, and the flow turned to the limbs, washing his whole body and becoming stronger. This is a kind of invisible rapid training. The time is very fast, and in almost an instant, Luo Chen's physical strength has entered the next stage. Luo Chen, who temporarily possessed Sherinan, had the 3-go jade in his eyes spinning rapidly, and the speed of Marine, who was flying towards him, slowed down under his sight. Suddenly, Luo Chen also moved. At this moment of movement, the Yuan Hong sword behind him was also unsheathed. Yin a crisp sword chant sounded, and a brilliant sight burst out suddenly, and Luo Chen strode forward, and in just a few steps, he had reached the front of Marine. His speed is like teleporting, spanning a distance of only 10 meters. The strange speed made the Marine startled. Immediately afterwards, a more terrifying sword light appeared. A sword out of the blue soul, glorious Kyushu cold. The blue light is reflected in everyone's eyes. This kind of brilliance is extremely beautiful, but it drew people's minds. Luo Chen's expression was calm, and he in the Sherinan state, combined with Uchiha Itake's lifelong combat experience, demonstrated an extremely terrifying actual combat ability at this moment. How the two sides passed by, Luo Chen didn't pause, and passed the attacking Marine. Puff the blood erupted, and the Marines let out a cry of pain and fell directly to the ground. In the face of this magical swordsmanship, they didn't even support a move. Seeing this scene, Durag's pupils shrank. According to the information he got, the kid in front of him was only at the level of 40 to 50 million, so he had to calculate too much. However, the opponent dropped a powerful school-level officer directly on the ground with one blow. This kid still hides his strength? Beat 5 school-level officers in one blow. This kid, it's terrible. With such terrifying power at this age, it can be said that Luo Chen's potential is no less than that of his brother One Piece Roger. This also proves that the other party obviously has the value of hundreds of millions of bounty. I underestimated you. Durag took a step forward, his cloak of justice swayed, his expression dignified and full of attention. Marine, report your name. Luo Chen stepped past the school-level officer who had fallen to the ground and screamed, and pointed the long sword straight at Durag. Although he is familiar with the characters in the anime, it is difficult to distinguish them when he meets them with his own eyes. Monkey D. Durag, Marine Rear Admiral. Durag said in a deep voice, Luo Chen, in the name of Martial Naval Headquarters, I will arrest you here today. You'd better catch it with your hands. Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned when he heard that Marine reported his name in front of him. Durag. He really didn't expect that this very powerful guy in front of him was actually Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army who set off the world in the anime in the future. He was hailed as the most vicious criminal in the world. One Piece is on the same level. Interesting, I didn't expect that I could meet you here. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth, and his heart became calmer. Suddenly encountering such a powerful enemy, I have to say that Luo Chen's heart was still excited. Isn't it interesting to be able to compete with powerful and famous young-age characters in anime? Do you know me? Durag raised his eyebrows. The famous Durag Rear Admiral, who doesn't know? Luo Chen said with a light smile. Durag is even more strange. This is the first time he has left the headquarters to perform a mission. As for his reputation, it is only in Marine. Anyone outside, who knows himself? Luo Chen didn't talk nonsense anymore, his eyes narrowed, and the three Guyu turned faster. Exercising all your strength, it is impossible to get in touch with each other just now. It must be a test of each other's true strength at the beginning. With a flick of Yuan Hong's sword, he let out a crisp sword groan, pulling out a beautiful sword flower in the air. At this moment, Luo Chen moved. His steps are brisk, but weird, seemingly slow, but he is advancing extremely fast. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Durag. A sword was suddenly drawn, and it went straight to the vital point of his neck. Call! Like a gust of wind, Durag escaped the blow. But shortly afterwards, a more violent sword shadow descended, and Durag was surprised. This kid's swordsmanship was airtight and extremely suppressive. For a time, he was forced to retreat. The two attacked one by one, and the other backed off to dodge. In just a short time, they had already fought for 100 meters. Ghost Valley's vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, one vertical and one horizontal, offensive and defensive, when attacking is like an angry thunder from the sky, violent and cruel, and the tip of the sword shakes, causing the enemy to fall into a violent storm and be bombarded by thousands of thunder, punctual, and like long snakes circled, turtles on the ground, airtight, no flaws. Under such circumstances, even if it is Durag, there is only one step back for a while. After more than 10 breaths of effort, Durag had been forced to the fountain on the street. At this moment, Luo Chen's right hand trembled, and a fiercer sword technique came out. In an instant, he pierced 36 sword flowers, distributed in the air in front of Durag. This means that at this moment, Luo Chen's swordsmanship attacked Durag's body in 36 directions. Horrible swordsmanship. Durag's eyes narrowed, but this time, he didn't evade anymore, but let the 36 sword flowers bloom all over him. In the moment when the 36 sword flowers were fully blooming, Luo Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Go through? The sword shadow actually passed through Durag's figure directly, and at the same time, a big hand fell toward him in the air. This big hand belonged to Durag, and it fell from the sky with strong wind. Luo Chen could feel that the surrounding space seemed to be closed by this palm, and it collapsed. Luo Chen squinted his eyes, only to see the strength of the opponent in an instant. At the same time, he suddenly raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and also made a palm print toward the other party. Boom! The two palms collided fiercely, and the stone slab under Luo Chen's feet suddenly shattered and exploded, splashing everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the Yuan Hong sword that had just been swung out, the hilt of the sword turned towards Luo Chen's side and stabbed it again. By this time, Durag's figure was already on the ground, and the point of this long sword was aimed at his back and stabbed fiercely. The keen Durag also felt the danger behind him, his face sank, and he let out a cold drink. Iron body. Stab at the tip of the Yuan Hong sword stabbed Durag's back fiercely, causing sparks. Shock flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and the opponent's body seemed to be turned into steel at this moment, extremely hard. This is the iron body, one of Marine's 6 styles. As an outstanding young man of Marine, Durag has clearly practiced this trick to the realm of perfection. So strong sword intent. Durag felt the tingling in his back, and his eyes immediately became serious. After a quick confrontation, the two quickly made a leap towards the rear and stood at each other 5 feet apart. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The tone was a bit heavy, and Doriach's attention to Luo Chen increased a lot in an instant. Marine Rear Admiral, a well-deserved reputation. Luo Chen shook the Yuan Hong sword, pointed the long sword diagonally at the ground, his expression was cold and serious. The two stood facing each other, and after 3 breaths, their figures disappeared again. In Sharingan's eyes, the 3-hook jade turned quickly, perceiving every move of Durag. Luo Chen almost had the effect of predicting, and he was always able to swing the sword to the place where he needed it most accurately, and deeply suppressed aura. Grid. The latter, however, can also rely on observation haki to see Luo Chen's every move in an insightful view, all in sight. In just a dozen breaths, the two figures staggered, quickly avoiding, attacking, and making moves to each other, but none of the attacks fell on each other. Da-da! Jumping back quickly, adjusting his breathing disorder due to the fierce attack, Durag's eyes became even more solemn. This kid's swordsmanship is so strong. Just playing against each other's physical skills, he didn't even take advantage of it. He has Marine's best teaching and observation haki. He can keenly perceive each other's actions, but what shocks him is, the other party seems to be able to clearly see any of his actions. It's those eyes. Durag's eyes shrank, and he saw Luo Chen's scarlet eyes, inside which 3 Guya jades slowly rotated, containing violence and blood. What kind of eyes are they? It seems that I have to use some strength, this kid. There is still a secret in his body. With his eyes narrowed, Durag began to take care of him. As a Marine elite, he was promoted to Marine Rear Admiral at a young age, and he rarely encountered enemies that made him fight with all his strength. But this time, he faintly felt that if he didn't exert his full power, he would fall down. How can an old driver roll over? So Durag decided to have a big one. With his eyes condensed, Durag's figure suddenly disappeared. Shave! The speed that surpassed the limit of the body appeared in front of Luo Chen almost instantly, and then, Durag's index finger stretched out, condensing extremely sharp power, and burst out suddenly. Finger pistol. The speed of this movement caused Luo Chen's heart to tremble. The speed was so fast that his Sherinan could see clearly, but his body was completely unable to make evasive movements. The 3 Guyas spun crazily in an instant, and in an instant they turned into a pitch-black shuriken windmill. Puff finger pistol deeply inserted Luo Chen's body, and there was relief in Durag's eyes. Hit! But after a breath, Durag suddenly became vigilant. He actually saw Luo Chen in front of him, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, and disappeared into a group of crows. This is devil fruit? Countless dark crows screamed, flying towards the rear, and then gathered together again to form Luo Chen's figure. Devil fruit? If you think so, then so be it. Luo Chen smiled. His eyes, Durag stared into Luo Chen's eyes, and his heart shook again. It was a 3-diamond windmill like a dart, slowly spinning, surrounded by a boundless sea of blood, as if it were just eyes that could bring people to unknown and fearful. Who on earth are you? At this moment, Durag started to doubt Luo Chen's identity. In his understanding, Luo Chen is a guy with no talent in martial arts, and he is totally incomparable with his brother. However, what is the reason for this guy to become a strong person who can actually confront him in a short period of time? What? Haha, I'm brother D Luo Chen. Luo Chen laughed, his laughter stopped suddenly, and then he inserted the Yuanhong sword in his hand into the scabbard behind him. Durag, you are strong. It's worth all my strength. Seeing Luo Chen's expression suddenly became serious, Durag was even more vigilant in his heart. He doesn't even use a sword. What other trick? As everyone knows, Uchiha Itachi has been rough throughout his life, but his talent is extremely powerful. His power is not only in the magical illusion, but also in the terrible ninjutsu. In addition, Mangekyo Sherinan makes him extremely incomparable. Horrible. With his hands hanging down, Luo Chen began to erratic left and right, rushing forward, towards Durag. Shadow clone technique. The hands were quickly sealed, and behind the bang, 3 Luo Chen appeared beside him, all with cold and serious expressions, and attacked Durag. What? Doriage was shocked. This guy. For the first time he saw someone who could separate 3 people to fight together, and he couldn't see the reality at all. In just an instant, the 3 shadow clones had already rushed in front of Durag. Killua waved, cold light burst, forming a very oppressive attack. These attacks were fast and strong. Durag dodged quickly, and then leaped back towards the sky. But at this moment, the last figure hidden behind was cold, his hands quickly interlaced, and the seal came out. Cold and merciless words were spit out from Luo Chen's mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. In Luo Chen's mouth, there was actually a large group of flames. The flames were extremely hot, burning, and distorting the air. Moreover, it possesses a rather strong impact force, and Durag rushes arbitrarily towards the sky. The flames overwhelmed the sky, and instantly rushed towards Durag, only to cover up his figure in an instant. It can be clearly seen that the flames engulfed Durag's arms, body, and legs. Flames flew around, and after 3 breaths, everything dissipated. Clatter! Luo Chen dropped his feet on the ground, and the 3 shadow clones stood back to back with him, seeing everything around him clearly. Sherinan turned, and the figure of Durag in the air gradually appeared again. His clothes were clean and tidy, and he was not affected by the flames just now. Similarly, Durag fell to the ground from the air. Devil fruit? Flame? Can still distinguish 3 identical selves. At this moment, for Luo Chen's attention, Durag had already mentioned several grades in succession. Just fighting, in a short period of time, this young man gave himself one after another astonishment. The terrible melee swordsmanship can be divided into countless crows, without any harm to themselves, transforming into 3 exactly the same selves, and finally, they can send out a flame attack. These characteristics include both the characteristics of Paramecia devil fruit and the shadow of Logia fruit. For a while, even he couldn't find how to quickly arrest the kid in front of him. I admit, I underestimated you, your ability. After a pause, Durag's eyes became sharp. Too weird. Weird? Luo Chen smiled faintly. The bloodline and ninjutsu among these Hokage ninjas were indeed weird in the pirate world, but what he just showed was only 3 levels of Uchiha Itaka's abilities. This powerful ninja in Hokage, one of the most powerful ninjutsu, is still his illusion, and the limit of blood given by heaven. So, what do you want? Durag, Rear Admiral. How? Durag's expression was serious, and he said every word. Naturally, I will arrest you. How can a dangerous person like you let you hang around like this? Boring. Luo Chen sneered. Do you think that with your own strength, you can also stop a man's heart from running to the sea? Durag was startled, and at this moment, Luo Chen's figure was already erratic. The 4 Luo Chen moved at the same time, twisting and swinging in the air, and the kilo in his hand suddenly threw out. This suffering is not airtight, closely connected, and connected end to end. In a flash, he arrived in front of Durag. However, in the face of the attack that had reached him, Durag had no intention of avoiding it at all. His figure flashed, the whole body actually passed directly through Kunao, and then another flash, he had already crossed over. Luo Chen's expression changed, and he had no idea that Durag would choose such a strong breakthrough. With another flash of effort, Durag's blow came in front of Luo Chen. The right hand was stretched out unexpectedly, and then claws were formed, and he suddenly grabbed Luo Chen's head. Dragon Claw. Hook. Like a real dragon's claw, the air currents began to rush continuously. For a while, the ground time and space where Luo Chen was located started to slow down, as if blocked, with no chance to escape. Not good. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and the claw was suddenly grabbed. The fierce aura and fierce claws, like a real dragon volleying, launched an attack at him. The power is compelling, and it is completely irresistible. Quack quack. Countless crows were scattered again. The figure that Luo Chen was attacked was scattered into countless phantom crows, and after a breath, they once again gathered as him. As expected of Marine Rear Admiral, the attack is really fierce. Luo Chen faintly praised. But, as long as you can't see through my attack, you won't be able to cause any harm to me. Durag's eyes became more solemn, and he carefully observed Luo Chen. Yes? At this moment, Durag was thinking quickly in his heart. He was recalling every detail of the battle, replaying it from the beginning and then to the present. What's wrong? He can't be invincible. Devil fruit? No, it's impossible. No devil fruit can have so many abilities. Durag is not a person without knowledge. Naturally, he understands that devil fruit's ability pervert will also have uniqueness, that is, if you eat a devil fruit, you can only possess one ability. Like Luo Chen's performance at this moment, it is simply impossible. In other words, the ability he displayed is not devil fruit at all. Suddenly, Durag's eyes opened, and his eyes became more solemn. His right hand became claws again, and he suddenly pulled and tugged toward the void ahead. The airflow surging again, Luo Chen's figure once again turned into countless crows. The other 3 shadow clones ran, jumped, and quickly approached Durag. Durag's eyes were sharp, and his paws kept waving. Boom boom boom, shadow clone turned into a cloud of white mist. Seeing such a scene, his eyes flashed thoughtfully. It's not a real body. Once it is attacked strongly, it will disappear. In other words, is there only one deity? A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, everything became clear, and the other side's figure was no longer mysterious. Call. A wisp of breeze blew up, and Doria's figure suddenly disappeared, dissipating before Luo Chen's eyes. Horrible speed. Luo Chen Sharinan turned, and suddenly waved Kunao towards the rear. When? The sound of Jintiazi came, and the collision between the hand and Kyowa made such a crisp sound. And the enormous power made Luo Chen step back more than a dozen steps toward the rear, and the hard Kyowa pop shattered. Horrible. Luo Chen looked at Durag in shock. Only when he could personally experience such power would he know how terrifying a force it was. Just when Luo Chen was in shock, Durag's figure disappeared again. The fierce vigor struck Luo Chen's body almost at the same time, keeping his shocked expression, and then turned into a sky full of crows and screamed and left. That's it again. Durag frowned. He discovered one thing: even though his strength was too strong, the other party must have set a trap somewhere, or it was hidden. If you can't find this secret, then this battle will be difficult to win. It's useless. The crows once again gathered to form Luo Chen, and Durag's figure moved. Then Luo Chen turned into a crow in the sky again. The crows screaming all over the sky gradually gathered again to become Luo Chen's body. Durag's eyes were solemn, and he could even see the meaning of mockery in the eyes of the crows. This made him even more surprised. What kind of method the person in front of him was able to produce Logia Devil Fruit's general situation. With another forward charge, his dragon claws became hooks, and the void was constantly grabbing. The violent cold wind was like a knife, cutting towards Luo Chen at a very fast speed in an instant. But the latter, as if completely overreacted, was once again crushed into crows in the sky. In this way, the light in Durag's eyes became more and more bright. Gradually, his observation haki radiated out, seeming to feel a little abnormal. And Luo Chen, during this time, has been familiar with the numerous skills or talents of Uchiha Ataki. Mangekyo Sharinan, the powerful illusion, the terrifying pupil technique, and his magical fire-style ninjutsu, are all his magic weapons for defeating the enemy. In Hokuch's world, this is definitely a very powerful character. Luo Chen can be said to be out of shit for being able to redeem such a character at a price of 75 million. Therefore, this time he cherishes this opportunity very much. If Uchiha Atake can get one of the skills at will, that would be extremely lucky. But wanting to get these depends on whether this battle can be won. His eyes condensed, Luo Chen Sharinan turned, and the three windmills accelerated their rotation. The Scarlet Eye stared at Durag, making the other party's heart startled. Durag, for some reason, I can't play with you here anymore. Luo Chen's words were a little low, and his expression was even more serious. Play? Durag raised his eyebrows, realizing that the other party looked down upon him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You seem to underestimate this generation of Marine Rear Admiral. Ha! There was a question on Luo Chen's face, and he saw that Durag seemed to understand something. If I guessed right, I was caught in hallucinations, right? Durag's eyes flashed with sharp light, and his whole body was shocked, and he broke free from Luo Chen's illusion. Luo Chen couldn't help but startled, and then he showed a funny smile. As expected of Durag. With a wave of his long sword, Yuan Hong's sword pulled out a series of sword flowers in the air, and then the other hand made a seal with one hand. After 3 breaths, 3 Luo Chen appeared, and no one was holding a long sword in his hand, showing a square shape, surrounded by towards Durag. You are a little arrogant. It is a good thing to have strength, but you are not clear about yourself, which is difficult. Seeing Luo Chen rushing forward, Durag shook his head, actually not evading Luo Chen's attack. In a short period of 3 breaths, Luo Chen had already rushed over, and the 4 figures flashed suddenly, already holding a long sword and rushing past Durag's body. 4 fierce sword lights bloomed, and Durag's figure was completely cut apart. However, when Luo Chen's long sword stroked Durag's body, his Sharinan quickly turned, and a vigilance suddenly appeared in his heart. Do you know how fast the wind is? How fast is the wind? Luo Chen was stunned, and in the blink of an eye, all the 3 shadow clones he had just separated turned into white mist. Immediately afterwards, the alarm bell rang in his heart, goosebumps came up behind his back, and his cold hair stood up, and there was an unspeakable fear that enveloped his heart. Quietly, a burly figure has appeared behind him, the tall body enveloped him, and the righteous cloak behind him was hunting and shaking, and his face was strong and majestic. It was Durag. So fast. Luo Chen was shocked, and his right hand knotted the seal without hesitation. At the moment he set up the seal, the man behind him simply shot. Boom! The white mist drifted away, and there was a piece of rag in Durag's hand. Interesting, this is not an illusion. With his eyes narrowed, Durag began to look around, and Luo Chen's figure disappeared. At this time, Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a house, had his heart beating non-stop. As expected of Durag, it's terrible. Ninja's 3-body technique is really the most useful in battle. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed and his hands sealed again. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of him again. It was the shadow clone technique. The two of them were one body, and after staring at each other and nodding, Shadow Clone rushed out, and Luo Chen, with deep eyes, also stepped forward calmly after hesitating. Ninjas are never brutal, and there are too many factors involved in their battles. The judgment of the environment, the grasp of the timing, the test of IQ. The same ninjutsu, the effect displayed between the genius and the fool is absolutely different. After Shadow Clone Luo Chen appeared, Durag had already discovered that his physique was vague and distorted and disappeared, and almost at the same time, he had appeared in front of Shadow Clone and knocked down. Boom! Shadow Clone exploded into white mist, and Durag frowned. His observation haki was only initially completed, and the coverage area was not large. Otherwise, he would be able to easily catch the kids hiding. The clone, the illusion technique, the substitute, and the strange pupil technique, it's really a troublesome guy. At this point in the battle, Durag had to admit that Luo Chen, in terms of potential, probably no longer belonged to Roger. Suddenly, Durag's eyes flashed and he turned around abruptly. The moment he turned around, Luo Chen had already jumped high in the air, his hands turned into phantoms, and a series of seals were formed in an instant. At the same time, his big mouth slammed in, bulged, and then blew out violently. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wow! Large swaths of flames are like running water, rushing to the surface of Durag. The speed of this flame is swift and violent, but in an instant, it has already submerged the opponent. Call. After landing heavily, Luo Chen exhaled, and Luo Chen looked forward with solemn eyes. If ordinary people were drowned in flames that reached more than 3 feet, they would have been turned into ashes long ago, but Durag, not necessarily. In fact, until he crossed, there was no mention of Durag's ability in the original work. He only knew that this man was extremely dangerous, and he was not much more dangerous than his dead ghost brother. The world's first criminal, this honor is not so easy to hang on to the top of his head. The flames crazily eroded Durag's body, but when everything passed, Luo Chen's pupils shrank and narrowed into a slit. He clearly saw that this man's body burned by flames appeared out of nothingness and finally turned into completeness. His whole person was not hurt at all. The Great Fireball technique is completely useless. The Great Fireball technique completely burns Durag without a single point. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen's danger came. The wind-like figure almost flashed in front of Luo Chen at the instant of a flutter. Its terrifying speed was like a teleportation. Luo Chen didn't even see it clearly. Too fast. No one can resist this terrible speed. Even at this moment, Luo Chen's heart beat violently. Under conditioned reflex, his Manjikyo Sherinan was shocked violently. Then, his eyes suddenly looked at each other. With eyes facing each other, the 3 windmills turned abruptly. Tsukuyo mi. Luo Chen's icy voice came out of his mouth, his whole body was cold sweat continued, and he quickly moved away from Dolagela. Just that moment, it was a moment of life and death. He even believed that if he didn't defend himself and let Durag touch him, it would be the result of a direct serious injury. After all, he is not Uchiha Itaki, he does not have his strong body and can withstand the bursting output. Just like the mage's crispy skin, as long as he is touched by the opponent, he will probably die and not die again. And Durag, in the blink of an eye, realized that he had changed a place. After scanning around, he found that he was tied to the cross and could not struggle, and the sky, like a blood-red pupil, looked gloomy and bloody. He noticed that it was Luo Chen's pupil color. Is it illusion again? Really clever. For Luo Chen's illusion, Durag was amazed, he hadn't even found out where the opponent was released from until now. No, pupils. Suddenly, Durag saw the scarlet sky and reacted with a smile on his mouth. But because of this, he admired even more. As long as you see his eyes, will you be drawn into the space of this illusion? What a great guy. Later, Durag saw a figure walking toward him with a cold face. Puff. As if there was no emotion at all, this figure cruelly pierced Kyo into his body. In an instant, the body seemed to be torn apart, Durag's whole body was twitched, and his forehead was covered with sweat. It's a real feeling, my soul feels like it's about to split apart in pain. He thought it was all done, but the pain he suffered afterwards made the face of the most outstanding Marine Rear Admiral of the Marine young generation change drastically. Immediately afterwards, he suffered the most painful torture in his life. This also made him remember Luo Chen in his heart for almost his entire life. In the outside world, for almost a few seconds, Luo Chen had already watched Durag open his eyes vigilantly, only to deal with the sudden whiteness of his face and the messy expression in his eyes, which made him relieved. Tone. Tsukuyomi is effective. Luo Chen was overjoyed, his eyes stared, and he was about to show it again, but at this moment, his eyebrows twitched, and there was a sharp pain in his eyes, which made him groan. And because of this, Durag also had the time to ease his breath. For a while, the two of them didn't make any more moves, looking at each other quietly and confronting each other. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen breaths passed. Luo Chen put down the hand that was blocking his right eye, and clearly saw a trace of blood between his fingers, and his heart was horrified. Sharingan's backlash is really terrible. On the other hand, Durag still had a weak expression. You are too dangerous. It seems that you must be killed here today, otherwise, letting you go back, I am afraid it will cause an even more terrifying earthquake to the world. Kill me? Luo Chen laughed and shook the blood in his hands. Afterwards, the two stared again, and this time their eyes were full of fierce killing intent. Durag raised his right hand, his eyes were full of sorrow, and he shook his right hand abruptly. Boom! As the sky changed, dark clouds suddenly appeared over Lobe Town, and golden lightning bolts crisscrossed, swimming like a dragon. The storm is about to come suddenly. This scene was so shocking that the billowing clouds covered the entire Lobe Town almost instantly. Why suddenly, the sky has changed. Looking at the weather, I'm afraid the storm is coming soon, but the sea outside the island is still calm. The people on the island did not know what was going on, looking up at the sky in confusion. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and then he ran towards the coast. After possessing Uchiha Itaki, his speed has already surpassed the limit. With his hands hanging slightly, he leaped and ran quickly on the roof of the building. The whole person was almost turned into a phantom, just a few verticals and horizontals. Luo Chen had already escaped from Durag's sight. You can't escape. Durag looked at Luo Chen's back, his eyes narrowed. His face was still pale, and Tsukuyomi's blow caused him a severe mental blow. After all, it was a direct attack on the spirit and soul. Even for Durag, it was difficult to defend. With a flicker, Durag had disappeared in place like a wind. The pictures flowed quickly, and Luo Chen stopped his figure after seeing the golden beach. His eyes swept away, and the light in his eyes flickered. The boat is on the beach at a distance of 2,320 meters from here. After solving Durag, I will leave here quickly. Seeing in the void, Durag's figure twisted and appeared. Luo Chen took a deep breath. I didn't intend to use his full strength. It seems that there is no way. Durag deserves to be Marine's outstanding rear admiral. He cracked Luo Chen's illusion, and ordinary attacks can be easily avoided by the opponent, but he can't meet the opponent's attack. This is a very embarrassing situation. If it is said that the start of the battle is beneficial to him, but by now, the balance has been slowly tilted. Time passed slowly. Uchiha Ataka's possession. I am afraid that the time it would stay on him would not be too long. The battle must be resolved as soon as possible. With his eyes narrowed, Luo Chen's momentum suddenly became stronger. Durag obviously noticed the change in Luo's aura. His eyes narrowed, and he stared at all the actions of the people below. Just a blink of an eye, Durag's figure trembled, and the confusion in his eyes flashed past. Before he knew it, he actually ate another illusion of the other party. It seems impossible to look into his eyes. Closing his eyes, Durag gave up his vision completely. However, this has no effect on his combat effectiveness. With the help of seeing, hearing, and keen senses, he can still clearly perceive all the actions of the opponent. At this moment, Luo Chen heard a word from below. Durag, this is my last blow. If I can catch it, I will lose. If you can't catch it, I'm sorry. Luo Chen's deep voice contained seriousness, and the expression on his face was so serious that no one could ignore it. After hearing these words, Durag narrowed his eyes. Do you want to decide the outcome with one move? You look down on me a little bit too much. As one of the strongest members of Marine's younger generation, Durag's arrogance is naturally very strong. He doesn't think he is weaker than anyone else. There was a slight shock on his body, and a slight wind sprung up around him, but it was nearly transparent and almost invisible. Luo Chen below did not pay attention to Doriage anymore, but closed his eyes. His spirit radiated, feeling everything around his body. Suddenly, it seemed that everything around the body was slow and stopped. In the sky, the roaring thunder, the undulating waves in the sea, are all reflected in his mind very clearly. Everything is clearly visible. And at the same moment, everything Uchiha Itachi himself knew quickly extended in Luo Chen's thoughts, and then merged with him more deeply. Suddenly, Luo Chen opened his eyes. The three big windmills spun quickly, and the scarlet eyes turned redder at this moment, like dark blood. Amaterasu. With a whisper from his mouth, his eyes suddenly looked at the void where Durag was. Visible to the naked eye, a group of pitch-black flames were born out of nothing, burning, and in just an instant, they had enveloped Durag. What is this? Durag said in shock, and when he touched it, the flame had already burned his clothes. And the high temperature burned the folds of his skin, and the pain quickly spread from the body surface to his whole body, making him panic. In an instant, Durag's figure became nothingness. He began to move quickly in the void, trying to avoid the terrible flame, but something that shocked him even more happened. Below, Luo Chen's gaze moved quickly, following the figure of Durag, who was running around almost into the wind. As far as he could see, a group of hot black flames quickly appeared, enveloping Durag. In just a few moments, the place where the two of them were was all surrounded by continuous black flames, and the hot flames they formed even burned the beach. The aftermath of the flame accidentally spread to the undulating waves, and what made Durag dumbfounded was that this terrifying flame could burn even sea water. What kind of ghost flame is this? Durag was shocked. At this time, he found that the burning flame on his arm clothes had not gone out anyway. Its burning speed was extremely fast, and it had spread to his arm in just 3 breaths. Superior. Too frightening. His eyes dazzled, his ability was activated, and the sleeves on his arms seemed to be directly cut off by an invisible blade. After falling, it was burned into nothingness in the void. Call. He turned his eyes and looked at Luo Chen, only to see the other person. His eyes were scarlet, and as far as his eyes could be, the pitch-black flames rolled in, forming a terrible attack. This kid is terrible. The black flame can incinerate everything and burn everything to the point. He tried several times to rush towards Luo Chen at his fastest speed, but the terrifying flame was like a wall, obstructing him abruptly. What made him even more horrified was that the black flames grew more and more, and they had covered all the surroundings of his body in just 10 breaths. Panting violently, bright red blood appeared in Luo Chen's eyes, and his face was pale, staring at Durag, who was blocked by him 20 meters away, and did not dare to relax a bit. Durag's speed was amazing, and his terrifying attack power was able to grab himself or even kill himself in a blink of an eye behind him. Luo Chen believed that the terrifying offensive power of Durag, who was forced to this level with full firepower, erupted in an instant, must be extremely terrifying. However, Luo Chen, who has already planned everything from the beginning of the layout to the present, calculating the position, even the release speed and position of the flame, he also believes that at this last moment, the enemy in front of him will definitely be solved. Die to me. With a low growl, the blood in his eyes became deeper, and 2 tears of blood burst from his eyes, running down his cheeks. At this moment, Luo Chen's face was extremely hideous and even distorted. Buzzing. In the void, the pitch-black flames trembled, and a larger mass suddenly exploded, and directly shrouded Durag, who was already surrounded by flames. Not good. Seeing a group of flames, and seeing the dense black flames around him, Durag's heart shook wildly, giving birth to a feeling of extreme danger. In the next moment, the dark flames enveloped Durag all in it. Hoo. Luo Chen breathed wildly, the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded and turned into pitch black. Once again, he took a deep look at Durag, who was no more than 20 meters away from him, and was already wrapped in pitch-black flames. He suddenly turned his head and ran towards the other side. After only shaking 3 times, Luo Chen's figure has disappeared here. After 15 breaths, Luo Chen was already a kilometer away from Durag. He covered chakra on his feet and ran wildly away from his feet. Run! Get out of here quickly, you must get out of here. Rear Admiral, the outstanding elite of the young generation of Marine, is absolutely extraordinary. Although she has launched Amaterasu, he does not think he can defeat Durag. 30 breaths later, Luo Chen's speed to ultimate has slowed down. The place where his ship was anchored was 3 floors inside and 3 outside. 3 Marines with school-level military ranks were stationed there with serious faces. After a rough ride, there were more than 1,000 Marines on and around the ship. This huge number of Marines surrounded, enough to prove the importance of Marine to him. While Durag was fighting with him, Marine, stationed in Loeb Town and directly under Durag, had already interrupted his back. These Marines are careful and thoughtful, and the layout is airtight. They are indeed regular troops. The prisoner is here, get ready. Fight. The moment Luo Chen saw Marine, one of the Marines standing on the ship also let out a loud roar, which made the Marines present to raise their spirits. Crack, click, click. A series of gun bolts sounded. At this moment, countless spears pointed at Luo Chen, and a chill came out of Luo Chen's heart, causing him to shake his whole body. His eyes squinted, and a few flashes of cold light flashed. Not only did his speed no longer decrease at this moment, but instead he let out a low growl, raising his speed to the upper limit. Kill. Since the path of life is blocked, then just fight it out abruptly. I didn't want to use this trick, you guys forced me. Before striding forward, with his stride, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly changed from pitch black to scarlet again, and then the 3 windmills quickly turned. In an instant, Luo Chen's footsteps became heavier and heavier. As he stepped heavily on it, an extremely tragic bloody aura surged from his body. This momentum, even surging around, made the void shudder. In an instant, this terrifying aura was even more powerful, causing the faces of the Marines who were stationed in front of his ship to change drastically. Suzanu. With a low growl, Luo Chen's originally small body gave people a feeling of swelling at this moment. Crack, wipe. The sound of rapid rubbing and rubbing of bone joints rang, making the people who heard it horrified, and the heart was cold. Gosh, what is that? Monster? Is that person a monster? Or a demon? What a gloomy breath, what a violent breath. Seeing the drastic changes in Luo Chen's body, Marine trembles at this moment. It is a naturally terrifying atmosphere. Just feeling it will make people lose their desire and hope to resist. Pieces of thick bones and joints suddenly appeared from Luo Chen's body in the void behind them, but within a short period of 3 breaths, they outlined a huge skeleton. Boom! As Luo Chen took the 5th step, the white skull behind him had become extremely plump, reaching 50 to 60 meters high, surrounded by a reddish aura, surging with the mighty high temperature, and the air was scorched and distorted. Stand up! Crack, wipe. At this time, the revelation of the skeleton has been born. In its hollow pupils, 2 red flames appeared. When looking down at the Marine below, everyone's whole body was shaken, and there was a sense of fear of facing death. Clatter. The 6th step stepped out, and the skeleton behind Luo Chen shook, and a layer of armor had covered it. Within the time of 2 breaths, this thick armor had completely wrapped the white skeleton. At this time, the huge Susanoo was already a real figure. He was wrapped in armor with amazing defensive power. In his eyes, 2 flashes of crimson flashed endlessly, which was extremely gloomy and chilling. Boom! Susanoo man stretched out his right hand and stepped out, and the ground was shocked. Between this step, the 8-foot Kaian Guyu and the 10-fist sword were directly grasped by him from the void. Boom! 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 In the next moment, this huge Susanoo man strode forward, and with Luo Chen's advancement, he also moved forward. Every time he stepped on it, the ground shook unceasingly, and even its huge power caused countless small cracks to appear on the ground. The ground near the ship caused a small earthquake. Get out of here! In just a few big steps, Luo Chen had already stepped up to the ship and faced those Marines directly. Looking at the huge Susanoo, the Marines were horrified. Before the tall Susanoo, they were as small as ants, and they could be trampled to death by a single foot. What the hell is this? How can we beat him? Marine was unsure and was completely shocked by Susanoo. Roll, Luo Chen roared, and Susanoo stomped on him, stomping down like Marine. Boom! This feeling stepped directly on the center where Marine was. Dozens of Marines were shocked by the powerful counter-shock force, and flew directly into the sky, screaming and falling to the ground, and had lost their fighting ability. Susanoo picked up the long sword in his hand and swept forward again. Buzzing! Under the trembling of the long sword, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship was displayed. This wave of terrifying attacks swept hundreds of Marines directly away, screaming and leaving the center of the battlefield. In less than 5 breaths, more than 1,000 Marines have been swept out of a large blank by Luo Chen. Attack! Attack Lao Zi! What are you doing? What are you doing in a daze? Want to die? Attack! Standing on the bow of the ship, Marine roared furiously. At this time, Marine only reacted, holding up the guns nervously one by one and attacking Susanoo. Boom boom! The gunpowder was full of smoke, and countless guns fired at this moment, hitting Susanoo. Countless small ripples rippled across Susanoo's body. Luo Chen just frowned slightly, and then he didn't care. However, the Marine below was completely stunned. No, it doesn't work. I can't break his defense at all. How to attack on Earth? Marine who saw this scene was a little confused. Boom! Susanoo stepped on it again, screaming screams, and countless Marines were lifted up into the sky again, and then fell to the ground fiercely. Luo Chen's face was cold, and he strode forward. Marine who was in front of him could hardly affect him at all. After only a dozen steps, he was already standing in front of the ship, 2 pairs of bloody eyes staring coldly at the Marines standing on the bow of the ship. Behind, hundreds of Marines looked at the huge Susanoo man with horror. For a while, they didn't have the courage to make a move. Go away! With a cold drink, like a thunderstorm, the ship was shaking. The usual Marine on it even sat down on the deck with fear on his face. What the hell is this? Several Marine school level officers also looked at Susanoo in fear. They had never seen such a terrible thing. It was a weapon of war. No matter how many Marines stand in front of him, I'm afraid he can't stop him from a step. In panic, the huge Susanoo man had already started to wave his right hand, and hit his head at the Marines on the ship. The huge fist was like a boulder, pressing down against them fiercely. The wind swept through, and the wooden boat was undulating. Marine changed and screamed in horror. At this moment, although their fists did not come, they had imagined that they were smashed into mincemeat. Ah! Help! It's terrible! Who will save me? Monster! This is a monster! Several school-level officers gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, and strenuously attacked the coming fists, trying to stop the terrifying blow. But their attacks only gave a fist. Afterwards, Susanoo shook his fist slightly, and the school-level officer was directly blown off and fell into the sea, spurting blood with his mouth, and lost his combat effectiveness. In the gap at this moment, the Marines on the deck seized the opportunity and plunged directly into the sea, simply and swiftly. The fist came, and when it landed on the deck, it suddenly stopped, forming a terrible air pressure, which actually pressed the ships into the sea. Luo Chen's eyes were indifferent, ignoring the pressure, and directly stepped onto the deck. Stepping onto the ship's deck, Luo Chen's awe-inspiring and cruel awe-inspiring frightened all Marines present. From a distance, the huge Susanoo was even bigger than the wooden ship, standing steadily on the deck, like a majestic general garrisoning the frontier. At this moment, Hai-Fei blows. Luo Chen's hair is fluttering messily, and his eyes are indifferent, staring at Marine with fear in his eyes. The Marine stopped attacking him, and had been directly frightened by Susanoo's terrifying fighting ability. With a move of his right hand, the wooden boat anchored away from the shore. Crunch! The huge Susanoo waved his arm and slammed it towards the shore. The terrifying force pressed down like a mountain, and with a crash, it shook on the beach. Its huge countershock force instantly caused the rest of Marine to scream and fly into the sky, and then fell to the ground severely. The wooden boat, with the help of the countershock of this fist, immediately swelled its sails, and under the strong wind, the boat quickly moved away from the coast. In just 5 breaths of effort, he was hundreds of meters away from the shore. Seeing the huge Susanoo quickly go away, the remaining Marines clearly showed a relaxed expression on their faces, and exhaled heavily. Standing on the Logan, Luo Chen's expression never slackened. With the help of that punch, Susanoo once again blasted into the sea a few times, and the reaction force produced even accelerated the speed of the ship. Let it go away quickly like a sharp arrow. A place on the coast, thousands of meters away from here. The pitch-black flame was still burning. This flame was extremely weird. Even if it was sea water, it could not extinguish him. Amidst the tightly wrapped flames, there was a sudden groan and moan of pain, and then, a dark hand suddenly protruded out of it. Then, another hand quickly stretched out, and its arm was constantly changing between nothingness and reality. Although this pitch-black flame was powerful, it was difficult to cause damage to the arm. After 3 breaths, both hands severely split from it, and a figure stepped out. His body suddenly appeared above the void, and his clothes had been completely burned, naked, but the breath on his body was violent at this moment. On this body, there are still 2 or 3 dark flames around, lingering, never extinguished. But at this moment, Durag turned a blind eye to these terrible flames. Enduring the pain of being burned, he stretched out one hand to the sky suddenly, and let out a low growl. Roar! Above the sea, dark clouds were covered in an instant, and the power of countless thunder and lightning shuttled endlessly in the dark clouds, bright and dark. Black clouds pressed the city to destroy it, and dense clouds of thunder and lightning suddenly descended over the Logan. Luo Chen's eyes were indifferent. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The huge Susanoo man was shocked. 2 red flames burned in his hollow pupils, looking at the lightning in the sky. Don't give up yet? Durag. In a low voice, Luo Chen didn't move, but the light in his eyes became sharper. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the dark clouds moved more vigorously. On the coast, Durag's face was cold, and he roared. Boom! The thunder and lightning roared in the clouds, and the roar was extremely loud. After 2 breaths, these running thunder dragons finally couldn't restrain the anger in their bodies, and plunged towards the lower end. Cracking, winding forward like a wandering dragon, thunder and lightning descended from the sky with attributes that can destroy everything, and slashed at Susanoo. Durag. After reading the 3 words, Luo Chen's eyes became even more awkward. The man Susanoo behind him waved his big hand, and the 10-fist sword split the void, fiercely slashing towards the power of thunder and lightning covering the sky. Boom! The next moment, the 2 attacks collided suddenly. A huge explosion occurred, and countless thunder and lightning spread over the 10-punch sword. Just a contact, countless thunder and lightning were directly split, but there were also scattered thunder and lightning that followed the 10-fist sword and rushed towards Susanoo's huge body. When these lightning reached Susanoo's male wrist, his sturdy arm shuddered and shattered it completely. Afterwards, Susanoo let out a loud roar in anger. Roar! The sound shook the sky, and even the dark clouds above his head were about to shake away. Then, he swung his sword again and went straight to the clouds. Crack! The sky seemed to be shattered, and the dark clouds were directly split apart by this sword. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo was heading towards the beach at a very fast speed, and the flame-entangled figure slashed out with a sharp sword. The shockwave formed by the sword she waved into the void, and it had already reached Durag's eyes in an instant. Boom! The sand splashed, and Durag's figure flew out fiercely. On the deck of Logan, Luo Chen's face was suddenly pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Behind it, Susanoo's armor began to fall apart, and only a breath of time left only the white skeleton frame. Go! With a low drink, Luo Chen controlled the man Susanoo to hit the sea, generating a huge reaction force. The Logan was driving fast on the sea like a sharp arrow, and within a few breaths, it had already left Logan town far away. On the shore, the Marines ran to the spot where Durag flew out in a panic. When he came to Durag and saw the dark flames burning on his body, he wanted to put it out, but was stopped by the weak Durag. Don't touch it, this flame can burn everything, it's dangerous. In an instant, the Marine's hands froze there. Ahem! Suddenly, Durag coughed violently, and a large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth and dripped on the beach, which was shocking. Master Rear Admiral. Durag Rear Admiral, Marine cried nervously. This is Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. If they encounter danger here, they also have an unshirkable responsibility. I'm fine, it's just a little hurt. Durag waved his hand, and then his eyes were complicated and he looked at the dark flames that were still burning on his body. What's hard to do is these flames on my body and the guy who escaped. Yes, the guy who left is more dangerous than the serious injury on his body. It is unimaginable how Luo Chen of this age possesses such terrifying strength. At this time, Luo Chen, who was already far away from Logue Town, was slumped down, and the man Susanoo behind him also fell apart completely. Damn it, almost dead. After 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood were spit out, Luo Chen's face had become pale. Possession time has not arrived yet. It is a long time to talk about it, but less than half an hour has passed since the encounter with Durag to the end of the battle. Chakra still has about 20% left, but Sharingan's load is too heavy, causing my mental and physical damage. Within this half an hour, Chakra must be used to repair the physical injury, otherwise, it will have a great impact on my next actions. The eyes flickered, and the Grand Master's state of mind played a role at this moment, allowing Luo Chen to carefully plan the next step. As for where the Logan will travel, Luo Chen can't care about it at this moment. After closing his eyes, Luo Chen has entered a deep level of concentration after 3 short breaths. He doesn't know how long it will be until he is possessed, and he must quickly recover. At the same moment, when Luo Chen was recuperating from his injuries, Naval Headquarters was awakened by a crisp telephone bug. Blue blue blue. The watchman Marine grabbed the phone worm, his voice calm and calm. Hello, Naval Headquarters. This is Durag. The voice in the phone worm was obviously weak. When the watchman Marine heard the other party's self-reported identity, he immediately mentioned God. Hello, Durag Rear Admiral. Let the headquarters send support. What? The watchman Marine didn't hear it clearly for a while, and was a little dazed. Let naval headquarters send support over, I was seriously injured. Durag suppressed his anger, lowered his voice, and looked at the large number of injured Marines behind him. He said coldly again. At the same time, a large number of headquarters Marines have been hit hard. Speed. After a few words, Durag hung up the phone quickly. He didn't want to seek support from the headquarters, but he looked at his men and then at the strange black flame on his body, but he was very helpless. That's right, this terrible flame is still hanging on his body until now, and it has not been extinguished. During this process, he has been maintaining the fruitability in the burning part of his body, preventing it from actually burning his body. However, faintly, several parts were already hot, and the skin wrinkled. This terrible flame seemed to be able to burn even invisible elemental abilities. This point caused a chill in Dorag's heart. The people at Naval Headquarters must handle it, otherwise, he doesn't know when he will be able to recover from his injury. Naval Headquarters was completely boiling at this time. Marine's excellent Rear Admiral, one of the top fighters, Durag, was hit hard during the East Blue trip, and he has come to seek support from the headquarters. This is simply unimaginable. You know, Naval Headquarters sends these Rear Admiral out to perform tasks. To a certain extent, it is to give them merits, so that they can be promoted faster in the future. Any area can be easily solved with the strength of these outstanding Marines. On the other hand, whoever asks for help will be detrimental to face and will have a huge impact on future promotion. But this is Dorage. The powerful Rear Admiral, whose combat effectiveness is at the top, turned out to ask for help. Inside the Marshal's office, Durag asked for help. The burly tough guy, Marine Marshal Kong Kong, said faintly at this time. When he said this, his eyes were still on one of the middle-aged Vice Admiral. After Vice Admiral sensed it, he looked up indifferently and continued to eat the donuts at his table. Admiral Sengoku next to him slammed into Vice Admiral with a black line, and nodded in embarrassment to the air. In other places, there are also the strongest fighters of Naval Headquarters at this time, 3 Admiral and 10 Vice Admiral. With his strength, you may encounter strong enemies in East Blue, but you won't reach the point of asking for help. In other words, there are opponents in East Blue that even Durag finds troublesome, Sengoku said in a deep voice. When we received the Durag callworm, we already learned the cause of this incident through the intelligence system. The empty eyes flashed, and he pulled out a sheet from the information in front of him, and then threw it forward. Everyone looked at it one after another, only to see a reward order. If the reward order says that it is dazzling, it is the 110 million bounty, but the face is a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This is the boy who fought with Durag, 16 years old. What? After this sentence, all Admiral and Vice Admiral are rewards to the desktop. Look again. If anything can show a person's talent, then age is undoubtedly the most present evidence. Only 16 years old, bounty of 110 million, and, even more terrifying, was able to fight Durag. This 1 billion is not a bounty that has been replaced by hearing about his combat power today. It's because of his previous bounty. At that time, we didn't know that he had such a strong combat power. Kong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "This kid can have such a bounty, partly because of his identity." Identity. A group of Vice Admiral, Admiral all looked at the faces on the table. The boy has black hair, a thin body and a delicate appearance, and his eyes are full of gentle smiles. Just relying on the appearance of the brother next door, it is impossible to imagine such a terrible bounty. However, in the appearance of this young man, a group of generals watched for a long time, but they did not recognize who it was. "Marshal, who is he?" A Vice Admiral asked this question. Sengoku looked at the reward order on the desktop, his mouth moved, but he didn't say anything, just shocked. At this time, Garp also looked at this bounty. His eyes were full of complexity. "Why, he is already dead." Speaking softly, he seemed to know something. "Shut up, Garp." Sengoku snorted. Garp shook his head and said nothing more. "Haha, it seems that you don't pay attention to these trivial criminals at all." Kong sneered softly, making the general officer present a little red. "His name is Brother D. Luo Chen. If the name doesn't make you think of anything, then you must know his brother." When all Marine heard the name, their expressions were startled, and when they heard the second half of the sentence, they even held their breath. Even some Marines' expressions are already full of weirdness. His brother, it's Roger. In a word, the whole office is quiet. A hint of ridicule and sarcasm appeared on Sora's face, looking at the group of Marines present. "Yes, it is the One Piece who was executed by us some time ago. Roger." Subsequently, the entire Naval Headquarters conference room was completely blown up. As soon as this remark came out, the officers who were working were all surprised, but after that, they all took it for granted. The identity of Luo Chen deserves such attention from Marine. If they can eliminate this potential danger in the bud, they are willing to give everything. After speaking, Sengoku closed his mouth. Garp on the side seemed to be dispirited, not paying attention to everything present. "Do you have any comments? Then it's over." After staring at everyone, Sora gave the order with a smile. Also, don't forget to support Durag quickly. Garp, please go there. The meeting is over. After a few words, Empty left the meeting room. However, none of the officers in the meeting room left. They all looked at Sengoku. Anyone present knows that Sengoku is about to take over as Sora. As long as a period of time passes and the above appointment letter comes down, then Sengoku is the new generation of Marines Marshal, and Sora will go to the world government as the commander-in-chief. Chasing Luo Chen is a troublesome task, which can be seen only from the failure of Durag. Therefore, we must pay attention to this matter, and secondly, the banned password must be promulgated as soon as possible. Luo Chen's news can only be controlled in a small group of people. Sengoku calmly gave the order, and everyone present nodded and listened carefully. Sora has already entered the time when Sengoku has already started to deal with many things. Soon, the meeting ended. Garp took the boat and headed for East Blue. At the same time, in the naval headquarters, wearing black sunglasses, Kizaru, who was still young, stretched out and stepped on his warship. Oh, it's really the life of running around. Let me go after that kid, I'm not good at tracking. Distressed. With a tangled face, Kizaru himself didn't have much hope for himself. Just go out to travel. With a low whisper, Kizaru comforted himself. 2 days later, a large number of elite Marines came to Lobe Town. The colonel who had been stationed here, when he saw the two people disembarking, he almost jumped out of his horror. The identities of these two people are really amazing. My God, how come these two people are here? The two who stepped down on the deck, the current one with a doghead hat, a national character face, a majestic face, a burly figure, and an unangered and mighty temperament all over his body, it was Garp. The other person, wearing sunglasses and a cloak behind him, looked awkward and swayed 3 times. There was no momentum in his whole body, but everyone present would lower their heads subconsciously when they saw this person. A hero, vice admiral, and admiral. The weight of these two people is probably heavy in anyone's heart. After disembarking from the ship, Garp went straight to where Durag was. Durag, your kid is hurt. As soon as he entered the room, Garp yelled. Kizaru also followed Garp closely, looking inside curiously. Durag he knew that although he had not yet been promoted to admiral and was still young, his strength was not much worse than his own. In his opinion, this kid might be able to catch up with him in 2 or 3 years. Such a guy would even get hurt. Soon, the two met Durag. With just a glance, the faces of the two of them became serious. At this time, Durag looked no change, but the sweat on his forehead and the pale face made the two of them secretly startled. Garp looked sharply at the number of flames that flickered on Durag, and said directly, "What is this?" With that, he grabbed it. "No, father." Durag hurriedly avoided, and then said solemnly, "This black flame is very strange, it can burn everything, and it doesn't go out in water, it's terrible." "Flame? Black flame?" Garp asked in doubt, and his face became serious. "Is that the kid's ability?" "Yes, it's terrible," Durag Kaido solemnly. After that, Garp didn't say anything, except that a layer of black armament haki appeared on his right hand, covering his arm in the blink of an eye, and then without hesitation, he patted the flame on Durag's body. She. When the pitch-black armament haki met the flames, white smoke suddenly appeared and made a strange noise. "Very weird flame," Garp said, his face unchanged, and with a grasp of his hand, the black flame went out with a poof. Next, his hand trembled and shook one after another. All the black flames were dealt with by him. Call. Seeing the flame kabuto on his body went out, Durag took a long breath, and his nervous mood relaxed a lot. This black flame has bothered him for a while, and he even wondered if he couldn't handle it, would one day be burned to ashes by the flame. "Father, your haki is really amazing. It won't take long. When you become stronger, the flames will have nothing to do with you." Garp waved his hand. At this time, Kizaru aside curiously said, "Durag Rear Admiral, I want to ask you, did that kid escape?" "Kizaru Admiral, why are you here too?" Seeing Kizaru, Durag was taken aback. Although he asked for support, he shouldn't send his father and add Kizaru, right? You know, these two people add up to 2 real admiral-level powerhouses. I was ordered to hunt down that kid. Alas, it's really annoying. Kizaru spread his hands and said helplessly, "That kid is very strong, Kizaru Admiral has to be careful." Durag thought for a while, still reminded. Kizaru's eyes flashed and nodded with a smile. Okay. For Luo Chen, Kizaru was also very curious. He saw the weird black flame. He could see that it was terrifying just by observing, and he didn't know whether his abilities were effective. But he didn't worry too much. His fruiting ability was amazing, and there were not many people in this world that could react to it. "Prepare, let me follow naval headquarters. Your injury, I am afraid you will have to rest for a while." Garp took out the donut, threw it in his mouth again, and started eating. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was already some distance away from Lobe Town, also looked sharply at the nearby pirate groups. He just glanced, slowly approaching his pirate ship, and then set his gaze on the magnificent mountain in front of him. Upside down the mountain, here it is. Indescribable, what a magical mountain this is. The water flows up against the current, and as the rolling force beats, the water splashes in all directions, releasing terrifying kinetic energy at all times. At a glance, it was almost out of sight. 2 days ago, Luo Chen entered recovery with serious injuries. This time the time of possession was not reduced because of Luo Chen's injury, and it lasted until an hour before it arrived. Call. With a gentle sigh, Luo Chen's eyes showed a sense of relief. Although the time has come, but fortunately, the most important injuries have been repaired. And, it seems that because Itake was possessed and left, Sherinan also went with him. The mental loss caused by Sheringan's excessive load has also become much lighter, almost nothing. At this moment, all he felt was exhaustion. After arbitrarily fixing the position of the rudder, Luo Chen fell asleep deeply. This sleep didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. Durag. Looking at the sea, Luo Chen's eyes were a bit solemn. The sea is too vast, and the world is too big, just meet a Durag and force himself to be like this. Although Durag is also a terrifying figure in the future, after all, he has not yet grown up at this moment. Although strong, it has not reached its peak. Moreover, after Luo Chen was sober, he realized another important thing. That is, he ran out of money. He finally used the 75 million he had accumulated in the First World War. This also means that if he encounters a powerful enemy at this moment, then he will face, no doubt he will die. He does not have enough money to summon powerful souls, nor can he deal with powerful enemies. This is fatal. It's really distressing. It is conceivable that he summoned Itake to make Durag to look like a ghost. Marine will not let go. From then on, he will face endless troubles. It's impossible to change ships. I don't have money, and I don't want to call a powerful soul. I still don't have money. Money, money, money. It's all money. Luo Chen is going crazy. He has clearly left the society where everything is inseparable from material things, so why is he still worrying about money? Oh, let's take a look at the results of this battle first. Uchiha Itake, this is a powerful soul, this battle should be able to gain a lot. After all, 75 million. Thinking of this huge wealth, Luo Chen felt teary. Defeat Marine 650, get 65,000 possession coins, and lose to Marine Rear Admiral Durag, get 300 possession coins. When he saw the cold words of the system, Luo Chen was a little confused. Fuck, what are you doing? I'm actually defeated. What's the matter? Durag was beaten by me like that and I was still defeated. Even if I lose, there are only 300 possession coins. With so much hard work, it is not as high as the harvest of that group of scum marines. I have to say that Luo Chen was completely mad. He originally thought he had won. Although he paid 75 million this time, the gain was certainly not small. Even the exchange of Sherinan, powerful ninjutsu, etc. were all okay, but he did not expect that the fact turned out to be like this. Can you get along friendly, system? Luo Chen wanted to kill the system. If you continue to fight, host will definitely die. Giving you possession coins is already a consolation prize to comfort you not to die. When questioned by Luo Chen, the system was also unceremoniously sarcasm. At this time, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Although the facts are really the case, but at the very least, on the bright side, brother is majestic and mighty, will you crush it all the way? Of course, his arms couldn't twist his thighs, and Luo Chen had no choice but to accept this result in the end. A total of 65,300 possession coins, plus the original, a total of 66,300 possession coins. After looking at the balance in the system, Luo Chen probably calculated it. This balance is left over from the previous defeat of the enemy without the ability to exchange skills. The mechanism of the system is not very deceptive. As long as you defeat the enemy, you will gain more or less. Of course, Luo Chen also found that the time when the ghost was summoned to fight, the harvest must be the greatest. 66,300, what can be exchanged for? After the struggle, Luo Chen was also happy. It's better than nothing. The comparison between these more than 60,000 possession coins and the one he had before is already a lot. Contentment and happiness, people, still can't pursue too high. Otherwise, too tired. However, after just glanced at the skill exchange price of Itake, Luo Chen almost cursed his mother again. Sherinan, 50 million possession coins, Tsukuyomi, 30 million. Fire style, system ninjutsu, 23 million. Chakra extraction technique, 10 million. Row by row, Luo Chen almost smashed the system. Any item is not something Luo Chen can redeem at this moment. For Luo Chen, it is impossible for Luo Chen to reach the tens of millions of levels. This also means that this time, Luo Chen couldn't even exchange any of the skills on Itake. In other words, he got nothing. Oh, if these more than 60,000 possession coins are counted, then he is still somewhat comforted. Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Luo Chen shouted at the system. It's not expensive, you think it's expensive, just because you beat it. If you win, you can naturally exchange any of these skills. The cold words directly beat Luo Chen speechlessly. Damn it, if you lose, don't you have human rights? Luo Chen stopped fighting with the system, and at the same time, he also figured out one thing, that is to say, if he can defeat Durag this time, at least he can get more than 10 million possession coins. What an amazing thing! These powerful ghosts are really shocking, plus, envy. In the future, we must pick up soft persimmons and squeeze them, so that we won't fight insecure battles. Taking a coveted look at the long exchange list, Luo Chen had no choice but to give up. 10 million possession coins, I don't know how long it will take to collect them all. After clearing up his mood, Luo Chen ate a big meal, then he raised his spirits and set off on the voyage again. At the same time, he also set a small goal for himself. Well, let's set a small goal first. In 3 months, 100 million. Without money, Luo Chen felt very insecure, very persuaded, and very persuaded. After determining the direction of sailing, Luo Chen found that he was already very close to the upside-down mountain, and he headed towards the passage from East Blue to the Grand Line. In a flash of time, 1 day has passed, and now it is now. At this time, Luo Chen and Logan were sailing slowly under the upside-down mountain. Around him were a group of pirates with grinning faces. Hey, there is such a young guy who wants to go to the Grand Line and be a pirate. You were fooled by Roger, right? Maybe we should educate him well. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. He clearly heard the 2 words, Roger. Although this irresponsible brother made him complain for a long time, it was his brother after all. Flicker, it turns out that you don't believe what he said. He said quietly. Luo Chen's eyes already had killing intent. The scars on these pirates are intertwined, and there is a fierce aura from all over their bodies. There is no heroism and sunshine that kind people should have. This proves that they have a lot of lives in their hands, and many of these lives are wronged souls. Surrounding his boat, before entering the Grand Line, there is such a fun, it is really fun. There are 4 pirate boats with the same pirate flag, and these people belong to a pirate gang. Luo Chen stood on the deck with no expression on his face, but the solemnity in his eyes became more and more serious. Finally, the Logan stopped, and 4 pirate ships forcibly blocked its way. The pirates grinned and jumped directly onto Logan's deck, with a dull voice. Hey boy, where are you going? A fat man with a fat head and big ears asked with a playful expression on his face, shaking the long knife in his hand as he spoke. Luo Chen just glanced at the fat man, and then stopped talking. I'm asking you something, boy, don't say anything again, now I will chop you down and throw you down in the sea to feed the fish. The sturdy big man gave a cold shout at this time, with a fierce breath exuding his whole body. Haha, Perth, don't scare this kid. Maybe this guy listened to Roger's lie and wanted to go to the Grand Line to try his luck. It's not uncommon for the kind of people I met these days. At this moment, behind everyone, walked out a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, holding a revolver, and wearing a captain's appearance. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face and looked kind, but when he opened his mouth, the others looked respectful and faintly afraid, and he took a few steps back. Yes, Captain. The big man named Perth shuddered and drew back obediently. So, boy, are you fooled by Roger and want to go to the Grand Line to find the legendary secret treasure? The captain looked at Luo Chen and asked with a smile. Luo Chen, who had always stood still and remained silent, as if frightened and stupefied, finally spoke. Don't you believe what he said? The captain was taken aback, feeling that the boy in front of him was not scared, but rather calm, feeling a little strange. You are interesting. After a compliment, the captain's face became cold. As for Roger's words, I'm not stupid, how can I believe it? That's just a lie to those silly guys. Then why are you going to sea? Luo Chen asked again, with his hands hanging around his waist, his whole body relaxed. Why go to sea? The captain seemed to be a little dumbfounded by the question. Naturally it is for wealth, woman, freedom. After a pause, his eyes became sharp. In addition, there are people like you, sail, look at the scenery, appreciate the magnificence of nature, and you can meet innocent guys like you, and then cut them off. Eating fruit, singing, so free, so happy, isn't it? The captain's words made everyone on the ship laugh. Hee, it's really interesting. Luo Chen nodded in agreement, and he asked again then, I have one last question. What is the problem? Do you have money? Luo Chen asked suddenly. Money. The captain blinked, and then laughed. I tore up 5 colleagues along the way and leveled a dozen towns, but borrowed a small amount of wealth from them. Why, you also interested in treasure? The captain thought this young man was very interesting. Few guys of this age were not afraid to see his group. Besides, this little guy has a lot of courage. He was very interested, played with the child, then killed him and left him in the sea. Well, I'm very interested. Why don't you give me all your money? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless. He was in need of money to fill his empty pockets, and someone sent it to the door. As for this group of pirates, he hadn't taken it seriously yet. With his combat power at the moment, there may be opponents in East Blue, but they are by no means. What did you say? The captain was stunned. Is this kid mad? Don't want to give it. Luo Chen's tone was suddenly cold, his right hand trembled, and the next second, he heard only a sound of choking, and the sword came out of its sheath. With another flash of effort, the sword's blade was already on the captain's neck. The whole body trembled, and the captain was shocked. I then died. Before the captain finished speaking, Luo Chen's long sword had wiped his neck. Luo Chen started to move, and after talking nonsense, he finally acted. His long sword is amazingly fast, and every beautiful sword flower blooms with blood. His sword is cold and merciless, and the enemies begging for mercy, panic, under his sword, will turn into a cold corpse. Step by step, Luo Chen walked slowly, behind him, corpses crisscrossed. A group of pirates did not even have a chance to react, they were already beheaded by the long sword. 5 minutes later, a faint smell of blood emanated from the foot of the upside-down mountain, somewhat pungent. Luo Chen stood on the captain's flagship, a little lonely. It just so happens that Logan should also be abandoned. Muttered in a low voice, he walked out a few steps and kicked all the corpses on the boat into the sea. In addition, I prepared a torch and threw it on the other pirate boats. In a short moment, a raging fire ignited on the sea. The flagship pirate ship is larger than Logan and has much better performance. It can be seen that the captain paid a lot of money. In addition, Luo Chen had just learned from the pirates that the treasures of this group of pirates were all piled up in the warehouse of the flagship ship. He also checked it just now and took a look at it. The weight is quite large. Finally, Luo Chen stood on the Logan. Hey, buddy, I'm sorry, I'm going to part with you. Thank you for your company along the way. With a sigh, Luo Chen threw the torch in his hand on the Logan. With a sound of wow, the Logan burned. From the moment he was seen by Direg, it was destined that this ship would not stay with him for long. Turning around, Luo Chen no longer looked at the Logan, his back was a little sad and lonely. Sometimes people are like this in the world. I always have to face things I don't want to do. After a few steps, Luo Chen has come under the banner of the pirate ship, and a few sword lights flashed by swish sweep. The hideous skull and crossbones flag had been shattered by him, becoming pieces of rags and falling down. From now on, you will be called Logan. A slightly low voice came, and Luo Chen seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Roger's brother, this identity, really gave him a lot, either good or bad. From the moment Roger died, it also meant that he was about to step into an endless escape. In this escape, either his strength is getting stronger and stronger, subverting all the forces that chase him, or he is caught and destroyed by the enemy and falls into death in this escape. Luo Chen never gave up the hope of life, nor will he remain weak forever. He also longed to be strong, longing to be like Roger, to become the well-known One Piece, and to be well-known all over the world. Although the two of them have different personalities and different styles of doing things, they both yearn for the world. Roger is always carefree and upright, but Luo Chen is low-key and calm, accustomed to using his brain to solve all troubles and avoid all troubles. This difference in behavior is more because the power levels of the two of them are not on the same level. The original Logan was destroyed, causing Luo Chen's mood to sink. This is his first ship, and it is also a testimony of his beginning to sail in the sea, but in order not to leave a trace of clues, he can only sink into the sea. My ship will always be the Logan. In a low voice, Luo Chen's eyes were shining again. Some people, some things, he has left, but they live forever in people's hearts. In fact, they are always there. His future ships may change in shape, but the name will always be Logan, and it can only be Logan. Silently moved out of the wine in the boat, Luo Chen poured himself a few bowls, and then took a gulp. After a few big mouthfuls, he suddenly felt a sense of invigoration. People say that wine is a good medicine to cure all sorrows. It is really interesting. Ha ha ha, why be a child? Sailing should be a happy thing. He has always been like this. Standing up abruptly, Luo Chen threw the wine bowl in his hand out of the boat, and his expression returned to his former calm once again. Look at what these guys are in the warehouse first. I just took a cursory look, but there is no detailed statistics on the number of treasures in the warehouse in the ship. Yang Qing stepped forward and entered the basement of the ship. He stowed the sails, but there was no need to worry. During this time, he would be blown away from the direction by the sea breeze. In a short while, Yang Qing was already in the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse was burning candles, and the pirates' warehouse was guarded for a long time to prevent some pirates from stealing. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before. Pirates like this are all gathered by villains. They don't come together because of any dreams, they are all just for money. The system, count the total amount of money in this warehouse. Walking to the middle of the treasure, Luo Chen said silently to the system. After a beep, the cold voice of the system came into Luo Chen's ears. A total of 60 million treasures. Do you want the income system to be reserved for use? 16 million. There was a smile on Luo Chen's face. He saw that there were a lot of these golden treasures, piled up into mountains. They must be worth a lot of money, but he didn't expect that there would be so many. but it was beyond his expectation. Killing and setting fire to the golden belt, Ma Wei is not fat. Sure enough, grabbing these vicious guys is the way to get rich. After a laugh, Luo Chen ordered the system. 50 million will be reserved for spares, and 10 million will be replaced by Pele, which is easy to carry. I have to say that the system is really quite convenient, especially for money. It was just a flash of golden light, and the mountain treasures in front of Luo Chen had disappeared, replaced by a wad of Baileys in his hand and the string of numbers in the system balance. But Luo Chen wasn't disappointed either. He collected money more to accumulate money and give himself powerful strength. As long as the money on hand is enough. With these 50 million, it can also guarantee some of my safety, and I have confidence. 50 million is enough for him to summon a good soul. Green level souls must be far stronger than the preceding 3 level souls. Now, I'm going to South Blue. His eyes flickered, Luo Chen walked out of the cabin and put down the canvas. With a roar of the Logan, the sails were blown high by the sea breeze, suddenly accelerated, and sailed quickly toward the spectacular upside-down mountain in front of her. After half an hour, the hull shook with a boom, and among Luo Chen's smiling faces, he was sailing quickly towards the sky. The Nine-Chu Yellow River is coming up from the sky. I never imagined that one day, Luo Chen would also be able to sail through the waves and break through Yun Tian. Haven't experienced it before, you can't imagine wearing it in the process of driving, your eyes can only hear the turbulent sound of the river, and how the blue sky feels when you enter your eyes. It was a vast and magnificent kind of incomparably wide open, exhaled in the chest. Suddenly, you will feel your heart open, you will absorb more air, your mood will become happy, and your vision will become wider. In this torrent, Luo Chen drove the Logan and howled excitedly. All the way straight to Yuntian, the rising river speed of the upside-down mountain is very fast. I don't know where this power comes from, it gives people an extremely passionate feeling, and it rolls forward. It took a full hour for Luo Chen to see that the momentum of the river slowed down, but at this time, when he looked back, he found that he seemed to be standing on the high sky, and he felt dizzy. Amazing! With a long sigh, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. As the speed of the ship slowed down, the location of Logan had reached the top of upside-down mountain. At this time, Luo Chen was also standing at the bow of the ship, clearly seeing the top of the upside-down mountain. There were 4 routes going down. There is Grand Line, there is West Blue, there is North Blue, is there South Blue? Finding the target this time, Luo Chen turned the rudder without hesitation. As the roar and creak sounded, the Rogan's orientation changed and aimed at the falling river leading to South Blue. When the ship's speed dropped to its lowest, Logan had already set foot on the descent channel leading to South Blue. Crunch! The sound of wood rubbing sounded, and the position of Logan's head began to tilt downward. Finally, he glanced at the river leading to the Grand Line. Luo Chen flashed his eyes and turned around abruptly. When I'm done, I'll go to you to have a look. The legendary Grand Line, how amazing is it? There was an extra cat on Luo Chen's boat, and he came across this cat accidentally. Perhaps when he saw this cat on his boat, the confusion and pity in the cat's eyes moved his sympathy. But when the cat got on the boat, he realized that it was really not an ordinary cat. Have you ever seen a cat who doesn't eat raw fish, but only eats delicious braised fish? Once the braised fish tastes bad, have you ever looked at a cat? Have you ever seen a cat that sleeps to a certain point every morning, crawls on your face, scratches you with its paws, and wakes you up? Have you ever seen you get angry? It's more angry than you, and yells at you, meow meow, a cat that keeps calling? It's not a cat, it's a superb. Didn't it mean that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it is not allowed to be refined? Luo Chen rubbed his temples and looked at the cat lying on the deck with a cold expression on the face of Tsundere, a little speechless. Recently, he was despised. Yes, despised by a cat. The cat seriously disliked his level of cooking, and even went on a hunger strike. Beat the dog, this cat is really good. Think back then, when he raised cats, when did he eat what the cats did, or what did the cats eat? By now, cats in this pirate world will practice, do they want heaven defying? In the end, Luo Chen couldn't bear the humiliation of being despised by a cat. He spent 10,000 Baileys and began to summon ghost possession. Summon a chi-level soul for me. I want to know how to cook, a high level of cooking. Luo Chen glared at the cat fiercely, and Luo Chen gritted his teeth. Specify the type of ghost to be summoned, the summoning price is doubled, please confirm. There was a cold voice from the system. Luo Chen did not hesitate, and directly chose to summon. Ha! Colorful rays of light flickered in front of Luo Chen's eyes, and a figure stepped forward and instantly entered Luo Chen's body. In an instant, a deep insight poured into Luo Chen's mind, causing the color of comprehension and enlightenment to appear in his eyes. But only a minute later, a wry expression appeared on his face. It turned out to be this one. It's really rich that can make ghosts go ahead. The ghost summoned by the system this time is very interesting. If someone from a previous life sees this face, he will definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. The god of cookery, Stephen Chow, skills, cooking skills. The skills you know are in ecstasy. The information was clear, and Luo Chen understood it at a glance. This time the summoned god of cookery is the protagonist of the movie The God of Cookery, starring Zhou Xingqi in his early years. This movie is not good at kung fu, but Steven is only good at cooking. After reading the price of Steven's cooking skills, Luo Chen did not hesitate to exchange it directly. Congratulations to host for spending 300 points of possession coins and learning the skills of God of Cooking. There was a cold voice from the system. Luo Chen's whole body trembled, and he had mastered the cooking skills. With Steven's ghost possession, he immediately began to enter the kitchen. Subsequently, the voice of Dang 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 continued to flow, and Luo Chen began to show his fists. This time, he didn't believe in the kitten, and he could still mock him. Wait to be surprised. Smelly kitten. With the superb knife technique, the superb collocation level, and the insulting expression, in a short period of time, a plate of fresh braised fish has been out of the pot. I have to say that the skill of God of Cooking is extraordinary. A few simple combinations of dishes and seasonings make the fish on the plate come alive. A refreshing scent, showing the delicacy of fish in front of the nose, as if you can live forever with one sip. Holding up the plate enthusiastically, Luo Chen walked towards the cat's nest. This cat is really extraordinary. It needs a separate bedroom and takes a bath by itself. At this time, the sound of the water in the cat's room was rustling, and it was doing the cleaning work. Hey, you refined cat. My uncle, this time you will definitely be surprised. Come and try my craft. Luo Chen yelled and pushed open the bedroom door. In an instant, the cat panicked voice came out. Meow. The cat glared at Luo Chen with shame, wishing to kill Luo Chen to death. Ah, shy, funny. You're just a cat, and you're still shy, haha. Luo Chen laughed, holding the plate, and strode towards the cat. Meow. Luo Chen glared angrily, and with a wave of the cat's claw, the cat actually closed the curtain. After waiting for a while, the cat stepped out with a slightly cold expression. However, the shame in the cat's eyes can be clearly seen. Come and taste it, my new braised fish. Luo Chen put down the plate in his hand with a sullen look, and opened the aluminum basin covered on it. Immediately, a scent of fragrance drifted away. The cat's saliva flowed down instantly, and it rushed up with a hasty claw. Snap! Luo Chen slapped the cat's claw, then said sternly, "Napkin, use a fork." Meow. The cat glared at Luo Chen, then quickly fastened his napkin, picked up the fork, and acted at the braised fish like a little adult. With just a mouthful, the cat's eyes lit up. Meow meow meow. As if he was saying it was delicious, Luo Chen laughed immediately. This system doesn't just allow me to fight. It seems that my previous thinking is still too narrow. There are so many people who have died, and almost all of the systems have them. As long as they are used properly, Luo Chen can almost become an all-powerful. He can easily obtain any kind of knowledge through ghosts and systems. This plugin is really good, it's a big killer. Luo Chen's smiling mouth was bent. Some low-priced, but very useful ghosts in daily life have been ignored by Luo Chen before. These special skills cannot cost much, but they can enrich himself, which is extremely cost-effective. There was an extra cat on the Logan, and it was a lot of fun. In this way, time passed slowly, blinking. 2 weeks passed. For the past 2 weeks, Logan has been traveling, and he does not know where the Island Rouge is located. Only in my previous life, I learned that this island is called Batria Island, located in South Blue. At this time, he entered South Blue, very close to Rouge, but after all, he was still one step away. You must find an island and get the South Blue Island map, otherwise, I don't know when it will be dragged. Standing on the bow and looking at the sea, Luo Chen's face was a little deep. Before this, I must enrich my treasury as much as possible. 100 million is not too little, 1 billion is not too much. With money, he can become invincible. Meow. At this moment, the cat walked up lightly, seeming to hear Luo Chen's whisper, and pointed his paw. Luo Chen was taken aback, then woke up. This cat is amazing and can understand people's words, except that it is not human. It can be said to be no different from humans. You mean there are islands in this direction? Meow. The cat nodded affirmatively. Sundara raised his head, as if to say, praise me, praise me. Regardless of whether the cat pointed in the right direction, Luo Chen had no purpose, so he drove in the place pointed by the former. About 2 days later, Luo Chen looked at the cat with admiration. You are not worthless. You can even discern the direction on the sea. For this, Luo Chen was surprised. It is impossible to imagine that a cat can do this to such an extent. Meow. The cat hugged his forelimbs. Sundara glanced at Luo Chen, and then walked away arrogantly. At this point, standing on the deck, you can clearly see the island about 3 kilometers ahead. Finally got some clues. His eyes flickered, and a smile appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. After half an hour, the Logan docked. When disembarking, he saw 3 or 4 ships with skull flags moored beside him. This is pirate? There was a flash of light in his eyes, and there could be a pirate group of this size. Generally speaking, it was considered a large pirate group in the four seas, with a number of about 100. Meow. About to get off the ship, Luo Chen suddenly discovered that the cat who was with him had started to shiver. Looking at the skull flags hanging on these ships, his eyes were full of fear. What happened to you? Luo Chen walked over and squatted down and asked worriedly. Although it was just a cat, the more he felt that this guy was like a person during this time of getting along, and in a certain subconscious mind, this cat was already his partner. Meow. The cat raised his paw, pointed at the pirate ship, and then gestured for a long time. His eyes were full of horror, and finally he hugged Luo Chen's leg, trying to dissuade him from leaving here quickly. Do you want me to leave here? These pirates are terrible? Luo Chen thought for a while and asked. Meow, meow, meow. The cat pointed anxiously at the pirate ship and called again. Luo Chen understood this time. Through the cat's movements, he understood, and a chill flashed in his eyes. In this way, these guys are the creditors of the lives on that ship. At the first sight of these pirate ships, the cat recognized that these pirates were the culprits who attacked the merchant ship and destroyed its habitat. I see. Luo Chen put his hand on the cat's head, his expression became serious, and the cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the panic and sorrow in the cat's eyes, Luo Chen knew that the cat's relatives might have died in that battle. Don't worry, everything has me. Slowly picking up the cat, Luo Chen turned around and looked at the pirate boats that were fluctuating with the sea. There was a coldness on his body. I will avenge you. The voice was heavy. Luo Chen lost the easygoingness of the past at this moment, and replaced it with solemnity and solemnity. The cat looked at Luo Chen, plucked up the courage to climb to Luo Chen's shoulder, and then squatted firmly on it, rubbing Luo Chen with his cheek. Don't worry about me, it is them who should be desperate. I'm very strong. Softly comforting the cat standing on his shoulders, Luo Chen stepped out, and after a leap, he had already got off the Logan, and strode towards the 4 pirate ships not far away. After 10 breaths, one of the pirate boats boarded. 4 or 5 pirates were sitting cross-legged on the deck, and the roars and complaints continued to be heard. These pirates were playing cards. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped them, making the group of people stunned for a moment, and then turned their heads to look away. You kid, who is it? What are you doing on our boat? Get out, disturb Lao Zi's interest. What caught my eyes was a young teenager with a strange cat squatting on his shoulder, looking at them in fear. Suddenly, these pirates scolded. Come to kill you. Facing the fierce aura of these pirates, even someone had already picked up the long knife beside him. Luo Chen just said indifferently. His right hand was stroking silently on the hilt of the sword around his waist, and then when these pirates were about to stand up, his long sword suddenly screamed. Choke! A bright sword flower drew across the void, and Luo Chen's long sword was sheathed. The eyes of the pirates who were still getting up showed a look of horror. They touched their necks in panic and fear, trying to stop the flow of vitality. However, after a breath, there was only darkness left before their eyes. One sword, all the pirates present died. Next one. Luo Chen strode off this ship and then boarded the other 3 ships. In less than half an hour, the 3 pirate boats, there were still some noisy sounds, and it had become quiet at this time. At this time, Luo Chen was standing on the largest of them. Is this the captain's ship? Looking at the corpse lying under him, Luo Chen's eyes flashed slightly. On this ship, the pirate's combat effectiveness was obviously higher than the other 3 ships, especially the corpse under him. He only killed the opponent with 3 swords. An ordinary pirate only needs a sword. But it doesn't matter anymore, 1 sword, 3 swords, there is not much difference, they are all dead. Meow. At this time, the cat on his shoulder screamed obediently, the coldness on Luo Chen's face dissipated, and he smiled and touched the cat's head. Then he stepped forward and started looking for the treasure on the ship. Fierce pirates like this, robbing everywhere, they must have accumulated a lot of money. After finding the hidden door on the floor of the captain's bedroom, Luo Chen opened the mechanism with a sword and jumped straight down. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the golden light in the basement. Sure enough, the feeling of being poor and crazy is unimaginable. He can only feel happy when he constantly fills his treasury and sees the increase in his money. As far as I can see, according to Luo Chen's estimation, this time I saw more treasures than I encountered at the entrance of East Blue Upside Down Mountain last time. In other words, is my little goal about to be achieved? The smile on his face was even worse, and Luo Chen stepped into the treasure center in a few steps. System, turn all these treasures into balance for me. After a few breaths, the treasures on the floor quickly dwindled, and finally became empty. At this time, the system's icy warning sound was also heard. A total of 75 million treasures, is it to be collected as the system balance? The income balance of 70 million, 5 million will be replaced by Pele for me. Luo Chen casually kaido. After a breath, there was a pile of Bailey in his hand, and the balance of the system suddenly became 120 million. This is a huge sum of money that surpassed the past, and it also allowed Luo Chen to firm up his belief in plundering the pirates. If you want to get rich, it seems that you have to take action against these guys who are doing evil and looting everywhere in the future. When I was in East Blue, I was a bounty hunter. It took me a long time to save more than 70 million. However, this will only be robbed twice, but I have already accumulated 120 million. Next, took the money. It's time to do something. Fei Tianyu Jianlu, from Rurouni Kenshin, is the sword technique used by the protagonist Kenshin Himura. Among them, the technique of drawing swords is extremely overbearing, and the most terrifying characteristic of this genre is quickness and ruthlessness, which fully displays these 2 points. Its sword drawing technique is the most powerful, known as the swift sword drawing technique. When you feel the speed, the sword has passed through your body and reached behind you, which is the moment of your failure. At this time, Luo Chen possessed Fei Village Jingxin in his body, and before a while, he had already integrated all the Feishan Yujian Liu in his heart, and knew everything well. Fantastic sword drawing technique. Dragon's Nest Flash. The Earth Dragon flashes. Dragon Hammer Flash. Long Xiangshan. 9-headed dragon flashes. And the ultimate supreme prophecy, Tianxiang Dragon flashing. In an instant, in Luo Chen's mind, countless personal figures flew up and down, rehearsing in the sea of mind, and then magnified and merged with his body. Quick! Allow! Hatred! A dangerous aura was released from his eyes, and for a short while, Luo Chen's figure passed by a dozen pirates. Long Xiangshan. The astonishing sword light was dazzling, and it bloomed like an epiphany in a flash, and then the scream sounded, and his body was completely empty. Damn, it's Kid! The Captain Bald looked at the young boy who was walking step by step in horror, with fear in his heart. He knew very well that the combat power of his subordinates were all elite pirates who came to the edge of life and death. This kid, where is it sacred? Dragon Hammer Flash. 9-headed Dragon Mountain. One by one sword strokes bloomed in Luo Chen's hands, and the nearly 100 pirates rushing up quickly decreased. His brilliant swordsmanship and fast-moving speed are like a tiger in the crowd, unstoppable. In front of this tiger, the pirates became Mianyang. After dozens of breaths, Luo Chen's control of Feishan Yujian Liu was even more familiar, and the fusion with Fimura Jiangxin had reached its peak. Every time he stepped out, he would hear 3 or 4 painful calls. In the end, when the pirates only had more than 30 people left, they looked at the corpses all over the floor, terrified. Ah, he is not a human being, he is a devil. Too strong. We have no hope at all. Under such advanced swordsmanship, they have no resistance at all. Captain, what should I do? A pirate screamed, and his voice was trembling. The bald captain had a fierce look in his eyes. He touched his light head, carried a large knife a few steps and walked to the forefront. First, he scanned the pirates who fell on the ground in a circle, and his eyes were even more fierce. Boy, who are you? That's ruthless. People who are dying don't need to know. Luo Chen said indifferently, his eyes were not even on Captain Bald. Slowly insert the long sword into the scabbard, and then close it. The courage of this group of pirates has been lost, and it is not enough to filter. There's a kind, damn it, who are you, Lao Zi? I'm the murderous Arnold with a reward of 35 million. The Captain Bald was furious, and he strode out, and within a few steps he had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. The blade was shining, and it slashed towards Luo Chen at an extremely tricky angle. The latter's eyes flashed, and his footsteps dodged slightly, avoiding the blow, putting his right hand on the hilt of his waist, and did not attack. He seemed to be brewing something, letting the Captain Bald continue to swing his knife, but he was always evasive. However, it can be clearly seen that although Luo Chen's figure is constantly moving, the cat on his shoulders is squatting steadily without any shaking. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the aura he was accumulating seemed to have reached the extreme at this moment. At this moment, the Captain Bald rushed over. Speaking of strength, judging from the bounty, it's actually not much worse. But in terms of tactics, the difference is too far. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. The next moment, with a choking, Yuan Hong's sword was unsheathed. An extremely bright, fierce sword intent was surging, but the breath seemed to be able to cut a person's head. In front of the Captain Bald, a ray of sword light quickly magnified, and then he saw a faint figure passing through the center of his body. I'm okay, Arnold said in horror. At this moment, he heard the sound of a long knife closing in its sheath behind him again. At the moment the voice disappeared, he covered his neck in fear, where a thin slit was rapidly enlarged, and red blood was erupting. Rapid sword drawing technique. Muttering, Luo Chen's eyes condensed. Among the flying imperial sword stream, the most famous technique is this sword drawing technique. As soon as the sword was drawn, the enemy's life and death had already been determined. This overbearing and rapid drawing of a sword made countless people fearful. Kenshin Himura can be called drawing a sword because of this technique of drawing swords. At the same time, the technique of drawing swords is also the basis of all flying imperial swords. It was just a preliminary attempt. This set of swordsmanship brought surprises to Luo Chen. Sure enough, it was so strong that it was just a stab, and he immediately killed the pirates who were $350,000 in strength, and their strength was not much worse than their own. The The vertical and horizontal swordsmanship is also strong, but it is strong in the subtlety of the moves. But if it is better than the overbearing and fierceness of this flying sword stream, it is still a bit worse. The two sets of swordsmanship are very different in style and completely different, but they are both equally powerful. Of course, there is a hint of righteousness in the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship, chivalrous, upright, which is really not more killing than the sword drawing technique. After solving Arnold, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, his figure was just a step away, and he had rushed in front of the remaining pirates again. After a breath, the screams kept coming out. Luo Chen would not let go of these cruel pirates. Kill one person to save thousands, why not do it? He is not a bad guy, let alone a savior. But everyone stepped on the road to see the unevenness, and since they met, then killing these guys is not a big deal. Confucianism has a saying that one can be self-satisfied by one's own self, while daring is to benefit the world. Among them, there is a bit less righteousness to be at a loss, but a little more to maintain one's own sanity. If you can, think about the surroundings again. This is the way of life and the way of survival. Luo Chen is not strong at the moment, but killing these pirates and saving the civilians on the island in front of him is more than enough to save the innocent people killed by these people in the future. As for Marine, it is a contradiction caused by different camps. After only a dozen breaths, the remaining pirates have been killed by Luo Chen. A faint bloody smell came out, making it vomiting, and the cat stood on his shoulder and covered his nose in disgust. Are you safe? A moment ago, it was as if it was a strict Shura, but at this moment it seemed to be a Tathagata smiling. This completely different temperament came from the same person, which made the villagers feel a little dazed. Thanks. After 5 full breaths, one of them reacted and thanked him again and again. There was one person, and the rest of the villagers all thanked loudly. Some of them brought their valuables, some went home to get special products, and even a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s actually pushed his daughter out, saying that he was going to repay Luo Chen, leaving the latter stunned. Looked dumbfounded. However, such a lively scene also made Luo Chen feel a little bit warm. He has watched many movies and novels in his previous life, and sometimes after saving the other person will fear your mighty power, and instead evade you or try to kill you. These gloomy willfulness are hard to guard against. But fortunately, the people here are very simple. No extra thank you, I need a chart, South Blue chart, do you have one? Luo Chen rejected the kindness of all the villagers, especially the daughter of the middle-aged man, and said loudly, chart? Upon request, the villagers immediately took action and asked each other. Among them, the enthusiasm made Luo Chen sigh and sigh. What a bunch of kind guys, after saving one of them, they can't wait to give everything to themselves. After a short while, there was news from the villagers. A young guy ran home quickly, and then screamed while holding a sheepskin curl. Benefactor, I have a chart, I have it. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, quickly took it, and then glanced away. Just for a moment, he looked at the chart in his eyes, and the cat on his shoulders also scanned curiously. How is it? Benefactor? Kano's chart, is it okay? Yeah, no problem, right? I picked it up on another island when I went to sea 2 years ago. It looked like a map and brought it back. I hope it's okay, I must help my benefactor. Everyone looked at Luo Chen's expression nervously, with anticipation in their eyes. The chart is okay, although it's a bit incomplete, but my destination can be found. After a few breaths, Luo Chen said with a smile, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. The villagers said. This chart is incomplete, it can be said to be too incomplete, covering only a quarter of South Blue. Luo Chen frowned when he looked at it at first, but after a few glances, he laughed. Because, so immortal, the route to Batria is just above this chart. Sure enough, good deeds are rewarded. Having obtained the goal of this trip, Luo Chen bid farewell to the villagers. Batria arrives, Rouge is still suffering, he doesn't have much time to waste. Benefactor, we have nothing to repay you, but please tell me your name. The villagers repeatedly tried to stay, but Luo Chen refused. Finally, they could only ask Luo Chen's name like this. Forward. Luo Chen was embarrassed now. After thinking about it, he smiled again. Kenshin Himura, my name is Kenshin Himura. Since Kenshin Himura was summoned to defeat the pirates, let's use Kenshin Himura's name. After more than 10 breaths, Luo Chen's back disappeared in front of the villagers, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Back on the Logan, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. This time I got a lot of money. Not only did I get money, but I also got a chart. Smiling at the cat, Luo Chen said with a smile. Meow. The cat glanced at Luo Chen disgustingly, waved his tail, and jumped off Luo Chen's shoulder. Soon, the Logan sailed away from the island. From the villagers' mouths, Luo Chen also learned that the island was called Cyan Island. In the following time, the Logan sailed steadily on the sea. Luo Chen began to sit on the deck, calculating his income this time. Arnold, who defeated 123 pirates and offered a bounty of 30 million, won a total of 3,200 possession coins. The balance of gold coins in the system remains 120 million. The total remaining possession coins, 69,200. These are the family properties of Luo Chen's body at the moment. After knowing his thoughts, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and focused on the skills that Cai Fake and Jian's heart had just now. Flying Imperial Sword Stream, it costs 3,000 possession coins. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chen chose to exchange. Feishin Yujian Liu exerted terrifying power on Kenshin Himura. But this is only for Kenshin Himura. His moves are exquisite, precise, and ruthless, and they are all very powerful. And as his strength increases, this set of swordsmanship will inevitably be able to exert even greater strength on his body. Moreover, this is a systematic sword technique, with many sword moves, including the cultivation of breath, the improvement of realm and so on. Although in the pirate world, these things will have great restrictions, but for him at the moment, it is just right. From the very beginning, Luo Chen's positioning of the system was not to make himself strong in an instant, and to eat a fat man in one bite, but to use the system to grow from weak to strong step by step. Moreover, the system cannot really make oneself invincible immediately. Even if he summons an extremely powerful character and summons a purple soul, there is a time limit. In the final analysis, it is not his own power. What Luo Chen wanted was his true own power. The moves of the flying sword flow and his mind flowed through his heart quickly, and after 3 breaths, he had already used all these masters. The advantage of the system is that he doesn't need to practice these anymore. Once exchanged, he will have these powers. With 16 years of physical training, Luo Chen's strength has temporarily reached a small peak. Now even without using the power of the system, Luo Chen's swordsmanship has been able to defeat the pirates with a bounty of 50 or 60 million. Of course, demon fruit power, he has not encountered it yet, and it is not clear what will happen to this kind of enemy with extremely fluctuating power. Call. Slowly exhaling, Luo Chen finally gave up after running Feishin Yujian Liu's breath mind. In terms of mind, Gani's Gigu Tuna method is more neutral and peaceful, with long chi pulse, which is also good for the body. But Feishin Yujian Liu's style is rude and violent, and if there is a bad one, it will even disuse oneself. In the end, Jiangxin seemed to be seriously injured because of the excessive power of the moves. However, with my body, I can bear this violent power. Luo Chen didn't worry. People in the pirate world generally had excellent physical fitness, far surpassing that of Jiangxin's world. Next, continue to accumulate money, sweep away all the way, summon powerful people, and enrich yourself. Strive to raise your own strength to the level of 100 million pirates. Batria Island is located in the midwest of South Blue. Luo Chen saw from this incomplete nautical chart that he had to cross at least 7 islands if he wanted to go to this island. It will take about 5 months to judge the itinerary based on the scale on the map. Almost half a year. The expression on his face was a little subtle. Luo Chen was very worried about whether Rouge would be able to support her arrival. In the original book, it was a full 2 years before Rouge gave birth to Ace and then died. The whole world doesn't even know the existence of Rouge, or the existence of One Piece and the orphan like Ace. Because of forced non-production, Rouge's body suffered too much, and therefore, she had already left the first time she was born. But in this world, I can't tolerate such grief from happening. Silently clenching his fists, Luo Chen's face became serious. Since Roger is dead, he should take care of all the funeral matters. In fact, even he doesn't know when and how this middle-aged old guy hooked up with Rouge. If he hadn't known the original plot, maybe Ace would still be by Garp's side, and Rouge would inevitably die. The old guy doesn't believe me, but he believes in that guy Garp. It makes me sad. A smile appeared on his face. Luo Chen clenched the long sword in his hand. His eyes became sharp as he looked forward. Half a month has passed since he left Thane Island. In this half-month, he eliminated 4 vicious pirate groups. The number of the 4 pirate groups reached more than 500 numbers, but he did not have a living. Leave. The cruel and cold killing, and the magical sword technique, even left him with the name of drawing a sword. In the past half-month, his system balance has increased rapidly, and by now, it has grown to a horrible amount of 220 million. With a lot of money, the confidence is natural enough. Luo Chen is not afraid of everything at this moment. In front of him, there happened to be a pirate group approaching. The opening of the era of great voyages has also led to a rapid increase in the number of pirates. With these pirates who do no evil, Luo Chen can accumulate wealth very fast. 13 minutes later, the Logan passed by the oncoming pirate ship. Both parties are looking at each other at this moment. Pirates are not a friendly group. More pirates have to live and die as soon as they meet. In this vast sea, they are competitors. At a glance, there were not many people on the pirate ship opposite, only about 20 people, but everyone's eyes were amazingly bright and full of energy, causing Luo Chen's eyes to squint slightly. It can be seen that this group of pirates is not easy to deal with. At the same time, the other side also looked at Luo Chen's boat. When they saw that there was only 1 person and 1 cat, the group of pirates raised their eyebrows and laughed. A boat alone? It's kind of interesting. Luo Chen did not respond, but calmly stared at the group of people. He saw a strong bloody breath from the group of people. "You killed a lot of people?" Asking these words indifferently, Luo Chen's right hand was already on the hilt. "Killing? How can you be a pirate who doesn't kill?" Among the pirates on the opposite side, one of the green-haired people smiled, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. "You haven't killed anyone yet, have you?" As he said, his face became savage. Beside him, the pirates laughed loudly, wanting to see Luo Chen, who was frightened by them. However, they were disappointed, and Luo Chen's expression was still flat. "Then I have to send you back to your hometown today." Speaking lightly, the next moment, Luo Chen's knees were slightly bent, and he had already risen into the air. In just a moment, he was already standing on the opponent's pirate ship. "You want to do it? Are you crazy?" The pirates laughed and laughed. "Know that we are offering a bounty." Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen's long sword was out of its sheath, a brilliant sword light flashed, and two pirates fell down. In an instant, the expressions of the pirates changed. This swordsmanship. Luo Chen stepped forward, swinging the long sword in his hand at will, and the speed was astonishing. The dragon's head flashes. Long Xiangshan. 9-headed dragon flashes. Less than 5 breaths of effort, the pirates were half dead. "Noisy. It's just a group of people, I don't even want to know their names." Indifferent words came from Luo Chen's mouth, and the pirates were completely frightened. You must know that the pirates who died were the strongest in their pirate group, including their captain. But in the hands of the person in front of him, he couldn't stand a blow. "I remember, he is. At this moment, the pirates who were in panic suddenly shouted, drawing a sword. Recently, it was rumored that a murder demon had appeared on South Blue. He was cruel in nature. He had never had a living mouth in his hand. He was a master of swordsmanship. Rarely, he was an enemy of swordsmanship. What's more terrifying is that he only hunts down pirates. As long as he hears that there are vicious pirates doing evil, he will chase away until the group of pirates is completely killed." They once heard this rumor, but they just sneered and didn't believe it. You know, their captain is also a vicious pirate who offers a reward of 30 million Baileys, and is well known throughout South Blue, not to mention that there are cotters who offer a reward of 20 million. They are not the group of spicy chicken pirates piled up by the number of people, they are the elite. However, when facing Luo Chen at this moment, they only knew that the power they were proud of was scum in front of each other. "No, don't kill me. Mom, I want to go home, I'm so scared. Help, who will help me?" This group of pirates who once wielded knives at innocent people, in front of Luo Chen, were so frightened that they cried and cried. However, the latter just waved a knife indifferently. 3 of his silhouettes shuttled and passed by the remaining pirates. The next moment, all the pirates fell to the ground. Even the entire South Blue is considered to be the top pirate group. The total bounty sums up to 70 million Baileys. The famous pirate group was wiped out in Luo Chen's hands. The name of the pirate ship is unknown. As usual, he stepped into the basement of the pirate ship. He has done this process many times in the past few months, and every time, he will have a huge gain. However, this time, when he walked into the basement, he was taken aback. Because what he saw was not a treasure, but one rough guy. Luo Chen's expression became tangled in an instant. Are these pirates sick, pervert? They don't let the treasure, let a big man." That's right, in the basement, a sturdy man was sitting cross-legged, his head hanging down, as if he was sleeping. According to his several robberies, borrowing money, borrowing from the experience of those pirate groups, this pile of treasures is at least 10 million. Damn it, more than 10 million, poor ghost. Luo Chen disliked it very much, more than 10 million, he was too heavy to carry it. Striding forward, Luo Chen said directly to the system, "System, put this pile of treasures into the balance. A total of 11 million, the balance has been deposited, and the current balance of host is 231 million. Listening to this large amount, Luo Chen's face improved a little. "Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat, so I don't care about him." Once again, he glanced at the big man sitting on the ground with shackles on his hands and feet, and his head hanging slightly. Luo Chen curled his lips and prepared to leave. This guy is really a big man. He is at least 2.5 meters tall and has sturdy limbs. Sitting in the basement alone, he occupies at least 2/3 of the area, just like a tower. Just sitting cross-legged, this big man has reached Luo Chen's waist. And the naked arms, the upper body, and the solid muscles on it, like granite, have a visual impact. "What kind of hormones have you eaten? It's so strong." A little enviously glanced at this big man, Luo Chen turned his head and was about to leave. But at this moment, the big man raised his head and the shackles clinked constantly. Luo Chen only noticed that there were quite a lot of chains on the big man's body, and he actually tied the big man's body by 5 points. Third, only the position above the chest is not tied off. "Yes, did you save me?" "Saved you?" Luo Chen looked dumbfounded. He just came to get the money, who would save him? Thank you, can you help me untie these chains? The big man's voice was very weak, and Luo Chen also saw it this time. The big man's face was pale and his lips were dry, as if he hadn't drank water for a long time and had eaten. However, Luo Chen did not refuse either, it was just a matter of convenience. The Yuan Hong sword was unsheathed, and it was only a flash of effort. A spark broke out from the iron chain on the man's body, and then it broke into 2 pieces. Okay, you can get up. Luo Chen curled his lips and was about to leave. The muscles on this big man are too jealous. Trouble, wait, can this iron rope mixed with sea stone in my hand cut it for me? As long as you aim at a place that is not the location of the sea stone, it is easy to damage it. The big man stretched out his hands, revealing his sturdy wrists bound by a thick iron rope at least 5 centimeters in diameter. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's mouth trembled. Beat the dog, who is this guy with such a thick rope? He was treated so solemnly by those weak chickens. There was a dignified look in his eyes. This burly figure was actually tied up by sea stone. Although the sea stone is not pure handcuffs, the circles of iron ropes on his body, plus the wrists, can also be used. Prove that this big man is extraordinary. This guy is still a demon fruit power. With a wave of his hand, the long sword flashed again, and the knife was accurately cut on the rope. The big man's hands were divided, and the sea stone rope suddenly broke. Slowly pulling down all the iron chains on his body, the big man wanted to stand up, but he was too weak, and he shook his ass and sat down again. Boom! The basement shook for a while, and Luo Chen's eyes trembled. How heavy is this guy? Just the power of a ride can shake the entire ship. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten or drink water for a month, I really don't have the energy. 1 month, BAA. Are you kidding me? Luo Chen looked at this big man in shock, completely unable to believe this fact. Someone can survive without eating or drinking water for a month? Can you carry me out? I need to add food and water. The big man was very polite. Luo Chen couldn't bear to refuse. In the end, he bent down and signaled the big man to come up. Come up. The big man grinned, his smile was ugly, but he was a little honest. Then he lay on Luo Chen's shoulder, and suddenly Luo Chen felt his body sink. It's so heavy, how many caddies are you? Can't help it, Luo Chen spit out. It's about 400 to 500 caddies, the big man said with embarrassment. You should lose weight. Luo Chen was a little speechless, and turned over Byakugan. The big man is embarrassed, his figure is perfect, but his skeleton is big. The heavy man walked out of the basement. When he came outside and saw the corpses on the deck, he narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Luo Chen a little unexpectedly. I'll find food for you. After saying a word, Luo Chen entered the kitchen. After a while, Luo Chen walked out carrying the food. There was obviously saliva flowing out of the big man's mouth, and he was hungry for too long. Is there water? Putting food into his mouth, the big man asked without turning his head. Boom! Luo Chen put 2 jars of wine on the deck and motioned. There is no water, but there are still 2 jars of wine. The big man was taken aback, and then he grinned. Wine can also be used as water. Afterwards, he grabbed the wine jar with one hand, lifted it directly, and poured it into his mouth. Luo Chen's eyes trembled. Fuck, this guy really used wine as water. And most importantly, Luo Chen's pupils contracted, and this guy's recovery speed is so fast. He couldn't move as he was weak just now, but after eating a few bites of food, he was able to lift the half-person high wine jar. After eating for a full hour, the big man breathed a sigh of relief, cried out comfortably, and stopped the endless food-eating movement. It's full! It's so cool! Ha ha ha! With a big laugh, the big man stood up, looked down at Luo Chen, and stretched out his big hand like a fan. Thank you, kid, my name is Jason Statham, thank you for saving me. Luo Chen. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and shook Jason's hand, but his heart was even more complaining. Jason Statham. If he remembers correctly, there was a famous movie star in his previous life called this name, right? I have nowhere to go. Since you saved me, let me protect you from now on. Jason grinned again and smiled at Luo Chen. Protect me? Luo Chen showed questioning eyes. Don't worry, I can fight very well, and there is absolutely no problem protecting you. Jason grinned again with a fist larger than his own sandbag. Then, as if to prove his strength, he swept the corpses of the pirates on the ground with a disdainful expression. They are like this, I can fight 10,000. Immediately afterwards, he said to Luo Chen embarrassedly, just take care of the food for me. As a reminder, he added another sentence. I can eat it. In Luo Chen's helpless eyes, there was an extra big man on the Logan who ate 10 people a meal. This big guy had a bald head, a long and honest smile on his face, and an honest look. Although he looked strong, he looked very bully. But Luo Chen knew that there was definitely a huge power in this guy's body. The mere fact that he was tied up in the basement and survived without eating or drinking for a month can prove the extraordinary horror of this guy. Those sturdy arms, strong thighs, and a whole body of tendons are like a small pagoda. Standing in front of Luo Chen, it even more contrasts Luo Chen's frailty. Of course, it was also because of this that Luo Chen had always resented Jason. "Hey, Captain, where are we going?" After moving all the supplies of the gang of pirates to the Logan, Jason asked with a smile. He worked hard and didn't complain. Luo Chen said what he did. "Batlia Island," Luo Chen said. "Raise the sail, we are ready to set off," he said to Jason again, and the latter ran to set sail. Soon, the Logan puffed up its sails and sailed under the blowing of the sea breeze. Since there are 2 more people on the boat, it is natural that Jason will do all the hard work. "Will you sail?" Luo Chen asked again when the ship got up. No. Jason touched his big bald head, embarrassed. "To learn." "Good. Can you cook?" Luo Chen asked again. "No," Jason replied. "To learn." Will it be cleaned?" Luo Chen asked again. "This meeting," Jason said in surprise. He finally found one who would do it. "That's not hurry to go?" Luo Chen stared. The latter touched his head and went down to clean silently. After that, watching Jason cleaning up on the deck, Luo Chen showed a pleasant smile on his face. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to have one more person. At the very least, these chores are no longer their own. Jason's movements were very fast, but in less than a quarter of an hour, the whole ship was cleaned by him inside and outside, showing the cleaning skills behind him, which made Luo Chen very satisfied. He likes this honest and capable crew. After that, the 2 of them were assigned a division of labor, and the guards were rotated every night. On this sea, crises are coming and going. You don't know when there will be danger. Generally speaking, when night falls, crew members will be arranged to watch the night. Before that, Luo Chen was the only one. He sleeps in light sleep every day, leaving his general mind outside. And now, there is Jason. That day, when the night fell, Luo Chen finally closed his eyes and slept beautifully. The next day, at dawn, stretching his waist, Luo Chen saw Jason, who had already begun to move his body outside. "Hi, Jason." "Hey, you're up, Captain," Jason greeted honestly. "Well, that's right, I'm still alive after watching all night," Luo Chen praised. "Yes, it should," Jason laughed. At this time, Jason's eyes were bright, and he was not tired of staying up all night. There are only 2 days left before the next island. Looking at the map, Luo Chen's eyes flashed and muttered. It took about 5 months before he could feel Rouge, and he was shortening this time as much as possible. It can be said that he hardly stopped on this road. In addition to the delay in killing the murderous pirates, there is even very little supply for sea ships. But this time, it must stay here. According to the chart, the Alistair Island was the only supply during the nearby voyage, and this voyage took up 1/3 of his time to go to Batria. In other words, at least he will float on the sea for about a month. "Jason, call me when I get to the island," Luo Chen yelled. The latter replied, and then he went to the bedroom to tease the cat. In the past few days, the cat seems to be depressed and not very happy. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the sea was calm and no pirates were encountered, which made Luo Chen feel a bit boring. He also wanted to kill some pirates to expand his system balance. Unfortunately, there was no hope. NS. 2 days later, as Jason yelled, Luo Chen also looked towards the bow position. "Captain, here we are, Alistair Island ahead." After Luo Chen talked about learning to sail that day, Jason was studying hard. By this time, he was standing in front of the rudder with his hands swaying, but he looked relaxed and content, and he looked very intoxicated. It's hard to imagine a sturdy man, squinting his eyes and steering the helm, humming a little song in his mouth. It was a beautiful picture. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt that pirate's style of painting had changed. Luo Chen walked to the bow position and looked forward. After looking across the sea at a glance, you can see an island in the distance. Compared to the islands Luo Chen had seen from afar, this Alistair Island seemed to be more than twice as big in area, and the liveliness and prosperity on it were naturally higher. If you want to describe it, then among the islands Luo Chen has seen, I am afraid that only a limited island like Lobe Town can be compared. When we arrive, we will buy some supplies in a while, and then rest on the boat for 1 night, and we will set off. Luo Chen approached Jason. Don't you play for a few more days, Captain?" Jason asked suspiciously. "There are still important things to do, but there is no time to delay," faintly explained. Luo Chen fell into silence again. The Logan slowly approached the shore, and then Jason dropped the anchor and tied it tightly to the shore of the pier. "Okay, Captain." Beckoning below, Jason yelled at Luo Chen. Nodding, Luo Chen also jumped down. On his shoulder, the kitten was also squatting quietly. After jumping to the shore, 1 person and 1 cat, they looked towards the interior of the island. The voice is full of people, and there is an endless stream between people. When Luo Chen swept across this small shore, he could see no fewer than 4 ships. What a prosperous town! With a sigh, a smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. Of course, A-lister Island should be one of the most prosperous islands in South Blue. Jason smiled. Nodding, Luo Chen and Jason walked towards the interior of the island. When the two walked into the center of the town and kept looking for items needed for navigation, the cat on Luo Chen's shoulder was restless. What's wrong, cat? Meow. The cat opened his paw and pointed to a sweet cake shop on the side of the street, showing expectant eyes. Hee hee, I really don't know who is the master of the two of us, or in the future, I'll call you the young master. Luo Chen laughed helplessly. Meow. The anger contained in Baron's voice could be heard clearly by everyone present. This guy was really irritated. The murderous eyes made everyone afraid to look at him. However, there is one exception. Not only did he stare at Baron's eyes, he also spoke. What are you looking at? The corners of his eyes trembled, and Baron couldn't help it. Jason's honest expression, coupled with the sound of the urn sound, is really too much hatred. Luo Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing. You all have to die, Baron said coldly. Behind him, two doors suddenly opened, and dozens of big men walked out of the door. Captain, haven't you finished it yet? Who are these guys? It looks like something unexpected happened. A dozen pirates all showed joking expressions when they saw the situation in front of them. A young man, a burly man, well, and a cat. This combination made the corners of Baron's eyes tremble. Are you going to kill them, Captain? A lanky guy, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, his spear flicked and pointed directly at Jason. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, Jason's threat is far greater than Luo Chen. It's over, these two guys are going to be killed. That big man is too courageous. That's Baron cruel, what can I do? The crowd onlookers panicked, watching the scene in front of them nervously. In everyone's eyes, Jason's eyes suddenly became cold. You are threatening me, and you dare to point your gun at my head. No one dared to point a gun at me. Jason's words sounded serious, but his serious tone, matched with his honest face, made Baron and the others laugh. However, this laughter lasted only 3 breaths, and the faces of Baron and others were filled with shock. They unexpectedly saw the stupid brawny man, stretched out and grabbed the barrel of the gun directly. The thin and tall face changed, and his finger was placed on the trigger. You are looking for death. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! There was dull gunfire, and some people onlookers closed their eyes unbearably. You dare to shoot at me, I want to kill you. Jason's palm was blocked on the muzzle, his honest expression suddenly became cold. What? Thin and tall, shocked, this shot didn't even kill the big guy. And what made him feel a little horrified is that his gun was blasted. How can this be? Jason's palm directly blocked the muzzle, and he was still dead without the shot being fired. Crack wipe. Immediately afterwards, Baron and his group saw a scene that stunned them. The long gun made of steel was actually held, grasped, and twisted so gently by Jason's hand, and then the whole gun was shattered like a twist. The tall and thin man took a step back in fright. He had never seen such a strong guy. I said, I want to kill you. Jason's tone was cold, and with a big hand, his right hand, which was as huge as a fan, directly grabbed the thin and tall head. Then, again, the thin and tall one was directly mentioned. Damn it, you let go of him. Baron's face changed and he shouted, and he was about to rush forward to stop Jason. He saw his crew, in Jason's hands, his head began to deform a little because of the tremendous strength. However, the latter looked at him and waved so casually. Really, it just waved easily. Then, in everyone's eyes, Baron flew out directly, and even hit the ground 30 or 40 meters away, and rolled over nearly 10 meters without stopping. When he got up again, his nose and face were swollen and embarrassed. The pupils who were still very proud before that were filled with shock. You have to die. Jason was holding a tall and thin man in one hand, gradually getting taller and taller. No, don't. The thin and tall man was frightened, kicking his legs wildly, and he felt a strong force about to smash his head. This force is really terrifying. There is also a kind of fear from the depths of the body, making him cold all over. At this moment, the thin and tall person feels that as long as this big man moves with his hand, his life fire will be extinguished. Too strong. On the side, Baron and the gang of pirates finally panicked. They all pulled out their waste weapons and walked towards Jason. But in the face of these dozen people, Jason's face remained unchanged, holding the tall and thin man in one hand, and then he made a sharp wave. Boom! A dozen people were all thrown out by Jason and hit the store wall behind them severely. What made everyone take a breath is that these people didn't fall off immediately after they collided with the wall, but because they were too strong, they actually stuck to the wall, just like a picture. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Beats people like hanging pictures. The power of this guy is really terrifying. To achieve this level, not only the need for power is great, but also the perfect control of power. After 3 full breaths, the dozen people just fell down and then screamed. Their bones were shattered a lot under this collision, the wall behind them split in 4s and 5s, and the whole house almost collapsed. What a strong guy. At this moment, everyone onlookers was shocked. This burly and honest man unexpectedly possesses such power. Immediately afterwards, they saw the big man, the thin and tall man with one hand, swiping toward the ground in front of him. Snapped. The thin and tall body immediately gushed out blood, trembled a few times, and died of sound. If you say kill, kill, Jason is not used to these guys at all. You guy. Baron changed color, and a chill rose in his heart. What kind of power his crew has, he himself knows very well. Each of them is a powerful guy with a bounty of tens of millions. However, under this person's flick, he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Although there are reasons why they are light and unprepared, in the final analysis, it is because this simple-looking and burly guy is too strong. What are you looking at? Another sentence was passed into Baron's ear, making him grit his teeth. You are too damn it. Balong was so angry that he stood up abruptly. He didn't care about his embarrassment at the moment. After his whole body was shaken, he said coldly, "Let you see my true power." After a breath, in everyone's surprised eyes, Baron's figure actually began to swell, his appearance grew brown hair, his feet became claws with sharp claws, and his hands also changed at this moment. The four limbs of some kind of animal. Above the tail, there is a tail like a whip sticking out. This inhuman appearance immediately frightened everyone present. This is devil fruit. Luo Chen's eyes were also squinted, and he looked at Baron. Zoan. Muttering, this Balangwang relied on this transformed appearance to make people be sure that he was eating Zoan devil fruit. The fruit of Zoan can greatly enhance the speed, strength, and response of human beings. It can be said that if you are only a strong person who focuses on physical skills, it is no disadvantage to cooperate with Zoan fruit. This Baron can offer a reward of more than 40 million, and it really is a little tricky. With devil fruit alone, he has a much higher starting point than the other pirates. But, afterwards, this Balang yelled out a voice that everyone hadn't expected. Meow, this. It turned out to be a cat? The corners of Luo Chen's mouth trembled, and he looked at the kitten squatting on his shoulders. The latter curled his lips and ignored Luo Chen. I am going to kill you. Baron's voice was sharp and fierce. If this is a cat, there is no doubt that it is also a vicious cat. His claws hit the ground and his speed was so fast that his whole figure seemed to be as light as a swallow, but with his knees bent, he had reached the roof on both sides of the lane. Jason looked up and watched Baron run and jump fast on both sides of the street. At this moment, as Baron ran, the speed was getting faster and faster. 10 meters later, his whole person had turned into a phantom, and he couldn't see anyone quickly. Impressive. The onlookers were surprised. At this extremely fast speed, they could only see a burst of phantoms. The distance between Baron and Jason is about 50 meters. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Baron's figure is not only fast, but Jason's eyes are filled with the remnants of his running. Film. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded. Meow. Jason looked up and looked at his rightful place. There, 2 sharp claws shone brightly. Claw, torn apart. Baron let out a low drink, and with the help of the air and the speed he had just ran, he had already exerted the power of this blow to its limit. You are dead. No one can survive this trick of mine. He also saw Jason's strength, so he was the strongest attack when he came up. After a breath, Baron's figure could change positions quickly in the air. Although this range was small, it still made the enemy unable to figure out the angle from which he would appear. Suddenly, he shook his body. Jason couldn't help but look to the left, but at this time, Baron's figure changed and he came from the center. Haha, you guessed wrong. Go to hell. 2 sharp rays of light flashed across the sky suddenly, seeming to separate the space. However, at the same time, Jason's right fist suddenly hit. On that sturdy arm, the muscles suddenly violent, and the veins were like a horned dragon. Boom! This punch was directly and straightforwardly, and blatantly hit Baron's nose. Crack! There was a crisp bone cracking sound, and everyone couldn't help covering their noses, as if they could feel Baron's pain faintly. This is sour. Luo Chen's eyes trembled. Jason's punch was so sudden that it seemed to outsiders as if it was Baron himself who came up and was beaten. However, Luo Chen could see that Jason was really strong. I don't know why, he would be imprisoned in the basement by those scum pirates. At this time, Jason's head was still looking to the other side. Turning his head slowly, Jason spoke seriously. I also ate devil fruit, sorry. This sentence is more like ridicule. But Luo Chen took a deep look at Jason. He really didn't know what kind of fruit this guy was eating, and the power on his body was terrifying. Baron was punched by Luo Chen only seemingly unexpected, but the latter flew straight to the rear for a full 100 meters before hitting the wall with a bang. Even more so, the wall collapsed. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers eating melons were all dumbfounded. What a power this is. The Baron pirates, so far, the whole army is wiped out. South Blue's top and most ferocious pirate group was beaten to half mutilated just because of the phrase, "What are you looking at?" This brawny man, who was so sacred and so powerful. Sweeping around, Jason saw that the enemies were lying on the ground, then he scratched his head and returned to his simple and honest appearance. Jason, it's time to go. Until then, Luo Chen said lightly. Oh, yes, Captain. He is still that simple and honest man, who just now was simply tough and disappeared. With a bitter expression on his back, 2 large packages of at least 1,000 kilos were picked up, and Jason took his steps, gently following Luo Chen and disappearing here. Everyone looked at these 2 people, quietly giving way. The caring person looked at the young man walking in front of him. Obviously, among these 2 people, this young man is in the dominant position. In other words, this young man might be even stronger than the big man. After boarding the Logan, Jason reported 3 large packages of the purchased items to the cabin, and the 3 one-person high packages directly filled the basement. Okay, let's go to the hot springs, and then buy some clothes to wear. Luo Chen stretched and said with a smile. Jason wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded excitedly. Jason, your clothes are probably not easy to order. After all, Jason's figure is too big. This guy's clothes, it is estimated that they have to be specially made. Jason touched his head and smiled honestly. Afterwards, the 2 entered the island of Alistair again. After half an hour, Luo Chen and Jason squatted their upper bodies and soaked in the hot spring comfortably. The young master lay shyly beside the hot spring pool, afraid to look at the 2 of them. Comfortable, it's been a long time since I felt so comfortable. Luo Chen sighed. Cherish this moment of peace, Jason, we will be busy soon. Jason's simple and honest smile was also comfortably relying on eating, his eyes looked up to the sky. Yeah, it's really rare peace. At the entrance of the hot spring shop, 2 figures wearing sunglasses and black suits were communicating quickly in a low voice. Did you see it clearly? Is it him? No problem, this face can't be wrong. In addition, according to our information, it was this guy who appeared in Dash in South Blue during this time. The 2 exchanged quickly, constantly paying attention to the crowds on both sides of the street. If it hadn't been for the big guy today, we wouldn't have noticed him yet. This can be regarded as having nowhere to look for breaking through the iron shoes, and it will take no effort. What's more noteworthy is the cat on that guy's shoulder. Go and investigate carefully to determine the identity of that cat. Compared to that guy, that cat's identity may be more terrifying. Yes, I'm going to report. You start investigating quickly. One of the figures walked around the laneway and left the place where the hot spring shop was located. The location he chose is very special. It looks far away from the hot spring shop, but only because of the wall. In fact, if it is a person with excellent hearing, he can still clearly know the movements of Luo Chen and the others. That boy is exactly the same as the picture given by the superior. Silently recalling Luo Chen's appearance, the figure once again judged that there was no one around, and took out a phone worm from his arms. Skillfully waved the phone worm, and after a while, there was a ringing from the opposite side of the phone worm. Dang, dang, dang. With 3 rhythmic tapping sounds, the figure quickly tapped on the phone worm after hearing it. Dang dang, dang, dang dang. Report your code name. A calm voice just came from the opposite side. Code 43,298, location, South Blue, Alistair Island. 43,298 whispered quickly. Report it. The majestic voice came out, without the slightest nonsense. Yes. 43,298 the respected Tao, and then quickly said it. I was dispatched by my superiors to perform a mission on Alistair Island. Recently, a teenager was found to be consistent with one of the mission objectives. He came to report. In addition, there was a cat next to the teenager. The subordinates seriously suspected that our long-term the important person I haven't found since. The junior mission code. Hearing 43,298's words, the person opposite after the call pondered for a moment, but did not ask the cat for information first. Code 0. Speaking of which, 43,298 has a strange voice, which implies curiosity and doubts. 0. It seemed obvious to be stunned, then 43,298 quickly and solemnly asked, is it sure that the code name is 0? There was a series of voices flipping through the paper from the other side, and 43,298 could hear the extreme attention and solemnity of the superior from the voice. It seems that the young man is unusual. Sure, call. There was heavy breathing from the phone bug, and the superior was silent for 3 seconds before asking again. Continue to confirm the identity of that cat. Besides, the superior paused, with a heavy voice. Always pay attention to the location coordinates of Code 0. If necessary, your other task priorities can be postponed. Upon hearing this sentence, 43,298 was taken aback. The priority is the highest. That teenager's identity is so important that Marine pays so much attention. What exactly is it? Actually let his superiors be so concerned. But he did not hesitate, but quickly replied. Yes. Work hard, this time if you can complete the task, your promotion won't be far away. There is a rare hint of admiration from the superior. 43,298 was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Clear." Subsequently, the phone worm hung up. A hint of curiosity appeared on 43,298's face, and his eyes flickered. That boy must have an extraordinary identity. He was quite sure of this, because in his opinion, the identity of the cat was too high for him to imagine, but the priority of the juvenile's identity was even higher than that of the cat. On this side, 43,298 paid close attention to Luo Chen's every move. On the other side, 43,298's superior, a Colonel Marine with a Chinese character face, turned extremely solemn. He did not hesitate to report to Naval Headquarters immediately. He had no doubts about 43,298's words. There are many secret intelligence teams in the Marines. These Marines are either dressed up as merchants or civilians. They don't have any job at ordinary times and don't need them to go to the field to kill the enemy. After only a period of time, some tasks will be arranged for them when they are online. Many of these tasks are surveillance, inspection, and spying. 43,298 is one of these spies. They are a professional group. Only when the news is confirmed to be 100% will they be reported. Blue blue blue. Hey! Soon, the phone worm was connected. South Blue Division, Colonel Leon from Jersey is reporting to you. Say, Naval Headquarters is not so careful anymore and goes straight to the subject. Intelligence personnel found a major suspect in South Blue Alistair Island, codenamed Mission Target 0, Brother D. Luo Chen. At the same time, the cat codenamed 1 also appeared, and its identity is currently being investigated. Leon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Luo Chen? And that cat that the world government emphasizes our attention?" After 2 questions in a row, Marine was obviously a little bit shocked. Are they all in South Blue? Yes, when Luo Chen appeared, the cat was beside him. Because 43,298 later issued a more detailed written report, Leon was also very aware of the information. In addition, there is also a big man named Jason among them, whose combat effectiveness is amazing. Jason. Marine is a little confused. How long has it been since Luo Chen has formed a gang? Could it be members of Roger's subordinate pirate group? Lost in thought, Marine did not reply for a while. Leon is also very qualified and patiently waiting. They all know the importance of this matter. It won't affect the world, but it's more than enough to affect Marine's combat power in the future. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that the main Marine reacted in Kaido quickly. Understood, I will inform the Marshal. Leon nodded, hung up the phone quickly. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He can predict that the next South Blue will usher in an earthquake that will shock all Marines and pirates. Naval Headquarters has amazing efficiency. After determining Luo Chen's position, an order was quickly issued. In fact, after Durag was seriously injured and Sengoku's forbidden password was enforced, Luo Chen's reward order was not taken back, but it only appeared in a limited area. Because after that, Marine World Government has stopped issuing the reward order for Luo Chen. This high bounty has not been distributed to the whole world, it has been forcibly suspended. Marine does not want the world to know any news about Roger's brother. Only a part of East Blue people know that Roger is a younger brother, but these people are more civilians who rarely go to sea in their lives, or people who become pirates. But relying on these people to pass on Luo Chen's news, how can it be possible without 2 or 3 years? On the day of Kizaru still dangling in East Blue, the golden phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. After yawning, Kizaru got through the phone worm boredly, weakly. Hey, Kizaru Admiral, the Marshal has issued an order for you to go to South Blue. South Blue? What do you do? Kizaru wondered. Found the target mission Luo Chen, and he is currently in the Yellow Sea position. With a flicker in his eyes, Kizaru nodded. So, is there no specific target location? South Blue is huge. South Blue, Batria Island. Afterwards, the phone worm hung up, and Kizaru slowly stood up and stretched. After such a long break, activities are also good. The current Admiral Kizaru is at the peak of his combat power in his life. His physical skills are in the most perfect state, and his combat power is at the forefront of the entire Marine. Especially with his Devil Fruit, which has the speed of light, any enemy in front of him will be vulnerable. Luo Chen? In Kizaru's eyes, he was just a little curious, and he didn't really put it in his eyes. Regarding Luo Chen's discovery, Marine handled it very low-key, making decisions quickly within a limited range, and did not cause much shock. On South Blue Alistair Island, Luo Chen played with Jason and the young master easily, unaware of the coming storm. They did not notice that there were a few more faint figures around them, but after watching them silently for a few eyes, they quickly backed away. These actions were so concealed that they did not arouse Luo Chen and the others' awareness. The degree of professionalism of the spy can be seen in Madara. The cat's identity has been determined, and it is the mission goal codenamed 1. Notify the world government that there is news about what they have been dealing with. Soon the 2 sentences passed. Faintly, a small shock began to fluctuate quickly. On this day, on Alistair Island, Luo Chen, Jason, and the young master played with each other until midnight before returning to the boat, and then fell asleep. The Logan set off normally the next morning. Marine did not act arbitrarily. For Luo Chen's handling, he has always tried to avoid hiding him to the ultimate limit. On the Logan, Luo Chen sat in the bow position, and the young master was lying beside him with his eyes squinted. Facing the stormy waves of the sea, the two of them felt peaceful on their faces, as if they were feeling something. Behind them, Jason's tall figure quickly shuttled across the deck, holding mops, brooms, and other items, cleaning the ship for hygiene. Right, Jason. Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered something and called out. Yes, Captain. Jason shouted Kaido. After cleaning, plant the orange seeds we bought. Yes. Jason worked hard to do the hardest and most tiring work. And looking at Jason's appearance, Luo Chen was also relieved. This guy, he will definitely have a lot of promise in the future, he is so capable. I can't find such a good crew member anymore. He is really an honest guy. Luo Chen found that he liked it a little. Next, sailing all the way on the sea, Luo Chen went straight to the second supply point in the voyage. It takes only 3 turns to reach Batria Island. This journey has been compressed by me, and I hope to reach it in 4 months. With light flashing in his eyes, Luo Chen clenched his fist slightly. The little lord next to him seemed to sense Luo Chen's emotions and gave a low voice. Meow. Hearing the cry of the little master, Luo Chen smiled and touched the little master's head. Don't worry, I'm fine. My enemies should be considered. I am very powerful now. The words are full of confidence, and it is true. With a balance of more than 200 million, Luo Chen is confident that he can summon heaven-defying characters when facing extremely strong opponents. Such a character must be stronger than Uchiha Itaki. They sailed all the way without incident until 3 days later, 2 pirates were found fighting in front of them. Would you like to avoid them? Captain, these pirates have no scruples in the sea, it is very troublesome. Jason asked honestly. Why avoid it? Jason, just drive over, I'm going to grab them. Luo Chen noticed from a distance that the bodies of the 2 pirates were full of blood, and it was obvious that they had done bad things. It's strange to say that since he sailed, he has hardly seen the kind of naive guy who goes to sea for dreams. On the contrary, it is this kind of pirate who licks blood on the edge of the knife, and he has seen the most. Jason's orders to Luo Chen have always been executed perfectly. In a short while, the 2 groups of pirates who were at war suddenly discovered that a ship came in sideways. When I looked at the banner, I was taken aback. No pirate banner? Not marine? The pirates are a little dazed. Why are they here? But after only 3 breaths, 2 figures jumped up from the ship. At the same time, a voice came out. Jason, don't need to be merciful, these scum on the sea, death is their best attribution. Yes. A dull voice came. 2 figures fell heavily from the air, standing between the pirates on both sides. One body was thin and the other was burly and sturdy, like a small tower. The 2 figures were in sharp contrast, but at this moment, nearly 100 pirates in the scene were shocked. But after only 3 breaths, they became angry. This guy from nowhere is shouting to kill us. Brothers, hack them to death for me first, and you won't be cruel. Chop them up. The most powerful way to die in this sea is to talk nonsense. In just a moment, Luo Chen and Jason suddenly discovered that the hatred value of the 2 of them had reached the peak. Looking at each other, Jason took a step forward. Luo Chen's right hand was also placed on the long sword around his waist. Kill them. I don't know how many pirates, and they pounced on Luo Chenjisen at the same time. The aura is amazing, these pirates have a hideous and fierce expression. It can be said that they are really pirates dancing on the edge of the knife, wandering on the edge of life and death every day. Pirates have never been so good to behave, more people are fighting for their lives. After 2 breaths, the pirate who rushed forward flew back again. It was as if a huge and incomparable force was waving a sledgehammer, and it swept back the pirate who rushed forward in just a moment. This is Jason. He just waved his arm. The huge power seemed to be a monster. Ah! The pirate screamed and crashed into the rear, and some people were hit directly off the ship because of their vigor, and fell into the sea with a thump. However, this blow shocked the pirate's ferocity even more. Strong? Is it useful? Give Lao Zi to hack him. The roaring voices of the captains and cotters on both sides came out, blinking, and the atmosphere burst even more. At this moment, a bright sword light flashed. Everyone didn't see what the long sword looked like, but the sword had already returned to its sheath. They saw the indifferent young man, gently pushing the hilt of the sword, and with a choking, the long sword was completely closed. But at the next moment, a series of screams and blood-colored flowers bloomed. This sword directly caused more than a dozen people to lose their lives. In an instant, the whole ship fell into silence, and all the pirates seemed to have been splashed with cold water from their heads. Pull, draw the sword. Both the pirates, seeing the power of this sword, immediately someone called out in horror. Recently, a demon appeared on South Blue. Legend has it that he faces any pirate, no matter how strong the opponent is, he can only shoot with one shot. It only takes a knife to end your life. No pirate has ever seen the brilliance and appearance of that knife, because everyone who has seen it has died. Above the sea, the most talked about recently is this mysterious dagger. He only shot at pirates, and none of the pirates who had shot survived. Such cruel and powerful methods made countless pirates deeply afraid. The pirates prayed every day and night not to meet this cruel guy, but I didn't expect that today they would encounter it unexpectedly. No one knows his identity, no one knows his appearance, but there are rumors among the pirates. As long as you have seen his methods of action, then you will immediately confirm his identity. It was also because of these vague information that the pirates quickly recognized Luo Chen's identity and called the name of Dadazai. Drawing a sword, "We didn't provoke you, why did you shoot us?" One of the captains was panicked and immediately shouted. He was scared, and he was very powerful at drawing a sword. He had already heard that in the entire South Blue, he was the last thing he wanted to provoke. "With fierce eyes and innocent blood in your hands, how can I let you live?" Luo Chen looked indifferent and moved forward. Jason strode forward, waved his hand, and more than a dozen people flew out. With the enormous power, these pirates had been shaken out of consciousness in the air before they fell. "Damn it, it's rumored that there is no partner in Dashize. Who is this guy?" They thought that drawing a sword was terrible, but the power of this burly man was obviously not a joke. The two shuttled among the crowd of nearly 100 pirates, and every shot was splashed with blood. Strong combat power is their best defense, and nearly 100 pirates have nothing to do with them. In the end, there was a pirate who couldn't face these two people in horror, and jumped from his boat in fear. These guys. Luo Chen was a little speechless. He wanted to kill all these guys, but he couldn't jump into the sea with them. You should know that there are no pirates in this vast sea, and there are no pirates in this vast sea. Would you rather face the sea than face yourself? Shaking his head, Luo Chen walked to the treasure house on the ship. 3 minutes later, he walked out with a smile on his face. "Two groups of pirates have pushed my balance to 300 million. At this time, the system balance displayed a long series of numbers, totaling 310 million. This is a terrifying number that Luo Chen has never had before, and if all these 310 million were summoned to possess him, what a terrifying and powerful warrior would he be? Jiraiya? Kurosaki Ichigo? Pain? These characters flickered in his mind, and Luo Chen was looking forward to it. As far as he knows, the strength of the system is a very fuzzy boundary. It stands to reason that Uchiha Itaki is at least 100 million Bailey level figure, that is, a green level ghost, but he was lucky enough to be summoned in the green level. And these powerful people like the ones he had thought before, there is no doubt that they must be guys above the young soul. Luo Chen couldn't imagine what kind of guy 300 million Bailey could summon at this moment. "This time I go to Batria Island, the enemy I will face is unimaginably powerful. I must be fully prepared." Luo Chen's eyes flashed slightly, and Luo Chen was very cautious. Marine pays great attention to Roger's descendants and all the forces and characters associated with them. Even an elite rear admiral like Durag will intercept him. Then, the Marine station on Batria has a great chance of being ranked higher than Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral. Muttering to himself, he didn't know how powerful a Vice Admiral class guy would be. But there is no doubt that Marine's Vice Admiral must be the Master Haki. With 6 types of existence, they can easily face demon fruit power. And he now only relies on the ghost given by the system to become powerful. His own strength, even the bounty of 100 million may not be reached. He is a novice in the Rookie, fighting chicken in the Rookie. Not enough. Luo Chen's eyes became firm. He just felt that 300 million is already a lot, but with a blink of an eye, he has already pulled himself out of the confusion of satisfaction. Is it more than 300 million? It's a lot for civilians. But for him, the figure summoned by 300 million is still uncertain what kind of ghost. Can it fight Vice Admiral? If it can be confronted, what about Admiral? According to Luo Chen's speculation, the soul of Admiral-class combat power could only be summoned by more than 1 billion. 300 million? Hee, let's go eat the taillights of the AE-86. After clenching his fists, Luo Chen's facial expression returned to calm. He turned his head and yelled to Jason, and then the two returned to their boat. After returning to the Logan, the matter of sailing was left to Jason. Luo Chen sat on the deck alone, slowly closing his eyes. He discovered a fact, that is, his strength problem. Although I can summon powerful guys, I still can't solve my own weaknesses. The biggest role of the system is not to give me strength for about an hour, but to let me learn from these ghosts. I can't be blinded by the temporary power of my eyes looking forward. Thoughtful flashes in his eyes, Luo Chen began to understand. In the past, although he had thoughts like this, he was too worried about calling ghosts to waste money, but today, when the balance reaches 300 million, his heart is suddenly open. Why care about those tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands? Summoning high-level ghosts costs money, but can't these low-level ghosts also learn their lesson? Whether it is martial arts or kendo, isn't it always from weak to strong? A smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. Now that you know the direction, things are much easier to solve. System, summon a red soul, and the designated category is swordsmanship. Soon, the system deducted the balance, and the complicated sword skills in Luo Chen's mind began to flicker. Various lights appeared in his eyes, and at this moment, he seemed to be learning something. Chi-level souls are not expensive, they only need 10,000 level Bailey to summon, even if it is doubled, the most expensive is only 100,000. For the current Luo Chen, he can bear it. Gradually, the possession time of a swordsman master passed. Afterwards, he began to call again. After an hour, the possession time passed. At this time, Luo Chen frowned. Slowly getting up, Luo Chen's eyes flickered. An hour is about to pass, and Xing's possession will also end. With the skills of martial arts wizards, in this short period of time, he has also perfected the master skill of the Tathagata palm. In front of the Logan, 2 boats surrounded noisily, both small boats. These 2 small ships are the pirates who came to rob Luo Chen. On the vast sea, there are powerful pirates, numerous in number, looting islands, and cargo merchants. Naturally, there are small pirate groups that are not too big, only the pirates number 20 and 30. They are not large in scale, but they can also accumulate a lot of funds for a long time. Pirates like this usually disappear after a period of time on the surface of the sea. They will not be pirates for a long time, but will regard this profession as a process of accumulating wealth. A few steps across the head of the ship, Luo Chen had already seen the pirates holding weapons on the opposite side. One by one, with hideous faces, they shook the machete in their hands, trying to put pressure on him. Hand over the treasures on the ship. We can let you go in a ship with only 2 people like you. The pirate put it on. A middle-aged man with a captain's appearance and a cigarette in his mouth smiled, looking harmless to humans and animals. You want to grab our treasure? A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. Yes, you can spare your lives by surrendering your wealth. The captain nodded. Captain, talk nonsense with them, let me go over and kill them. Jason scratched his head and said honestly. In a word, all the hatred values of the pirates were raised, and all of them stared at him with red eyes. No hurry, let me come this time. Luo Chen pulled over Jason, who was anxious, and stopped. How could it be possible to let Jason go up? This time, he intends to test his new grip. 1 hour passed, only 10 seconds left. It just happens to be able to test whether his previous ideas are valid. You, an anxious-looking and anxious little friend, are quite good at joking. The captain took a breath, held the cigarette between his fingers, and pointed to Jason. Jason glared at the captain. Luo Chen smiled. Under the control of the captain, the pirates also suppressed their anger, and they were waiting for Luo Chen to speak. If they could solve the battle without seeing the swordsman, they would also be very happy. After all, the pirate ship is small and cannot withstand damage. In a blink of an eye, time passed quietly. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became thicker. Perfect. There was no error in my estimate. With the help of Xing's ghost, coupled with the martial arts genius skills he has exchanged, at this moment, the Tathagata palm stunt is perfectly controlled by him. The smile on his face grew more and more, and Luo Chen seemed to have discovered a way to make a fortune. Tathagata palm, in the system's exchange platform, the price has reached an astonishing 100,000. In other words, I realized that I saved 100,000 possession coins. Regarding the palm of Tathagata, even if Xing's soul returns at this moment, Luo Chen can still clearly perceive the existence of his skills, and the memory of that part is still in his mind. It's just as if you just learned it, not very familiar yet. However, this is not a problem. As long as time goes by, he will be able to quickly become familiar with it again and again. Hey, kid, I have given you so long, have you thought about it? The captain finished smoking a cigarette, his eyes were a little impatient. Well, think about it. Luo Chen nodded and smiled at the captain. I wonder if you have ever heard of a trick that fell from the sky. What? The captain was a little dazed, and didn't understand what Luo Chen was talking about for a while, but the next moment, he grew his mouth. Luo Chen, standing on the bow of the Logan, only slightly bent his knees. In the next second, he was like a bird, flying up into the air. But Luo Chen felt the wonderful benefits of opening up the Ren-Du meridian at this time. The moment he moved his feet, he felt his body lighten. He can be sure that he has never learned any skills such as light gong, but in this instant, his meridians, bones, and flesh seemed to be inflated, becoming lighter and lighter. At the same time, he felt a powerful force converging quickly along with his actions. This is the martial arts wizard, the power that has opened up the second line of the governor. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, and Luo Chen suddenly stretched out his palm. First, he stood in front of his chest with a solemn expression, like an angry King Kong. At this moment, Luo Chen's strength in a leap was already 100 meters into the air, and his figure also flew to the highest point. In the next second, he heads down and pushes out slowly with one palm. The palm of the hand is exactly the part where the pirates meet end to end. Gradually, Luo Chen descended faster and faster, getting more and more urgent, and invisible wind pressure, as he fell, steadily pressed towards the sea. Buzzing. The two boats began to tremble violently, the gale was invisible, and the pirates panicked. "Captain, the wind is too strong. A lot of wind pressure, it's coming straight toward us. It's that kid, I saw that kid fly up and then fall down again. Oh my god, what is he going to do to fly so high? Is it demon fruit power?" The pirate put it on and instantly became noisy. The captain's face was pale and shouted loudly, "Calm down. Stand there and don't move, I want to see, what is this kid doing?" His words were so angry that the pirates immediately calmed down, and they all looked up at the sky blankly. On the Logan, Jason watched Luo Chen rise in the air, his eyes trembled, and he quietly moved the Logan back several tens of meters. He faintly felt that the captain who flew into the sky would not do anything good. Finally, in a blink of an eye, Luo Chen was already less than 30 meters away from the pirate ship below. And seeing the pirates being pressed by a stronger wind at close range did not even run away, Luo Chen was also a little dazed. "Dare to face the palm of the Tathagata, I admire you." Suddenly, Luo Chen's single palm slammed and pressed. OM. A huge palm pressure that made countless people's minds tremble suddenly pressed down from high altitude, but in an instant, nearly two-thirds of the pirates on the pirate ship were directly pressed by the palm pressure and fell to the ground. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from their mouths and splashed in the air. But these splashing blood, as if being squeezed by invisible pressure, suddenly pressed down again. At this time, Luo Chen's Tathagata palm was only 20 meters away from the deck. According to his hand pressed toward the ship again. The palm of the Tathagata that is brewed 100 meters high in the sky, all the power has erupted at this moment. A huge palm, about 40 meters long, appeared in the void, and slammed down toward the two pirate ships. Ah! The pirates screamed in horror. Seeing this scene, they seemed to have seen a god, with endless fear and panic in their hearts. At the next moment, the palm pressure was overwhelmed. Boom! Two ships exploded at this moment. Their hulls seemed to be severely pressed by a palm, and the huge palm pressure directly crushed the already solid hull to pieces. At this time, Luo Chen was only 10 meters away from the deck. He slowly retracted his palms and stood on his chest. The speed of his figure suddenly decreased, becoming like a leaf in one breath, fluttering with the wind, dangling and falling on the broken hull. His eyes swept around, and Luo Chen's eyes were amazed. This power is really terrible. Two small ships were directly destroyed by his palm, and a pirate group, nearly 30 people, was directly destroyed by him. And all this just happened in less than 10 seconds. The peak power of the palm of the Tathagata is to reach the palm at an altitude of 300 meters, and now I have only played a third of it, but only this one-third is so terrifying. On the two ships, where they meet end to end, a huge palm print is printed in it. The place touched by this giant palm was all shattered. Puff. At the foot, a broken ship cap was placed there. After Luo Chen lowered his head, he saw half a cigarette butt. Looking forward again, a smile appeared in his eyes. Under the broken deck, a hand suddenly stretched out, and then a bruised face appeared in front of him. It was the middle-aged captain. What is this? He was still stunned at the moment, but in an instant, a giant palm fell from the sky, and the entire pirate group was directly destroyed by the group. "Do you want to learn?" Luo Chen lowered his head and looked at the middle-aged captain. The captain cried, crying extremely sadly, because he saw Luo Chen stretched out his palm again and pointed it at himself. Nodded very sadly, he could see Luo Chen beckoning him to say such an answer. "I want to learn from me and teach you." Luo Chen smiled, and suddenly launched again with a single palm. Boom! A huge palm print suddenly appeared on the hull again, and the entire pirate ship shook, began to creak, and was about to sink. And the captain was directly crushed to death by this palm. The power of the Tathagata palm is as terrible. With a leap, Luo Chen went back into the air like a bird and started to savor the harvest carefully. This pirate group has only 10 million, which can be ignored, but what makes me more concerned is that a smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. It is the power of that palm and the terrifying skills of the martial arts wizards. By opening up the two channels of Ren and Du, the true chi circulates in the body. Luo Chen can already control all the power in his body perfectly. Therefore, his palm this time will have such explosive power. It can be said that Luo Chen's strength has completed a magnificent transformation in this period of time. His combat power has perfectly entered the category of hundreds of millions of bounties. As soon as the palm of the Tathagata is out, without brewing, it can smash everything up to 10 meters in diameter with one palm. Once brewing, this combat power and the scope of destruction will increase again. Perfect. Mumbling out these two words, Luo Chen's joy is clearly visible. Jason also ran over curiously at this time. "Captain, that palm just now, how about it?" Luo Chen asked with a smile. "So strong," Jason exclaimed. "Want to learn? Want to learn from me and teach you?" Luo Chen said with a smile. "Me, can I learn too?" Jason became excited. He wanted to learn the horror of destroying a pirate group with one palm. As long as you can fly hundreds of meters, I will teach you. Luo Chen still smiled. But Jason's face turned black, turned his head, and threw it directly to Luo Chen's ass. He knew that the captain would not be so generous. Closed his eyes again and passed the understanding of the Tathagata palm that had just been used in his mind. Luo Chen's understanding of this trick deepened in a while. The martial arts wizard is so amazing, learning everything extremely fast. Any martial arts, in his hands, is like the gift of heaven, and can be easily controlled. What's more, he will draw inferences from one another and invent martial arts by himself. Learned the Tathagata palm. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that my guess is correct. Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. Swordsmanship, internal power, light power, and all martial arts secrets are mine. In the following time, Luo Chen began to frantically summon ghosts, the red rank and the orange rank, the two with the lowest consumption. Ling Yu Chong, Duga 9 swords, learn. Yang Guo, no front ape, great skill is not working, learn. Duan Yu, 6 meridian Excalibur, learn. Lin Pingzi, swordsmanship to ward off evil spirits, learn it too. Learn to learn, learn everything. The ghosts of swordsmanship were summoned by Luo Chen one by one, and then quickly learned in his mind. When learned, quickly move on to the next one. In one afternoon, Luo Chen learned 23 sets of swordsmanship in total. He felt that his accumulation was becoming more and more full, his energy and spirit were filling up quickly, and his understanding of swordsmanship became clearer and clearer. Clear. He seemed to see a world full of swords. With his talent, Tai Chi swordsmanship, Huashan swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship of the Wuyu sword sect, he can't stop him at all. Like a tiger descending the mountain, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger, Luo Chen is invincible all the way, any swordsmanship in front of him, just like a little girl who is undressed, shyly wanting to refuse and welcome, and has no resistance. His kendo is advancing rapidly, and the foundation is based on learning again and again, comprehending, and quickly gaining ground. This was a terrible sublimation and laid a solid foundation for his future strength. After that, he even began to comprehend the inner strengths of powerful martial arts characters. Xiao Aizai, Biming Divine Art, Enlightenment. Huang Chang, Juyan Scripture, comprehend. Zhang Wuji, Juyang Zhenjing, comprehend. Wang Chongyang, Innate Skill, Enlightenment. Luo Chen felt no pressure, even he hoped that the more the better. The world of pirates is completely different from the dimensional levels of these martial arts worlds. The power of these powerful martial arts characters is graded in this world. I am afraid that no matter how strong they are, they can only be at the same level as the pirates, which are almost hundreds of millions of bounty gold. After all, the world's attributes are far too poor. Sunflower collection? Enlightenment. Bah, after comprehending what this did, Luo Chen gave up directly. Suddenly, after another random call, a character came into Luo Chen's eyes, making his eyes bright. King of the Golden Wheel, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. This time, the randomly summoned character is the villain in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Jinlun Fa Wang, the villain. This Yamato still has tight muscles, a burly figure, and a majestic and heavy appearance. In just one step, he stepped into Luo Chen's body and became one with him. What a strong physique! In just an instant, Luo Chen felt that his body was strengthened. He had possessed many ghosts before, and based on his strength, his physical fitness would be more or less enhanced. But this time, he could clearly perceive that he seemed to have become infinitely powerful. Is this the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong? Possessing a ghost, it is not that Luo Chen has become the same as the power in front of the ghost in an instant. The strength of this increase also depends on his own physical condition. Although there are more than 10 years of basic existence for fighting the body, if the power of a ghost summoned at a high price exceeds the limit that Luo Chen can bear, then the power of the ghost will probably be out of 10. For a long time, Luo Chen also hoped that his body would become stronger, and he never gave up exercising his physique. But for one thing, he didn't have any scientific exercise methods, and secondly, he was not trained and grown up since he was a child. It can be said that in addition to owning the system, compared with the protagonists such as Ace, Luffy and Elite Marine when he was a child, his physique is not a little worse. However, this time the random characters made Luo Chen happy. This famous martial arts world exercise method is specially created for the human body only. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Kungfu, the supreme guardian skill in Tantric Buddhism, is divided into 13 levels, and the Golden Wheel Dharma has cultivated it to the 10th level. This set of exercises is specially created for practicing external exercises. The Golden Wheel Dharma King Tianzong is a wizard who cultivates to the 10th level, and each stroke has the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. Anyone who has seen a giant elephant knows how terrifying an elephant is, a powerful creature, and its power is astonishing. Luo Chen had seen Asian elephants in zoos in his previous life. Just standing there, it was like a hill. When it moved, the earth was shaking. That power is extremely terrifying. but the dragon is even more terrifying. Of course, the 10 dragons and 10 elephants in this exercise is a bit exaggerated, but its power is amazing, but it is absolutely true. With this set of exercises, my physical fitness can be improved quickly. Closing his eyes, Luo Chen began to comprehend the magic power of this tantric section. In fact, including the Shaolin Temple's Yi Jin Jing, Washing Marrow Sutra and other peerless magical arts, they can all play a great role in improving physical fitness. The Yi Jin Jing and Marrow Washing Sutra can change people's aptitude and raise the realm of the human body to a perfect peak state. It's worthy of the exercise involving the body. It is really complicated. Luo Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth. Compared with the Genkai cultivation method of the human body meridian, the external exercise method is much less. And this is more difficult for strength and body cultivation than true qi. From ancient times to the present, the human body has been a huge treasure that is difficult to crack. No one knows how much potential it has in its depths. Slowly comprehending everything in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, Luo Chen's understanding of the human body became more profound. An hour later, he opened his eyes and smiled. He also knew everything about the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, and immediately after that, he began to practice again. Once this exercise was in operation, Luo Chen's upper and lower muscles, meridians, and even bones and joints seemed to begin to operate, making a cracking sound like fried beans. In just a dozen breaths of effort, his spine became straighter, trembling slightly, winding like a dragon's bone, and in the trembling, there was a crisp scream, like a dragon. After half an hour, Luo Chen rushed through the layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong one by one. The first weight, the second weight, the third weight. In one breath, he rushed the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong to the 5th stage. My body has gone further. With bright eyes, Luo Chen clearly felt that his physical fitness had increased slightly. At this time, his body was in the 5th stage of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. In other words, his previous physical fitness was similar to the 4th peak of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. Somewhat interesting. He was aware of the magic of this technique. Before, he had been working hard even in the pirate world. But after all, it is not scientific and systematic. At this moment, after practicing this set of exercises, the lines of the whole person look more harmonious. Between the joints, the flexibility of the muscles, the elasticity of the cells, and the toughness of the tendons are much stronger. Every part of the human body is like a part of a machine, and the strength of the parts brings his overall strength to a higher level. After that, he continued to practice, and he pushed the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong to 3 levels again, reaching the 8th level. In other words, I have the power of 8 dragons and 8 elephants under my palm? Slowly raising his palm, Luo Chen smiled. He suddenly pressed toward the deck below, and his small palm hit the Logan. The immense power immediately radiated, enveloping the entire Logan. Because of the huge area of the ship, this force was immediately dispersed, and then the seawater was introduced into it. Boom! A huge humming sounded, and the sea around Logan actually exploded, splashing water, and the entire hull shook violently. Horrible! With a sigh of admiration, Luo Chen smiled even more. Even without the power of 8 dragons and 8 elephants, it is not far behind. At this time, Luo Chen had reached a bottleneck in the Prajna Gong of the Dragon Elephant. Next, he relied on his daily practice and accumulation of time to improve his body. In the next 2 months, Luo Chen's strength has entered a period of rapid development. He summoned ghosts, and even got the Yi Jin Jing and Washing Marrow Sutras, all in one. If I live to go to those martial arts world at this moment, it will be a mobile kung fu library. On this day, Luo Chen stood on the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, looking at the magnificent sea, suddenly thought. 2 months have passed, and a huge change has taken place in him. Compared with before, the temperament of the martial arts master is more obvious. Standing there, he seems to be one with the heavens and the earth. The whole temperament is outstanding, like a star holding the moon. At this moment, he has multiple martial arts in one body. The 9 Yang scriptures, the 9 Yin scriptures, the Baiming magic skills, the 8 desolate 6 combinations, and the Dragon Elephant Ban Ruo Gong, these techniques coveted by countless people in the old man's martial arts novels, all gathered in his mind. It can be said that he is the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The living Tibetan scripture pavilion. Once, Luo Chen didn't know what the dream was. What can one do for chasing dreams? In the past life, more of the helplessness of struggling to survive. Where can I have any time to think about my dreams? When you are worried about the small hundreds of dollars needed for a month's rent, when you are struggling to eat a bun or 2 steamed buns today, when you are busy running all day but still being reprimanded by your boss, do you have any time to find any dreams? Dreams, more often, are just thinking about it. Too much, just to live for survival, and a difficult life. But when he came to this world, when he was born, he was taken by that person from a young age until he was able to take care of himself and all his life. He understands and understands. He knows what a dream is and what a person can do for his dream. Luo Chen, tell brother, what is your dream? That night, the candlelight crackled, Roger's face became serious, and he looked at Luo Chen's eyes earnestly. Luo Chen, who was less than 10 years old, was taken aback for a moment. He swore that he had never seen Roger look so serious. After thinking about it carefully, Luo Chen spoke. I want to save the world, unify the world, so that the world is only one piece of land. Outside of the land is the vast sea, and in the sea, there are murlocs. At this moment, Luo Chen clearly remembers Roger's expression. It was a look of stunned and stunned. Besides stunned, it was still stunned. Maybe he didn't understand what he was talking about. Just have a dream, work hard for it. In the end, Roger just said this sentence. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by Luo Chen's dream. World government is a huge alliance of more than 300 countries, representing the authority of the world. Who can tell the dream of wanting to rule the world, conquer the Grand Line, understand the secrets of history, and become the One Piece? In front of his brother's dream, he can't kneel anymore. A faint smile appeared on his face, and Luo Chen awoke from the memory. The slow rocking music of the bar continued, and old Lays was still taking his pirate group companions and squirting vigorously against a group of civilians in the bar. If you have a dream, let's realize it. What if it comes true? Set sail in the sea, breathing the taste of the sea, singing the song of the pirates, drinking spicy rum, dancing happily, doing whatever you want. What we breathe is the taste of the sea, the taste of freedom, and we are walking the path of dreams. The pirate is a symbol of freedom. Muttering these words, Jason found the whole bar, and suddenly fell silent. Old Lays and the civilians no longer sprayed each other, and everyone calmed down, carefully observing the 16 or 17-year-old boy. Boy, are you also a pirate? Old Lays suddenly asked, and he took a sip of wine. Pirate? Luo Chen smiled and said after a while of silence. Maybe. You must be a pirate. Old Lays took another sip, affirming. What do you think? Luo Chen was curious. You have the smell of freedom and the smell of the sea. It's different from those pirate hunters, Marine, old Leslie said. Luo Chen raised his mouth and nodded slightly. That person had carried out everything about the pirate since he was a child, and his personal experience also taught himself something. Free? He doesn't want it, and he will be pressed on him. But, I don't know you. Old Lays frowned and became puzzled. I have been wandering in South Blue for 5 years and been a pirate for 5 years. Up to now, I have not recognized which pirate group you are. He carefully observed Luo Chen and Jason, even the cat on the young shoulder, but he didn't recognize who this group was. Tell me your names, kid. Luo Chen was taken aback. After thinking for a while, just smiled. As for the name, they have recently picked one for me. What? Old Lays asked. The people around are listening with open ears. What this kid said just now, he understood the pirate extremely thoroughly. It's like dreams, sea, and freedom, these three are perfectly integrated into one, and this kid is born. Such a guy must be a pirate, a born pirate. If he is not a pirate now, he will definitely become a pirate in the future, and he must be a pirate. They all told me to draw a sword. You can ask me to draw the sword, Kenshin Himura. With a slight smile, Luo Chen's voice slowly drifted through the bar, making everyone silent. Even old Lays was stiff all over his body, and his complexion was dazed. It wasn't until Luo Chen and Jason left this bar that everyone reacted. It turned out to be him, old Lays said in a daze. Dadase is a name that has wandered in South Blue recently, a name that scared countless pirates. He beheaded and destroyed no fewer than 10 pirate groups. In everyone's mind, this is a cruel, indifferent, and ruthless demon. He kills people when he sees them, and never keeps alive. However, what the old Lays and everyone in the bar didn't expect was, he is also a pirate. That's it. Old Lays suddenly realized. The pirates killed by the dagger sailing are all dregs of innocence. They are nails in Marine's eyes, and they are also the shame of the pirates. How can such a guy who honors the pirate's dream, freedom, and glory let go of that group of guys? This guy, he is a real pirate. Pirates, they are a group of souls floating on the sea, representing freedom, dreams, and the body of the sea. They are by no means going against justice, doing reckless actions and killing bloody demons. They have faith. And that kind of scum, they don't deserve to be called pirates. Maybe pirates are more suitable for them. Luo Chen and Jason strode across the street and came to the port. Preparing to board the ship, time is urgent, we are running out of time. With serious eyes, Luo Chen said. Hearing the information in the bar, his heart became more solemn. Marine is already in place. They should have roughly determined that Rouge is in the South Blue waters, but they have not seen her or know where she is. For a while, Rouge is still safe. However, the children in Rouge couldn't be delayed. It was common sense to conceive a baby in October, but Rouge forcibly violated this common sense for the birth of Ace, delaying it for nearly 2 years. By then, she herself was already exhausted. Yes, Captain, Jason shouted. Too late, we old Captain Lays, let me give you something. Suddenly, a voice came. Luo Chen and Jason turned their heads and saw a young figure dashing towards them with their feet. They recognized that this person was a member of the old lazy pirates. Great, luckily catching up. There was a trace of fortune on this young crew member's face. What are you looking for? Luo Chen asked in confusion. Our captain, I heard that you were going to Batria, so I specifically asked me to give you a gift, the young crew member said with a smile. Gift? Luo Chen and Jason looked at each other. The young crew member quickly took out a nautical chart from his arms. The nautical chart was very complete. Luo Chen could see it clearly when he scanned it. This one was much more comprehensive than his own. Luo Chen took a closer look at the chart from the crew. Just to see, during the voyage from Yasa Island to Batria Island, there was a line drawn with a thick red pen. However, he keenly discovered that this line was completely different from the route previously obtained on Thane. This is, Luo Chen asked suspiciously. This route is a new route that our captain has explored in South Blue for 5 years. Many people don't know it. It is precisely because of this route that we can leave there safely. And, the young crew member took a breath and said again, this route is shorter and more time-saving than the previous one. There are far fewer Marines in it. The captain heard that you were going to Batria, so he asked me to come and give you this chart. Luo Chen's eyes flashed. His eyes were a little heavy when he thought of the man with the strong breath of the sea. Thank you for me, your captain, I have written down this love. Hey, the captain expected you to say that a long time ago, and he also asked me to tell you. As he said, the young crew member cleared his throat, and his voice became much lower. They are all men with the will of the sea, why care about these small sections? I want to help him. It is only because, that kid, it looks pleasing to the eye. When Luo Chen heard this, a smile appeared in his eyes. Pleasant? Ha ha. Turning his head, Luo Chen got on the Logan, and Jason lowered the anchor and followed it. The sails were quickly lowered, and the Logan's hull shook and quickly sailed away from the coast. Tell you the captain for me, the vast sea, one day we will meet. Standing on the bow, Luo Chen shouted. Our next stop is the Grand Line. The young crew member waved his hands and responded loudly. Let him wait for me, I will go to the Grand Line, Luo Chen shouted. At this moment, Luo Chen seemed to understand why that fellow yearned for the sea so much. Dreams, freedom, and promises and fetters between friends. These countless invisible things are closely linked together to form a treasure map that is extremely charming and exciting. This secret treasure is by no means just a treasure. Jason, suddenly, my blood boiled a little bit. Haha. Turning his head, Luo Chen said to Jason. The latter looked dumbfounded, scratching the back of his head, not knowing what to respond. Meow. The little master yelled from Luo Chen's shoulder lightly. Next, you will welcome the storm with me. Raising his head, Luo Chen looked up at the sky. On the vast sea, with dark clouds, golden lightning is like a roaring dragon neighing, angry, venting something. In the dark and dense clouds, a Kayan, proud and stubborn, is flying. It is like a black lightning, soaring freely in the sky. Ah, let the storm come harder. Boom! The heavy rain poured down. Luo Chen stood on the deck, letting the heavy rain soak his whole body. His eyes were shining bright, like stars. Jason, change course, let's go to Batria Island. With a loud roar, Luo Chen's voice tore apart the angry thunder and burst into the sea. Yes, Captain, Jason yelled, standing in the heavy rain, with a burly figure, manipulating the Logan, riding the wind and waves all the way, and quickly moving forward in the storm. On the nautical chart, Lao Lazy not only marked a short route here, but also has many lines in the entire South Blue. These lines are either thick or thin, but each one seems to have vitality, showing him tenaciously an old pirate and his experience. After the rain passed and the sky cleared, Logan drove out of the range covered by dark clouds for about half an hour. Unfolding the chart, Luo Chen looked at it carefully again. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. With this chart, I rescued Rouge and have greater confidence in leaving safely. And, this route. With his eyes condensed, Luo Chen looked at the thick line. Although the line turned many turns, it strangely shrank the course by nearly a third. It only takes about 7 days to reach Batria Island. 7 days, only 7 days are needed. Later, he summoned Jason over. Captain, you call me. Jason scratched the back of his head, smiled honestly, and sat down on the deck. I have something to ask you. Staring at Jason's face, Luo Chen said solemnly. Seeing Luo Chen's face, Jason also got serious. Just tell me. First of all, I need to know your strength. How strong are you? My power. Jason was taken aback for a moment, then he meditated for a moment before preaching. I don't know how strong it is. However, I am a power person who has eaten the fruit of power. I can increase my strength by 500 times the strongest, and I can also control the strength that weakens the enemy. It should be. It's very strong. Power man. Luo Chen was a little dumbfounded for an instant, but thinking of Jason's terrifying power, he took it for granted. Actually, until now, I haven't fought with all my strength. Last time, it was also because the group of guys had exhausted my strength abruptly and became overcast again, and then I passed out. When I woke up, I got to the boat of the pirates somehow. Scratching his head, Jason was a little embarrassed. I need you to do something for me now, and this thing is very important to me, Luo Chen immediately said to Jason. Leave it to me, Captain, you saved my life. For you, I can give everything I have, Jason solemnly said. It's not that serious. If everything goes according to plan, we have a great chance of success. Luo Chen waved his hand. At this moment, a cat came over and called. Yes, and you, little lord, this time, I will trouble you too. Luo Chen laughed. Afterwards, the two, together with a cat, began a quick discussion on the Logan. The Logan was heading smoothly and fast on the sea, and 3 days had passed in a blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Luo Chen rehearsed the upcoming plan in his mind time and time again, discussed with Jason and the young master, and finally finalized it. Marine didn't know what Rouge looked like or where she was, they just roughly locked an area. This area is a large area with Batria Island as the center and radiating to the surrounding waters. Under such circumstances, the probability of being able to bring Rouge out safely is extremely high, but it is Luo Chen's own concealment that bears the brunt. Marine doesn't know everything about Rouge. They should have just received a preliminary message at this moment, and they are not sure about the specific details. So, the first thing we need to do is to conceal ourselves. Yes, after excluding Rouge, they want to go to Batria Island where Marine is concentrated. The first thing they must consider is themselves. I have always been Marine's focus, and you who are with me must have already entered Marine's sight. There is no need to think about it. After entering South Blue, it was obvious that most people in South Blue did not know Luo Chen, and he had already guessed that Marine must have implemented a unique plan for himself. Defeating Durag and safely escaping from Marine's search, such a strong man, according to common sense, Marine must increase the rewards and wait for the whole world to search for himself. But no. Not only did it not, but Luo Chen couldn't even see a reward order after he came to South Blue. Marine, deliberately hide everything about me. With deep eyes, Luo Chen made this judgment for the first time. What are they afraid of? Afraid that I will be known by the whole world. After thinking hard for 2 full days, Luo Chen came up with the answer to this question. Roger, Marine arrested me because of him, so the reason for being so jealous of me must be because of him, no, more accurately, because of the group of guys he once served. Luo Chen understood. A self without power, even if it has great influence, it is also limited. How can a rebellious pirate listen to him who has no power at all? But he, who showed great power, was different. What would they think when those guys saw that Roger's brother turned out to be a powerful pirate? Marine cannot bear such consequences, or even dare not bear it. So they persuaded, concealed all their news. Alone, silently endure, ready to secretly solve all the troubles that I have brought. And this will definitely increase their focus on me. Even at this moment, there might be Marine behind his ass. Along the way, he didn't deliberately hide himself, he didn't even wear a mask. There were too many people who had seen his true appearance. So, how could Marine not know his exact location? They didn't launch an attack, just because they might also know their purpose. Marine, it's not easy, Luo Chen sighed. A powerful force is not only a powerful force, but their brains and IQ are definitely not low. Through his own trail, Marine judged that his purpose must be consistent with Marine. Therefore, during this time, they intensified their cleaning of the waters near Batria Island and increased their military strength. This is waiting for you, waiting for yourself. And Luo Chen, through clues, through the information obtained in the tavern, and through the movements of the Marines, has analyzed so much, which fully proves his wisdom. Batria Island, for me, right now, it's dangerous. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and Luo Chen judged this. However, no matter how dangerous he is, he must go too. This is a war, his own war. He needs to face it, and he must face it. Captain, there is Marine. Suddenly, Jason ran over and whispered. Luo Chen looked around, and on the undulating sea ahead, a warship was sailing fast. Don't worry, continue sailing. With a flash of eyes, Luo Chen said lightly. Since Marine knew that he would come, they must also be ready to welcome all their actions. Yes, Jason responded loudly, looking at Marine with piercing eyes, but there was no fear in his eyes. Soon, the Logan and Marine passed by, and they looked at each other a short distance away. Major, do you need to interrogate them? On the Marine warship, the soldier asked aloud to the colonel who had flushed cheeks while drinking. Check? Check? What? Major, the above tells us to pay attention to all the passing ships during this time to prevent pirates from entering. The soldier whispered. Look, when you look at those 2 ships, there are only 2 people. Check what to check, and what is there to check? The major pointed to Logan and yelled. It's so stupid. I still check what I can see at a glance. Helplessness flashed in the soldier's eyes, and this wine bag and rice bag didn't know how to rise to a high position. Recently, South Blue has come to a group of new officers. These guys are all temporarily deployed from naval headquarters. The common characteristics are the children of high-ranking cotters, and they work hard. At the same time, there are various personalities, some serious, some resourceful, but some are just like the guy in front of him. The power is mediocre, drinking and picking up girls every day. It can be called the riceworm among the rice worms. Do you know why you are not as senior as me? The Logan slowly moved out of sight, and the major's words were also heard by the soldiers. Because I am not as smart as you. Gritting his teeth, the soldier bowed his head. Stupid. Because you are stupid, there are some things that you should take care of, and those that should not be taken care of, leave it alone. Between what should be regulated and what should not be regulated, you can't grasp this degree. After the major uttered these words in a daze, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Dross. The soldier looked at the drowsy major and spat. On the Logan, who could only see the shadows a long time ago, Jason looked at the warships further and further away and touched his head. Captain, they didn't even care about us. Okay, I know. Luo Chen nodded, and his eyes became more profound. That marine warship was just a small ship, with only a dozen marines on it. But the leader is a school-level officer, which is worthy of scrutiny. It seems that South Blue has undergone a lot of changes during this time. With a slight sigh, Luo Chen's face became more serious. At the same time, on Batria Island, a large marine warship approached the shore slowly, with 5 or 6 medium-sized warships behind its buttocks. On the shore of the harbor, thousands of marines lined up in 2 lines, their faces standing fast. A stalwart figure came out of the cabin in the cabin. The righteous cloak behind it hunted and trembled in the sea breeze. As the feet moved, a powerful aura spread around, causing every marine waiting to be shocked and bowed his head. Is this Marine Admiral? What a strong breath! Countless voices sounded from the bottom of the marines' hearts, and the figure slowly walked down from the corner of their eyes, and his expression became more respectful. Is it finally here? Slowly, this figure said a word, with a playful voice in his voice. Porisalano Admiral, this is the island of Batria. Next to him, a strong vice admiral said in a deep voice. Is there an orphan of One Piece here? Kizaru raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The news is not certain, but Marine will not let go of any details. Vice Admiral said coldly. Also, Kizaru Admiral, it's not suitable to say this here. Cursing his lips, Kizaru felt bored, took a step, and jumped off the boat. His figure fell slowly in the air, and when it sank halfway, suddenly his whole body flashed with dazzling golden light. The golden light was so shining that the Marines who were watching him from the side of the room couldn't help but close their eyes. At this moment, the shining golden light suddenly moved. In just a flash of effort, it has crossed thousands of meters and arrived on Batria Island. The golden light dissipated, and Kizaru's figure was gradually revealed. Is this the strength of Admiral? So fast. That's Logia, shining fruit, too fast, the same speed as the speed of light. It's so powerful, when will I have such power? The Marines got excited and began to whisper. The Vice Admiral who followed Kizaru turned black, but they couldn't help it. The opponent is Marine's strongest combat power, they can't control each other. Moreover, in this operation, they only cooperated with each other. One Piece's wife, are you on this island? Muttering, Kizaru's face showed a smile. It's very interesting. I didn't expect Roger, who died, to leave a seed in the world. But, Kizaru paused. It's just a seed of sin. It's a shame. Most Marines don't know where they got this news. They only know that One Piece Roger has a wife, and his wife is going to give birth at this time. Then, having this information is enough for Marine to do a lot of things. Delineate the approximate range, and then locate the pregnant women who have given birth recently, analyze them carefully, and analyze the possibility that they are Roger's children. The purpose of Kizaru's coming here, apart from catching Luo Chen who will appear here in Sengoku's analysis, is to search for the so-called Roger's widow in the rumors. The world does not allow that guy, there are offspring. Justice is not needed. So, Kizaru beckoned, and immediately a major ran over nervously. What's the news lately? Reporting to Admiral, we have searched the 5 nearby islands including Batria 3 times and found a total of 245 pregnant women, and 45 of them have given birth recently. Are the 45 who gave birth recently? Kizaru smiled. These people can be released from surveillance. Huh? The major looked suspicious. Mainly for me to observe pregnant women who give birth a month later. Kizaru waved his hand and ordered. Yes, the major took the order, and then went down to relay Admiral's order. According to the analysis of Sengoku and others, 1 month later, the possibility of childbirth will appear in One Piece's legacy, so people before this can be directly ruled out. Soon, Kizaru and others settled down on Batria Island. These people stay here, but their bigger goal is Luo Chen. Of course, such a thing is not enough to talk to outsiders. Many people only know that Marine is searching for the relatives of One Piece Roger. At the same time, on a street on Batria Island, A woman with a soft face and a slightly stiff belly, sometimes stroking her belly, with loving eyes flashing in her eyes. At this moment, she is walking with the team in front. Well, you have already checked, go home first. Suddenly, there was a voice in front of him. The pregnant women who were waiting in line were relieved. They also suffered, with their big bellies, and they had to accept these marine interrogations again and again. The woman was obviously relieved when she heard this voice. According to the order of the superior, if you are going to give birth within this month, come here to report, you are free. Immediately afterwards, another voice came, which made many pregnant women in the team happy. Great, we finally cleared our suspicions. I was scared to death. If I am really wronged, what can I do if I give birth to a baby in the future? In the team, pregnant women were reporting, and after checking again, a lot of them were missing. I have a hunch that he will be born in 2 months. Under such surveillance and inspection, one day, he will be discovered. How to do? The gentle woman felt sorrow in her heart and touched her belly anxiously. The rest are now back to my home. Remember, you can't run around, and you are not allowed to leave Marine's sight. Please cooperate with Marine's work. Once checked, you will be fine. Marine is not a thief after all, and they will not attack civilians without authorization until a specific result is obtained. When she returned home with great anxiety, the woman closed the window, closed the curtains, and closed the door tightly. Step by step, he came to the bed with difficulty and sat down slowly. Ace, don't worry, Mom won't give up on you. No matter what, I want you to be born. You are the hope of this world and the continuation of his life. Muttered softly, the woman stubbornly left the house alone. She had not eaten lunch yet, she needed to buy some food by herself. During pregnancy, you must never treat your child badly. Opening the door and looking at the worried man taking care of his wife, Rouge smiled slightly, then staggered away with the basket. On the corner of the street, Marine's figure appeared from time to time. Under such close monitoring, any slightly vulnerable woman would have collapsed early. But Rouge, she is a strong woman. For the child, she can give everything. The Marine search is going on every day, and every pregnant woman on Batria Island is under the surveillance of the Marines. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, 4 days passed. On this day, on Batria Island, a ship approached the shore of a remote jungle, and then 2 silhouettes and a cat landed on the shore silently. An hour later, 2 masked figures appeared on Batria Island. I don't know where she is, but anyway, we must find her. Please, you guys. The big man and the cat nodded and left quickly. They all carried a pencil drawing on their bodies. This pencil drawing shows a woman with a big belly and a gentle and beautiful face. On the other side of Batria Island, the vegetable market is already sparsely populated. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the faces of Jason and Zayaza were disappointed. After waiting for a full 2 hours, she did not wait for the woman in the portrait. At this time, except for those boring bosses, there are very few customers in the vegetable market. It seems that there is no more here, so prepare to change places. Jason shook his head, preparing to leave here and head to the next location agreed upon. At this moment, the eyes of the little lord above his head lit up, and they jumped up one by one, but after a few UPS, they followed a staggering woman and disappeared at the corner of the street. This scene was quick, and when Jason reacted, the young master and the woman were gone. Little lord. Looking at the empty street in front of him, Jason was a little stunned. The cat is gone. He was stunned for a while, and once again scanned every corner of the vegetable market, but he still didn't find it. The little lord, who dropped Jason and ran out alone, was running fast on the ground with his limbs. In front of it, a woman with a slightly fat figure was walking slowly carrying a basket. Compared with the actions of the young master, this woman seemed very inconvenient and walked very slowly. It was just that within a short while, the little lord had already chased a place not far behind her. Suddenly, the woman paused and seemed to find that she was being followed, and she became a little alert. She began to turn around slowly, trying to see who was chasing her. The little lord did not run away, but stood quietly on the spot, looking up at the turning woman in front of her. 3 seconds later, the woman completely turned around. The strange face made the little master startled for a moment, and then disappointed in his heart. This woman was a pregnant woman, but her face was still not the woman Luo Chen wanted to find. Meow. With a disappointed cry, the young master was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, the woman opened her mouth in surprise. It turned out to be a cat. If I remember correctly, my next-door neighbor Julo has always been alone. She is still a pregnant woman. If she is accompanied by a cat, she should be better off. Hearing these 2 sentences, the little master who was about to turn and leave paused and stopped. Rouge? Julu? These 2 names sound very similar, and they must be related in some way. And they are also pregnant women. At this moment, the young master decided to follow the woman to take a look. So when the woman bent over to hug it, it didn't resist, but just yelled and drew back obediently. Batria arrives, somewhere in a residential area. Luo Chen had already stepped into this corner as soon as he turned. Compared with the bustling downtown area, the the residential area is much quieter. Pedestrians walking on the street here are just silent, eager to get home. Stepping on this street step by step, Luo Chen scanned the nearby residential houses with his eyes left and right. Through the window glass and the judgment of his ears, he can recognize the number of people in the room and what they are doing in a very short time. The 2 channels of Ren and Du were opened up, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, the Yi Jin Jing, the Marrow Washing Sutra, and the Martial Arts Wizards. The moment these attributes were gathered on him, his body function had already surpassed too many people. The quiet street just made it easy for him to judge these details. Gradually, Luo Chen closed his eyes as he walked. The sound of quarrels, jokes, laughter, and sleeping breathing soon entered his ears one by one. First, analyze the number of voices and target behaviors. When it is determined that there is only one member, the final confirmation is made through both eyes. Luo Chen became more familiar with this set of procedures. Soon, a street was finished by him. No, his face was slightly heavy, but he was not too disappointed. Batria Island is not big, but it is not small. There are at least 8 such residential areas. Turning around, he left here and moved on to the next street again. Time passed slowly, in a blink of an eye, a day passed, and it was dark. Quietly found a small tavern, sat in a remote location, Luo Chen took a rest. 1 day passed, and he hadn't gained much. And there was no news from Jason. Don't worry, Marine's range is much larger than mine. They will exclude the islands in the nearby sea. I only have this island, it should be faster than them. With a calm expression, Luo Chen drank all the drinks on the table. During the day, the nails that were closely behind the butt were all pulled out by him. In the next period of time, as long as he was more careful, he would not be caught by Marine. In other words, he is safe for a while. Moreover, he didn't realize that those people were sending any news to the outside world. Randomly found a hotel, Luo Chen began to rest. Another place above the island, under a thick tree. Jason bit the food in his hand with a frustrated expression on his face. It's been a day without any news, and I lost the little lord. This lets the captain know that I can't take my skin off. No, after eating, I will continue to look for it. After biting out the food in a few big bites, and then directly killed a jar of wine, Jason stood up again. At the same time, Marine Station. You mean, a group of our intelligence personnel were killed during the day? The young man with the colonel's epaulets hanging on his shoulders frowned and asked the soldier in front of him. Yes, the number is about 13 people, the incision is flat, and it is suspected of being beheaded by a sword. The soldier solemnly said Kaido. After taking a breath, the colonel was holding his forehead with a headache. Strengthen the vigilance. Recently, this sea area is not quiet, because Marine's cleaning behavior of the pirates also led to the pirates' revenge. Marines on the nearby islands were also beheaded. Let the soldiers pay attention to safety. Search is important, but your own life is also important. Yes, the soldier's legs were brought together, and he saluted with a pop, with respect in his eyes. Go down. The colonel waved his hand. The soldier turned and left, leaving soon. It's a mess. It was a battle that only happened at night. Now, do you dare to do it during the day? Is it a pirate? Really brave. The colonel looked ugly at the written report on the table. Kizaru Admiral went to other islands to inspect the search situation. At this moment, there is a vice admiral sitting on this island. However, can't it deter those brave and unscrupulous pirates? After frowning and thinking for a while, the colonel took out a phone bug. Go ahead and guard the main crossings on the island leading to overseas departures. During this period, I will not allow a mosquito to fly out of our sight. Yes, Colonel. The morning sun shines through the gaps between branches and leaves, and Madara's shadows are printed on the ground, forming mysterious patterns. At about 5 or 6 o'clock, a team of Marines appeared on the street, their expression solemn, and they patrolled back and forth. The residents of Batria have already been familiar with this situation. At the beginning, they would still be afraid, but over time, after discovering that these Marines were just looking for something, they became accustomed to it. On the streets of the island, there will be Marines almost every tens of meters. It can be said that this island has been completely occupied by Marine at this moment. Moreover, the number of Marines may be more than the number of residents. Luo Chen was already standing at the beginning of another residential area, closing his eyes slightly, and walking forward slowly. There was Marine walking by, his face was calm and ignored, and the latter just glanced at him a few more times, but didn't even go forward to check, so he just passed by. After one morning, this street has been investigated by Luo Chen. At noon, he had lunch and then walked to another residential area. As before, he completed the investigation of the third residential area, but no trace of Rouge was found. As the day passed, Luo Chen was calm, passing by Marine on the street, and then entering the hotel to rest. Contrary to him, Jason had already scratched his head at the moment. 2 days later, he still had no news of the young master, and the woman had not even found a similar one. Oh my god, what can I do? I still haven't found it. Walking down the street with a frustrated expression, Jason frowned and worried. His burly figure walking on the street is very attractive. Soon, half of the street was walked over by him. Suddenly, a shout sounded, causing Jason's forward footsteps to stop suddenly. Please pay attention here. A Marine is holding a loudspeaker and shouting loudly from a high place. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, all pregnant women are invited to come here to gather. We have to conduct a check. Hope you all cooperate. Residents, please remember that all pregnant women must arrive. Those that are out of date and are searched by our Marine will be even more troublesome. I hope everyone will cooperate. Once you have confirmed your identity, you will not be subject to any further investigations and will still be protected by Marine. Soon, a large crowd gathered here, some with interest on their faces, some very distressed, and some depressed. This news was quickly spread by the crowd in a short time, and everyone on the island was aware of it. Jason's eyes lit up when he heard the news for the first time. Finally, there is good news. He breathed a sigh of relief. With new news, Jason immediately went to find a hotel, then took a shower and fell asleep deeply. On the island, in a residential area, the soft-looking woman with a big belly is moving from time to time in the room. She is preparing meals for herself. Behind the woman, a small cat was staring at her every move with her eyes rolling. This woman is exactly the same as the portrait. This is Rouge. It's the target he's looking for. There was a smile in the little lord's eyes. It had been observing the woman for a long time, and was very sure that this person must be Luo Chen's target. The gentle temperament of the body, the faint extraordinariness, and the tough character also deeply moved it. What kind of woman is this? Alone, facing Marine scrutiny, she didn't panic. Instead, she kept alive according to her own mind in an orderly manner. Her nerves were bigger and bolder than any man. Before he comes, I will protect her, protect this woman. The young master made a secret decision in his heart. At first glance, it fell in love with this woman. The gentle and strong woman made it admire in her heart. If you are as strong as this woman, will the result be another look? Before he knew it, the young master started to froze and fell into his own memories. Fortunately, with you, little cat, with you with me, I won't be so lonely anymore. Rouge looked at the little lord with erratic eyes, and suddenly smiled. Meow. The little lord called out. It will be reviewed again tomorrow. These Marines are getting more and more troublesome. In a blink of an eye, Rouge's eyes became solemn again. After reviewing it over and over again, it may be possible to conceal it before, but with Marine's repeated verifications, clues will be revealed sooner or later. What should I do? There was anxiety in Rouge's eyes, but he didn't panic. Batria Island is almost surrounded by Marine. It can be said that this piece of sea is almost always the territory of Marine. This is the center of the encirclement formed by Marine. There may be hope to escape from Batria, but it is too difficult to escape from the encirclement of Marine. Meow. At this time, the little lord called out, seeming to comfort Rouge. You told me not to worry, what a clever cat. Rouge seemed to understand, and smiled. Meow, meow, meow. The young master is making gestures with his two paws. Oh, you mean, someone will save me? At this time, Rouge was surprised. The young master nodded, affirming Rouge's question. Afterwards, Rouge fell silent and took a deep look at the young master in front of him. This mysterious cat was carried by Mary next door. However, miraculously he could understand her words. It says someone will rescue me? Who will it be? The figure of that person flashed in her eyes, but she shook her head again in a moment. My existence, that man's partner, is hard to know. Who will it be? In a blink of an eye, the night has passed. On this day, Jason came to the place mentioned by Marine yesterday. He embraced his arms and stared at the place. Today, I must find her. Definitely, don't let the captain down. Secretly assured in his heart that Jason's eyes were serious and terrible. Soon, Marine lined up to the original location, and then quickly made all the verification arrangements. In less than 10 minutes, a team of pregnant women, surrounded by Marines, came here. Jason's eyes kept turning, watching every woman carefully. But after the review of a team of women, he still failed to find a target. Why not? Shouldn't it? He continued to wait, and the 3 teams of women had finished their review and left here. There must be more. Jason suppressed his anxiety and continued to pay attention here. Half a quarter of an hour passed, and suddenly, Jason heard a slight meow. He suddenly lifted his head and looked obliquely behind. This is her, it must be her. Jason followed the sound of the cat's cry, and immediately saw a group of pregnant women coming here with Marine slowly walking ahead. Among the few people behind the team, a gentle-faced woman, with a calm expression, did not see any panic, and was walking along with the team. On her shoulder, a cat flared its teeth and claws towards him, as if gesturing for something. That face, Jason will not admit his mistake, it is definitely Rouge. It was also the woman Luo Chen was looking for, and what made him even more shocked was that the young master had already found this woman. Little lord, have you always been with her? He was curious, but Jason did not act rashly. There are many Marines here, and if they are dispatched without authorization, it will inevitably lead to chaos on the scene. Although he is strong, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Resting on the excitement in his heart, Jason dropped his hands and looked at the woman from time to time. Time continued to advance, and within a short while, the pregnant women in front had been checked and it was the Rouge team's turn. At this time, Jason's eyes became serious. He stared at Rouge closely, his eyes unblinking. The first few passed quickly, and it was Rouge's turn. The woman's expression was still calm and not flustered, but she was just right, showing a hint of timidity in her eyes, showing the timidity of a pregnant woman who needed to play a role in the investigation of Marine to the fullest. Name. Sergeant Marine glanced at Rouge, but he didn't care. He saw hundreds of them with such an expression. Generally speaking, women who face Marine inquiries will be under pressure. They will be afraid and fearful. This is normal. If they behave boldly and fearlessly, they will attract their attention instead. Nai Alu. The sergeant nodded and inquired about past information. You have been checked 3 times, and every time there is no problem. Putting down the record in his hand, the sergeant raised his head, his eyes against Rouge's eyes. So, this time, is there anything you want to explain? Rouge looked into the non-commissioned officer's eyes and was about to speak. But suddenly, her heart trembled, and her whole body trembled. In the corner of the sergeant staring at her, it was like a Uzumaki, exuding shocking majesty, as if lying in front of his eyes, it was disrespect to the gods, which made her feel ashamed and timid, and could not help but want to say tell the truth. Do you have anything to do with One Piece, Roger? At this time, the sergeant's voice came again. This sound was very calm in the ears of outsiders, but when it was introduced into Rouge's ears, it felt like thunder and tremors, so that the void was trembling, and her heart was shaken. There was a moment of confusion in Rouge's eyes, as if he couldn't control his mind, he had to explain the truth. Not good. Standing in the distance, watching Jason here, his eyes tightened immediately. He saw that Rouge trembled when receiving the inquiry from the non-commissioned officer, and he was lost in confusion. Tell the truth. The sergeant's words were still steady, but he could hear sternness from it. This sentence entered Rouge's ears and quickly amplified, like thunder, shaking her whole body, and in the next second, it seemed that she couldn't help but confess everything. As soon as he uttered a word, Rouge's eyes immediately regained his clarity. Meow. The cat on her shoulder screamed at this moment, and quickly magnified in her ear, awakening her. My husband. Rouge said it. The sergeant's eyes condensed, and he continued to question. How is your husband? My husband once lent Roger a sum of money. Rouge showed a timid look, his eyes panicked. Are you trying to hide this? The sergeant said, disappointed. I'm afraid that Marine will punish me. He is dead. Oh, I'm the only one in our family. I'm afraid. Rouge cried out in fear. The sergeant had a headache and waved. Go down. Covering his face, Rouge quickened his pace and stepped back. When she walked out of the crowd, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Sergeant Marine's eyes seemed to contain great magic power, and his voice was even more daunting. It seemed that his words contained powerful majesty, making it impossible to tell lies, just standing in front of him. It makes people full of pressure. She calmed down again and touched Zayazu's head on her shoulders. Thank you, kitten. Meow. The little master gave a soft cry. If there was no such cat just now, she must have been exposed. Soon, Rouge quickened his pace and walked towards home. On the other side, Jason, who is always paying attention to Rouge, is also ready to follow up at this time. But at this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder. Who? Jason squeezed and turned around abruptly. As soon as he turned around, he saw a face somewhat similar to his face, which was also a mask. Let me tell you a few words, follow her closely and protect her. Under the mask, a young voice soon came. Jason was taken aback, and he heard that this was Luo Chen's voice. This phone worm is here for you. When it rings, you will take Rouge and the young masters will leave the island. The solemn voice came again, and Jason couldn't help but ask with a tense. How about you? I'll grab Marine's hind legs. There was a calm voice, and Jason's heart was shaken. But, they have the existence of Admiral, and even the Marine who reviewed it is Vice Admiral. Jason lowered his voice and said excitedly. I'll be with you, or let's go together. Jason, listen to me. But the next moment, Luo Chen interrupted him. As long as you, Lord, and Rouge are safe, I'll be fine. That's Admiral. Jason still didn't believe it. I have a way, Luo Chen said solemnly. That's it, listen to my news. Putting the phone worm into Jason's arms, Luo Chen turned around, and his figure disappeared in front of Jason's eyes in an instant. Looking at Luo Chen's back, Jason gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fists. Captain, you must be safe. Although the time to get along was not long, and even the captain was sometimes nervous in his eyes, there was no doubt that a deep relationship had been established between the two of them and a cat. He has already regarded Luo Chen as his partner. While on the ship, Luo Chen revealed Rouge's identity to them. From the very beginning, he knew the importance and danger of this task. Gritting his teeth, Jason stepped forward and quickly chased Rouge's back. Following all the way, he did not rush forward directly. At this moment, Rouge didn't know his identity, and if he went forward, it might arouse Marine's suspicion. It was not until Rouge entered his house that Jason glanced left and right, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. A soft female voice came quickly, and the people in the door were not in a hurry to open the door. Jason's face was calm and did not respond, but kept knocking on the door. Boom, boom, boom. There was no sound inside the door, and after 5 or 6 breaths, there was a cat cry. "I'm here to find the cat." Jason's calm voice came out at this time and entered the room. After 3 breaths, the door opened with a sound. "You are..." Rouge looked at the burly and tall masked man in front of him with a puzzled look. "Hello, you can call me Jason." Jason laughed, then took off the mask from his face. Meow, meow, meow. The young master was waving his paw on Rouge's shoulder, looking tsundere, as if to say how good he was. Yes, you are amazing. I found it so soon." Jason replied helplessly, but understood what the little lord was saying. Afterwards, the young master gestured towards Rouge again, as if explaining something. Rouge nodded after listening, then pulled Jason into the room, and then closed the door. The room is very simple: a bed, a table, chairs, a few pots of flowers and plants, wardrobe, dressing table, nothing else. Rouge leaned down and sat on the bed, and then apologized to Jason. "The room is small, maybe I can't sit down, sorry." Sitting awkwardly on the small chair, Jason waved his hand awkwardly. "I am too big, my fault, hee." Afterwards, the two observed each other and did not speak for a while. "Your name is Jason?" After a while, Rouge asked hesitantly. "Yes, Jason Statham." Jason said honestly. "I don't know you," Rouge said puzzledly. After a pause, she stared at Jason again and asked, "You know Roger?" "Roger." Jason was taken aback, then shook his head. "I don't know Roger, the captain asked me to help you." "Captain?" Rouge curiously asked. But Jason did not explain. "Before leaving this island, I am responsible for protecting your safety." "Oh yes, and it." Jason pointed to the little lord again. "Little lord, is it called little lord?" "Excuse me for taking the liberty, only, are you two?" Rouge hesitated for a while before asking. Of course not." Jason shook his head and said, "The captain should be counted, that's 3. Rouge heaved a sigh of relief. "If there is only 1 person and 1 cat, the chance of escape is simply too small. Will it be convenient to tell me the identity of your captain?" After being silent for a while, Rouge asked again. She could see that this person, a cat, was not malicious towards herself, and even she keenly felt that she could detect the brawny man in front of her, and the faint respect for herself, which made her feel curious. "Who on earth will learn about yourself and come to save yourself?" "Forward." After hesitating a little, Jason said. "The captain didn't say whether to tell you his identity." "I can answer this question. His name is Brother D. Luo Chen." Hearing the name, Rouge was startled. Brother D. Luo Chen. Whispering softly, a beautiful smile bloomed on Rouge's face. "So it's him. Okay, I listen to you." Simply and neatly, Rouge made this decision. She had heard this name before, and her husband once told her such a sentence. "Rouge, I also have a younger brother, his name is Luo Chen. If one day, if you meet, you will definitely recognize him at first sight, because he looks a lot like me. However, that kid is much handsomer than me, haha." She had heard this name before, and it turned out that it was the man's younger brother who came to save her this time. Luo Chen. Muttering, she didn't expect that in this life, she would be lucky enough to see that man's brother. Even when surrounded by many Marines, he can still walk in front of him. It seems that his little uncle is not a simple character. Outside Rouge's door, in a remote corner, a figure hidden under a black robe breathed a sigh of relief. With Jason protecting them, it should be safe now. Slowly taking off the mask, Luo Chen's eyes sharpened. "I should do everything next." The division of labor is different. The task of Jason and the young master is to accompany Rouge one step at a time to protect her safety, and his character is to attract the attention of all Marines and create opportunities for them to escape. All Marines, including soldiers, school-level officers, and even Vice Admiral, and finally, there is Admiral. And this time, the Admiral he needs to face has also been figured out. Pora Salino, is it Kizaru? With a solemn body on his face, Luo Chen's heart was very heavy. If one of the 3 Admiral is the one he doesn't want to face at this time, then it is undoubtedly this guy. At the age of 30 or so, he was in the position of Admiral. Kizaru at this moment can be said to be in the heyday of the spring and autumn period. Compared with the beginning of the plot more than 20 years later, he is undoubtedly stronger at this time. Maybe the experience are a bit worse, but that sharp aura is the strongest time. And, his fruit, shining fruit. Its ability to be comparable to the speed of light and elemental means made Luo Chen even more difficult to start. There is no Haki who can restrain Logia. Trouble. I only hope that the 500 million in the system balance can summon powerful characters. Luo Chen's heart was heavy. Turning around, he left here. Now that Rouge's safety has been determined, what he has to do now is to draw Marine's attention step by step to him. One day passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was night. The first quarter moon is bright, sprinkling a layer of silver frost on the ground. A team of Marines are patrolling back and forth on Batria Island. These Marines stationed there are constantly handing in, almost guaranteeing that the island is like an iron bucket. But suddenly, a scream tore open the night sky and attracted the attention of all Marines. It's north, near the warship port. Quick, someone is attacked. In an instant, the Marines became nervous, and a large number of Marines headed towards the street where the northern warship port was located. However, when Marine, who arrived first, came to the scene of the incident, only one body was seen. A Marine patrolling the formation, all dead, blood stained the ground. Killed with a single blow, these soldiers were all solved with a single blow, simply and neatly. What a brilliant swordsmanship. A colonel came here, looking solemnly at the corpse on the ground. And, this kind of incision is the guy who did it last time. Here again. Soon, the colonel ordered the soldiers to clean the ground and bury the dead comrades. Deploying the Marine of Batria Island to strengthen the troops in the northern bloc, that guy is here to retaliate. He wants to slap our Marine in the face, then, see how strong he is. With keen intuition, the colonel was sure that that guy would definitely attack this northern neighborhood. Who is that mysterious guy? Even with such strength, they are the same group of classmates as Lance, and even if some of them are stronger, the difference will not be too great. However, someone was able to solve Lance easily and leave easily in such a short time. It took 1 minute from their discovery to arriving here, and this time is very precise. But this is what really shocked them. In other words, it probably didn't even take a minute for that person to solve Lenz and his subordinates. A major turned around the scene a few times, then his face was solemn. Lenz only had one move right with the man, but after one move, Lenz fell to the ground. Another major spoke. There is no trace of that person on the ground, but there are obvious slashing marks on the opposite wall of Lenz. This slashing was caused by Tempest Kick. In other words, that mysterious guy didn't suffer any injuries. He uses a sword, very fast and very powerful. Marine bent over to observe the cuts in the gun barrels of the soldiers, and said in a deep voice. In a few words, these majors present have restored the scene, showing their professional standards. Afterwards, these Marines cleaned up the scene, left quickly, and reported to their superiors. In the Marine base, the colonel's face became heavier, and even this time, there was an additional vice admiral. You mean, Batria Island infiltrated a powerful pirate? And, frantically retaliated against Marine. Vice Admiral Moya raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Yes, Moya Vice Admiral. The major took a deep breath and said. Majors, just a pirate, can't you solve it? Moya knocked on the table and glanced at the majors standing in the office. The majors looked at each other a few times, and then collectively bowed their heads in silence. Looking at the silent Marines, Vice Admiral Moya shook his head. You guys make me doubt the quality of this class of Marine students. In a word, the majors present gritted their teeth, but they couldn't say anything. That mysterious guy is really strong. A major couldn't help but excuse. Moya's eyes sank, then his body turned forward. Did you know? Major, young major. The major raised his head and faced Moya without fear, and looked at him. Maybe you just left school and don't know what Marine does. Moya's eyes became oppressive, and in the eyes of the major, the opponent's eyes seemed extremely oppressive. In an instant, his mind started to panic. What's more, he felt a sense of fear for the vice admiral in front of him. Then, I tell you, and I tell you too. The voice was like thunder, and the major could no longer resist the pressure of the soul. He actually made a bang and sat on the ground, breathing heavily, his face pale. Marine, all I ever wanted was results. Vice Admiral's voice suddenly rose. And you, this time, the result of the first mission is nothing, your result is, fail, fail. These two words made all the young heroes flash their eyes, and their hearts were overwhelming. Maybe, the other party is really strong. Moya spoke again, with a mocking smile on his face, able to kill under the noses of you elite Marine sergeants, and leave safely. Of course, very strong. The majors lowered their heads, their eyes were full of shame, the shame of failure. From this moment, it was imprinted on them. Now, I don't bother to care about you recruiters. At this moment, immediately, rearrange your thoughts and get out of here. Find it for me, pay attention, from the mouth and body of your injured classmate. No matter from which way I get the information, let me find the identity of that guy as soon as possible and unearth him. Moya gave everyone in front of him a cold look, and then said again, Marine is very busy, but I don't have time to accompany you children to play any simulation training games. After saying this, Moya gave the colonel a last look, got up and left. The major touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Afterwards, he turned his eyes to the recruits in Vice Admiral's eyes again. Now, I think you guys should know how to do it. A pair of young eyes were full of fighting spirit, anger, and the shame hidden in the bottom of my heart. Seeing this look, the colonel smiled with satisfaction. Just last night, he clearly saw this group of guys, and his eyes came back with fear. How can this be? A Marine, the future of Marine, will be killed by a pirate in a mere horror? That guy, I won't let him go. Damn it, Len should be awake this time. I want to get useful news from him. That guy, I must personally grab it. Shame, it should be washed away. Marine, never give up. A series of sonorous and powerful voices uttered from the mouths of these Marines, making the colonel smile more triumphant. As a result, all the majors retreated high-spirited and continued to carry out their tasks. Quietly, Marines' forces began to move towards the northern districts on a large scale. In a remote corner, the masked man hidden in the black cast his eyes on these fast-moving Marines, and a smile appeared on his face. However, after a short while, he tightened his face and murmured, "Not enough, not enough." On the third day, the Marines strengthened their military strength and spent the day quietly. On this day, overnight, no Marine was attacked. But the faces of the Marines were ugly. They were afraid that the guy would just run away like this. If it disappears, who do they find to wash away the shame? On the fourth day, the man appeared again. This time it appeared during the day. An upright, mysterious person shrouded in black robe and mask. One person has one sword. Then, sweeping the two teams of elite Marine, in the end, still left. However, the Marines were not afraid. They began to rush with blood. It turns out that the guy didn't escape. He actually wanted to fight with them to the end and beat them in the face. After that, the fifth day, the mysterious man reappeared. The three teams were beaten to the ground, and the Marines left with heavy casualties. On the sixth day, the mysterious man appeared. The 5 teams Marine met him on a narrow road, and launched an attack in anger. 3 minutes later, the mysterious person left safely, leaving behind a spot of blood, and the Marines were all seriously injured. On the 7th day, Marine deployed more troops in the northern neighborhood. But on this day, Jason, who was following Rouge to protect her, suddenly trembled. In a blink of an eye, I arrived on the 7th day when Jason and others came to Batria Island. It was noon on the 7th day. Rouge, Jason, the young master, 2 people, and 1 cat were eating around a small round table at this time. Lunch. Suddenly, Jason's original honest expression changed, and his expression became serious for an instant. Rouge was puzzled when he saw the look of this honest man. "What's the matter, Jason?" At the same time, the little lord who was lying on the side drinking milk also raised his head, his eyes full of solemnity. Blue, blue, blue. The phone worm rang. Jason, who was eating a big mouthful, quickly put down his chopsticks, and then took the phone worm out of his arms. For 7 days, the phone worm, which had been calm, rang at this moment. "Hey." Picking up quickly, Jason's voice was heavy. "Action." A young voice came across from the phone worm, which made Jason breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt deeper. In the past few days, he can see clearly the changes in the southern neighborhoods of Batlia Island. Since his first arrival, Marine patrols in the southern districts almost every tens of meters. But today, the number of Marine has dropped sharply. Every day, he sees the deployment of Marine very clearly. Jason knew in his heart that this must be caused by Luo Chen. In order to make it easier for them to leave, Luo Chen chose to face Marine by himself. Jason knows the degree of danger very well. "Are you still safe?" Jason asked anxiously at the phone bug. "Rest assured." A voice with a smile came from the phone worm, followed by the voice again. "Everything, I beg you to. Take her away from South Blue, destination. Let's go to North Blue." Soon, the phone worm hung up. Jason sat there, stunned for a while, and then carefully put the phone bug into his arms, never seeing the simple expression on his face again. He looked at Rouge seriously, pondered for a while, and finally spoke. "Miss Rouge, it's time to go." Rouge was not surprised. She smiled. "Is it him? Your captain?" "Yes." Jason didn't hide it. "I listened to you." Rouge nodded. Soon, the 3 of them probably packed up what they should bring, and the young master tied the small package around his neck, and then leaped onto Jason's shoulder. Crunch! The wooden door made a sound, and the 3 of them appeared on the street in the next second. Mary, the pregnant woman next door, was walking outside the door at the moment. Seeing Jason and Rouge, she couldn't help but froze, and then asked with a smile, "Julu, do you also take a walk?" "Well, he hasn't been out for a long time," he panicked. There was a hint of love on Rouge's face, and he stroked his belly. "Hee, this time of pregnancy is difficult." Mary also smiled, and then she looked at Jason suspiciously. "Who is this?" "My brother, come and take care of me during this time," Rouge said calmly. Jason smiled honestly. Mary nodded without doubt. Afterwards, Rouge bid farewell to Mary. The 2 were a cat, and did not show any panic. He turned left and around the street. After half an hour, he came to a dirt road leading to the southern woods. There is Marine. Looking at the group of Marines stationed in front of the forest, Rouge has a worried look on his face. Meow. The little lord pointed to Jason. The latter nodded and said seriously, leave it to me. They had never thought of being able to get out of the island so easily, and forcibly breaking through was one of the most important methods. Taking a stride, Jason quickly walked towards the stationed Marine. The Marines who observed Jason for the first time also noticed. Who are you? It is forbidden to pass here, go back quickly. Although shocked by Jason's strong physique, they still warned. Jason didn't respond, but accelerated his speed. With just a few strides, he had reached a distance of 10 meters in front of Marine. At this time, Marine finally realized something. Kaka! A series of gun bolts rang, and all Marines pointed their guns at Jason. Stop, go one step further, we will shoot. Jason paused and stopped. The Marines breathed a sigh of relief when they saw each other's cooperation, but in an instant, they suddenly noticed that the ground shook. The vibration was so abrupt and heavy. At the next moment, a huge shadow shrouded in front of them. The burly man had come to them and stood face to face with them. The sharp-eyed Marine was shocked to see the place where the man just now stood. A huge pit appeared, and the ground nearby was torn apart, as if it had been blown by a bomb. Shot! The panicked voice immediately sounded hurriedly, but it was too late. All fall down. Jason yelled and waved his hands suddenly. With his huge figure and thick arms, he moved at this moment, like a bulldozer, running rampant. In an instant, the Marines didn't realize what was happening, and they flew without control. After a breath, he slammed into the ground and lost consciousness. Every time Jason's sturdy arm waved, the Marine standing in front of him would fly out 4 or 5. After he waved his arm 6 times in succession, all the Marines were lying on the ground and there was no sound. With such a powerful force, the moment the Marines touched him, their consciousness was directly shaken by him. The officer who was in charge of waiting here was even killed in the first wave of contact. After following Luo Chen, Jason didn't do much, but every time he did it, it was almost a spike. How strong is he? Maybe as he said, he didn't know it. This is also why Luo Chen is so relieved of Jason. Perhaps Admiral and Vice Admiral Jason will be close, but if they break out and leave this kind of rear to him, it's not wrong. As for the frontal fight, let him do it. Solved Marine, Rouge, and the young master quickly followed Jason. The three looked back and then quickly entered the grove, where their backs disappeared. Batria Island, North Block, on the roof of a house. The sea breeze was blowing, and a masked figure shrouded in a black robe slowly appeared here. Looking at the port ahead, groups of Marine patrolling back and forth, the black-robed figure murmured, "There are so many people, but, what's the fear? Front, leave it to me. Jason, my lord, I'll leave it to you two for everything." Slowly, the black-robed figure took off the mask, revealing a young and handsome face. It was Luo Chen. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the black robe on his body began to hunt and shake. The wind and clouds are changing, and a layer of dark clouds descends over Batria Island. Boom! Looking down with deep eyes, Luo Chen's voice was deep. "The wind is blowing, and there will be heavy rain. This wind comes because of me." Boom! Rumble in the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and the golden lightning among the dark clouds resembled a wandering dragon, with a ferocious roar meandering. Over the island of Batria, the sky changes as it changes. Quietly looking down at the Marines who were patrolling down below, Luo Chen stood on the roof, his eyes gradually becoming fierce. "Then let's start. The storm is coming." Looking deeply at one side of the southern block again, Luo Chen jumped and disappeared here. From the beginning, he made this plan. On Batria Island, Marines' military strength is balanced, and the strength of each part of the 4 blocks is not much different. If you want Rouge and others in the southern block to leave quickly and safely, you must attract other parts of Marine. However, if you want to do this, you must sacrifice something. There must be one who pulls hatred, and also must pull the sight of all Marines. In 7 days, Luo Chen completed this goal with a strong combat power. Marine thought he was a pirate and wanted to slap them in the face. So they were angry, wanted to catch him, and slapped their faces back. However, the result is no doubt. Marine's face was swollen. Luo Chen, who is hiding in the dark, comes and goes like the wind, and is powerful. These young Marines are not his opponents at all. And today, Luo Chen will be exposed to the sun, and he will attract Marines from the entire island, just to create a chance for Jason and the others. Including Batria Island, there are too many Marines in this huge sea area. In this stall, there must be a dazzling character, the character with the highest hatred in Marine, who appears here, turning all of Marine's eyes around. Only in this way will Rouge and the others have a chance to leave. He continued to jump on the roof until he approached the port where Marine temporarily stationed. Luo Chen stopped his body. Looking at the dozen Marine warships moored in the port ahead, and the Marines patrolling in groups below, Luo Chen's eyes became calm as water. "Start from here." The next moment, his knees bent, and his whole body suddenly rushed into the sky. After 3 breaths, he was 30 meters above the ground. After 5 breaths, he was 100 meters above the ground, and after 10 breaths, he had reached a height of 200 meters. Boom, the heavy rain suddenly poured down, and the golden lightning would illuminate Luo Chen, who was already at the highest position in the sky. At this moment, he stood with a palm on his chest, his face solemn, like an angry King Kong. The eyes are sharp, looking down at the sky. In the next moment, his head was facing down, with one hand erected on his chest, slowly pressing forward. Cracking, the thunder and lightning, and the sudden burst of weather, surprised the Marines. Marines located at the mouth of the coast, in this chaotic rainy weather, in addition to the sound of rain and thunder, they suddenly heard another strange sound. What sound? The sound of something falling from a height is strange, but it is indescribable to describe it. It seems that something has fallen from the air. Call out. Marine raised his head, and the heavy rain formed a thick line and dropped to the ground. And then, outside the dense rain curtain, the Marines saw a dark shadow. It's a human. In an instant, all the Marines who saw that figure in the sky had their pupils contracted. Buzzing. At this time, the void began to tremble, and a huge wind pressure formed and suddenly pressed towards the ground. Boom. In less than 2 breaths, the continuous rain curtain suddenly twisted. The raindrops on the ground seemed to become more fragmented due to strong pressure at this moment, and there was a tendency that they were forced to bounce up, fly to the sky, and become torn apart because of this pressure. Buddha's palm. In the sky, a faint voice came, as if a god groaning. All Marines heard this majestic voice, and then they looked up blankly. Buzzing. The weird air pressure became heavier and even twisted the air. Marine was suddenly overwhelmed to the ground, and he couldn't get up for a while. Oh my god, what is this? There was a trembling voice, and someone saw that a huge void palm appeared high in the sky among the continuous rain curtain, and was constantly pressing down with the figure falling from that high altitude. Enemy attack. At this moment, all Marines finally realized something. One by one, Marines fell to the ground under the pressure of the wind, and even the sound could not be heard. Call out. Sharp whistle sounds began to spread throughout the port. Marines who had been patrolling calmly heard the sudden signal sound and immediately halted their bodies, and then their complexions changed drastically. High in the air, Luo Chen's palm suddenly pressed forward. The emptiness of the Buddha's palm formed in the air, at the same time speeding up, rushed towards the ground. After 3 breaths, a loud sound spread throughout Batria. Boom! Around the entire coastal port, the ground with a radius of about 200 meters collapsed, and a huge palm print suddenly appeared, as if it were printed on the ground. Hundreds of Marines, under the palm of this palm, were directly hit and unconscious, including 15 majors, 3 colonels and other high-level personnel. Facing this godlike palm, Marines suffered a heavy loss under the accident. In addition to casualties, 2 warships were also directly destroyed by this palm. At this moment, it is slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Inside the resident base, Moya Vice Admiral's body suddenly stiffened, then he stood up abruptly and looked out the window. What he saw was a devastated landscape on the coast, and countless Marines screamed in pain. At the same time, there are also Marines who continue to support there. The sound of yelling and yelling is endless. Enemy attack. In an instant, Moya Vice Admiral reacted with a heavy face and strode outside. At the moment he walked out of the office door, the entire Batria Island garrison was also coming here for reinforcements at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, except for the person in charge of the original area, almost all the military power was activated. On the coast, the number of Marines is increasing. From the tens of dozens to the present, the number of Marines continues to increase. However, when all Marines arrived at the scene, they did not act without authorization. Instead, they picked up their spears and stared nervously at the scene of the accident, a figure in a black robe on top of a warship. The incoming person shrouded his whole body under the black robe, with his head hanging slightly, making it hard to see what he looked like. Who are you? A major roared loudly. The guy who made them lose face, the guy who stood on the pillar of shame finally appeared again. Who is he? Hearing this question, the black-robed man slowly raised his head. Afterwards, what caught the eyes of all Marine was a young face that was familiar but also a little strange. You guys have been looking for me. Now, I am coming. The rain was pouring, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and the strong wind slanted the rain. Standing on the top of the warship, the black-robed man was hunting and shaking, and his voice spread through Marine, very clear. At this moment, all Marines were slightly stunned. He is the mysterious man in black robe. It's the guy who attacked us in the past 2 days. He was so bold that he showed up. This arrogant fellow. After the Marines froze, they became furious. They never thought that this guy was so bold that he dared to appear in front of them. Moreover, what made them even more angry was what he had just done. After a palm, the Batria port that the Marines temporarily built collapsed, and several warships were unusable. Hundreds of Marines were injured and lost their combat effectiveness. But, for a while, no one among Marines acted rashly. They were able to toss the Marines on Batria into this shape, and still appear intact, which has proved his power. This is definitely not their ordinary. The Marine is able to fight against the enemy. Wait, the look of this guy. Suddenly, the young major's complexion was slightly startled. Looking at that face, he felt very familiar. Gradually, his face grew bigger and bigger, and finally his whole body trembled. I remember it, I remember it, he is. There was not a trace of his voice hidden, so the Marines around him turned their attention to him. Who is he? The major of the other team asked loudly. He is Luo Chen. It's Luo Chen. Major Marine's voice was not concealed at all, even very loud, and the surrounding Marines were all stunned. Luo Chen? Who is it? There was a moment of confusion in Marine's mind, but then, a look of shock appeared on their faces. It turned out to be him. At this moment, countless pieces of information appeared in the minds of many Marines. Luo Chen, Roger's younger brother, has a mysterious identity and strong strength. In Logan Town, he fought with Durag Rear Admiral, and his combat power was so strong that even Durag's command suffered heavy losses. Currently, a bounty of 110 million Baileys is tentatively set. Of course, this information is also high-level information circulating in Marine. Many Marines don't even know who Luo Chen is. But this person, without a doubt, is of great significance to Marine. Enclose him, today, no matter what, you can't let him leave here. Immediately, the major shouted. No matter what the cost, he must be arrested. Another loud shout rang out, and in this torrential rain, it turned out to be even more majestic and majestic. At the same moment, stepping into the rain, Vice Admiral Moya, who came here, also looked solemn. Behind him were 5 colonel-level officers, all with dignified faces, looking at the figure on the warship. Is he Luo Chen? The brother of the legendary One Piece, Durag has no choice but to escape him smoothly. Moya murmured. Kizaru Admiral's goal for this trip seems to be this guy, Vice Admiral. Do you want to inform him? Behind him, a colonel said. Notification is of course to be notified, but... A funny smile appeared on Moya's face, and he said after a pause. After I have seen his strength, it will not be too late to inform. The colonels looked at each other and smiled, but they understood what Moya meant. Marines' upper-level officials, except for the wine and rice bags of the relationship, basically rely on their strength to fight hard, and they have climbed up from the dead by relying on countless military exploits. At this level, in addition to being a decision-maker, they are also a strong one. The strong are very interested in opponents. Obviously, Luo Chen is powerful and attracted the attention of Vice Admiral. Let's go, let me see how extraordinary the brother of One Piece is. Moya Vice Admiral said. Everyone stepped forward. With the appearance of this group of people, the Marines tacitly allowed that one to clear the way, and the atmosphere of the scene suddenly calmed down from the enthusiasm just now. Vice Admiral. At the same time, Luo Chen also saw this Marine stationed on Batria Island. He saw a short sword on the left and right sides of the opponent's waist. His figure was sturdy, and his face was very majestic. During his actions, the cloak of justice behind him was hunting and shaking, and his momentum was very powerful. His complexion became serious unconsciously. Durag of Rear Admiral level, he has played against each other, but what kind of power does Vice Admiral have? Is he his opponent? Vice Admiral Moya strode forward, passing by the calm Marine, and then standing under the military inspection where Luo Chen was. Looking at the scene destroyed into ruins, there was a hint of surprise in Vice Admiral Moya's eyes. Is this what you caused? Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, silently, just looking at him quietly. Moya didn't care either. He stepped onto the warship, and after a few steps he got in front of Luo Chen, only 4 or 5 steps away from the opponent. The cloak of justice behind, with the combination of sea breeze, heavy rain, and lightning, shaking more violently. State your purpose, Luo Chen. Appearing here suddenly, and then suddenly attacking Marine, even, you didn't hide your identity, you sent yourself in front of Marine. With a few words, Luo Chen's pupils shrank. Marine, what a keen intuition. What do you want to do? In the latter sentence, Moya's tone became serious. In an instant, Luo Chen's heart shook. At this moment, he felt that the other person's eyes were like deep Uzumaki, attracting him, and pressing him to say true words. Boom! Grandmaster state of mind, martial arts genius, Gigu heart technique, Fishin Yujian Lu, etc., all of the cultivation methods for the soul, all of them came out at this time, and played a role, making him sober in an instant. Demon fruit power. Looking at Vice Admiral again, Luo Chen's eyes became serious. It's really interesting, and I can wake up from my abilities. A smile appeared on Moya's face. He was a person who had eaten a fruit called the Eye of Soul. This fruit is not very powerful, but for people who are not as good as him, he can release the coercion of the soul through his eyes, force him to tell the truth, and even make the other party yield and obey his own orders. It has little effect on being strong-willed, but if it is aimed at those weak-minded guys, it is enough to kill in seconds. Where did you hide her? Luo Chen's voice suddenly came, causing Moya to look at each other again. It turns out that your purpose is her. Thoughtful in his eyes, Moya's face smiled even more. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Marine didn't find Rouge, and didn't even know her specific identity. And Luo Chen chose to say such a problem at this moment, just to paralyze the other party and create a better escape environment for Jason and the others. Looking solemnly at the Vice Admiral, who seemed to be covered in flaws, Luo Chen's right hand slowly pressed on his waist. His eyes flashed sharply, and his spirit suddenly improved at this moment. The eyes are bright, the muscles of the whole body are tense, as if he is thinking of himself as a spring. At this moment, he has already charged to ultimate. Suddenly, Luo Chen moved. It is like an arrow from the string, and like a streamer flying electricity. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning rushed past the sky. Only in a moment, the bodies of the two of them had already crossed. At some point, the two short swords around Moya's Vice Admiral's waist have been unsheathed and left and right are separated. The two were back to back, silent to each other. After a long time, Moya's voice came. Very good, very powerful sword drawing technique. In that moment, if it weren't for his keen eye of soul perception, he wouldn't even know when the opponent would release his sword. Not knowing the time of the opponent's sword, it means that he can't cope with it, and will fall into a disadvantage in an instant. Hurry, Luo Chen's sword is too fast. Soon after passing over his body, the sword even entered its sheath again, and he hadn't even seen the appearance of the opponent's blade, and Luo Chen's face became more solemn. For the first time, the speed of drawing a sword failed. The strength of Vice Admiral is truly extraordinary. Fighting with Durag, it is not how strong he is to get to such a situation. At that time, he was still the weak chicken Luo Chen, but now, he was able to shoot the opponent. This proves Luo Chen's own progress. Not relying on the system, it is entirely caused by his own strength. However, this is not enough. That's interesting. The two knives collided with each other, and Moya turned around slowly, with an excited smile on his face. It's been a long time since I met an opponent like you. Come on, Luo Chen, let's fight. Let me see what kind of strength the guy who dares to be so arrogant in front of Marine has. Moya's voice contained excitement. It seemed that he hadn't taken a shot at the enemy for a long time, and hadn't fought. Luo Chen was silent, his hands tightened, and the next moment his feet touched the ground, his figure suddenly disappeared again. The extremely fast speed reached Moya's body almost in an instant. Moya's pupils shrank and his face became more excited. So fast, too fast. Yes, it is too fast. He has never seen an enemy as fast as Luo Chen's sword. When Moya blocked this blow, Luo Chen's sword was sheathed again and returned without success. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral? Watching each other silently, the rain became more anxious, and it ran down their cheeks. But at this time, no one paid any attention to the downpour. They only saw each other. The eyes of the two of them got brighter and brighter, and after a few breaths, they were brighter than the thunder and lightning that flickered in the sky from time to time. Cracking, the sound of lightning sounded, and half of the sky brightened. At this moment, the two collided again. Luo Chen's sword drawing technique continued to strike, his figure turned into a stream of light, and he seemed to have disappeared at the moment of the sword being drawn. Marine in the distance watched the confrontation between the two on the warship in shock, swallowing saliva from time to time. They could clearly see that Luo Chen, who launched the attack, seemed to have really disappeared at this moment. His body shape seemed to be teleporting, and he appeared behind Moya's Vice Admiral after a breath, then disappeared again after a short pause, and then moved to another location. And Moya Vice Admiral, in front of this terrifying fast swordsmanship, just waved double knives again and again to block the opponent's attack. Ha ha ha, quick, too fast, Luo Chen, your strength really surprised me. Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral are not just enough military honors, but more because of the difference in strength. Vice Admiral level powerhouses are not only familiar with Marine 6 styles, but also have haki bonuses, as well as swordsmanship or spearmanship and so on. As for Moya, he is a dual sword master, and with Devil Fruit's ability, he even got the title of Magic Moya. He himself is the master of armament haki. Luo Chen's sword is very fast, but Moya can rely on his eyes to gain insight into the opponent's thoughts first, just like observation haki, expanding his perception. With this, Luo Chen's sword drawing technique was useless to him. Luo Chen's breathing began to be a little messy after performing the swift drawing of the sword a dozen times. The sword drawing technique is powerful, and the speed can be called the peak that the first person can reach at this stage, but also the consumption of physical strength is abnormally excessive. Can't use drawing swordsmanship. Luo Chen knew his body very well, and his face immediately became more solemn. At the next moment, Moya Vice Admiral let out a big laugh, and double knife slashed over. Haha, what's the matter? Luo Chen, can you still use the sword drawing technique? Many people know the weakness of drawing swordsmanship. Once a blow fails to work, then death will greet you next. Because you focus on one, you will inevitably give up a lot to gain this strength. But the next moment, Luo Chen's long sword suddenly came out again. Choke, a bright rainbow lit up, the rain screen was torn apart by the sharp blade, and then the sword, spinning, moved towards Moya again at a very fast speed. Moya, who raised his knife and slashed past, his pupils shrank and his expression was shocked. This is, Yin. The clear sword groan lasted for a long time, and Luo Chen's low groan also sounded slowly. Broken blade. Dang dang. Suddenly, Moya's face changed suddenly and he took a step back. He noticed the horror of the opponent's sword style, and at the moment of contact, he felt a sense of taking off the hilt of the sword with his hands. Fortunately, his power was amazing and he firmly grasped the hilt. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Moya asked loudly, taking a step back, paying more attention to Luo Chen. Call. Slowly exhaling, Luo Chen calmed down the boiling air in his body. If Moya was just shocked, then Luo Chen felt a little bad. Dugu 9 swords, he said softly and slowly. What was used just now was the knife-breaking style in Dugu 9 swords. However, it failed. When facing Vice Admiral, this exquisite sword fight actually failed. I have to say, are the guys in Pirate World really powerful? With only the strength of Vice Admiral level, it has reached the realm of one force drop 10 guilds. Now, it's troublesome. With a low murmur, Luo Chen's eyes lifted and became sharper. Ing of the battle, Moya never thought that he would be injured by the opponent. He even felt that facing a small 16 or 7-year-old kid, even though he could fight with Dirag to that point, he would not be a threat to him. He was careless, not only careless, he didn't even use his most famous swordsmanship. Speedy drawing swordsmanship, Dugu 9 swords, and even now the 100-step flying sword. The rhythm of the battle has always been controlled by Luo Chen. Although Luo Chen is not as good as a vice admiral in terms of hard power, he is not weak. A series of exchanges, he had already got rid of that weak body. If divided by the bounty, Luo Chen's strength at this moment is definitely in the range of 150 million pirates. His strength has become stronger, and his tricks are more subtle. With Xingxin vs Weixin, if the opponent's strength is not too strong, he can even beat the opponent in the first instant. Moya, who was furious, had put away his contemptuous heart, and even the wound on his neck was temporarily sealed by him with a strange force, and no blood flowed out. Luo Chen died. The figure suddenly turned around, and a trace of black cyclone above the double knives began to revolve around, even his eyes were shining like stars. Only for a moment, when Luo Chen saw those pupils, his eyes appeared in a trance. Psychedelic, 2 swords. Cut. Moya let out a loud roar, and the 2 knives swept down. Boom. Luo Chen relied on his instinct to catch the blow with a single sword. But as soon as the weapon touched, he felt the impact of that huge force, majestic, seemingly endless. Boom! In an instant, he was knocked out and hit the wooden wall of the cabin behind him severely, causing the entire cabin to burst. Ahem! 2 mouthfuls of blood spit out, Luo Chen slowly stood up. When he saw the black aura surrounding the opponent's double knives, his pupils shrank slightly. Armament Haki, die! With a loud roar, Vice Admiral Moya rushed over again. At this moment, he was like an angry tiger. Under the rage, his strength increased greatly, and everyone was terrified. Luo Chen's figure floated, no longer looking at the opponent's eyes, and quickly thinking about the countermeasures in his heart. Psychedelic, armed color, and his mighty power. Moya, who was serious, showed his greatest strength. On the positive side, Luo Chen was definitely not his opponent. And possession, it can't be used now. Kizaru hasn't appeared yet. If it's just a vice admiral, it would be too wasteful. The sword power changed, Luo Chen's hands, all kinds of sword arts immediately bloomed. Compared with Pirate World, most swordsmen's rude and simple swords, which are issued purely by physical strength, Luo Chen possesses are undoubtedly more sophisticated. Jianhao stunts, after one move, there is no follow-up. And Luo Chen's swordsmanship, one after another, in that world, this is called a routine. Huashan's swordsmanship, a series of dazzling sword flowers appeared, and with the help of his exquisite sword technique, Luo Chen used 4 or 2 to make 1,000 caddies, and began to introduce the opponent into each routine. So, under the anger, Moya Vice Admiral found out that he was led by the nose by the opponent's swordsmanship. Obviously he could go down with one sword and simply and rudely kill the opponent directly, but he was caught in a strange routine, endless long swords, from all angles and directions, forcing him to follow the opponent's thinking. Damn it! With a loud roar, Moya's 2 swords were full of black energy, and the power was even greater. Boom! Luo Chen was beaten back by a huge force, and his legs made a mark on the deck. Huashan's swordsmanship was broken. But it doesn't matter. In the next second, Luo Chen raised his sword again. Songshen's swordsmanship, Moya was introduced into the routine again, and roared again and again. 10 seconds later, Moya once again dropped 10 times, breaking the Songshen swordsmanship. However, Luo Chen's eyes were calm, and he shot with a different set of swordsmanship. Qingfeng's swordsmanship, break. Deathing 13 swords, break. Swordsmanship to ward off evil spirits, break. In an instant, Luo Chen's swordsmanship changed, and a dozen sets of swordsmanship had already been shot. Moya Vice Admiral was stuck tightly, and he couldn't touch him anymore. Every time he beats his opponent into the air, he will fall into a new routine that makes him feel uncomfortable. You kid, who is it? Up to now, Moya's heart is also full of shock. He is not an idiot, and he can see that the opponent's swordsmanship, although insufficient in strength, is incomparably exquisite, and in this short period of time, the opponent has used no less than a dozen sets of swordsmanship of different genres. What's the matter with this kid? Ordinary people who practice a set of genres to ultimate can already become a famous swordsman, but the other side, even he himself didn't dare to call it a swordsman, because he is a fellow of the trinity of devil fruit, swordsmanship, and marine six styles. He is not very familiar with swordsmanship. Luo Chen was silent and did not answer, and then lifted his sword. All the swordsmanship of the Wuyu sword sect was used by him, including all the various swordsmanship he learned from the ghost before. At this moment, they all used Moya's body one by one. As soon as he used these swordsmanships, it was a realm that reached the peak, and there was no sense of jerky at all, as if he had already merged with them. This is the power of martial arts wizards. No matter what martial arts, they can see it instantly. The next battle between the two was as if Luo Chen was verifying the martial arts, and Moya was firmly suppressed. This suppression was not because of his power failure, but because he was suppressed by Kendo. Since Luo Chen first entered the Kendo and understood the realm of Kendo's principle, even if it was not as good as Moya's half-hearted level, he had already crushed it perfectly in technique. Below, the Marines who watched the battle couldn't help their faces becoming serious. Moya, Vice Admiral, him. A major said tremblingly, completely unable to believe this fact. On the deck, the two figures collided quickly and constantly, but everyone could clearly see that the battle situation was turning towards Luo Chen. That guy, he can beat a Vice Admiral. The phone worm. Taking a deep breath, the colonel who had previously asked whether to notify Kizaru and shouted in a deep voice, "Yes, here." The other colonel watched the battle on the deck in shock. "Give me." The colonel snatched the phone bug and quickly dialed. Moses. Kizaru's unique voice came from the phone worm. The colonels all looked at the phone worm, feeling a little excited for some reason. This is an admiral. Pora Salino Admiral. Batlia Island found Luo Chen's trail. At the same time, on a sea not far from Batria Island. Oh, standing on the deck, Kizaru's boring expression immediately condensed. Haha, it's interesting. As the sea breeze blows, Kizaru's robe trembles, facing the sunlight above his head, and an unknown light gleams under his sunglasses. What's wrong, Admiral? Behind Kizaru, a vice admiral asked curiously. It's news from Batria Island. Kizaru stretched, without a trace of anxious expression on his face, and showed no rush. Vice Admiral watched, and the group of marine executives beside him all looked at Kizaru. Luo Chen appeared. In a word, the marine officials around him stared. Many people know very well that their more important purpose in coming to South Blue this time is Luo Chen. As for Rouge, it was just a piggyback. With the One Piece brother, a flashlight target that attracts hatred, Rouge's ranking in marine has dropped a lot. And now, they actually got the target's information. Then, Vice Admiral cast a puzzled look at Kizaru. Naturally, I went to have a look. I didn't want to violate the marshal's order, Kizaru said casually. After speaking, he looked at the young marine who was standing in the crowd and was about to fall asleep. His eyes flashed slightly, and then he smiled. Kuzan Rear Admiral. The young marine didn't seem to hear Kizaru's call, but still stood there heavy, seeming to have fallen asleep. The marines beside him turned dark, but didn't say much. They know this, strong, coupled with the young too much, sooner or later will be promoted. When it is not necessary, it is naturally unwilling to offend. Kuzan. A hint of helplessness flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Whether it was pirate or marine, there were some weird things. This guy in front of him is undoubtedly a strange thing in his eyes. As everyone knows, in the eyes of others, he himself is also a strange person. What? Kuzan seemed to have only heard it after calling twice, and said dully with sleepy eyes, "There is a task for you." Kizaru waved his hand and didn't care about the other person's attitude. He knew very well that this guy has always looked like this since he was a child. Kizaru Admiral, please give me an order, Kuzan said in a daze. Luo Chen has appeared on Batria Island, so. Having said that, a smile appeared on Kizaru's face. This area of the sea, I will trouble Kuzan, you are watching. If you find any suspicious ships or people, take immediate measures. Among them, pay special attention to pregnant women. Taking a deep look at Kuzan, Kizaru smiled. Kuzan nodded and saluted. Don't worry, Kizaru Admiral. Luo Chenming repaired the plank road and kept Chen Kang in the dark. However, this guy Kizaru was obviously not a fool. After a casual thought, he made this decision. Regardless of whether Luo Chen was deliberately exposed, or for other purposes, as long as the sea area is within Marine's monitoring range, then there will be no problems. Subsequently, the two sides completed the handover, and Kuzan left here on another warship. Go toward Batria Island. With a command, Kizaru and others quickly headed towards Batria Island. The sky on Kizaru's side is clear, but the sky above Batria Island is thunderous and raining. On the warship, the two figures stared at each other with solemn faces. Boom, the flashes of lightning flashed, and the faces of the two reflected on them were bright and dark. This battle is still not over. As the Marine Vice Admiral, Moya, even if he is at the bottom of the Vice Admiral, is only the master armament haki, a rough and shallow swordsmanship, but his physical fitness far exceeds Luo Chen. The latter, even with subtle tricks, still has a long distance from Moya in terms of physical strength and body. This battle turned into a stalemate. Dang dang dang. The two continued to collide, and sparks arose between the collision of their weapons. As the battle progressed, Luo Chen's eyes became heavier and heavier. This guy, because of the initial underestimation of the enemy, Moya almost lost his life and suffered a lot of creativity. But the battle after that was airtight. Seriously, Moya, even with a combat power of about 40% of his original strength, was still able to compete with Luo Chen on par. A set of swordsmanship was used, and as time passed, Luo Chen's breathing began to become anxious. He is inferior to Moya in terms of physical fitness. If he has practiced his internal strength, his chi pulse will be long and he is not afraid, but at this time, he is still slightly inferior just by relying on his physical fitness to resist. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, Yi Jin Jing, Washing Marrow Sutra and other martial arts landscapes are exquisite, but Luo Chen's contact time is too short to achieve success. But contrary to him, Moya's breath was still as primitive, his breathing was strong and steady, and the only thing that changed was his soaring anger. Damn it, kid. He dignified Marine Vice Admiral, and he took a 15 or 16-year-old child. There was no way. Because of carelessness, he was seriously injured. In this way, if he is seen by his colleagues, he still can't laugh to death? Me Deo, Erland Slash. The double knives swung like the wind, forming a whirlwind attack, and the rain curtain was directly shredded by the violent wind. Suddenly, Moya's double swords had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. When the manpower was exhausted, after suppressing Moya for a long time, Luo Chen's aura was chaotic, and eventually the opponent found a gap and counterattacked. Not good. Seeing the dark vigor surrounding the pair of knives and the deeper eyes, Luo Chen's expression changed drastically. He closed his eyes hurriedly, and then slammed the Yuanhong sword abruptly. Tianxiang Dragon flashes. With a step on his feet, Yuan Hongjian attacked with the double swords. Without visual judgment, it is undoubtedly more difficult to distinguish Moya's dual sword position only by hearing and feeling. Coupled with the thunder in the sky, the sound of raindrops falling on the ground is mixed, and it is even more difficult. At the very moment, Luo Chen just judged the offensive of this attack according to various sword principles. When, after a breath, the two sides collided. After another breath, Luo Chen opened his eyes. Tick, the bright red blood fell to the ground, smashed into the rain on the deck, and soon stained the rain red. Boy, do you really think you are my opponent? How can you be an opponent of Durag with your strength? Although he was suppressed by Luo Chen for a long time, after Moya got serious, he naturally saw that the opponent was just a subtle move, but if he talked about true power, it was still far away. Durag is an elite among the younger generation of Marine. Although it is only Rear Admiral, his strength is probably much stronger than him. How could such a guy be defeated by the guy in front of him? Or, do you have other secrets? What kind of character is Durag? Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp's son. When he became Marine, he performed well and had amazing strength. He was regarded as an outstanding talent to be cultivated by Marine seniors in the future. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, Moya had to admit that the other party was indeed much better than himself. But, such a character, will be defeated by this kid in front of him? He doesn't believe it. Only by relying on this kid's exquisite swordsmanship, he can only suppress himself who was severely injured for a while. As for Durag, daydreaming, right? Up to now, even the opponent is unable to fight against himself due to physical problems, and his breathing is heavy. This kid is at most similar to the strength of a colonel, and he is definitely not an opponent of Durag. So, here comes the problem. The greatest possibility is that the other party has hidden power. You hide your power? Bring it out. Let me see. Moya yelled and swung down the double knives again. Tick, the bright red blood dripped, and Luo Chen took a step back to avoid the blow. In the look, it was full of solemnity. On his cheek, a bright red mark was constantly oozing blood towards the outside. Luo Chen was injured. In the hit just now, the two swords swept across his neck by a small margin, but cut his cheek. Luo Chen has a deep understanding of the power of Vice Admiral at this moment. When fighting with Durag, he relied on the power of the system, which was an inflated, exaggerated power, to be precise, the power of Uchiha Itaki. But at this moment, the object of his battle, although weaker than Durag, he uses his own power. Obviously, his power is far from enough to fight Vice Admiral at this time. Almost, physical strength is about to reach its limit. Moya held the double knives and walked towards him again step by step. The unhurried pace is full of oppressiveness. Even the injured tiger is still a tiger. He contrasted Moya, just like a tiger and a wolf. The injured tiger faced a wolf alone, but was able to slap him to death. Although he entangled for a long time, but at this moment, he was about to reach his limit. Call. The two appeared in his mind. Luo Chen shook his head abruptly. No, this is the power used against Admiral. 500 million Baileys, whether it is used in 2 parts, or used at the moment, is undoubtedly not cost-effective. How strong is Kizaru? Just based on what is shown in the animation, it is impossible to judge. After all, there is a difference between reality and the second dimension. At this moment, Luo Chen can't accurately define the strength of the other party. So, quietly, Luo Chen turned his gaze to the interior of Batria Island. Jason and the others should have left the island. As long as I don't leave the island, then it's okay. Compared to fighting, Luo Chen's more important goal is to hold Marine's hind legs so that they have no time to take care of Rouge, create conditions for Rouge and others to leave safely. Boom, lightning and thundering, Batria Island flickered. Standing on the deck, after Luo Chen's eyes flickered, he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Moya's eyes. Before that, he had bowed his head and didn't look at him. Moya's psychedelic eyes, just like Itaka's illusion, have the effects of shock, fear, and dizziness on people. Once he invades his mind during battle, it is very dangerous. But at this moment, Luo Chen actually confronted him. Do you want to know my true power? With endless indifference in his voice, Luo Chen's aura suddenly increased at this moment. Moya was stunned and stopped moving forward. Inexplicably, he felt that the opponent was a bit dangerous. Are you going to use the whole cards? Secretly lifted the iron body, and Moya was on guard. Later, he saw Luo Chen's solemn expression, and his single palm began to slowly stand on his chest. You still won't die if you pick me up, I will spare you. At this moment, Luo Chen's expression was sullen and domineering, and his eyes even contained a trace of disdain for Moya. Are you going to use a unique trick? Did Durag lose this trick too? With a solemn heart, Moya was more careful. In the next second, Luo Chen's palm on his chest suddenly trembled, and he slowly pushed forward. Buzzing, void trembling, Moya's expression was startled, and he felt the tremor of the air around him. Afterwards, Luo Chen's palm was suddenly pressed out. Buddha's palm. The 4 faint words seem to be groaning as a god, and Moya is even more at this moment, as if seeing countless Sanskrit scripts shining in the rain. Above the warship, it suddenly brightened. Boom, a huge Buddha palm appeared in the void, about 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Once it appeared, it was printed towards Moya. What a powerful force! Moya's face was shocked. He saw that the rain in the sky was shattered by this palm, saw countless drops of water flying around, and saw countless air pressure forming in the void, and then burst into sound. Iron body, armed, me knife, magic knife cut. How mighty this weird palm is, it looks so majestic, and the power is shocking, like a god or devil. It suddenly changes Moya's color. He roared loudly 3 times, with all his strength, rushed to the huge palm in front of him. After a breath, huge palm prince rushed past him. Buzzing, void trembling, huge power, instantly made Moya soar into the sky, was actually knocked into the sky. Immediately after that, the palm print trend continued unabated, and the bow of the warship behind him was directly shattered before it gradually dissipated. After 3 breaths, Moya, who fell heavily on the deck, suddenly stood up. I'm okay. He touched his whole body and found that he was not hurt at all. That palm looked so magnificent, as if he was about to crush himself into pieces. But, strangely, it turned out to only give himself a strong thrust. Iron body, under the protection of armament haki, he has no scars on his whole body. Vice Admiral, Master Moya Vice Admiral, quick! Quick! A group of Marines below saw that Moya was knocked into the air, and then they reacted and hurried to the warship. I'm fine. Moya waved his hand, then glanced at the direction where Luo Chen was just now. From this look, Moya looked dumbfounded. People, where about people? All Marines followed Moya's sight, but they discovered it unexpectedly. Luo Chen, it's gone. The guy who gave the last shocking palm, unexpectedly, ran away? The corners of Moya's mouth trembled a few times, and an abnormal red color appeared on his face. The next second, he roared. Find him for me, that damned guy, really fooled them. After more than 10 breaths, the Marines approaching the neighborhood on Batlia Island suddenly saw a figure. He's here, Luo Chen, it's Luo Chen. Moya looked anxious, turned around and was about to go, but the next second, his palm quickly pressed against his neck. A trace of redness appeared on the neck that was crossed by the long sword. Damn it! Moya roared. The wound he had been suppressing finally couldn't be suppressed anymore. The bright red blood quickly seeped from his neck, looking shocking. Doctor! When the Marine on the side saw this, he roared immediately, and the scene was suddenly chaotic. I'm fine, chase me that kid. With a big wave, he pushed the Marine away. Moya looked ugly and shouted. Master Vice Admiral, Luo Chen will leave it to us. You must start treatment now. Aside, the military doctor ran up quickly and began to examine Moya. The colonel said to Moya with serious expressions. Clenching his fists, Moya didn't care about the pain in his body, but his eyes were full of anger. Damn it! This kid! Suddenly, he was seriously injured and his combat power was directly halved. In the end, he was about to win, but the opponent escaped by tricks. "Grab that kid, he is not strong, at best equal to you," quickly ordered the surrounding officers. Moya could only be forced to receive treatment. He knew that although the wound was suppressed in the battle, but now, the wound has collapsed. If he is not controlled, his life will be in danger. Batria Island, the whole boiled, countless Marines rushed into the lanes of the block, looking for Luo Chen everywhere. In the rainstorm, there were no people on the street. Even if there were, Marine, who saw densely packed, holding guns and a serious and cold face, ran home in a hurry, and then closed the door tightly. Marine is crazy. What happened? They were looking around for something, and the whole island of Batria was about to be turned over. Such words are spreading everywhere on the island, and the people are hiding in their homes in fear, for fear of being affected. At the entrance of the northern block, Luo Chen's figure only flashed past, and he was out of Marine's sight again. In a dark alleyway, dense Marine footsteps quickly passed through. 4 and 5 teams of Marine passed one after another. After 15 breaths, there was no sound before a figure appeared in the lane. This figure clung to the wall so tightly, in the gloomy light, it seemed to be mysteriously invisible. Only then can the faint outline be seen roughly. 5 consecutive teams of Marine passed by this figure. Dozens of Marines even looked at him, but they did not find him. Imo Yukilin's disguise technique, as expected, did not change. Obviously a relieved voice came from the figure's mouth. Long ago, Luo Chen had already exchanged Moya Kailan for possession. Compared to Gai, Jiangxin, etc., Moya Kailan's combat effectiveness is not that outstanding. However, his ability to disguise his face is ever-changing, and the ability to even be able to approach invisibility in a dark corner is very useful for Luo Chen at this moment. With exhaustion of energy, Luo Chen at this time, it can be said that all aspects have reached the limit. If it is seen by Marine, then it must be a dead end. Unless, he uses possession. However, in the face of these ordinary Marines, colonel ranks, and a balance of 500 million Baileys, even if it is spent, it is not perfect. Standing silently in the lane, Luo Chen adjusted his breathing and quickly recovered his physical energy. Marine's army is intensive, and almost all of it is devoted to the process of searching for him. At this time, even if there is wind and grass anywhere, it will attract the attention of the large Marine. It was also at this moment that Luo Chen realized what kind of pressure the Marine bottom layer, which is often reduced to cannon fodder, would be put on him in these days when the combat effectiveness was not good enough. "A lot of ants have killed elephants," secretly sighed. Suddenly, Luo Chen's breath converged, and his figure disappeared again in the shadows. At this moment, he seemed to be in darkness, and no one could see his trace. In the next second, 2 Marines ran over with flustered expressions. "Hurry up, I can't keep up with the big army. I know too, that guy is terrible, Master Vice Admiral is injured, we have to follow up quickly. Tell you not to exercise normally, so be anxious now. Really, you have caused me to be dragged down by you." The voice of the dialogue was getting closer and closer, and the figure that had disappeared in the darkness emerged faintly. Soon, the 2 Marines approached the alley. Who, among them, the leading Marine was keenly aware of a different breath in the alley. "Don't scare me, where is anyone?" Marine, who was slightly fatter behind, raised his gun nervously and said, "It smells of blood, it's very weak, but it does, right ahead." Marine in front of him whispered, his face getting more and more serious. He couldn't see any figure, but the sixth sense was that there was someone in front of him. Even, he could hear the slight breathing. There must be someone, but why can't it be seen? A trace of doubt appeared on Marine's face, but the shadow in his heart was even greater, and the gun in his hand was also tightened tighter. And seeing Marine in the front, Marine who is slightly fatter in the rear is even more nervous. Suddenly, Marine's face in front of him was full of shock, and his body was stiff. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" Slightly fatter Marine asked in a low voice when he saw that the opponent suddenly stopped moving. You. Ahead Marine's eyes were full of horror, and the cold behind his back was cold. He saw ahead, in the originally empty laneway, a transparent outline suddenly appeared. Then, within a breath, the outline became more and more obvious, and finally he turned into a person. There are faint bloodstains on his face, and his eyes are full of indifference, but his appearance is exceptionally young, and he is even more familiar with this appearance. Luo Chen. In front of Marine, in shock, he was about to shout, but at this moment, the figure was just a vertical chopping. Boom! Marine rolled his eyes and immediately fell to the ground. As soon as this Marine fell, the fat Marine at the back immediately saw it, and was shocked. He pulled the trigger with his right hand and was about to shoot, but Luo Chen strode forward and slashed again. Fat Marine almost immediately realized that he lost consciousness as well. Within 2 seconds, the 2 Marines were easily brought down by Luo Chen. Then, he dragged the 2 Marines into the lane and disappeared into the darkness. After about 10 breaths, a slightly fatter Marine wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked out of the lane. After looking around, Fat Marine took a deep look at the lane, and then walked quickly towards the front routes. This fat marine is exactly Luo Chen after disguise. Moya Kailan's disfigurement technique is quite amazing. After disfigurement, it looks almost no different from the target. Soon, Fat Marine followed the big army and followed Marine to find Luo Chen. During this process, Luo Chen adjusted his breath quickly and recovered his physical strength. It only takes 6 hours, and I can recover intact. Feeling inside, Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. Moya had something to say, but Kizaru had already lifted it out and got off the warship directly. In almost a flash of time, he was already standing on Batria. The other officers on the warship looked at Moya, and they all disembarked. Moya, listen to Kizaru, take a break. The neck is the most fragile of the human body. Anyone who has been injured by Moya will probably not be able to jump around like this anymore. Damn it. Looking at other people, leaving aback of herself, Moya clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. First, I came to Kizaru on Batria Island. A few steps below, with the light shining, I was already standing on the streets of the island. Is it on this island? A smile appeared in the eyes under the sunglasses, and Kizaru was very interested. Kizaru was very impressed by the black flame on Dirag. Without Garp's knowledge of Haki, it would be difficult to get rid of it. And unable to solve the weird black flame, I am afraid that sooner or later, it will have to become the nourishment of the flame. Moya had nothing to do with Luo Chen, he knew it as early as the moment he heard the phone bug. It's just that although he ate a quick fruit, he was a chronic one, so it took nearly 2 or 3 hours to come here. But no hurry. As long as you are on this island, it will be easier. Step by step, Kizaru's eyes are always relaxed. His figure turned into light, and he shuttled through the street, completely unable to see his figure, and he couldn't imagine it quickly. This is the speed of light. When you see the other person, he has already come to you. After searching for a quarter of an hour, he still didn't find Luo Chen's breath, but Kizaru was not in a hurry. He even entered a coffee shop in a leisurely manner. When the waiter brought the coffee, Kizaru stirred the sugar in the coffee and smiled satisfied. The climate on Batria Island is a bit humid, but the coffee is exceptionally fragrant. Also, it's a specialty here. It seemed that he hadn't paid much attention to Luo Chen at all. Master Admiral, you don't seem to be in a hurry. At this moment, the 4 burly figures finally found the traces of Kizaru, pushed the door and stepped in, with anxious eyes, frowning at Kizaru. How important Luo Chen is, everyone is very clear, and when he finds the trace of the other party, he naturally must catch it as soon as possible. But, Tang Admiral, after a walk, came here for coffee? Noya's Vice Admiral, why bother? 5 Vice Admiral and 1 Admiral, do you think Luo Chen can escape? Kizaru said unhurriedly, taking a sip of coffee slowly, and then showing a tone of admiration. But, so far, 4 hours and 8 minutes have passed. Vice Admiral Noyes glanced at his watch and said with a heavy gaze, we don't have any news from Luo Chen. Kizaru smiled, but instead of eager to answer Noya's words, he took another sip of coffee. This time, he took the cup to drink. And while he was drinking coffee, outside the coffee shop, on the corner of the street, a team of Marines suddenly came out. Among them, a very fat Marine, looking timid and honest, is following the team, looking around, seeming to be looking for a goal. But at this moment, Kizaru's hand holding the cup paused, and a smile appeared in his eyes under his sunglasses. Why bother? Maybe, with a cup of coffee here, the goal will appear by itself. This, maybe. Noya's Vice Admiral is angry. Dignified Admiral, this tone is unexpected. In fact, it is too unreliable. He swears that he must sue Kizaru against Sengoku when he returns. What nonsense are you talking about, Kizaru? Noya's tone became heavy, as if to argue with Kizaru. Ha ha. The latter still laughed, then drank the coffee in the cup. After that, he stood up slowly, and his eyes under the sunglasses turned to the street in an instant. What I said, but the truth. The sharp gaze instantly penetrated the glass window of the coffee shop and looked directly at the chubby Marine. At the same time, the fat Marine seemed to feel Kizaru's gaze, and he turned his gaze sharply and stared directly at Kizaru. Not good. Fat Marine's face was still simple and honest, but his heart was shocked. Luo Chen didn't expect that. Here, he just followed Marine to look around, doing a good job, and he could encounter Marine Admiral. The iconic glasses, although much younger, but still clearly recognizable face, is obviously Kizaru. Naval Headquarters, the highest combat power, Polo Salino, Admiral codenamed Kizaru. At this moment, the other party was staring at him sharply, as if he had been spotted at a glance. How to do? Go? A trace of panic appeared in Luo Chen's heart, but it calmed down in an instant. Or, is it war? At this moment, Luo Chen's eyes burst into sharp light. Fatty, what are you in a daze? Hurry up. Marine's voice came from the front, looking very impatient. They did not see Kizaru and others in the coffee shop. Inside the shop, Noya's Vice Admiral wanted to say something, but Kizaru had already stood up. Hee, Noya's Vice Admiral, let me see what our goals are different this time. Be careful. The tone was still so casual. Kizaru took a step forward and was already out of the cafe. His goal is very clear, just a few steps away. He is getting closer and closer to Luo Chen. Seeing Kizaru's arrival, Luo Chen suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming, and his face changed slightly. Is this the aura of Marine Admiral? It was an indescribable huge pressure that enveloped his whole body invisibly, making it difficult for him to even move. At this moment in this life, in Luo Chen's eyes, there was even the tall figure that was striding over. He could see the cloak of justice swaying in the wind, as well as the double horns that kept moving, but he could no longer see any surrounding scenery. Step by step, the sound of clear footsteps came into his ears, making Luo Chen unconsciously sweaty on his forehead. Formidable strength can cause a great spiritual coercion to the enemy. This kind of coercion is invisible and will naturally disappear when the power gap is small. However, Luo Chen's strength at the moment is undoubtedly too far behind Kizaru. If Moya is just a huge stone, then at this moment Kizaru gives Luo Chen the feeling as if it is Mount Everest. That kind of towering like a cloud, unable to see the head, seemed to be a horror that he could not overcome in his entire life. So strong. Under the shock of the soul, Luo Chen could no longer move in his footsteps. At this moment, Kizaru's figure came to the opposite side of him, condescending, looking down at him. Does he recognize me? Luo Chen's heart was shocked, followed closely, and looked up at the Marine's highest combat power. A smile appeared on Kizaru's face. Behind him, Noyes and others have followed. Seeing the fat Marine played by Luo Chen, Noyes constricted his expression and did not speak anymore. Luo Chen. With affirmation, Kizaru asked these two words. Behind it, Noyes and the others, who heard Kizaru call this name, all looked startled, and all cast their eyes on Luo Chen. The teammates before Luo Chen all had unbelievable expressions. They could see clearly that the badges on the shoulders of the people standing by that guy were all Vice Admiral class, and even the one who was wearing sunglasses at first turned out to be Admiral. Marine Admiral, Kizaru. When the identities of these people were recognized, the Marines trembled. But what they didn't expect was that Kizaru Admiral actually called that name to the timid and fat Marine. Luo Chen. What exactly is going on? When he was called out of his identity, Luo Chen's pupils immediately shrank. He didn't know how Kizaru recognized his identity, but the other party was so sure. Unexpectedly, they would send you here. Fat Marine's expression changed suddenly, no longer the timid and honest, he became calm and bold. This change made the Marine team before him take a breath. They searched for Luo Chen all the way, but they didn't expect that the other party had already mixed into their team. To solve the trouble once and for all, Kizaru smiled, actually still chatting with Luo Chen Xiangxin. Noya's Vice Admiral on the side, hearing the conversation between the two, had already changed his expression. He is Luo Chen. In his tone, it was unbelievable. No, it's not right, his appearance is not like this, even, his body shape is wrong. Noya shook his head, still not believing. Kizaru didn't care about Noya's opinions, but concentrated all his attention on Luo Chen. You are really cunning. So, can you tell me, what is your purpose in exposing yourself here? Luo Chen raised his head and looked directly at Kizaru, his eyes calm. Although Kizaru's power has already surpassed him by not knowing how much, but the master state of mind gave him a mind that is not chaotic, but it played a huge role at this time. In the original work, Straw Hat Crew is so bold, but after encountering Admiral Standing, it is also panic, and it is difficult to muster the courage to fight against it. Marine's strongest combat power is not just a talk, but a fact. Among Marines around the world, these three are the most powerful Marines. They have formed an unparalleled shock to the pirates and the world. Marine, because of them, it was Marine. It was the Marine that the pirates saw in the sea and could only escape everywhere. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't answer, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. That woman? Does it really exist? A word made Luo Chen's pupils shrink, and his pupils became sharp. Marine didn't know the existence of Rouge, it was more based on the news, but at this moment, Kizaru saw the truth of the incident from Luo Chen's eyes. Unexpectedly, that person really has blood to pass down, the truth is amazing. With a sigh of admiration, Kizaru's eyes became cold. Tell her whereabouts, I'm afraid she has already been moved by you, right? You exposed yourself just for her, is it useful to ask so much nonsense? Luo Chen said lightly. Kizaru's eyes were colder, but he still admired. Sure enough, he is the younger brother of One Piece. I admire him for being so bold. But, do you think you can still escape? And, that woman. Kizaru smiled. This sea area has already been monitored. There is no possibility for any ship or person to escape Marine's monitoring. If you don't try, how do you know? Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Luo Chen's tone suddenly became cold, his whole body trembled, Marine's robe disappeared, and his figure began to rise. The previous fat Marine disappeared in a blink of an eye and suddenly became a tall and thin young man in the next moment. A great change technique is a devil fruit's ability. Kizaru sighed again. He didn't know how many times the young man in front of him had marveled today. At the same time, Luo Chen, who had revealed his identity, also made the surrounding Marine nervous. It's him, it's really him. Luo Chen, turned into Marine, hiding in Marine. The Vice Admiral's faces were hard to look. If it weren't for Kizaru to find out, I'm afraid they would let them find the dead, and they wouldn't be able to find this guy's whereabouts. Dark under the lights, in Marine, also works. Luo Chen, I can give you another chance to tell me the news of that woman, and then obediently return to Naval Headquarters with me. Kizaru stared at Luo Chen and said coldly, "What if I don't?" Luo Chen laughed, then said, "That can only be regretted." Kizaru sighed and spread his hands. "At this close range, it's hard for anyone to escape my blow." With a soft voice, Kizaru's right foot suddenly burst into golden light. Luo Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and the alarm bell in his heart rang. A huge anxiety swept through his heart, and his whole body was on guard. "Have you been kicked by the speed of light?" As soon as a faint voice came into his ears, Luo Chen's muscles all over his body suddenly tightened. Almost under a conditioned reflex, he suddenly drew his knife and swung it out. Boom! In an instant, Luo Chen's voice flew out. The knife touched Kizaru's right foot, but it couldn't resist the huge force rushing from the opponent at all. With this flight, Luo Chen directly knocked down 5 buildings, and when he reacted, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In an instant, he was seriously injured. His eyes were full of shock, and he thoroughly understood what Admiral-level power was. Too strong. At that moment, he couldn't even react, only relying on his body's sense of danger to forcefully use his swift sword drawing technique. But even so, it is still not the opponent's opponent. With just one blow, he was already seriously injured. The potential energy at the high speed turns into the kinetic energy of terror, and it erupts at that instant, which is more terrifying than a bomb. Possession must be possessed. Seeing Kizaru walking slowly, Luo Chen only felt that the threat between life and death was rising rapidly. He is very clear, the opponent seems to be moving slowly, but to attack him, he doesn't even have time to react. Unfortunately, I can only deal with you on behalf of Marine injustice. Faintly, Kizaru's voice came over. The dangerous bell was ringing louder and more urgent, and Luo Chen's whole body was trembling. It's fear, tension, and confusion. The pressure of horror enveloped Luo Chen's body, and the aura of Kizaru's body made him tremble uncontrollably. Admiral's coercion is as severe as prison. I will beat you half to death and bring you back to Naval Headquarters. The guys in this department will naturally have a way to knock your mouth open and learn the whereabouts of that woman. Step by step, Kizaru's words are very casual. But suddenly, his eyes were suddenly solemn, and he stopped moving forward. This kid. At this moment, Luo Chen, who had been seriously injured in front of him, exploded with an incomparably vast aura. Conquerors? No. Kizaru instantly denied that it was a powerful and domineering breath, a weird spiritual force that could suppress the human spirit, but it was not conquerors. Tick. The blood at the corner of his mouth dripped to the ground, and Luo Chen slowly raised his head. The corners of his mouth suddenly bloomed, and a smile appeared on his face. This smile is so confident, unruly, and even contains a hint of excitement. Yes, Luo Chen was trembling with excitement at this moment. He slowly lowered the Yuan Hong sword in his right hand, his eyes soft. Yuan Hong, you can take a break for a while. Then, he raised his head and looked directly at Kizaru, who had stopped advancing because of caution. Kizaru Admiral, let me see your power. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, feeling this kid a little strange in his heart. In the next second, an incomparably majestic spirit Kamui suddenly bloomed. The expressions of all Marines on the scene suddenly changed. They were staring at Luo Chen, who had even stooped down because of a serious injury, shaking all over. This is a brand new power completely different from Haki. This brand new power burst into Luo Chen's body, even shining blue around his body, as if blue electric light was flickering. Slowly, Luo Chen stretched out his right hand. A crutch made of countless fiery red and purple particles appeared in his right hand. Now, let you see my strength, Kizaru. An unscrupulous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Luo Chen spoke slowly. Hope, you won't be too surprised. Kizaru was about to say something, but quickly shut up. His eyes became deeper, and he felt that this kid was suddenly different, not only in strength, but also in his spiritual level. In front of him, Luo Chen's clothes had changed form, and he changed into a black robe. On the outside of the black robe, a white feather robe was scattered, and the breeze was blowing. It was actually like Marine's righteous cloak. Secondly, Luo Chen's body is recovering quickly, and the wounds on his body and the blood on the corners of his mouth are turning into a little light and quickly blending with him. It was as if, in this instant, Luo Chen's physique had changed, as if it were composed of a kind of magical particles. Luo Chen, who was standing in front of Kizaru, closed his eyes slightly, with a faint smile on his face. He didn't worry about the presence of Marine or even an Admiral sneak attack. At this moment, he is slowly experiencing this new power. After that loud roar, the system immediately took possession of him randomly, and the possessed character, strength, did not disappoint him in the slightest. The power of flame. Feeling the power of the ghost, quickly fusing with himself, changing his physique, and rapidly increasing his strength, Luo Chen showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. In just a short while, a burst of colorful light flickered before his eyes, and a serious old man in black and leaning on a cane stepped towards him. In just an instant, he became one with him. Spent 500 million Baileys to possess Yamamoto Genri Yusai successfully. The cold voice of the system sounded at this moment. Luo Chen's right hand trembled, and the crutches instantly disintegrated, turning into an ordinary Zanpakuto. Shinigami Gotei 13's captain. What a good possession. Luo Chen was peaceful, with a smile on his face. Countless experiences, skills, Kido, Zanpakuto, Bankai's methods flashed before his eyes quickly and merged with him. The moment he possessed his body, even that huge force forcibly transformed his body into Shinigami. Facing Marine's strongest combat power and possessing sparkling fruit, Kizaru, the character Luo Chen summoned this time is also too powerful. Captain Yamamoto, who owns Zanpakuto, the strongest in the heat system, and Shinigami, the strongest in the Millennium. Flame. After thinking slightly, Luo Chen's eyes became sharp. This action is for Rouge and also for the future Ace. And Ace, it is the Maramara fruit, the power of flame, that controls it. It's really a combined scene. With a sigh in his heart, he looked directly at Kizaru abruptly. Kizaru. Kizaru stared at Luo Chen. Fighting here will affect civilians. Let's change places. Luo Chen said quietly. The attribute of Ryujinjaka is a full range of fire attacks, covering a very wide range, and the power is terrifying. If it is fully deployed, it can even affect an island and burn the entire island of Batria. Hee, I'm afraid I don't need it. With a faint laugh, Kizaru's body suddenly disappeared. In front of Luo Chen's eyes, a splendid brilliance appeared, almost teleporting. The electric light flashed, fleeting. Zanpakuto turned in his hand and suddenly raised it. Boom! The ground under my feet exploded, and spiderweb-like cracks spread all over, spreading nearly 100 meters in an instant, making the whole street tremble. However, Luo Chen's figure remained motionless, and his right hand Zanpakuto raised forward. Above the Zanpakuto blade, there was a right foot shining with golden light. This right foot belongs to Kizaru. Oh? Suddenly become a lot stronger. No one knows his own power better than Kizaru. A kick at the speed of light, even if no power is applied, the terrifying explosive output cannot be resisted by anyone. This kid is weird. Do you think this is the end? Luo Chen's voice suddenly came out, and Kizaru's eyes narrowed. The next moment, Luo Chen raised his left hand quickly, groaning in his mouth. 96 of Hado. The words were not finished yet. A crimson flame in his left hand had exploded and grew rapidly. Knife cremation. Boom! The sword-shaped flame, brilliant like a rainbow, rushed towards Kizaru's face. Kizaru's pupils contracted and his figure quickly became elemental. A huge knife-shaped flame measuring about 30 feet tall suddenly rose into the sky and swept obliquely. This flame contained extremely explosive high temperatures, which could almost burn everything that was encountered in the middle of it. In less than a few breaths, it rose nearly 100 meters into the sky, and directly wiped the roof of a building forcibly. From a distance, it was as if a giant swung a giant flame knife and roared in anger. At this moment, all the Marines who were watching not far away took a deep breath. The horrible flame soared more than 100 meters in an instant, and it was still like a giant flame knife, which seemed to be able to shred everything in the world. This knife, if it is placed directly on the street. The Marines suddenly thought, and couldn't help taking another breath. Seeing the roof not far away that was only touched by the flames, everyone's eyes trembled. Is this his true power? The Vice Admiral said with solemn faces. It's Logia? Fire power. Can't help but they are Taoist again. Oh, it's really scary. With the twinkling of golden light, 5 meters in front of Luo Chen, a figure appeared like Kizaru. Unlike the previous moment, Kizaru's face was already full of solemnity at this moment. Vice Admiral and Marine looked at Kizaru, who appeared in shape, and their faces were all taken aback. Admiral's shoulders. The epaulets on the shoulders had turned to burnt yellow. At that moment, Kizaru's elementalization was not as fast as the flame erupting, and a corner was burned. If you fight here, I'm afraid the Marine on this island will have to pay for your conceit, Kizaru. He glanced plainly at Vice Admiral and Marines behind him. Luo Chen's tone was somewhat threatening. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Chen with sharp eyes. It seems that I was threatened. You can understand that. Luo Chen was non-committal, and with a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, the air pressure in front of him burst out. A Vice Admiral's face changed immediately, and his hands were suddenly raised to block him. Armed, iron body. Boom! The air pressure swept across, pressing directly on Vice Admiral's arms, causing his body to slide towards the back, and then straightly drew for nearly 10 meters before stopping. Your strength has skyrocketed very quickly. Kizaru glanced at Vice Admiral, saw that he was not injured, and turned his eyes to stare at Luo Chen solemnly. Choose, Kizaru Admiral. Luo Chen said lightly. Staring closely at Luo Chen, Kizaru's figure gradually turned into golden light. Come on then. In an instant, Kizaru appeared high in the sky, and Luo Chen glanced at Vice Admiral who was present, and didn't see how to move. The next moment, he was already floating in the air. He actually flew up. My god, that guy, what kind of fruit did you eat? The Marines were shocked. Kizaru's speed is indeed very fast. After he turns into light, even if he does not deliberately show himself, from the street area to the port of Batria, he doesn't even need a breath. And Luo Chen's figure suddenly disappeared in the air and reappeared again. After a few flashes, he hung firmly behind Kizaru. It is Shinigami's unique skill, Shunpo. After a few more breaths, the two of them have come to the sea. This kid is really mysterious. From the corner of his eye, seeing Luo Chen can actually follow him, Kizaru's heart became more cautious. Whether it was the black flame that Durag had seen on his body, or the power that burst out from the short blow, Kizaru felt that such power was actually abnormal. It's like a person suddenly changed. The figure turned again, Kizaru turned into a golden streamer and headed towards an island far away. After 10 breaths, 2 figures appeared above the island. This island is not inhabited, so you can rest assured, Kizaru said coldly. I'm just afraid that my power is too great, and if one doesn't control it well, that island will be destroyed. Luo Chen said seriously. Compared to Uchiha Itaki, Captain Yamamoto's power is indeed terrifying. Luo Chen even felt that an island was not enough for him to display the flames that burst out suddenly and burned everything. Kizaru sneered in disbelief. Then, you can pick me up first. His body suddenly turned into light, and in a blink of an eye, Kizaru had already arrived in front of Luo Chen. Boom! It was another lightspeed kick. Luo Chen held Zanpakuto in one hand and caught it accurately, and the cracks in his feet expanded rapidly. However, Kizaru's attack did not stop this time. That kicking like the speed of light, extremely fast, came again. Luo Chen's eyes were cold and he kept waving with one hand. Boom boom boom. A series of dull and thunderous voices came out, and the cracks under Luo Chen's feet grew more and more. With Zanpakuto in his hand, he can accurately catch Kizaru's attack with every blow. Gradually, all of Kizaru's legs were turned into light, and he couldn't see clearly. Luo Chen's face also became solemn, just the usual state of Zanpakuto, and he had some difficulty in dealing with it. Suddenly catching the blow again, with the help of this huge force, Luo Chen slid towards the rear. It's worthy of admiral-level power. With a low sigh, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly became serious. Kizaru saw him temporarily stop the attack, but didn't stop it, just looked at him curiously. Luo Chen slowly crossed the ordinary Zanpakuto in front of him, stroking the upper blade with his left hand. This is a good knife, and it is different from the Yuan Hong sword and the 12 great knives among the pirates. Ryujinjaka is a force composed of Ryatsu and can only be used by one person. In this world, Luo Chen can possess any skills, but Zanpakuto, the mysterious power that fits each Shinigami, may not necessarily be available. But in contrast, at this moment, the power gained by possession is also terrifying. Slowly put down the long knife again and put it to his waist. Luo Chen put his right hand on the hilt of the sword, ready to attack. In the distance, Kizaru raised his eyebrows, bewildered. Drawing a sword? In the intelligence, Luo Chen is particularly grandmaster for drawing swordsmanship, but what effect will such an attack have on him? In the next instant, Kizaru's eyes suddenly changed. This is. Luo Chen drew his sword, and Ryujinjaka slashed towards the void ahead. The wind stopped and the sea stopped. An incomparably majestic sword pressure burst out, forming an incomparably powerful vigor, rushing towards Kizaru at an incomparable speed. Slowly, putting Zanpakuto in the scabbard, Luo Chen's voice came out faintly. This is not a sword drawing technique, it is. Foot cut. The strong wind blows, and this slash cut the island ground directly into 2 halves, like a shark blooming on the surface of the water, directly attacking Kizaru. Boom! The golden light flourished and Kizaru became elemental, trying to avoid this terrifying slash. But as soon as the two touched, his face changed. He is elemental, and there is no way to avoid it. The moment this slash collided with him, it actually began to offset, consuming his strength. Elemental? Sure enough, Ryatsu can work for you. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Physical attacks can be completely exempted, but this type of energy attack originated from Ryatsu. Obviously, Kizaru can't hide. At this point in the battle, Luo Chen didn't even liberate Zanpakuto. In the anime, Kizaru appeared almost invincible when he appeared. No, it can be said that the Marine 3 Admiral's highest combat strength, except for the battle against Whitebeard, almost all played in a nearly invincible manner. At that time, Kizaru was already in his 50s and could be called an old man. However, at this time, Kizaru is flourishing and is at the peak of his life. Whether it is fighting spirit or combat power, he is a strong monster. Black Coffin was replaced by the dazzling golden light. Amidst the endless light, a figure walked out slowly. After a few steps, the light gradually dissipated, revealing Kizaru's figure. His clothes were neat and tidy, and there was no trace of injury. Compared with before, Kizaru almost received no harm. If it is different from before, it is the look in his eyes. Before, although he had always admired Luo Chen's power and spoke important words, he still had a very casual mentality in his heart. But at this moment, his eyes became serious. He truly treated Luo Chen as an opponent of the same level. Boom! The dazzling light made Luo Chen, who was standing on the void, squint his eyes. Kizaru's right finger seemed to be equipped with a small sun, shining extremely. The next moment, this finger pointed at himself. Call out! The speed was terrifying. Luo Chen tilted his head suddenly, and the laser beam directly smashed the ends of his black hair, then drew an arc and hit the forest behind him. Boom! The flames soaring to the sky swept out from behind Luo Chen. This blow, like a giant bomb, burst out 100 meters above the island with brilliant light. 8-foot mirror. A faint voice sounded. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly condensed. In the void, a ray of light was just a few refractions, and it didn't cost even 1,000th of a second before it had come to his eyes. The dazzling light caused Luo Chen's eyes to blink. So fast. Kick at the speed of light. Kizaru's head and feet appeared, and he kicked Luo Chen's head fiercely. This foot, different from the previous attack, shined with dazzling light and condensed laser light. It is conceivable that if this kick is kicked, Luo Chen's body will explode in an instant. 81 of Bakudo splitting void. This time, Luo Chen directly abandoned the singing and suddenly shot forward with one hand. A huge defensive wall suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru. Then, time slowed down. Kizaru's face fluctuated slightly, but he didn't hesitate at his feet, and fiercely kicked towards the sudden wall in front of him. Boom! The defense that has not yet been fully formed is strong, and it can't match the speed and strength of this foot, and it bursts into pieces. However, this momentary opportunity created time for Luo Chen, even if it was only 1 second. In the sky, the dazzling golden light and the huge explosion that happened just now were quite shocking. In the low singing, solemnity and majesty are both important, and the low voice is like Shinigami praying. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujin Jaka, Shakai. Luo Chen's eyes became fierce, and Ryatsu on his body skyrocketed again. He placed one hand on Zanpakuto in front of him, and accompanied by the sound of shishi, an unknown fire rose up. This flame is still very weak at this time, but it is full of vitality, as if it will always turn into a skyrocket, burning the entire sky. In the next moment, Kizaru's face appeared in front of Luo Chen, and the cold eyes under the sunglasses met him. That kick exploded Bakudo, showing Admiral's solemn power. With a wave of his right hand, the sky cloud sword in Kizaru's hand cut the void and slashed towards Luo Chen. Torch! A flash of flames rose, and immediately, on top of Luo Chen's sword, an endless flame rushed out, covering the void ahead in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, it was spreading 100 meters in front of the void, and this extension was still advancing. Flame! Kizaru's pupils shrank, and the sky cloud sword in his hand was forced to terminate. His figure flickered, turned into light, and refracted in the air. After 3 breaths, he has appeared behind Luo Chen. Boom! The laser beam is released. Torch! In the void ahead, Luo Chen did not turn around, his lips lightly opened, and Ryujin Jaka trembled, as if excited. Boom! At this moment, Kizaru was even more shocked. The air seemed to be burned by flames at this moment, but for a short while, with Luo Chen as the center, the void in all directions, nearly 1,000 meters square, was full of flames. This flame burns everything, nothing is inflammable. Living in the center of the flame, Luo Chen's clothes were driven by the wind generated when the flame was burning, and he started hunting and shaking. His expression is cold, confident, and his eyes are piercing. This overwhelming flame arrived in front of Kizaru in the blink of an eye. Even though he knew that he was an elemental body, Kizaru didn't dare to touch it when facing the burning flames, and evaded immediately after a flick of his figure. Just a few flashes, he has appeared thousands of meters away. Shishi. The flame is still burning, without any medium, but the flame is so tenacious and endless. In the blink of an eye, almost 5 seconds after Luo Chen completed Shikai, the sky above the nameless island was covered by a sea of fire. Can a knife that fire a flame attack? Kizaru narrowed his eyes and murmured. For a while, he actually felt that the other party was like a hedgehog, with a feeling of incomprehension. The flame threatened him fatally, as if it could restrain his elementalization, making him afraid to act rashly. Don't you dare to move, Kizaru? The corner of Luo Chen's mouth bends, revealing Ruyaoru's smile. Then I am coming soon. Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly, fully guarded. Luo Chen, who was in the middle of the sea of fire, suddenly grasped the hilt of Ryujin Jaka with both hands, and then the next moment, he suddenly waved forward. Hell from the heat. Call. There is a wind coming. This wind is not the real wind, but the fire wind composed of flames. Kizaru's pupils contracted, and he immediately saw that the sea of fire opened from the middle part, and then an invisible force reached in front of him. Boom 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 boom. A series of pillars of fire suddenly rose into the sky from around his body, but in less than 3 breaths, there were already dozens of pillars of fire. Paying attention to it slightly, he actually blocked all his own back roads. What a spectacular scene! Kizaru murmured as his eyes narrowed. Seeing the pillar of fire soaring into the sky above the island seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, and he suddenly felt excited. It makes me feel so excited. Burst a few kilometers away, Luo Chen's lips lightly opened, and a faint voice came out. In the next instant, an endless explosion suddenly burst out beside Kizaru. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of fire pillars all exploded, forming a torrent of flames in the void, sweeping towards Kizaru at the center. Standing in the center of the flame, Kizaru narrowed his eyes as he watched the almost endless flame. It's interesting. The murmured word spread, his figure has become more dazzling, the golden light is bright, reflecting the nameless island brighter than the day. Buzzing. The air was trembling, and the flames drowned Kizaru's figure in an instant. After more than a dozen breaths, the bursting flame has only subsided and turned into a steady state, but the fire still has not dissipated. Occasionally, a few of them fall into the void and fall into the island, immediately causing the nameless island to burn. Luo Chen stood in the void, his eyes cold, looking forward. Kick at the speed of light. A ray of light suddenly emerged, and it was refracted from the void, and it had already arrived in front of Luo Chen's eyes. This speed is a bit faster than before, as if teleporting. Surely you haven't seen how powerful the speed of light is, right? An indifferent voice came. Kizaru's right foot had come to Luo Chen's eyes, and the laser light condensed in it, and it would explode anytime. Burn the city. Looking up sharply, Ryujin Jaka rushed forward. The skyrocketing fire is boiling again, but this time, Kizaru's kick at the speed of light also exploded at the same time. Boom! Luo Chen was directly kicked down like a cannonball and hit the ground fiercely. The burning flames instantly wiped out a large area, and the nameless island shook, and a large crater with a radius of 30 meters appeared. Your flames are very powerful, but they haven't hurt me yet. Although, there is a mysterious power in this, Kizaru said faintly. The next second it turned into a streamer and stood on the ground. His whole body flickered with golden light, and he was standing in the flame. The whole person became a bright light and shadow, and the flame burned and could not burn his body. At the same time, Luo Chen stood up slowly, his eyes fixed on Kizaru. The speed is really fast, exaggerated. The speed almost indistinguishable from teleportation made him unable to react at all. Even if the speed of light hasn't arrived, I'm afraid this guy is not much worse. I have no time to waste. Muttering, Luo Chen suddenly inserted the Ryujin Jaka in his hand into the ground in front of him. Kizaru, it's dead, don't blame me. The soft voice entered Kizaru's ears, causing his pupils to shrink again. At this time, Luo Chen had already grabbed the handle of the Zanpakuto knife with both hands and shouted, Bankai! Boom! An incomparably surging Ryutsu suddenly radiated from his body, and its amazing aura suppressed the flames on the surrounding islands, and even brought a gust of wind swept through. Facing this Ryutsu, Kizaru's eyes shrank when he saw that Luo Chen's entire body was distorted. This was an aura he had never seen before, but he could feel it in his heart. It was very powerful. He took a step forward, glowing golden light all over his body, and immediately disappeared in place. A little light appeared on Luo Chen's head, and then the light suddenly became bigger. It was Kizaru who moved forward in his hand. Boom! The laser light lost out, and it was close at hand. The light emitted at the speed of light seemed to be unavoidable anyway, but at this moment, Luo Chen's right hand suddenly grabbed the hilt of the knife. The black robe hunted, his sword swung out. This knife was aimed at the laser beam. Boom! A precise knife collided with the laser beam and then rubbed. Shishi, the void was twisted, and there was lightning. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen's eyes sharpened, and his hand suddenly used force again. The sword of fierce fire. Boom! The bursting flame broke out again, but this time, Kizaru's face changed drastically. In the past, the temperature and speed of the flames swept through, although they were also strong, but they were not better than this time. The flames soaring into the sky exploded like a bomb, and Kizaru's laser beam bounced out in an instant, followed by Kizaru. This knife slashed firmly on Kizaru's right chest. The golden light flickered, and Kizaru quickly became elemental. But Luo Chen's eyes were cold and stern, and once again stepped up his efforts. Shishi. The collision between the elements caused white smoke to grow in the void, and a painful color appeared on Kizaru's face, hurriedly flashing towards the rear. After a breath, when he appeared again, he lowered his head to see that a burn mark was clearly visible on his right chest. This knife actually broke his elemental state directly and hit his flesh fiercely. On the ground, Luo Chen slowly retracted the knife, his eyes filled with coldness. Slowly set his attacking posture, and in the next instant, his double force replaced him, and he ran quickly on the island full of flames. The long sword pointed out that the target was Kizaru. The time for possession is limited, and Luo Chen naturally cherishes it extremely. After a quick run, Luo Chen has reached the bottom of Kizaru. As soon as the long knife was unfolded, the flames burst out with a puff, sweeping across the void on the left side, but in a flash, it stretched out for a kilometer and touched the sea. She. The super high temperature instantly burned the sea surface into endless white mist. Standing in the void, Kizaru saw this scene, his pupils contracted, and his heart was shocked. He clearly saw that the flames cut by this knife had evaporated nearly 5 centimeters of seawater at the edge of the sea. The thick white mist rose up and turned into water vapor. The flame of this kid is so terrifying. Can fire Tato Sunblade. Faintly, Luo Chen spit out these words. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, looked directly at Kizaru, bent his knees, and fired straight up like a telling cannonball. When Kizaru's Sky Cluster Cloud Sword was brandished and confronted Luo Chen's Zanpakuto. Super high-speed slashing occurred continuously between the two, Kizaru's eyes focused, and sweat continued to burst out of his forehead. This kid is no longer himself. Such a terrifying attack cannot be believed by such a young guy. He was sure that the long knife looked normal, but immediately after touching it, he could feel the high temperature that almost burned everything clean. Flame. He actually compressed all the flames into the blade. No wonder it can hurt him. Kizaru mentioned that he was very careful. Such an attack only scratched the skin, and I am afraid that he would burn directly. Suddenly, Kizaru's complexion changed with a slash, and he escaped the blow by a small margin, but his golden checkered suit burned with a poof. Immediately afterwards, the knife swung a gale. The strong wind blew and went straight to the island. After 3 breaths, this wind burst out suddenly and turned into an endless flame, covering the entire island in just an instant. Suddenly, there was a sea of fire on the nameless island. Kizaru, next, you have to be careful. Don't let me get a stab, just a stab. Your result will be like this nameless island. A faint voice came from the opposite side. Kizaru's forehead was sweating, and his eyes were extremely serious. That terrifying flame became even more terrifying after Luo Chen did something to that knife. In the knife that escaped, there was actually the terrifying energy that made the entire island burn. Before such a high concentration element attack, even if it is elementalized, what effect can it play? At the same time, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the island here, a fleet of warships approached. When the vice admiral in front of the warship saw the blazing flames in the sea, their pupils shrank. What is that? Flame, soaring flame. How can there be so many flames in the sea? No, that island was burned by flames. I remember clearly that there was an unnamed island there originally. After a few words, all the Marines looked at each other in shock. Good thing, how could the island start such a huge fire? Look. At this moment, Marine pointed to the sky above the large flames. The two figures collided quickly, then separated, and then collided again. Every time they collide, a golden electric light and a crimson flame will erupt between them. That is, Admiral Kizaru. Marine recognized Kizaru and said in horror. The other figure is Luo Chen. There was an incredible voice, and everyone was silent for the next moment. It was Moya Vice Admiral who made this voice. His eyes were full of incredible. Unable to believe that Luo Chen could actually fight Admiral. More than 10 minutes have passed since they set off. In other words, Luo Chen actually fought Admiral for such a long time. This is simply incredible. Moreover, everyone knows that Kizaru's fruit power is light, and the island is filled with flames. Whose power is this? I'm afraid the answer is self-evident. Luo Chen, can fire a flame attack. Above the void of the distant island, the two figures were still colliding quickly. Marine watched the battle, and after 10 breaths, he gradually understood. This, Kizaru, is at a disadvantage. Noah's hands were shaking, he couldn't believe it. Although the two of them were trying their best to collide every time in the air, he noticed that Kizaru was evading subconsciously. What does this mean? Kizaru didn't dare to confront it head-on, but wanted to avoid it. What exactly is going on? In the void, the pain in Kizaru's chest, and the Zanpakuto, who had gathered the power of an unknown amount of fire, brought him an immense threat. You can't hold on for long, Kizaru. Luo Chen's long sword is like a sword, and his sword tactics are constantly used, and his voice is as sharp as a sword. His eyes flashed. Kizaru's aura was a little confused. He turned upside down and turned away a few steps. Luo Chen was about to catch up, but the void in front of him was already bright. He couldn't help but stop. Bakekshin Guyu. The sky full of golden lights suddenly appeared. Kizaru's figure flickered, and it was spread all over the front. Countless golden lights emitted from his body, and attacked Luo Chen. It's really helpless. With a sigh, Luo Chen's hand Ryujin Jaka slashed forward suddenly. Kanhuo Tato West Kandia prison clothes. Shi. Endless Ryutsu erupted, and then Luo Chen's body began to twist. White smoke continued to be produced, drifting into the void. There is an invisible Ryutsu feather robe covering his long sword and his body. Call. This knife swung out, 1,000 meters in diameter in front of the void, and time and space were still. Kizaru's face changed drastically, and he backed away quickly. Then, the next moment, there were continuous explosions. Boom 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 boom. The whole unknown island was shaking, and countless explosions occurred. Kizaru's golden light group, under this stab, all exploded, a large void suddenly bright and dazzling. Too horrible. On the warship, the Marines watched the battle ahead, but did not dare to move forward. Even some Marines have fear in their hearts. How can they arrest such combat power? Who dares to arrest? Walking forward step by step, walking in the flame void, Luo Chen came to the opposite side of Kizaru. I don't have time, so sorry. Ryujin Jaka stretched out, then slowly placed it on his waist, making a posture of drawing a sword. Drawing a sword? Kizaru's pupils shrank and he became fully on guard. If it's not dead. Luo Chen's words were flat and his eyes became sharp. Then, fortune telling you. The old man Yamamoto's trick is that one that can really withstand the immortality is either very strong, or it is really fate. Suddenly, Kizaru's pupils opened wide. He saw a stream of light, and then his body began to melt under his control. Elemental. Call out. Luo Chen, who was drawing a sword in front of him, twisted his body, turned into a bright red light, like a bomb exploding, and the sword was swung out suddenly. In less than a thousandth of a second, Luo Chen was already standing behind Kizaru. What's the name of this trick? Kizaru didn't lower his head, his pupils trembled violently, and asked this sentence. Kanhuo Tato North Heaven and Earth Ashes. Luo Chen said softly. Your life is very good. Can't help it, he said again. Haha, really? Kizaru gave a wry smile. His figure was already a light and shadow, but it was useless. It can be clearly seen that his waist position is constantly splitting, but he is vigorously healing, but the nameless power can destroy the healing, causing the split position to collapse again. This knife, if it were not elemental, would have cut his body in half. Oh no, even elementalization has cut him in half. And behind that knife, in the 1,000 meters of the sea, the flames were tumbling, as if the world was destroyed. At this moment, the sea also burned. Good luck to you. Luo Chen's faint voice came, and the next moment his figure was distorted. He stepped out and left behind Kizaru. Under the ultimate knife, if Kizaru survived, then he was really lucky. After a few steps, Luo Chen came to the top of the warship group above the sea. Why not give away possession coins? His eyes flashed and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ryujin Jaka was exhibited, and then slashed towards the void ahead. Below, the expressions of Marine on the warship all changed. Kizaru, Admiral, I lost. Just a second ago, they saw the figure shining with light and shadow all over, and it collapsed head-on. And this second, a greater crisis is coming. A group of knife-shaped flames, nearly 1,000 meters long, slashed straight towards them. No one can stop, and can't stop it. The hot blade of flame, like a violent wind, fell from a high altitude in an instant, and then blasted into Marine. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions occurred, and the originally calm sea was immediately boiled by the high temperature, and a steady stream of white mist evaporated towards the high altitude. Help! It's on fire, it's all on fire. Quickly jump into the sea, all jump down. There were constant shouts from Marine executives, and their faces were blue and ugly. No one would have thought that Luo Chen's blow would have such power. A full 5 vice admirals stood here, but in the face of that huge cut, they didn't know how to resist. The flame knives that spread for a full kilometer seemed to be descending from the heavens, and the gods were angry, and they had nothing to do. That cut was so fast that it was like a meteorite falling straight into the sea and landed on a warship. In an instant, the 8 warships in a row were divided into 2, followed by flames soaring into the sky. With one blow, just one blow, all the thousands of Marines' combat power collapsed. Hearing the cold reminder in his mind, Luo Chen smiled, and then took a step. The figure quickly disappeared here. Almost 6 hours have passed since Jason and the others left here. Compared with the dense marine distribution of Batria Island, other sea areas will be much scattered. From this point of view, Jason and the others should be safe at the moment. Secretly relieved, Luo Chen took out the phone bug in his arms. Blue blue blue. A dull voice sounded, and after 5 breaths, Luo Chen frowned. No one answered. He dialed the phone bug in the past without any response. Something happened to Jason? With a flash of eyes, Luo Chen's face became cold, his figure unfolded, and he quickly flew through the air. He gave Jason the chart, so Luo Chen was still clear about their general route. Just after Luo Chen left here, a golden light burst into the sky on the island that was burning with flames. A burly light figure stepped out, only a few rays of light refracted, and it came to the burning flame. Kizaru Admiral. It's Kizaru Admiral. Great, he's okay. The panicked Marines looked up at the golden figure in the sky, their expression showing excitement and excitement. Bakekshin Guyu. An indifferent voice descended from the sky, and countless rays of light gleamed out, but in an instant it landed on the warship that was burning with raging flames. After 3 breaths, the flame gradually extinguished, and the screams of the Marines stopped. He stepped down and landed on a fairly intact warship. At this time, all 5 vice admiral came to Kizaru. Luo Chen ran away? It seems to be affirmative, but it also seems to be doubtful. He is too powerful. Before we could react, the warship was already on fire and there was no time to chase him. Noyes solemnly said. Forget it, it's okay, Marine's intelligence is wrong, Luo Chen's power is not trivial, even me, if it is not for the last minute to break through again, I am afraid it would be dangerous. Kizaru's face is full of seriousness, no more scornful in the past. What should we do now? Noyes couldn't help asking. Anyone who saw the battle just now would probably not be able to rise up the courage to confront that guy. The dignified Marine Admiral was almost cut off. How damn it is. Speed contact Kuzan and ask him to pay attention to safety. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and ordered quickly. He is about the same age as Kuzan, and his combat power is about the same. Although his official positions are a little bit different from each other, this is also because he is a little bit older. He was not the opponent of that kid, and only came back to life with the help of the last-minute breakthrough. But if Kuzan encounters, whether he has such good luck himself is really not necessarily. Yes. Marine Vice Admiral answered quickly and then connected the phone worm. The phone worm rang for 6 breaths before it was connected. Mosi Mosi. The dull voice sounded, and the tone was full of impatience, as if the person answering the phone had just woke up. Kuzan, what are you doing? Vice Admiral asked aloud. Something happened and I hung up. Kuzan's iconic voice came, and the dialogue was clear and clear. Just hang up, Vice Admiral just wanted to ask what the situation is, but the other side has already hung up the phone. Vice Admiral blinked, his mouth trembled, and his fists clenched. If Kuzan is in front of him, it is estimated that the Vice Admiral will drop the clean rum bottle that he drank last night on Kuzan's head without hesitation. Kizaru frowned. Find out Kuzan's position, and we speed to support the past. Yes. The Marines acted immediately. It's easy to check Kuzan's location. He himself doesn't bother to communicate with these guys, but his subordinates dare not defy his superiors. On the vast ocean, seagulls soared high in the sky, occasionally making 1 or 2 loud calls. In the sea, fish leaped out of the sea from time to time, and then fell into the sea with a puff and disappeared. Just after these fishes submerged into the sea, a pair of icy feet stepped on the surface of the sea with cold air. There was an unimaginable low temperature on these feet. Step by step, the sea quickly froze, forming an ice channel about 1 meter wide. The owner of both feet just stepped forward on the frozen ice step by step. His speed looks very slow, but it is strangely fast, which makes people feel dizzy. In the blink of an eye, the figure has reached a kilometer away and can't see clearly. There is only a long ice path on the sea, which slowly melts into seawater as time goes by, and disappears again. I saw it. In a blink of an eye, a wooden boat sailing in the wind appeared in front of the owner of his feet. The sail of the wooden boat is solid color, without any pattern, neither a chamber of commerce nor a group of pirates, it looks plain and unremarkable. The figure looked at the wooden boat that appeared in the field of vision, his complexion seemed a little complicated, but his footsteps kept on, seeing the wooden boat getting closer and closer. Is that her? Teacher Garp made me the goal this time. Muttering in his mouth, the figure flickered, and another 300 meters passed. On a medium-sized warship about 10 kilometers behind him, a team of minor correctors hurriedly connected to the phone worm. Hi, hello, Major Grand of the South Blue Division. I don't care who you are, tell Laozi clearly, where is that kid Kuzan? The extremely impatient voice from the phone worm came out, and the majesty contained in it immediately made this gulang stunned. Who is that? So arrogant. It's Vice Admiral. Next to him, a colleague whispered and quickly reminded him in his ear. Grand shuddered all over and shone witty. Damn it, speak. In the phone worm, the voice of impatience came out again. Kuzan Rear Admiral, he's chasing a boat. Chasing the boat. Jason's punch was directly smashed by Jason's sharp slash. Immediately afterwards, his huge figure resembled a small moving tower, rumbling forward. There were horrible power fluctuations all over his body, and Jason's fist slammed again with a roar. Cracking this time when he waved his fist, there was a crackling sound in the air, which was the sound of the air being directly exploded. Kuzan's pupils contracted, and he could even see the rolling ripples in the air ahead due to this powerful force, spreading outward in circles. Iron body. He also got angry, and even gave up using the power of devil fruit, and he just used his own power to counter it. Strength increase, 20 times. With a low growl, Jason's fist suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. Boom! This punch hit Kuzan's arms firmly, causing his whole body to tremble violently, and then immediately afterwards, his figure was bombarded by this powerful force and slid straight back. 2 long traces appeared directly on the wooden deck. Wow! After 3 breaths, Kuzan's complexion, whose figure slowed down slightly, suddenly collapsed and turned into icy debris in the sky. Completely defeated. Marine Rear Admiral, the Logia fruit-capable person with the potential of Admiral, ended in a complete defeat in the face of Jason's 2 or 3 moves. Whether it is strength or physical strength, when confronted with this burly, unidentified guy, Kyuzin, whether it is strength or body, ends in shattering. This incredible result immediately caused Kyuzin's pupils to shrink. The next moment, as the icy debris flew, his figure condensed again. Ice saber, he whispered slowly, revealing the face of the ice cube, and in his right hand, a short sword made of ice appeared. I admire your strength very much. Unexpectedly, in an ordinary wooden boat, there will be a strong like you. It really surprised me. Kyuzin's voice was a little serious. I am a Logia Bing Bing fruit capable person. Everything I touch will turn into ice cubes in an instant. Be careful. With a slight reminder, Kyuzin continued to move forward step by step. Jason's power far surpassed him, but it would not make him fearful. His special field is not a fight between close hands and pure power, but devil fruit. The figure shook, and the little ice shavings reflected colorful light in the sun, which was extremely beautiful and beautiful. Meow. At this time, the young master screamed. Strength increase, 100-fold. Jason's face became more savage, and the violent power was so fierce that it affected the surrounding void, and the deck under his feet made a crash and sank downward. The intuition deep in his heart could feel the strength of this guy in front of him, so he was merciless and tried his best to fight. Behind. With a loud roar, Jason slammed his fist and slammed toward the rear. At the same time, his waist was forced and twisted sharply, and his whole body was moving quickly. Behind him, the air was violent and flowed irregularly, making ear-piercing screams. The air current is changing rapidly. This piece of void, because of Jason's violent power, is changing rapidly. Kyuzin's face became more solemn, and he found that the power of the big man in front of him was far beyond his expectations. He has also fought many enemies and has seen all kinds of enemies, but it was the first time I met such a pure guy. Yes, this guy is very pure. He doesn't have any tricks, all he has is the terrifying to desperate power. He only has power, but this power is already enough to push him to a peak. 10 will be reduced in one effort. When he reached the realm of Jason, he didn't even need any tricks. Any one of his punches contained terrifying potential energy, kinetic energy, and could crush everything. Collapse. There was a sudden tightness in the air, and then it exploded. Kyuzin used the shaved figure to get close to Jason's back and was directly shattered by this punch. His figure is shattering, but the power of this punch has not ceased. The chest, abdomen, legs, middle and lower positions, everything is shattering. But at this moment, Kyuzin just expressed his amazement at Jason's increased strength again, and his still intact right hand suddenly stretched out. Call out. The right hand holding the ice saber reached Jason's eyes in an instant, causing the latter's pupils to shrink. So fast. Worthy of being an outstanding marine seed, Kyuzin's experience is also simple and neat. Jason stepped back, avoiding the point of the knife by the slightest difference. Only the tip of the knife didn't rub Jason's body. It's rubbed. Kyuzin had a cold expression and said lightly in his mouth. Visible to the naked eye, a terrible low temperature emerged from the corners of Jason's clothes, but in a short while, the low temperature spread rapidly, reaching his entire abdomen and chest. This is. Jason stepped back, his expression shocked. But this cold breath still did not end. Kyuzin stepped forward, and as he moved, frost appeared on the deck, and the temperature of the entire wooden boat dropped suddenly. Crack, wipe. Jason stepped back 3 steps. During these 3 steps, the ice had spread to his neck. Clatter. It was another step back, and in the next instant, the ice covered Jason. Jason, who was nearly 2.5 meters tall, was completely frozen after being touched by Kyuzin in just a few seconds. A strong guy. With a sigh, Kyuzin stepped over and stood beside Jason. It's just that it's a little bit worse. After fighting for so long, he naturally saw that the opponent was a pure power user. As for Haki and the like, I don't know how to use it. No Haki, it has almost decided the outcome of this battle. Anyone who is not a Haki user, or has no ability to restrain Logia, will be suppressed innately in the face of Logia. So, cute kitty, can you tell me that woman is there? Step by step, Kyuzin walked to the front of the little lord and slowly squatted down. Behind him, an ice-blue ice sculpture, shining colorfully in the sun, is beautiful and charming. Looking at this somewhat sluggish black face, the hair of Zayazu's whole body exploded. Fear swept her heart. She naturally knew how powerful Jason was, but such a powerful guy, facing this person, didn't even last a minute. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the bedroom on the wooden boat opened. Kyuzin's body trembled and his eyes became deep. So, are you here? The door opened, and a figure of a woman walked out slowly. Seeing the frozen Jason and the scared little lord, the woman didn't have much fear and there was no surprise on her face. Did you still find it? Muttering, Rouge looked at Kyuzin. I will go with you and let them go. Her voice was very soft, but the power contained in it made Kyuzin's eyes condensed. After watching Rouge carefully, Kyuzin nodded secretly in his heart. This woman is not surprised at all. When encountering danger, the first thing she thinks of is not herself, but the person who protects her. Pregnant woman, escaping from Marine's surveillance privately, you are suspicious no matter how you look at it. With a smile in his eyes, Kuzin stood up and walked towards Rouge. He didn't have any dangerous actions, but his own powerful force was already an invisible shock. But after 3 steps, Kuzin's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his face suddenly became serious. His gaze suddenly lifted up. She. A group of burning hot flames is sweeping from high above, slamming straight towards him. His pupils contracted, and when he saw the flame, Kuzin immediately jumped his legs and backed away. With just one leap, Kuzin stood on the edge of the wooden ship's wall. The flame rushed down, and when it was about to reach the deck, he suddenly turned his head, crossing a U-shaped arc, and ran toward Kuzin again. His expression became more dignified. Kuzin did not choose elementalization, but his figure flashed, and once again escaped the impact of this flame. Until then, Kuzin, who was slowly standing on the edge of the ship, raised his head and stared at the figure in the air. You are. With doubts, Kuzin looked at the strange figure holding a long knife in the air. The young figure, standing quietly in the void, with a serious and indifferent face, was looking down at him faintly at this time. It made Kuzin's heart shocked that the incoming person could stand in the air as if standing on a flat ground. Get out of here, Marine, otherwise, I don't mind cutting you into flames. An indifferent voice came, and the visitor looked down and narrowed his pupils slightly after seeing the frozen Jason. At this moment, the sound of clicks suddenly sounded. Kuzin's eyes trembled and his gaze shifted. On the deck, Jason, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, suddenly crashed and collapsed. Cold, 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 Jason yelled, shaking with cold. But right after, he looked at Kuzin abruptly. Marine, our battle is not over yet. This time, I will use my best. Jason's voice was still trembling, and the ice almost made him sick. Kuzin narrowed his eyes, looked at Jason, and then at the strange man in the air. Captain, you are back. At this time, Jason laughed. The man standing in the air nodded, and the moment his figure flashed, he had already come to Jason's side. At this moment, the two stood together and stared at Kuzin in front of them. Oh, he called you the captain, so you are Luo Chen. Kuzin suddenly realized. He is not a stupid person, he usually just doesn't bother to use his brain. At this time, when he sees the scene in front of him, he still doesn't understand. I heard that Kizaru Admiral is hunting you down. Kuzin's eyes condensed, and he asked seriously, Kizaru? Maybe you should go see him. Luo Chen smiled lightly. Shocked all over, Kuzin stared at Luo Chen closely. Kizaru is chasing this kid. With his strength, it is impossible for the opponent to escape easily. Unless this kid has no less than or even more power than Kizaru. But how is this possible? I will give you 3 seconds, choose to leave or stay here and end with Kizaru. Luo Chen's words suddenly became sharp. A single spark, burning from the blade of Ryujin Jaka, made a shishi sound. Looking closely at the two people in front of him, Kuzin hesitated for a moment and then relaxed. Tell me your name, big guy. He said this to Jason. There are probably not many guys who can resist his strength head-on and finally break free of the ice cubes. My name is Jason Statham, Jason said loudly. Jason is straightforward, honest, and direct, just like his attack style, simply and domineering. You are strong. With a low voice, Kuzin leaped slightly and jumped directly into the sea. He actually chose to retreat. In 1-2, one is a terrifying power guy who can directly force his figure to be elementalized. The other is unclear, but he is not worse than himself, Kuzin, a person who is afraid of trouble. I directly chose to give up. This is in line with his character and at the same time a wise choice. What's more, he was also commissioned by a stubborn old man. Mr. Garp, maybe you can rest assured. Walking step by step on the sea, Kuzin whispered. Looking at Kuzin's leading back from a distance, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, then turned around. Jason, set sail, get out of here. Jason touched his body, shaking constantly, but when he heard these words, he still shouted aloud. Yes, Captain. Logan, set sail again. On the deck, Luo Chen walked slowly towards the soft-faced woman. Sister-in-law. With a smile, Luo Chen whispered. Are you Luo Chen? Rouge asked with a smile. It's me. Luo Chen nodded. Sure enough, I told Roger that I can recognize you at a glance. Rouge smiled on his face. You and him, you look alike. But, I'm much more handsome than him. Luo Chen's mouth bends. Even the character, your brothers are very close. Rouge shook his head helplessly. Is he okay? Suddenly, Luo Chen looked at Rouge's stomach, where a tenacious life was gestating. Very well, I can feel him kicking me. Rouge smiled and touched his stomach, and after that, she said seriously to Luo Chen, Thank you, Luo Chen. Thank you for whatever is used between me and him. With complex eyes, Luo Chen whispered. What's more, it is God's will to rescue you. Holding Ryujin Jaka tightly, Luo Chen glanced at Rouge's puffed belly again. What is his name? Ace. Rouge looked down at his belly tenderly, affirming, "It's God's will." Looking at the vast sea, Luo Chen muttered, "Welcome you with flames, bring him hope. Are you still satisfied?" Walking gently to the center of the deck, Luo Chen inserted Ryujinjaka into the deck. Immediately afterwards, the huge wine jar banged on the floor, and Jason couldn't help but glance at it. A blaze of flames ignited from the long knife, but weirdly did not burn the deck. "Rest in peace, old man." A bowl of wine was poured, spilled onto the deck, and dripped into the sea. "Take the flame as a sacrifice, and take a glass of wine as a ceremony. This is a memorial to that guy." Flames burned on Zanpakuto, and the high temperature made the air slightly twisted. The half-person high wine jar was picked up by Luo Chen, then put it to his mouth, and suddenly raised his head. Boom! The pungent sensation filled the entire throat, and the drink kept drinking, but Luo Chen's eyes became more and more sober. The Logan sailed fast, and under the control of Jason, the speed had soared to the limit. It took a full half an hour before Luo Chen stood up, and the half-person high wine jar, when he held Zanpakuto in his hand, collapsed with a click, but no liquor came out. Before he knew it, he had finished drinking the entire jar. "Are you all right, Captain?" Jason scratched his head and couldn't help asking when he saw Luo Chen coming. "Fine." Luo Chen nodded and looked forward. "Be careful, there was no marine on the way just now, but when I get here, it's not necessarily the case." The Logan sailed for about 6 hours, and most of the Marines were attracted by Luo Chen, so the area just now was a blank spot of Marine military power. But here, it is already at the edge of the sea area. For this, I am afraid that the other party will not relax. "Yes," Jason snorted, his expression becoming more serious. Luo Chen walked towards Rouge with a faint smile on his face. "Sister-in-law, you can go in and have a good rest, and leave the rest to me." His voice is flat, but full of endless confidence. The sea is boundless. As long as it breaks out of the closed circle under the marine cloth, then the sea is wide and the sky is high for birds to fly. Everything is no longer a problem. This speed is still a bit slow. When he stepped up to the stern position, Luo Chen frowned and said in a low voice, "Behind the Logan, no marine pursuers can be seen, only the ripples left by the boat passing through the water." But Luo Chen still has a faint anxiety in his heart, and the time for possession is limited. Don't look at him being strong now, but this time, there is only less than half an hour left. If Marine catches up, then their result is really uncertain. It must be speeded up. As long as we get out of the Tadali waters, then we will be safer. His eyes flashed, looking at the calm sea behind. Luo Chen slowly pulled out Ryujinjaka from his waist. Shi. A little bit of sparks ignited, spreading across the entire Zanpakuto in a blink of an eye. With the counter-impact force of the flame, speed up Logan. With his eyes squinted, Luo Chen suddenly drew his sword and slashed out toward the rear of the fire. Buzzing. In an instant, the flames overwhelmed the sky, shooting out like a cannonball. After a breath, he rushed into the sea fiercely. "Jason, young master, sister-in-law, hurry up, There was a smile on his face, and he paused. Set sail. Boom. As soon as the flames blasted into the sea, the entire tail of the Logan trembled, followed by the middle, and finally, the entire ship buzzed and trembled nonstop, and the powerful power was generated in an instant. Then, Luo Root was angry. It roared, and turned into a long arrow off the string, just like that, and shot out at an extremely fast speed. The canvas had already swelled high in the strong wind generated by this impact, and even the mast was slightly twisted. Quickly, the Logan at this moment seemed to have turned into a stream of light, sprinting unscrupulously on the sea. Hurricane all the way, the flame's power is almost endless, the white mist of Chichichi is produced, the sea is constantly boiling, and Logan's tail seems to be on fire. In just 5 minutes, Jason and the others had seen the dense fleet of warships sailing side by side, and at a glance, there were dozens of warships. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone on the ship were serious. They thought that Marine must have deployed heavy troops on the edge of the sea area, but such strength still shocked them a little. Although dozens of warships are small ships, the number is very unusual. This is almost equivalent to 1/3 of Buster Call's pomp. "Captain! Marine!" Jason yelled, his expression a little nervous. His strength is good, his offensive power is superb, but he can't face such a huge fleet group. Luo Chen, standing in the stern of the boat, heard the sound and slowly retracted Zanpakuto, his eyes sharpened. "Go ahead and leave everything to me." A faint voice came into Jason's ears, but Luo Chen's figure had passed him by, standing at the bow of the ship. Is it the last level? Once a ship in the sea moves, it is difficult to find. Next, as long as sailing past these fleets, then, this time the plan will be a perfect success. "Possession is still a while." "Enough," muttered. Luo Chen stood on the bow, holding Zanpakuto in his hand. He wore a black robe and a feather coat outside. At this moment, he seemed to have an invincible dominance. 4,500 meters away, one of the dozens of warships aboard the center. The colonel was sweaty and looked nervously at the phone worm in his hand. I'm Noya's vice admiral, everything is under my direction. Just now, when he spotted the fast-moving wooden boat that almost split the sea in half, the colonel had already called the worm to the headquarters, and it was Noya's vice admiral who was in charge of answering it. The news had already spread, saying that the guy on this wooden boat was able to contend with Admiral and escape from the airtight encirclement around Batria Island. He is not a fool, he naturally knows what this means. These guys have terrible strength. When he heard the news, the colonel shuddered, and then he called the worm to the headquarters. He didn't think about rushing up and commanding these Marines to intercept each other, let alone reaping any credit. At this moment, he heard the voice in the phone bug, and he was inexplicably relieved. Great, pass, this pot, I finally don't have to memorize it. The colonel had no confidence in stopping the opponent. Once the opponent escaped, then the pot would definitely belong to him. The colonel is not willing to do stupid things in a scapegoat. Even if there is a 1% probability of this, he is reluctant to try. Listen to my command and prepare to shoot. In the phone worm, Noya's vice admiral's majestic voice came out again. Yes, the colonel shouted, and immediately ordered the ships to be ready. At this moment, nearly 24 warships rumbling on their hulls, the black muzzle of the hull quickly protruded from the hull, and then turned the muzzle, all aimed at Logan. Warship number 1 is in place, number 4 is in place, number 5 is ready. Captain, they did it. Jason's face changed instantly when he was pointed at by an unknown number of guns. This is the sea. Once the Logan gets hit, their fate can be foreseen. Suddenly, the atmosphere became serious, and a cold cloud seemed to sweep behind everyone on the ship. Rouge also walked out of the bedroom at this moment, looking at the fleet of warships in the distance. His face was very solemn. In the sea, it is not people, but the ship itself that is often dangerous. The world is full of sea water, and the communication between people, because of the distance between islands, is more dependent on the ship itself. A boat is a boat for ferrying people, and people are on the boat. If the ship is damaged and sunk, the danger you face above this sea will be unimaginable. The calm sea will become your worst enemy. Don't worry, keep sailing. Jason. Luo Chen's voice was still calm. With his back to the crowd, his white feather robe hunted and trembled under the sea breeze, and a hot red air current wrapped his whole body at this moment, making him as if his whole body was shining with red light. Leave everything to me. Jason nodded heavily, squeezed the rudder with both hands, looked at the dense fleet in front of him, and bit his scalp to move on. At this moment, the two people on the boat and a cat were extremely nervous. Only Luo Chen, his face was indifferent, his eyes became deep. Enough time. Strength is enough. He murmured a few words, his eyes became sharp, and his right hand clenched Ryujin Jaka around his waist. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief when the possession system randomly emerged from the old Yamamoto. The randomness of system possession is very large, which he has known for a long time. When you don't spend double the price to set the type of summoning, this random floating probability is even greater. He tried this when he was practicing swordsmanship. Among souls of the same price and rank, such characteristics are even more obvious. For example, Chi-level souls can be summoned with 10,000 Baileys. Within this level, you have chosen random. Then, it is possible that you will summon possessed souls worth 10,000 to 20,000, but at the same time, you may also summon the strongest soul body of 90,000 souls. This time, he spent 500 million Baileys, so the possessed souls summoned were between 100 million and 900 million. This randomness is great. Of course, the more Baileys, the more souls summoned will be more in line with the price paid. If he has 500 million Baileys, the possibility of summoning 500 million or more is relatively greater. However, it is not impossible to call out 100 million souls. So, this time, Luo Chen said it was God's will. According to his estimation, a tough guy like old Yamamoto, a strong man at the top boss level in the Shinigami world, has a status similar to that of Whitebeard in One Piece world. How can he be summoned with more than 900 million yuan, or even a billion level? Such a horrible guy was knocked out by him during this period of time. It can be said that the system is too shameful for him. The old man Yamamoto exerts his full strength. It is definitely the strength of the Four Emperors level, there is no doubt about it. In the original work, Whitebeard played 3 Admiral, which is almost like an adult bullying a child. In contrast, the old man Yamamoto played, so this plan has been more than half successful. The only worry is time. But when the Logan sailed here, the time issue was basically solved. This time the plan, it can be said, has been successful. In the sea, the distance between Logan and the Marine warship group kept getting closer. Luo Chen held a knife in his right hand, and the flames were burning, his eyes getting sharper and sharper. The warship center, the flagship of the center. The colonel was very nervous and said anxiously to the phone bug, "Master Vice Admiral, it's 2 kilometers away." Wait, Noya's voice was steady. 1,500 meters. Wait, compared to Noya's calm voice, the colonel trembled nervously. Vice Admiral, it's 1,000 meters. Seeing that the wooden boat was getting closer and closer to him, a trace of fear appeared in the colonel's heart. because he clearly saw the face of the young man in the black robe on the ship's bow. It's Luo Chen. His heart was roaring, and his whole body was shaking. Who is Luo Chen? Maybe others don't know, but he happens to know this guy. One Piece Roger's brother. As long as he thinks of that guy, the colonel becomes uncontrollable in fear. In this age when the influence of One Piece has not been rapidly declining, as long as there is a little bit of a fellow with Roger, that is all legend. A living legend appeared in front of him. How could the colonel not be shocked and horrified? Simply, beat the dog. Marine, actually arresting him. Admiral has nothing to do with him. Just thinking about this fact, the colonel couldn't help taking a breath. Unconsciously, the distance has reached about 800 meters. Distance, Colonel, a voice suddenly rang out from the phone bug, which awakened the colonel. 850 meters. The colonel quickly replied. Prepare, follow my instructions. You only attacked once. Noya's voice also became solemn. Yes, the colonel was tense, his eyes widened and watched the ordinary wooden boat pull closer. The next time, in the eyes of the colonel, it was a long and terrible time. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a loud shout in the colonel's ear. Reflexively, the colonel uttered a loud roar to the sky. Leave it to me. Suddenly, the sea seemed to be still. Boom 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 boom. The pungent smell of gunpowder smoke, the sky-shaking thunder, and the continual flashing sparks resounded, erupted, and flickered in an instant. Shoo, hoo. A series of dark lines quickly formed over the sea, staggered, and then drew a parabola and shot towards Logan. At the same moment, the Logan boarded. Jason's face became more tense, clenched his fists, and let out a loud roar. Captain, they fired. On the bow, the wind seemed to be more anxious, and Luo Chen's pupils suddenly enlarged. I heard it, murmured a word. At the next moment, he drew his sword. Laugh. As if the sound of a match rubbing and burning, a small flame suddenly appeared in Jason's eyes. Then, in less than a breath of time, the flame suddenly became bigger and swelled in the wind, as if a peacock was opening its screen and a big bird spreading his wings. In an instant, the flame expanded, and in a blink of an eye it swept over 100 meters, and after a breath, it rose again. Buzzing. The void that was burned by the scorching flame was twisted, and after that, the flame turned into a bright red slash, slashing out suddenly. Everything is ashes. An indifferent voice sounded like a god in the hearts of countless people. The Marines next to Colonel Glenn's could clearly hear the voice wafting from the phone bug. They had weird eyes, but they didn't say anything. Glenn's didn't bother to respond anymore, and hung up the phone worm. Then he looked around and took a deep breath. Brothers, I am going to quit Marine, see you if you are destined. His voice is sure and powerful. This is a special decision made by a man, and he will never regret it or change it. Knowing the reason behind this incident, after experiencing Luo Chen's last mercy, his heart changed inexplicably. It is impossible to imagine that the reason why Marine blocked the entire Tadali waters was only because of one pregnant woman. Yes, although Glenn's is only a colonel in the division, no one knows that he was also rear admiral of the division. The future is bright, the strength is strong, and the military exploits are even more penultimate. It was just because of one thing that he was punished and prevented. He also couldn't forget that incident in his lifetime. A child who was less than 10 years old was almost beaten to death because he blocked the way of celestial dragons. It was him who saved his child, but at the same time, there was also a hard-to-erasable whip mark on his cheek, and he lost his potential for development in Marine forever. He is a kind Marine, and he is also a Marine who believes in Marine's justice. Therefore, he dedicated his life to Marine. By this year, he is about 30 years old. If there is no such child, or if he has not followed the inner guidance, to save the child and face the front of celestial dragons, he may already be a vice admiral at this moment. But if only if. He was dismissed and placed in a closed island in South Blue that was deserted in all seasons and few things happened. He was exiled, he knew very well. But he still did not give up justice, nor did he give up Marine's justice. Until this moment, Gross was sober. If it is justice, why should he be punished for doing the right thing? Why do celestial dragons, who are frantic, do nothing, but can enjoy all this high status? Is Marine justice? His conviction was shaken, his doubts were shaken, and the pillars that were once began to collapse. For a mere pregnant woman, and a teenager who hasn't done anything wrong at all, Marine, really hard work. Before that, who knew who Luo Chen was? Who knows who his wife is? Sit down? Ridiculous. For a long time, Glenn's may have been full of complaints about Marine, and at this moment, it has accumulated to the extreme. Since Marine can't execute justice, why don't I fight for myself? With firm eyes, Glenn's has decided to abandon everything in this body. Glenn's. Sir. The Marine's expressions became complicated, and they hesitated staring at Glenn's. 3 seconds later, the eyes of these people standing behind Glenn's also became firm. You saved one of us, we will go with you. Brothers know the inside story of this incident, and they are already dissatisfied. Yes, we are Marine, not robbers. We can't do anything against civilians who have never done anything bad. One by one, passionate young people shouted loudly. The noise here alarmed other Marines on the sea, and they began to ask each other curiously. Immediately, the cause of this incident, from the very beginning, was known to all Marines. Like a gunpowder keg, the Marines immediately exploded. According to regulations, the superiors sometimes perform missions to the Marine below, and they will completely conceal the reason. Some missions are classified as highly confidential and must be blocked, and this time, it was naturally among them. But Glenn's has already decided to withdraw from Marine, so it's about the ball. The inside story of each Marine was announced by him, which immediately made the Marines angry. This year, whoever came to serve as a soldier is not like a pirate, a guy with enthusiasm, excess hormones, and a sense of justice. We don't do it anymore. Marine, I'm so disappointed. Some even cried. Woo, Marine, how is the Marine in my mind? Glenn's glanced around, his eyes solemn. There is a lot of corruption and decay in Marine, but we cannot deny that there are also many good officers of his kind for the people. It can only be said that this is an organization, it has good and bad. I don't want to delay you. Today, if you want to withdraw from Marine, we all gather together, start again, and practice our own justice. If you don't want to, you can stay in Marine. His words made the Marines think. I have to say that Glenn's is a very brainy guy. Everything has two sides. Nothing is necessarily good or bad. Marine, it's the same. But it can only be said that he can't stand the current Marine anymore. For pregnant women and unrelated civilians, this has exceeded his bottom line of justice. After a while, many Marines began to make decisions. According to statistics, there are 4,000 people who opted out of Marine and mixed with Glenn's. This is an amazing number. You must know that these guys are not ordinary people, but a well-trained army, and can be assigned to the edge of the block. They are all elite Marines who have fought countless times. Taking a deep breath, Glenn's looked at the piece of marine floating in the ocean in front of him, feeling a little stressed. From then on, he has to be responsible for these guys. But after that, Glenn's became more fighting spirit, and there was a feeling in his heart that the sky was leaping and the sky was high. Brothers, listen to me, now immediately look for a navigable warship. We will leave here immediately. With an order, 4,000 Marine moved quickly, and it really allowed them to find a few warships that could barely sail. Finally, all the Marines got on the ship and set off. They pulled out the Marine flag and replaced it with a black cloth. Since the day goes to darkness, let the night lead the dawn. Standing in front of the warship, Glenn's muttered with deep eyes. From then on, we will be called Dark Knight. And in the back of Glenn's and the others, Noya stared blankly at the phone worm that was suddenly hung up, a little confused. But shortly afterwards, he flew into a rage. Unexpectedly, someone dared to hang up his phone. Tell me his name. Noah's roared loudly. This guy Luo Chen is of great importance, but the guys in these branches are so uncooperative, they dare to get rid of his temper. At this moment, Kizaru narrowed his eyes and walked over to stop him. Perhaps, something big happened. Kizaru could hear the voice just now from the phone worm. The tone, the determination revealed in the words, and the spirit of making up his mind shocked his heart. The name of the major on the other side, what he said, is true. Speed dispatch warships to inspect. But Noya's vice admiral had anything else to say, but Kizaru interrupted him immediately. Don't be long-winded, go to the soldiers over there, and you won't get any useful information. Noah's expression was shocked, and there was also a bad feeling in his heart. When half an hour later, Marine was dispatched to call back the phone worm in a shocked tone to tell the situation on the edge of the sea. On the warship, 1 admiral and 5 vice admiral remained silent for a long time. They don't know what to say, and they don't know what to say at the moment. The beginning and end of this incident must be understood as soon as possible. In addition, after a pause, Kizaru looked helpless again. Report this news to Naval Headquarters. He could already imagine the look on the faces of the old guys at Naval Headquarters. In short, it would not be a good result. There are nearly 4,000 Marines who have been sentenced to Marine. If this matter is spread, the majesty of Marine and the impact on the world will be earth-shaking. For Marine executives, it is definitely not good news. The situation on Batria Island is roughly over. Luo Chen and the group who escaped from Marine's blockade are already very difficult to find. The difficulty of finding someone in the vast ocean is simply unimaginable. If you want any more action, you can only wait for them to come ashore. And according to Luo Chen's ability to disguise close to Devil Fruit's ability when he was in Batria, Kizaru didn't have any expectations about this. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Boom, the dull percussion sounded, and the general Marine officers all raised their heads and looked at Marine with a grim look on the edge of the long table. The criminal has escaped. Before running away, Kizaru was seriously injured. Roger's wife was also rescued by him. In addition, the 4,000 Marines led by Glenn's collectively convicted Marine and hijacked 4 Marine Standard warships, their whereabouts are unknown. All these messages were vomited out in a blank expression. Sora's expression was completely incomprehensible. The Marine generals were silent, and no one said anything. Is Marine too incompetent, or is the enemy too powerful? Sora seemed to be asking himself. Sora's expression was a little weird. There was still no answer. Such a question, I really don't know how to continue. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing will happen immediately before the old man is about to step down. It really makes me speechless. In a blink of an eye, Sora shook his head helplessly. Sengoku, Crane, combine the information you have obtained, analyze it, and explain it to everyone here. I really don't know if I should be angry or if I think it's funny. With a weird smile, Kong sighed and sat down. Hearing Sora's command, Sengoku nodded solemnly, and then quickly flipped through the information on the table. All these data were collected and reported by Marine of each branch in the fastest time. Among them, there are many things that look strange to Sengoku. For a full 10 minutes or so, Sengoku was flipping through the information, frowning, smiling, or nodding. In the end, he sorted out the information and his expression became serious. Marshal, I'm ready. Sengoku stood up and said in a low voice. Did you find anything? Kong asked. I didn't quite understand it the previous time, but this time, I have some clues. Sengoku nodded. Very good, Kong said with satisfaction. Sora is not dissatisfied with Sengoku taking over as his marshal. This Marine is wise, intelligent, and capable. At the same time, he has the courage that Admiral can only have. First of all, this time the plan, we can say that our layout is seamless, without any flaws. Wrong, not in Marine either. Secondly, for 1,000 Marines rebellion, I can only say. Shaking his head, Sengoku sighed. It's a pity. Yes, he can only express his regret. In the information gathered at the fastest speed, he also clearly saw the resume of the Colonel Glens. What happened to him is even more clear. He was originally an excellent Marine seedling, but unfortunately, he had too many bumps on his way to justice. In terms of justice, Glens is not at fault. He is just wrong, the camp is different. Yes, in addition to justice and evil, Marine and pirates have more elements in the team because of their different camps. Because Luo Chen is involved with One Piece, Marine will choose to deal with him, Rouge, naturally. This is not just, kind, honest, and explainable. In this position, you have to do some things, you can't help it. Finally, having said that, Sengoku's expression became more serious, and his voice became lower. It's the information about Luo Chen himself. A picture of a thin boy in black clothes was extracted from the data by Sengoku, and then pushed and placed in the center of the long table so that every officer could see it. It was Luo Chen, but in this photo, Luo Chen looked innocent and looked like a teenager. Let's look at a picture first. This one is a photo we collected before Roger's execution. It can be clearly seen that Luo Chen of this period has a temperament like an ordinary teenager. Sengoku glanced around the faces of the officers present, and Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Yes, you are right, Luo Chen is just a teenager at this time. He knows neither martial arts nor swordsmanship, nor does he have any devil fruit ability. In actual combat, he couldn't even beat a gangster in Logue Town. After a word, the officers present were in an uproar, their empty eyes shrank, and a touch of surprise appeared in Garp's eyes. How is this possible? It is impossible to defeat Durag, Kizaru, such a power without years of practice. A middle-aged vice admiral questioned loudly. Yes, you are right. Such power would be impossible without years of cultivation. And the problem is here. Even Marine's most outstanding genius, in his 20s, could not have half of Luo Chen's power at this time. This seems to shock you, but it is the biggest problem. He can't have such power. In fact, it is true, he does not have such power. Sengoku smiled, mysteriously. The expressions of the Marine officer present change to surprise. They can't imagine what Sengoku said at this moment. It's completely impossible. Even the most outstanding genius, it is impossible to obtain such terrifying power at Luo Chen's age. Because everyone knows that if you want to be powerful, the first thing you need to do is to give. Work hard, work hard, work harder than others. No matter how talented you are, you still need to pay if you want to become a strong one. If Luo Chen didn't have the power at this moment before, and was just an ordinary person, then how would he explain his current power? Durag, tell me how you felt when you fought him. Sengoku suddenly looked at a young figure at the end of the long table. The cold Durag immediately stunned, and then smiled and said, his power is amazing. I have never seen such a power, but I can be sure that it is not Devil Fruit's ability. What makes me even more puzzled is that, as you said Sengoku Admiral, he didn't have a trace of power before it then. At this point, Durag frowned. Where did his skillful combat experience come from? He knew very well that when fighting Luo Chen, the opponent's response to his attack and the way he attacked were all systematic, as if he had been tempered with skill, and he was not like a novice at all. That Lao Lao, obviously has experienced many battles, and even in some respects, it is far more than him. Yes, this is also a problem. Sengoku said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, his face became serious. Before Roger died, he had no power in his body. He was a famous waste material in Logan Town, and he would not cultivate at all. But in the battle with Durag, he showed a magical illusion, a deceptive spirit, and he was able to breathe flames, like the ninjutsu of a country in the Grand Line. In the end, he was able to release it from his eyes. The black flame can burn even sea water, and it will not go out for a long time, and the huge skeleton warrior. Each of them doesn't seem to be something that can be cultivated in a short time. The Marines listened carefully, and gradually realized something was wrong. Yes, it doesn't make sense at all. Assuming that Luo Chen's talent is so good that it is stronger than all Marines, but for more than 10 years, he is simply a waste material, without the slightest ability to confront the enemy. Where did he come from with such strength and skilled combat experience? The second time, when he made Kamui, it was with Kizaru. At this point, Sengoku's eyes flashed with a wise light. This time, his form of strength is a long knife. Different from the first battle, the magical illusion, the dark flame, and the skeleton frame, this time, his power is obviously stronger. Even, an exaggeration that makes people feel powerful. That knife can transform its shape and release a terrifying flame that is so high that it can incinerate everything. Similarly, he can also condense the flame on the knife to form a terrifying slash. All of this, the power is extraordinary. No one can surpass Admiral in a short period of time. Unless, Sengoku paused, a sharp light shining from his eyes. Boom! He put his hands on the tabletop, attached himself, and said in a low voice, "This is not his power at all." Wow! On the long table, the Marines were in an uproar, with incredible light in their eyes. Can't believe it, really can't believe it, the truth turned out to be like this. But they think about it, maybe only in this way can the explanation be clear. If you can pay careful attention, in the normal time period, our surrounding target, Luo Chen, is the strength, and it tends to a flat period, that is, the normal stage. For example, I saw the information written in this information. For the first time, in the early stage of his battle with Durag, his strength was only close to the stage of our team's bounty of 40 to 50 million pirates. Until later, it suddenly became stronger when it changed. The second time was, at the beginning, Kizaru was kicked and seriously injured, and even pushed forward. When he faced Moya Vice Admiral, he had escaped. If the power really belongs to him, then why did he run away? Why did he behave so unbearably in the first place? Sengoku's words were quickly spoken, and the words that were extremely close to the truth made Marine who were present were shocked for a long time. If Luo Chen is present, he must applaud. Sengoku deserves to be called the resourceful general. With clues, he can reason the truth so accurately. To sum up, we can be sure of Luo Chen's basic information. His eyes condensed, he said quickly. Luo Chen, male, 16 years old, One Piece, brother Roger. Strength, usually latent state, probably. A thought flashed in his eyes, and after a pause, Sengoku continued. Located around 120 million pirates, and then, his magical state. In this state, the minimum strength is the elite vice admiral level, and the upper limit is. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, thinking that even Logia Kizaru was almost dead, he had to say. There is no upper limit. These 4 words shocked all the Marine officers present, and they all raised their heads to stare at him. However, what is certain is that there is a time limit for such a state. This time, probably. Closing his eyes, Sengoku began to analyze based on the intelligence. Within 3 hours. This means that once this power is activated, as long as 3 hours have passed, he will return to his normal level. Relying on the 2 detailed combat information, Marine completely analyzed Luo Chen's general situation. This kind of efficiency is amazing and terrifying. The Marine, which can suppress the pirates, is powerful, and it is not without reason. Luo Chen's general intelligence has been analyzed, and other aspects, because there is no intelligence, it is impossible to draw it, and we can only understand it step by step in the future. Secondly, it is the wife of One Piece. It is confirmed that she has a widow, but the target is currently with Luo Chen. It is not easy to succeed, so let's put it down for the time being. Finally, Sengoku's tone became heavier. 4,000 rebels headed by Glens. Sara raised his head to stop Sengoku from speaking, and he took the conversation with a serious tone. Send someone to find their whereabouts, make contacts, and negotiate. If you can return to Marine again, let's forget the past and return to the original position. If you refuse. His eyes became cold, and Kong spoke coldly. Send an army and kill them for me. The words are sonorous and powerful, with incomparable killing intent. Marine of this era is so tough. Pirate S Strongest Possession Chapter 99 A Man's Promise MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 99 Chapter 99 A Man's Promise In addition, What to Do with Luo Chen. Having said this, Kong paused, his expression slightly stagnant. The arrest and search for him still cannot give up and issue a wanted warrant. The bounty is set at 150 million. In the First World War, Marine thoroughly recognized Luo Chen's strength and threat. The strength fluctuates and is very unstable, but at the same time, once it breaks out, it is even more terrifying than Admiral. Such a guy, concealing his identity, it is impossible to solve it all at once. As a result, Sengoku's previous plan to hide his identity was ineffective. So Sora adopted the second plan without hesitation. The secret of his identity must not be disclosed without authorization, and the attack on his forces must go further. As Sengoku said just now, this person's strength is uncertain. Once he is weak, then it is our opportunity. Finally, I just said that the handling of the 4,000 rebels must be accelerated and resolved as soon as possible. Remember what I said, as soon as possible. Kong has a serious expression on his face, and his words are sonorous, like the sound of gold and iron. The expressions of the officers present also became serious, thinking silently in their hearts. Soon, the meeting ended and the Marines evacuated one after another. A single figure walked out of the meeting room one after another. Sengoku's eyes moved, he looked at the figure in front of him, and speeded up his steps. After a few steps, he walked side by side with his predecessors. Garp, your purpose for letting Aokiji go, don't think I don't know. Sengoku's voice was low and serious. What are you talking about? Garp looked puzzled. Kaido. During this battle, Aokiji released the water. Don't think I don't know. In other words, you indirectly helped that kid a big favor. But, have you considered things in Marine? Sengoku said gravely. Sengoku. Suddenly, Garp's figure paused, standing still, his expression also becoming serious. Different from the usual carelessness, Garp actually has a majestic aura at this time. What I promised, I have to do it anyway. This is a man's promise. Face to face, with an extremely serious expression, Garp said this to Sengoku. After these two sentences, Garp turned and left. Sengoku stood there alone, clenching his fists, his face showing a trace of anger. This guy, if he continues to behave like this, he will ruin himself. Looking up at Garp again, the other person's figure has disappeared. Sengoku slammed his fist and strode forward. A few steps later, he saw a figure in the corner leaning against the wall. Durag. Sengoku looked at each other suspiciously. Ha ha. Doriage smiled and nodded to him, then left. With an ugly look, Sengoku glared at Durag, and Sengoku speeded up and walked away quickly. This kid is not at peace. Do you really think he can't detect the things he secretly does? It was just because of Garp that he didn't expose it. Bold guy, I'm not afraid to lose my head. Muttering in a low voice, thinking of his old friend, he got a headache again. Lao Zi is like this, and so is his son. This family is really restless. Isn't it true that the heavens sent it to Marine to decide? The conversation between Sengoku and Garp was heard by Durag, who was standing in the corner. Others may have no way to chat with these two people secretly, but he can easily get the information he wants to know. As Marine's crowd walked out, Durag returned to his office a few minutes later. Sitting on the chair at the desk, he flipped through the information on the desk. This is an information book with a thickness of about 5 centimeters. There is no text on it, but only some collected photos. Every photo is dripping with blood, and the patterns in an information book seem to interpret the evils of the world. The ultimate sinister sin that all humans can do can be clearly seen in this atlas. His eyes were indifferent, and he began to flip through the album. On the first page, Durag's expression was still somewhat calm, but then, on the second and third pages, to the next 50 or 60 pages. Gradually scanning these bloody pictures, his chest began to rise and fall, and his face became flushed. There was even bloodshot in his eyes. This was caused by anger. Looking at these bloody photos, an unnamed fire ignited in Durag's heart. Seal Sial dragons. Finally, Durag patted the table fiercely and closed his eyes. After a long time, Durag's face recovered, and his breathing returned to calm. He exhaled a long breath, as if expelling all the anger in his chest. This untitled atlas records all the bad deeds celestial dragons have done to civilians and even high-ranking officials. It was bloody and cruel. Even if he was used to killing people like this, it was unbearable. At the back of the album, there are all kinds of heinous crimes committed by the world government at this time. This world is sick. Slowly, Durag whispered. After calming down for a while, a black Fukura flew in from the open window in the office. This Fukura fluttered his wings, and after a few flashes, he came to Durag. Durag reached out his hand and took a note from under Fukura's paw. Open it, and there is a line of black writing on the note. Everything is ready, please arrange. Only then did Durag's face show a faint smile. Since no one is innovating, then let me start. Innovate the old and new, the decomposed world, let him sleep in a coffin. The right hand trembled slightly, and the white paper seemed to be divided by invisible energy, and suddenly split into countless small pieces. Soon, the small black characters were completely unreadable. When he walked to the window, Durag spread his right hand flat, letting the breeze take away the dense confetti. Immediately afterwards, Durag dialed the phone worm. The phone worm was connected, but there was no sound from the other side. Durag was not in a hurry, and sat there waiting quietly. 5 seconds later, the phone worm heard 4 melodious tapping sounds. With his eyes condensed slightly, Durag stretched out his index finger and struck the phone worm 3 times. Then, the phone worm hangs up. After all this was done, Durag stood up, stretched his waist, with a smile on his face. He turned around and collected the data layers on the table. After putting it away, he slowly left here. Time passed quietly, and the undercurrent was also surging. On the South Blue Sea, thousands of miles away from the naval headquarters, a wooden ordinary ship sailed slowly. "Captain, are you okay? I'm so hungry that my chest is on my back." Jason's complaint came out clearly. "Meow." The little lord also yelled anxiously. This purely post-death talent determines whether Ryotsu can become Shinigami's career, and the conditions for generating it are very bumpy. Although the old Captain Yamamoto had possessed him, he was very clear about the composition of Shinigami in his heart, but Luo Chen did not think of suicide to form this kind of spiritual body in the past. There are too many powerful people who can possess a body, so why hang on to such a spirit body? If you can't become Shinigami, Ryotsu can't play the best role. Naturally, Zanpakuto's power can't reach the limit. Such power does not help me much now. On the contrary, the possession coins this time reached a full 240 million, which made Luo Chen a little happy. Even if the old Yamamoto can't bring him any substantial benefits, it is completely a disposable item. However, this possession coin can be exchanged for the skills of those who have previously possessed it, or if it is retained, it can also be used if a powerful character is summoned next time. Shunpo, 50 million. Scanning the old man Yamamoto's attribute column again, Luo Chen's eyes flashed and he meditated directly in his heart. Exchange. This almost teleporting skill, he can use, is similar to one of Marine 6 style shaves, but it is more subtle than it. Shinigami's habitual instantaneous skills are powerful and naturally without words. It was only a moment that Luo Chen's mind was shaken. With the experience gained by the old man Yamamoto, who had just possessed his body, he had completely controlled all the information about the body in that moment. How the body trembled slightly, and Luo Chen's feet were already out of the bow position for the next moment. If you look closely, you can notice that he is only an inch away from the ground, and he stands firmly in the void like that, but he doesn't fall, completely contrary to the center of the earth. Gravitational. How his figure flickered again, returning to the original place again. If you were not paying attention, you would never realize that Luo Chen had already moved. Compared with the speed of the spirit body, there is indeed a gap, but it is already very good. After all, the weight of the body is much higher than the weight of the soul. When the old man Yamamoto possessed his body, his physique was also forcibly transformed into Shinigami. The strength and speed at that time were enough to compete with those of sparkling fruit like Kizuru. The speed is conceivable. With the weight of the body, the resistance of the air has been strengthened, but the power of instantaneous body is still strong. The indoctrination of the system and the experience of the old Yamamoto made Luo Chen learn in a flash. Next, his eyes were aimed at the person who had been possessed before. Because of the insufficient possession currency, some powerful abilities or skills could not be exchanged at all. But this time, his landlord's family has surplus food, but he is not worried. Uchiha Itaket. Naturally, Luo Chen's line of sight was fixed on this person. Sherinan, 50 million possession coins. Tsukuyomi, 30 million. Fire style, system ninjutsu, 23 million. Chakra extraction technique, 10 million. Illusion, 20 million. This is what he has seen before. It was just that at that time, the terrifying price made him stunned, and he didn't even think about these expensive things. But now, Luo Chen's eyes began to flicker. Sherinan relies solely on mental energy and ninjutsu. Frowning slightly, ninjutsu needs chakra to release, and chakra is a type of energy in the body. This kind of energy is not capable of cultivating indiscriminately. His body has already laid the foundation for cultivating internal chi and internal strength, but this kind of chakra is not suitable. In other words, ninjutsu must be abandoned. Shaking his head, Luo Chen was not a pity eater. At a certain stage of China's internal chi cultivation, it can also be transformed into cultivation and immortality cultivation. It's a dangerous job like a ninja, and it's too much safer. Exchange Sherinan. Of course, Luo Chen has not forgotten the powerful pedigree of this Hokage ninja. Sherinan exchange succeeded. The cold voice of the system sounded almost immediately when his voice fell, and at the same time, Luo Chen's expression suddenly changed. Pain, a feeling of incomparable pain swept through his eyes, causing his whole body to tremble constantly. Scarlet thin lines suddenly appeared in his eyes, cheering, jumping for joy, and rushing fiercely into his eyes. From a distance, it was as if 2 red flames flashed in his eyes. This severe pain lasted for about 13 breaths before it became cold. This coldness made Luo Chen feel that his thinking seemed to be much clearer. Touching his eyes, he opened them slowly. Looking at the whole world again, I only felt much clearer than before. The distance within a kilometer, with his eyesight, can be zoomed in and out at will. In the sea, the leaping fish, when the fish leaps out of the water, the splashes that they drive are all clear to the eye, and you can see it very clearly. He could even see a trace of dirt on that fish scale. Is it just for blood exchange? It turns out that martial arts, the road to becoming stronger, is just like eating, you can also eat in support. After searching again for the various character attributes he had previously possessed, Luo Chen selectively exchanged some useful skills before he stopped. After careful testing for a while, Luo Chen's eyes flashed a little. After tossing for about half an hour, Luo Chen felt an extremely full feeling in his mind. With Sherry Nan, Luo Chen would naturally not let go of this powerful move. Even if he hasn't transformed into Mangekyo now, it's just a matter of time for him. It's as if a person is full and can't eat anymore. Soon, his heart moved, and Tsukuyomi was completely mastered by him. Luo Chen has a clear understanding in his heart. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In other words, Luo Chen has the talent of Sherinan at this moment, but he has not yet awakened. In his heart, all these miscellaneous martial arts, skills, etc., are already full. Let him fill in slowly, and can't put them in anymore. These things are not like martial arts secrets, even if he has the talent of martial arts wizards, but to learn, it is somewhat complicated, more similar to talent skills, and very mysterious. He exchanged the instant book, Sherinan, and all kinds of unique skills, which temporarily made him full at the moment, and he couldn't eat anymore. Then, exchanged Tsukuyomi. Only when these things are completely digested, can the next step of absorption begin. The system possession coin exchange is similar talent skills, but not like martial arts cheats. It directly enrolls in the study package, but only exchanges its blood. His eyes were still black and white, and he didn't have the feeling of being able to transform into Sherinan. After spending about 150 million possession coins, Luo Chen was full of food this time, which can be said to be satisfied. Glancing at the system balance again, Luo Chen nodded. 9 million possession coins. There are still 90 million left, all of which are kept, and can be used for the next time. Next, Luo Chen's plan is also very simple: to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, combine the internal skills of various schools, and create the strongest exercise method suitable for his own practice. As long as one's physical fitness, internal strength improves, and both internal and external training reach a certain level, his combat effectiveness will inevitably be able to climb the ladder again. Captain! At this time, Jason yelled. Yep. Luo Chen turned his head and said in doubt. Shall we go to North Blue? After thinking about it, Luo Chen nodded. Go to North Blue, and as fast as possible. East Blue, South Blue, these places he haunted, Marine will inevitably investigate them. He who has personally experienced this world, he knows very well that Marine's rigorous thinking and sophisticated experience are not the kind of stupid person at all. They are crowded and powerful, and they are fully energized to redeploy their troops to conduct strict inspections where they once went. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, and it is also necessary to consider the actual situation. At this gunpoint period, Luo Chen naturally wouldn't be stupid and even cling to Marine in front of him. If there is no delay, we estimate that it will take about half a year to reach North Blue. Jason scratched his head. Luo Chen frowned after listening. Half a year. Can this time be compressed? Jason froze for a moment, then frowned, thought for a while and said, if you can change to a faster ship, it can be shortened to about 4 months. Can it be shorter? Luo Chen said again. Rouge's stomach. I'm afraid it won't last that long. Delivery on the boat? Luo Chen has never thought about such a thing, and in South Blue, it's even worse. Marine is not stupid enough to not monitor pregnant women and babies who make noise during this period. After thinking about it again, Jason still shook his head and said, no, unless you pass the calm belt. Calm belt. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. For this unique area of pirate world, he also knew very well that it was an area without wind. Without wind, the boat cannot walk, and there are a huge number of sea kings among them, and if they break in, they will find their own way. Yes, the area we are in is just the closest to the calm belt, and entering the Grand Line through the calm belt, then entering the calm belt on which North Blue relies through the Grand Line, and going to North Blue will shorten the distance. Jason said. The boat can't walk, and there is no sea stone that can stop sea kings. Muttered, Luo Chen also knew the difficulty of this matter. Basically, it is an impossible event. Yes, our ship is not enough to support such a voyage. Therefore, Captain, unless we can fly, otherwise, calm belt must give up. Jason shook his head and said seriously. He is very aware of the danger of calm belt, so he does not recommend Luo Chen to choose this one. Unless you can fly. His brows condensed slightly, but immediately, Luo Chen opened his eyebrows. How long will it take if you can pass through the calm belt and only enter the Grand Line? Only enter the Grand Line. Jason was taken aback, then reacted. At most 1 month. It's too close to the Grand Line. If you can really go through the calm belt, it won't even take a month. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's face, which was much easier. If he remembers correctly, one of the unique skills he exchanged before happens to be able to fly. Bai Feng muttered. Luo Chen had a faint smile on his face. Jason, turn around, let's go to God Yelai Island. Ha! How to get there? Jason asked blankly. Because there are birds and big birds, Luo Chen said. When heading to Batria Island, Luo Chen heard pirates' rumors that there was a very large and vicious bird on this island. For Beifeng, birds are not a problem. As long as you can fly and pass through the calm belt, it is too easy. Logan quickly turned the bow and sailed towards Got Yelai Island. This island is not far from where the Logan is located, and it can even be reached in less than 5 hours from the chart. Walking to the deck, Luo Chen saw Rouge being accompanied by the young master, watering the orange tree, and he couldn't help showing a faint smile. After a lot of hard work, I finally got results, right? Wait until Ace is born, then watch him grow up, reach a suitable age, live a leisurely life, and then teach him to be a qualified uncle. Luo Chen looks forward to this kind of life, and likes it very much. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sitting cross-legged on the deck, he closed his eyes and began to deduce, conceiving the practice of internal strength. In my mind, countless ways of operation of the exercises, about the impact of meridians, and the methods of operation, are constantly circulating, and every one of his fantastic ideas is constantly coming up with him, but they are constantly being overturned. Soon, 4 hours later, faintly, an island in front of Logan could be seen. Gat Yelai Island, here it is. Slowly opening his eyes, Luo Chen's eyes were a little bit clear. After a period of insight and thinking, he probably had a framework for internal strength in his heart. There are many acupuncture points in the human body, such as the stars in the sky. Every time an acupuncture point hits, the energy in the body expands and becomes stronger. Operating energy and impacting these acupuncture points can gain power that is different from ordinary people, so that physical fitness can be sublimated. The theory of meridians and acupoints are involved in almost all exercises. Luo Chen naturally knows that the cultivation of internal force and internal qi is closely related to these acupoints of the human body. The meridians and acupoints of the human body are connected in series one by one, showing regular or irregular patterns, just like constellations in the sky. In the dark, these acupuncture points gleamed, instilling a steady stream of energy into the human body and running the actions of the entire human body. Luo Chen's thoughts at the moment are to operate these acupoints, connect them in series to form a huge, magnificent map of the acupuncture points of the heavens and stars, so that the acupuncture points in his body are shining brightly, like the bright night in the sky. Chen Xing. It has to be carefully considered and pondered. Once again, Logan was already close to the coast of Gat Yelai Island. For Rouge, Jason made a simple disguise, he also modified it himself, and then everyone walked off the boat. Just when I walked to the entrance of the town on this island, there was a loud noise from the boat in the town. Look, a lot of paper. What's that? Are seagulls sprinkling newspapers in the sky? It's a newspaper bird, so many come here. When Luo Chen and others heard it, he turned around and looked at it. Later, they saw a very spectacular scene. The white paper, like a piece of paper like a small newspaper, flew over the sea with unknown number of seagulls, and then entered the town. Pieces of newspapers and papers fell from the sky, like a white paper snow. A large number of seagulls passed by the island, throwing sheets of paper down. Their goal is very clear: as long as it is a place with humans, they will open their paws. What the hell is this? A newspaper was posted on Jason's face, and he muttered dissatisfiedly, turning the paper over. The scene that I saw immediately made him startled. Why is this picture so like me? Hearing this sentence, Luo Chen looked back, his eyes narrowed, and said seriously, the person above this is you, Jason. Jason took a long distance, and after a few careful glances, his face was filled with incredibleness. This, is it really me? Reward order, Jason broken armor, a bounty, 110 million, regardless of life or death. Note, extremely dangerous. Looking at this bounty in amazement, Jason was a little dazed. Me, I was offered a reward by Marine. Yes, I don't know if I should congratulate you or comfort you. Luo Chen shook his head. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes, and waved his hand to hold a reward order that happened to float to his side. Oh? I was offered a reward too. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Luo Chen didn't make a fuss. It is weird not to be rewarded if the group of guys are reorganized into that look. However, he thought that Marine would continue to hide himself, but unexpectedly, he posted the reward order directly. However, the number on the reward order made his pupils shrink. Luo Chen, offer a bounty, 150 million. I have also been offered a reward. Rouge also held a reward order at this time, and said curiously, the number is not small, 50 million. She wasn't nervous, she acted more calmly than Jason, just smiled slightly. Luo Chen frowned and compared the bounty of several people again, feeling strange in his heart. According to common sense, the amount of defeating Marine Admiral will never shrink to this level. And the number on the bounty is exactly where his strength is at the moment. Marine, did you find anything? Luo Chen's heart was heavy with his eyes squinted. Such a Marine is really hard to deal with. It's not 200 million or 300 million. This number just happened to be in the position of his accurate strength. It's really wonderful. Fortunately, Captain, you have changed your face, otherwise, if we walk into the town in this situation, we will be dead. Jason patted the bear and said with a sigh of relief. Are you afraid of getting a reward from Marine? Luo Chen asked jokingly. That's not the case. Marine Rear Admiral, I have done it before. I am not afraid. It's just the first time and I feel a little uncomfortable. With that, Jason's face turned red, making Luo Chen dumbfounded. As if eager to explain something, Jason spoke again. Really, Captain, you didn't see that Kuzan, just Rear Admiral, was directly crushed by me with one punch, and there was no resistance at all in front of me. Luo Chen shook his head and said, I only saw you being frozen into an ice sculpture. Jason's old face trembled, he wanted to say something, but he didn't hold it back for a long time. But you don't need to be ashamed. That guy is the fruit of Logia. Without Haki, it's hard to deal with him. A physics department attack like you is directly immune to him. Luo Chen comforted again. Immunity from the physics department? I just said, I hit him so many punches, it was a hill, and I had to beat him up, but he was fine. Jason nodded thoughtfully. Haki, what's that? I seem to have heard it before. Stacking the reward orders in his hands and putting them in his arms, Luo Chen greeted him, and the group walked towards the town again. The structure of Bat Yalai Island is very simple. Close to the coast is a jungle road, and through the jungle road is the town. Behind the town is a series of rolling mountains. These small mountains also seem to be rugged, with a kind of soaring momentum. The crowd quickly entered the town and walked into the crowd. Because of the simple disguise, no one recognized them. Jason was directly shaped into a tall beard by Luo Chen, and he walked there with a ferocious and hideous face, and everyone else walked around. Rouge was transformed into a fat woman with a strong figure, 5 big and 3 thick, and her appearance became much uglier. But he himself is even simpler, with a few beards and eyebrows, he has become a young boy of about 26 years old. A group of people walking down the street, no one recognized it. After inquiring briefly, Luo Chen's eyes flickered a few times about the legend of the big bird on Bat Yalai Island. This big bird has existed for many years, and it can be said that it has gradually become a legend on this island. Behind the town, among the mountains, few people go in. Among the mountains is the paradise for these big birds. An old man playing chess on the street said that after spreading its wings in adulthood, this big bird can be about 30 meters in size. It's fine to fly high in the air, but once it falls, it will cover the sky and cover the sun. What is even more frightening is that this bird is carnivorous and very fierce. In the mountains, because of these birds, they have completely become homes for all kinds of beasts, which is very dangerous. The bird is called Tidoraya. Tidoraya is on our island. It means the Mount of the Gods and represents the unknown. Regarding everything about the gods, mortals don't want to interfere, so for so many years, no one cares about them. We also prohibit villagers from going up the mountain. That's too dangerous. The old man smashed his mouth and said, Harp. Luo Chen looked at each other a few times. After thanking each other with a smile, they looked at the mountain range. Captain, are we really going up the mountain to catch the birds? Jason was a little frustrated, but that was the Mount of the Gods, and it just bluffed. Moreover, he had never seen a big bird that stretched its wings nearly 30 meters. Humans always have an inexplicable sense of fear for unknown creatures. Go, if you want to go to the Grand Line, you have to catch this bird. Luo Chen nodded. He looked indifferent, confident in Bai Feng's skills. The group had asked about the way up the mountain before, so they just took a rest in the town and rushed to the mountain road. Just when their backs were about to disappear, Bat Yalai Island was near the entrance of the alley, and a pair of cold eyes were watching them silently. Is the target focused? A telephone bug slowly murmured from the figure's closed mouth. Staring very hard. The figure is simple. Follow them and I will report it immediately. The cat. Absolutely not to be missed. The icy figure clinging to the entrance of the alley was completely different from Marine. He was dressed in a black suit with a black top hat, and his gaze under the sunglasses was indifferent and ruthless. His body is vigorous, and his actions are like wind, revealing a stern and ruthless aura. Clear. He whispered coldly. The black suit hung up the phone, his figure was just a distortion, and he disappeared at the entrance of the lane. When it reappeared, it had reached the top of the tree tens of meters away. Standing on the treetops, the black suit always kept a distance from Luo Chen and his group, following closely like a shadow. His eyes were cold, focusing more on the little lord's body, but Luo Chen and Jason were swept away, not paying attention at all. And every time he glanced at the little lord, the figure's eyes contained a complex, fearful, and respectful emotion. It's like facing a nobleman, or someone you can only look up to. Luo Chen and the others didn't notice a trace of the dark shadows behind them. They hiked up the mountain, carefully paying attention to the movement in the surrounding jungle. After tens of meters up the mountain, they saw many faint beasts. For ordinary people, it is very dangerous. However, just as they passed by these places full of wild beasts, the wild beasts only glanced at them, and then silently retreated. The two gangs are tacitly not attacking each other, perhaps both feel that each other is troublesome. It's nice that these beasts don't provoke us. Jason smiled. Maybe you think you are too big to attack, Luo Chen said. Jason was speechless. The captain was talking a little nervous again. What's the relationship between being big and being bad at attack? The crowd continued to climb up the mountain, and when they reached the middle of the mountain, they all raised their heads with the sound of a stunned bird. This is a sharp, penetrating bird song. Luo Chen and the others stood halfway up the mountain and could clearly feel the sound coming from the top of the mountain, but the sound waves caused by this sound made the leaves around them tremble. In an instant, several people covered their ears. What a sharp voice, Jason exclaimed, his face in pain. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, looking at the top of the mountain covered by the jungle, his eyes were a bit solemn. No creatures can be seen there, only the scream that I heard just now, the reverberating sound. The sound is so loud, it is foreseeable that the bird that makes the sound will not be too small. Let's go, keep going. With a shout, everyone drew their ears and walked towards a higher place. More than 50 meters behind them, on the treetops, the man in the black suit looked at the top of the mountain and his eyes flickered. But he didn't say anything, his figure flashed, and he continued to follow Luo Chen and the others. When Luo Chen and his group climbed the mountain to drive away the birds, the lists of Luo Chen's bounty were printed one after another, but they caused a lot of unrest. Logan Town. Jinx, slow down, I can't keep up with running so fast. A 16 or 17-year-old boy was running on the street out of breath. Yais, you are too slow. With a body like yours, why go to sea to find Luo Chen in the future? It's too scumbag, Jinx said dissatisfied. Ai's eyes flashed helplessly. Obviously you are too fast. To be fair, although his body isn't the best in Logan Town, those bastards, thieves, and the like are still accurate. Because of Ai's drag, Jinx stopped and waited for the ladder. But at this moment, the corner of her eyes flashed a little white, and Jinx couldn't help but looked up to the sky. It's a reward order. In Logan Town, someone has already yelled such a voice. Jinx froze for a moment, then looked at the bounty slip that fell to the ground. The reward order happened to be on the front, neatly spread on the stone ground, so Jinx could clearly see the photos and numbers on the list. Suddenly, Jinx let out a scream in disbelief. It's Luo Chen. This sharp sound shocked Izawa, and even made him cover his ears. What? Where is Luo Chen? It's here. Jinx pointed to the reward order on the ground. Ai's was taken aback and looked at the ground. Luo Chen, offer a reward of 150 million, regardless of life or death. Note, this person is extremely dangerous and cruel. A photo with a faint smile appeared in the middle of this reward order, occupying 2/3 of the area. The person in the photo looks vigorous, with energetic and deep eyes, and reveals an unusual aura. He is really Luo Chen, Ai said in surprise. Of course it is, but he seems to have changed. Jinx hesitated. The point is not here, he has been offered a reward. Look, Ai's pointed to the long string of numbers below and said seriously. Hasn't he been offered a reward before? What's the big deal? But it also proves that he is still alive, which is really great. Jinx said happily, and after that, her cheeks were red again. It seems that this guy looks handsome again. I miss him so much, I really want to go to sea soon. Eyes covered his forehead speechlessly, his face covered in black lines. However, Luo Chen is the only one who distributes a reward order on such a scale. Looking at the reward order dignifiedly, Yai's face was heavy. Although there is a bonus to Roger's brother's identity, Izawa has an intuition that Marine does this not just because of his identity. That kid's change is really big. Staring at the bounty, although his face has not changed, but his aura is completely different, Luo Chen murmured. Another place is the shore of an unnamed island. Buggy, come with me to be a pirate, let's build a pirate group together and make a name for it. Go to your Shanks, who wants to form a group with you, Lao Zi wants to be the captain by himself, and walk away. At this moment, a few reward orders fell on the two people's heads. The red-haired young man, with a slender sword slung around his waist, stretched out his hand towards the red-nosed dwarf opposite, with a smile on his face. It's really amazing. I already had 150 million when I went to sea. I have to work hard too. Shanks took it, and after a few glances, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But Buggy, you saw his first battle, didn't you? Luo Chen, offer a reward of 150 million yuan. There was a faint feeling in his heart that this guy who looked a bit like a boat was absolutely extraordinary. That kid is really strong, Buggy scolded. Buggy, with a red nose, refused Shanks without hesitation. You stupid, because he is the captain's younger brother. Marine offered him such a high reward, not because of his strength. Too lazy to talk to you. This is the captain's younger brother. It's amazing. Is it 150 million? Shanks said sternly. On the Grand Line, a white-haired middle-aged man who had just got off a passing merchant ship and walked towards the interior of the island, saw the reward order flying in the sky, raised his eyebrows slightly, and reached out to catch one of them. At first it was just a rough and random sweep, but at the moment when he saw the young man offering a reward, the white-haired middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. But then, the middle-aged man relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Has something happened? 150 million, your mental head is really big. Shaking his head, the smile on the face of the white-haired middle-aged man seemed even greater, and even his steps were quicker. You really deserve to be brothers. Muttering, a faint voice came from behind the white-haired middle-aged man. In the depths of New World, on a huge floating sky island. Roger, the angry blonde burly man kicked the precious wooden tables and chairs in front of him to pieces with a stern face, causing the whole room to make a deafening sound. Cracking, the blonde man walked around in a rage, and he destroyed everything he saw that blocked him. His body seemed to contain invisible anger, as well as such a trace of hidden pity and sadness. As the man strode forward, he seemed to have a majestic momentum rushing toward his face, exuding a kingly haki commanding the world, just like a mighty majestic master who looks forward to it. Marine, how could this trash catch you? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The fair-haired male teacher yelled up to the sky. In the room, all the people who saw the man go crazy, all bowed their heads, trembling slightly, their eyes flashed with fear, as if they were afraid of this majestic man, and they did not agree with him. You trash! Get lousy ready and go to naval headquarters. After the rage, the blonde man growled. What? Everyone looked up in shock, their faces full of incredible. Get ready for lousy and go to naval headquarters. I want to see what Marine can do to catch Roger. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you have real skills, let lousy really be caught. Roaring loudly, a gust of wind spread out throughout the room. Listening from a distance, it was as if an adult male teacher was yelling in anger. His posture is proud, his boldness is domineering. Shiki, Shiki. At this moment, suddenly a tall figure ran in, dressed like a clown, and his feet would make a unique sound like a child's toy while walking. The clown man quickly came to Shiki and raised the reward order in his hand. Look at this, what is this? Shiki's tall figure, mighty haki, he glanced down and made a loud noise. This Lion King who has not experienced the worst lesson in his life is at the peak of his life at this time. In his whole life, he was not convinced by only one person, and that was Roger. But Roger was executed by Marine. He doesn't believe it. How is this possible? As Roger's opponent in his life, he knows exactly what kind of power that guy has? How could such power be easily grasped by Marine? As the man who defeated him, he was caught and executed by Marine. How ridiculous. This is not from the side. Should they prove that these big pirates are not as good as Marine? So he was angry, furious, and the fire in his heart couldn't stop. In the main hall of the floating boat island, the golden light is brilliant, the lights are bright, and countless gold dots the buildings that look like a palace. From where the golden lion Shiki stood, looking out, there were all floating islands. These islands are huge and majestic, standing high in the sky, slowly rotating, as if a strange force is pulling them, preventing them from falling to the ground. The number of islands is extremely large. From here, there are dozens of densely packed islands, covering the sky and the sun. Every floating sky island is a real island on which civilians and pirates live. Seen from the sea, there is a visually stunning floating sky island city above the head, which makes people fearful, and there is a sense of panic facing the gods. It is this huge invisible majesty force that expresses the power and majesty of Golden Lion to the world. At this moment, this blonde, tall man with a rudder head, he is a roaring male master. Just roaring can shock the world and cause a sensation all over the world. More than that, he has become a legend. Like the Whitebeard, he is a living legend. The times are different. From the seas of the previous era, he is now facing the huge waves and sailing towards the next era. He didn't want to be overwhelmed by the big ship under this huge wave, so he was going to roar, and he wanted to show his power to the world again. Looking down at the reward order, the man showed a puzzled expression. Who is he? There is only one name on the reward order, and no other information is marked by Marine. The clown man said, and he stopped talking. I know what you want to say, he looks familiar. This sound was ear-splitting, and it was spit out from his mouth, and it turned out to be a rolling sound, which was then spread all over the world. This kid must have something to do with Roger. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Golden Lion's face was majestic, and with a big hand, he walked forward. Boom, he raised his head and brought the wine jar full of ordinary people's height, and finished drinking in one breath. The huge figure wiped his mouth. Golden Lion said loudly. No, to be precise, he looks a lot like Roger, so do you suspect that he is Roger's relative or something? I want to know what he meant. In addition, inform all the pirate groups under the sea area, get me here right away. In another sea area, a huge pirate ship passed by strong men. At the center of its deck, a huge figure was sitting on a huge chair. The clown man nodded frantically. Yes, this is what he wanted to say. Lao Zi is going to start a battle so that people all over the world will remember my battle. If it's normal times, I still have time to pay attention to him, but now, it's time for me to do business. This matter will be put later. Golden Lion, it's time to do it on Marine. In a ruined room, he opened his huge mouth of a lion that seemed to be choosing someone to eat. Send me someone to Whitebeard's. Glancing at the bounty in his hand, the man like a little giant shook the crescent-shaped white beard on his lips and grinned. It's really interesting. Just after Roger died, such a funny kid came out. He stood up suddenly, his huge figure was 3 or 4 times taller than ordinary people, standing there, like a hill. Jason's figure is logically strong enough, but compared with this man, if he stands together, it is like the gap between his father and his son. Father, he looks a lot like Roger, and he was suddenly offered a reward at this time, whether it might be a conspiracy by Marine. A man who was very close to the little giant asked suddenly. Marco, look at his face, look carefully. Whitebeard's gaze became sharp. He held his own naginata in his right hand and paused on the deck. A sound of rumble came out, and the entire ship trembled a few times. The crew behind looked terrified, almost sat down on the ground. Marco was startled, then looked at the reward order again. The man in the photo of the reward is handsome, and his eyebrows are very similar to Roger, so it is easy to see that they are basically the same. However, the boy named Luo Chen in this photo, no, the man has a deep look in his eyes. If he is a soldier, he is more like a commander hiding behind the scenes and relying on IQ to eat. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Marco has lived for so many years, and he can basically judge a person's character by his appearance. The man in this photo is completely different from Roger. Roger is very sloppy and upright, but this young man seems a little scheming. It's impossible for a person like him to be restrained by Marine. In his eyes, although it looks calm and unwavering, it seems that there is a sea hidden in the calmness. This man, he was born to survive on the sea. Such a man, he can't be controlled by Marine, he is the same kind of person as us. At this point, he is surprisingly consistent with Roger. From his eyes, I can only see an endless deep ocean. Slowly, Whitebeard's voice was low. This guy is absolutely extraordinary in the future. Wait and see, little ones. On the Moby Dick, the crew of the Whitebeard pirate ship looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They did not expect that the man on the reward order, the father just glanced at it and gave such a big comment. It's just his identity. There was doubt in Whitebeard's eyes. He had never heard of Roger's relatives, nor had he heard of any sons. At this moment, a panicked word came from the ship. No, it's the people from Golden Lion who are here. Hearing this voice, Marco immediately turned cold, his figure shook, and he came directly to the man. What's the mess? It's just a Golden Lion. Then he turned his head and looked towards the sea in the distance. A huge seaboat island is about 20 or 30 meters above the sea, and it is slowly floating towards here. Looking up from below, Marco can even see that the wing-like power fan that extends out of the island is shaking violently. The crew member should have been a new member of the Whitebeard Pirates. For the first time, I saw the big pirates who were as famous as the Whitebeard Pirates. Their whole body was shaking, and their eyes were full of fear. Such a large group of pirates, the overlord who ruled the entire New World area of the sea, everyone who brings to the pirates is endless deterrence and fear. Get out of the way, it's just a Golden Lion. Remember, we are the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco reprimanded the crew member in a low voice, and the latter stepped back blushing. But looking at the floating sky island slowly approaching, there was still a faint fear in his eyes. This long-formed shadow of fear is not so easy to eliminate. Seeing a floating sky island of the Golden Lion drifting over, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group became nervous. In the huge sea area, because of the meeting of these two large pirate groups, for a time, the atmosphere seemed extremely solemn. Gradually, half a quarter of an hour passed. Floating Sky Island came to 100 meters in front of the mobile and stopped. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group, a floating boat flew off the island and fell down like a leaf on the sea. 3 minutes later, Marco was standing in front of the bow, and he could clearly see the members of the Golden Lion pirates on the float. A pair of cold eyes are now looking at the Whitebeard pirate ship. Whitebeard pirates, is your captain here? Suddenly, the floating boat stopped 30 meters away from the Moby Dick, and a polite, bearded man in a black suit at the forefront asked loudly. His imposing manner was solemn and his expression was condensed, as if he had spoken. At this moment, the atmosphere on both sides became heavy again. Before Marco heard these words, Whitebeard's huge figure took a step forward. "Where is the unknown boy? Let Golden Lion come." His low words and tall figure stood there, giving people a heavy psychological pressure. The life of a man, the shadow of a tree. After Roger's death, Whitebeard has the posture of becoming the strongest man in the world. Even though the people who came to the Whitebeard pirate group at this moment were officials of the Golden Lion pirate group, facing this tall man, they couldn't help feeling frustrated at this moment. "Our captain." He saw Whitebeard's figure, and immediately wanted to say the purpose of this time. The two halves are high and the other is low, and the high is pouring seawater toward the low. "I said, get out." With a shout, everyone on the boat screamed in horror. "Our captain is going to launch an attack on Marine. Come and ask you if you want to go together and take part in this operation." Whitebeard's face became colder, and he clenched his fist and threw it forward. "Wow! Roll!" Whitebeard shouted, his face very cold. Above the island, the people who floated on Sky Island didn't even have time to save the boat below, so they hurriedly fled. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not qualified to talk to me yet. The lower side is the area where the men in black suits are located. Let Golden Lion roll over, you kind of unknown junior, the man in the black suit said anxiously. If he didn't send out an inquiry, nothing would be done. Who knows what Golden Lion will do to him when he returns? The monstrous sea suddenly changed into a tsunami and swept towards them. "Run!" With the power of a punch, the terrifying shock energy swept the sea, directly setting off a tsunami, causing the crew of the flying pirate group to fall directly into the sea. 10 seconds later, before that, it slowly moved forward, and the floating Sky Island, which looked like a flying mountain outside the sky, had already disappeared in front of everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group. Okay, it's terrible. Until then, the separated sea slowly healed, reunited, and combined into a complete sea surface map. Looking at the calm sea before him, the pirate who was shocked by the Golden Lion group opened his mouth and muttered in shock. The members of the powerful flying pirate group are so powerless when facing Whitebeard. The pirate looked at the ship from the corner of his eyes, and everyone looked calm, as if the crew of the Whitebeard pirate group, who was already commonplace, was shaking in their hearts. Is this the strength of the Whitebeard pirates? From their expressions, there is absolutely no fear of the flying pirates, Golden Lion and others. This is the courage of the world's top pirate group. As long as there is a disagreement, they dare to shoot directly. As long as he thinks about the battle of such a top pirate group, he will shake and be excited. Even if he is a good powerhouse in New World, he has a bounty of more than 300 million, but facing such a lineup, he still feels trembling in his heart. The Fekong pirates came forward to negotiate, but didn't even say a word completely, and was punched out by the old man. I don't know, the so-called kid, Golden Lion is really getting better and better. He sent such a parallel importer and wanted to talk to me? Whitebeard's dull voice came out, shaking the void. "Father, don't you listen to what Shiki is going to say?" Marco asked. "No matter what he wants to do, it has nothing to do with me." While talking, Whitebeard suddenly looked at the sea in front of him. The sea is deep and endless, revealing a certain strangeness and depth that is indescribable. The times have changed. Thinking of Golden Lion's sudden visit and Luo Chen's reward order, Whitebeard suddenly sighed. The crew on the ship glanced at each other, but didn't say much. Golden Lion Shiki? Perhaps it is very powerful in the eyes of others, like a legend standing at the apex. However, the Whitebeard pirates were not afraid of him. After Roger's death, Whitebeard's power became stronger and grew faster. It seemed that he was on an extremely rapid trend, as if he was going to rule the entire New World, and he was facing the entire world in Kun. In this situation, the Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of anyone. In addition, Whitebeard is now at its peak in the spring and autumn, and the world is trembling because of its power. Even Marine does not dare to stroke its beard easily. This is a kind of invincible power. Under this kind of aura, they have pride, and have the capital not to put other pirate groups in their eyes. Got Yalai Island. Luo Chen and the others did not know that Golden Lion had a brief contact with the Whitebeard gang, nor did they know that their faces with Roger had been noticed by many interested people. At this moment, he looked dignifiedly at the top of the mountain, the huge bird that faintly soars and flutters its wings. Legend, it really is true. Muttering, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and shock. "Captain, the old man lied to us, this bird is more than 30 meters old." Jason bitterly said helplessly. At this time, they were standing in a dense jungle, hidden by the obstacles of trees, and were secretly observing the birds with their huge wings flapping not far away. In other words, this is completely beyond the scope of ordinary birds. The huge wings, blade-like wings on the wings, shone with black shiny light. Those huge claws, like cast steel, can easily crush any human being. Its mouth is sharp, and it looks like two sharp swords, one on top and one on the other, from a distance. And between its wingspan, the huge volume is hundreds of meters, flapping wings. Every time it flickers, the leaves in the jungle tremble, rubbing tightly. From a distance, it seemed as if it was a god's mount, as the old man said. The old man didn't lie to us, it should be because no one has come up in these years, so this bird, which was originally more than 30 meters away, has grown up. Luo Chen whispered. A look of shock flashed in Rouge's eyes. It's terrible to grow up a bird that reaches 100 meters. No, maybe this is not his limit. Luo Chen shook his head and stared at the wings of the bird. Madara marks still remained in some places between the wings, as if they had just grown out, with a delicate feeling. This bird will even lose its old wings, just like a snake shed its skin. Observing carefully around, Luo Chen really found that the giant bird's whole body was black and shiny, as if it had washed away the mortal dust and walked towards the state of transformation after repeated transformations. The bird's eyes are as sharp as an eagle, very sharp, looking down like a god looking down on the world. It seems shocking, it is hard to imagine that such a bird would actually exist here. I originally thought that huge birds like Poseidon beasts can only appear in the calm belt. Jason exclaimed. What a wonderful mount, it's great. Expectation flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. This big bird really fits the image of a mount in his mind. The slender bird body, sharp eyes, blade-like wings, and the tail wing hanging down on both sides of the tail, it is a perfect and contradictory combination of beauty and ferocity. No, not just one. These Tedorius are not as shocking as the first one, but the smallest is about 30 meters, and the bigger is 50 or 60 meters. As soon as such a huge bird appeared in the sky, the beasts of the entire mountain range seemed to quietly rise and become much quieter. In his expression, there is no fear of this big bird. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen just looked back and smiled. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Jason showed a bit of crying. He could even imagine if they really rushed forward to fight the giant bird. Then, there is no doubt that those who greet them will be torn to pieces by this giant bird. Captain, don't worry, there's more. That's it. As soon as he moved, he was about to walk towards the giant bird. But at this moment, Jason grabbed him. In the eyes of a few of them, a series of 4 birds that are huge in 100 meters, that is, Tidoraya, flew out from the mountain on the other side and hovered in the sky. There was shock in Jason's eyes, and he was staring at the front in a daze. Captain, why don't we think of another way? This bird can't be caught. Teach me, you are waiting for me here. Rouge said immediately, with obvious surprise in his words. There is one more. When Jason saw Luo Chen's confident expression, he was stunned for a while, and Luo Chen had already stepped out after he was stunned. Only a few steps away, Luo Chen had already come directly under the 100-meter giant bird. Watching this huge Tidoraya up close gives people a direct sense of visual impact. Looking up from the ground, the first thing Luo Chen saw was the sharp claws. Luo Chen had no doubt that as long as he was caught, he would have to make a hole in his body as soon as he was caught with the huge claws that were as high as one person. Amazing! You can only use these 4 words to describe Luo Chen's mood at the moment. Standing under Tidoraya, he looks like a small black spot. Because of visual obstacles, Tidoraya hadn't seen Luo Chen's figure at this time, but there was still fluttering wings, her sharp eyes staring at the sky. Other small-sized Tidoraya hovered in the sky, while it looked up at these similar species, with Kamui eyes stern and calm, as if a father was observing his children. Seeing that Tidoraya hadn't noticed Luo Chen, Jason, not far away, breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen is very powerful, with a mysterious power on his body, but the attack power of such a bird of 100 meters is also very powerful. What's more, Jason and the others are also faintly aware of Luo Chen's explosive power, which is probably gone by now. Whether Luo Chen in this state is Tidoria's opponent is very suspenseful. At this time, Luo Chen stood under Tidoria's claws, but his eyes were slightly closed. The king of birds has a pair of eyes that control the birds in the world. You can control them by looking at the birds, or get the information you want to know. The system is just such a simple and direct explanation of Bai Feng's ability to control birds. However, Luo Chen understood that he had directly exchanged Bai Feng's ability at that time. Such a talented ability, almost the moment it appeared on him, was skillfully used. In addition, he doesn't need to be like Sherinon, and he has to spend his energy to advance, and it saves a lot of trouble. As for Bai Feng's light work, Luo Chen thought about it, but he didn't exchange it for the time being. He hasn't cultivated his internal strength yet, and he has body skills, so he can't use it. On the contrary, he is not as practical as Shunpo's explosive movement skills. After thinking about it, Luo Chen's mouth bends, walks to the side, and stretches out his hand to pluck a leaf. He wiped the jade-like leaves and placed it beside his mouth. What is the captain going to do? Jason looked at Luo Chen's actions with a puzzled look on his face. I can't see it either, let's keep watching. Rouge shook his head. The two of them immediately saw Luo Chen blowing a sigh of relief against the leaves beside his mouth. Suddenly, a refreshing and sharp voice spread out. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen pinched the leaves and played. Ha! Like the sound of a bird, the leaf quivered back and forth between Luo Chen's lips, making a sound. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a new kind of bird appeared, flying through the woods, happily spreading its wings, spreading their happy mood everywhere. Ha! A sharper, louder voice sounded. It was Tidoraya, who was 100 meters long, whose wings flashed, causing gusts of wind to sweep. His sharp eyes swept around, looking for the source of the sound. There was even more doubt in his eyes. Soon, it saw the black spot standing under its paws, and then looked carefully. It turned out to be a human being. Ha! Suddenly, Tidoraya swooped down, but in an instant, the huge figure fell 20 meters and appeared directly on top of Luo Chen's head. The huge body shape and the condensed aura immediately gave Luo Chen tremendous pressure. Jason and others, who were hiding in the jungle, had their eyes tight. Seeing Tidoraya appearing in front of him, Luo Chen's expression did not change. He held the leaves, still playing. The muscles were loosened all over the body, and there was no alert style to prepare for battle. Ha! Soon, Tidoraya also stretched out his body, and his eyebrows began to relax. But its sharp claws trembled slightly, but it was still ready to attack at any time. How fierce the eagle swooped, not to mention the more than 100 meters, Tidoraya, known as the Mount of the Gods. If it were really caught, it would be difficult for Luo Chen to resist it. The leaves were still shaking, and the crisp voice kept coming out. Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at Tidoraya, who was within easy reach, gradually letting go of his aura. The strong hostility in that body towards him at the beginning was disappearing little by little. Ha! Tidoraya uttered a tweet again, and this sound shook the forest, as if asking Luo Chen. Luo Chen blew the leaves and made a sound, as if responding. One person, one bird, constantly singing. For a time, it seems to be playing a wonderful natural sound composed by birds and directed and acted by themselves. On the side, Jason and others hiding in the jungle were a little sluggish. Captain, he can speak bird language. In another place, the man in black suit standing on the treetop, watching the huge bird communicating with Luo Chen, his eyes shrank deeply, very shocked. He was only here to stare at the target person, and he didn't pay much attention to the guys around the target. However, following this way, until this time he saw the communication between one person and one bird, but his heart was deeply shocked. There, in a blink of an eye, it turned from black and white to a blood red, followed by a bit of pitch black jade from light to deep, appearing in his pupils. Sharing on, this newly acquired power, with the help of his inherent spiritual power and Uchiha attack as experience, has completed his eye-opening in just a short time. The goal is a bit tricky. If you launch a plan, you must increase your power level. After thinking for a while, the man in the black suit turned on the phone worm silently. After a brief conversation, the phone worm hangs up. Quietly, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly changed. Clear, sharp, blood-red eyes. The next second suddenly looked at Tidoria's bird eyes. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Control the birds. Then, his eyes condensed, and the leaves around his mouth stopped trembling. Inside the phone worm, a deep voice came. Say, he is clear about his own position, he is just a man, fighting, or leave it to others. In the open space surrounded by the huge jungle, one person and one bird are chanting, and the melodious song of birds circulates upwards, which makes people happy physically and mentally. That giant bird, even if he insisted on being against it, would find it tricky. But the young boy turned out to be like the master's method of talking to the birds. The huge and fierce bird didn't even attack him. The black suit was expressionless and continued to observe, but no longer thought about how to fight Luo Chen. There seemed to be a slight ripple in the void because of the light of Luo Chen's line of sight. Ha! When the huge Tidoraya saw the blood-red eyes, his whole body trembled and he screamed. The blood-red eyes were continuously enlarged in front of its eyes, and then it obscured all its vision. In an instant, Tidoraya's eyes were all blood-red. A huge pitch-black jade appeared in the blood-red, turning slowly, just like Uzumaki, attracting his mind. I am your master. You are the pet I raised since I was a child. Your name is Hefeng. You have to obey all my orders. The mysterious tone reverberated in Tidoraya's mind, instilling and engraving over and over again. The pitch-black Guya turned like that, and gradually Tidoraya's rebellious consciousness began to dissipate, subconsciously introducing the meaning of that sentence into the bottom of his heart. Ha! There was another chirping, but this bird chirping was so soft, without a trace of fierceness. Call! Seeing Tidoraya, who was constantly fluttering his wings in front of him, and irritable as if he would tear himself to pieces in the next moment, calmed down, Luo Chen sighed with relief. His forehead was full of sweat, and this bird-controlling technique seemed simple. It was just a single stare that could control the birds. But all it relies on is mental power, which is more laborious than fighting with the body. The body is a puppet, and the spirit is the general that governs the flesh. People with strong spirits can often exert greater power at the same physical level. That's why Tidoraya was 100 meters long, and was more energetic than ordinary birds, which consumed a lot of Luo Chen's mental energy. Black Phoenix? Tentatively, Luo Chen called out. Wow! Tidoraya's wings flickered suddenly, his sharp claws grabbed it fiercely, and the powerful air pressure swept across in an instant. Luo Chen's pupils shrank and he was about to dodge. But after a breath, he was shocked to find that he could not hide. Even when his muscles had just reacted and were preparing to perform a conditioned reflex, the huge Todoriya had already arrived an inch in front of him. It's over, too fast. The power generated by Todoriya's fan, as well as the speed of electricity, was too strong and fast, surpassing his imagination. Captain! In the jungle, Jason immediately changed color when he saw Todoriya burst out suddenly. However, after 2 breaths, the pitch-black claws with sharp metallic luster stopped abruptly on Luo Chen's shoulder and touched them lightly, but they quickly retracted. When Luo Chen's body was touched by the giant bird, his entire body immediately flew out and slammed into a big tree behind. Wow! The leaves were scattered, and Luo Chen's body paused there, actually clinging to the tree tightly. Pain! At this moment, he even felt that his whole body's intuition was stripped away, and he became numb. But then, when it fell on the ground, Luo Chen noticed Todoriya's expression. It was with a little expectation, apology, and nostalgia. Successful? The cautiousness that the paw wanted to stick out, but was afraid of hurting himself and retracted, as well as the trace of infatuation in his eyes, was vividly expressed on this huge Todoriya expression. In a blink of an eye, Luo Chen understood. He wanted to stand on my shoulders, but he didn't expect that his body was too big and he blew me away directly. Rubbing his sore shoulders and whole body, his intuition didn't return to him until then. A little helpless, Luo Chen knew that this was the result of the memory that Sherinan and the King of Birds gave to Doria's skills. And this memory is exactly what he instilled in his own fantasy. Although it is very simple, it is enough to treat birds, such as birds with sparse self-consciousness. Captain! At this moment, Jason, Rouge, and the young master ran over, stood in front of Luo Chen, and cried out worriedly. I'm fine. Jason's burly figure immediately stood in front of Luo Chen, watching the big bird above his head alertly. Ha! Seeing 3 small things suddenly appeared, Todoriya didn't have such a good patience. It originally looked at Luo Chen's soft eyes, suddenly became sharp, and a pair of claws also opened suddenly. Danger! Jason yelled, clenched his fists, ready to fight. His burly figure, under Todoriya's huge body, looked very small and somewhat funny. Luo Chen pushed Jason away and shook his head. Don't be nervous, it has been controlled by me. What? Jason's heart was shocked, and Rouge and others beside him also looked incredible. Black Phoenix. Luo Chen didn't explain, but raised his head and shouted directly at Todoriya in the sky. Ha! Todoriya let out a soft cry, as if responding to him. In this scene, Jason and Rouge were even more sluggish. Ha! At this time, several Todoriya in the sky seemed to have noticed the scene here. Their wings flickered, and only a few breaths had appeared in the figures of Luo Chen and others. The huge body covered the sky and sun in the blink of an eye, actually covering all the sunlight above the heads of several people. Ha! Haifeng quickly turned his head, his eyes sternly screamed at the Todoriya. Soon there was a conversation between the giant birds. After about 10 breaths, other slightly smaller Todoriya spread their wings and left here, leaving Haifeng with a gentle look at Luo Chen. Haifeng, I need your help. Haifeng seemed to understand Luo Chen's words, and the huge bird head nodded immediately. With a smile on his face, Luo Chen said again to Jason and a cat, we are on its body. The expressions of Jason and Rouge were still a bit shocked. They couldn't imagine that Luo Chen just went out and played a strange song with leaves, and the huge giant bird really listened to Luo Chen's words. It wasn't until Haifeng fell on the ground and several people climbed on Haifeng's back like flat ground that Jason said something blankly. Captain, is this listening to the sound of everything? You tell me, is it? Jason's voice sounded very excited. What? Luo Chen looked dumbfounded. What to listen to all things? This is just a little bit of illusion performed by the King of Birds and Aguya Sherinan. It must be right or not, it is said that Roger will do too. You must have his bloodline. It must be so. Only in this way can you control this huge bird. It's amazing, this is a god's mount. Jason looked excited. Luo Chen was speechless and spread his hands. Whatever you say. The acupuncture points of the human body are distributed like stars, all over the body. The vitality connects each acupuncture point in the body, arbitrarily sailing in the body, lighting up the acupuncture lights. This is the method of the human body's vitality operation. After each operation, it can drive the internal potential of the human body, converge into energy, and form acupuncture lamps that light up the body. And this human acupuncture lamp is a source of powerful energy for the body. Gradually, as Luo Chen's analysis of these martial arts skills in his mind, his thoughts became clearer and clearer. There is a clear outline of the internal power method that I want to build. The Logan sailed slowly, and according to Jason, it would take about 7 days to reach the calm belt. During these 7 days, Luo Chen got up in the morning to practice the dragon elephant Prajna, so that he was as strong as a dragon elephant. After eating at noon, he sat cross-legged on the deck and meditated quietly. During the voyage of this time, everyone was calm and did not encounter any powerful enemies. In general, only the merchant ships on the sea passed by. Because of this, Luo Chen made rapid progress. Almost. On the morning of the 7th day, after a night of rest, Luo Chen was full of energy, and his eyes burst with confidence. Sitting cross-legged in the bow position, he went into meditation again. Faintly, Luo Chen seemed to have many bright constellations composed of lines. These constellations are formed by the connection of all the acupoints in his body. They are the stars in his body. A total of 365 star acupuncture points have been counted, and a perfect pass has also been sorted out. The operating route of these acupuncture points. Starting from the Rendu meridian, passing through the central orifice acupoints of the human body, reaching the gallbladder meridian of foot Xiaoyang, passing through the stomach meridian of foot Yangming, reaching the spring of the sole of the foot, and then going up through the back to reach the sun of the human body, the Shen Du meridian, and finally converge on the Danshan place. A complete star map connects all 365 human star acupuncture points in series. During operation, with the special effects of Biming divine art, it can absorb the vitality in the void and strengthen itself. There is also innate power. Hunyuan power neutralizes the chaotic air of one's own aura and natural aura, plus the assistance of 9 yin, 9 yang, Zixia and other internal powers. A faint smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. This is an inclusive internal strength, but it has a powerful explosive force. It fits my situation right now. As a transition period, it's best. Opening his eyes, Luo Chen looked at the sea, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. In his body, from the head, neck, sandalwood, Danshan, to the thighs, calves, and heels, a bright thin line began to connect, as if a long electric wire was connected. The acupuncture points were opened up, and the vital energy was quickly drawn out from the depths of his body under the operation of the exercise method. In just 3 breaths, purple mists began to appear in his Danshan. As if Hongmeng opened up and Pangu opened up the sky, the Danshan's internal rumbling continued, shrinking and swelling. As soon as the purple mist enters the pubic field, it spins up quickly to form a small purple streamer uzumaki, which is rapidly absorbing and condensing the energy gathered from all parts of the body. This feeling. In an instant, Luo Chen felt the difference in his body after he was baptized by internal force. He pressed a palm toward the front, and an invisible palm print was printed immediately, pressing into the sea quickly. Puff! With the sound of water, Luo Chen smiled. This palm flew 10 meters, and the strength was still sufficient, and this was the dark strength produced by the internal force. It was not blocked by some substances at all, and could directly penetrate into the human body and destroy the human function. The 2 lines of Ren and Du, coupled with my martial arts prodigy talent, and the speed of cultivation ability are dozens of times faster than the dragon elephant Prajna Gong. Walking out in one step, Luo Chen actually straddled 3 meters, reaching the distance of Jiangsu. Such a speed shocked his heart. This is the function of internal force, as if an additional layer of subsidiary attributes is added to the normal human body operation, which can increase the various functions of the body. Speed, reaction, strength, and the internal force are far beyond normal. Is this the innate state? Standing at the bow of the ship, Luo Chen closed his eyes, but could still clearly feel all the movement beside him. It was as if he had an extra 360-degree eyes with no dead ends, watching the surroundings at any time. Open up the 2 channels of Ren and Du, and cooperate with his true Qi, so that he will immediately return to the original, return to the innate, and reach the realm of the unity of nature and man. After walking a few steps into the boat, during these few steps, Luo Chen's body pores had already begun to shrink, squeeze, and expel the toxins he had swallowed, digested, or hidden. The smell began to come out of his body, and Luo Chen could smell it naturally. He was not surprised and rejoiced, and he was extremely satisfied with the internal force. Captain, calm belt, it's coming soon. The vitality of the pirate world is much more abundant than that of the martial arts world, and practicing internal strength here will have a stronger effect. Luo Chen's eyes were clear. With the movement of his internal strength, a series of changes began to take place in his body. Soon, he opened the door of the bedroom, entered it, opened the water, and began to cleanse his body. Breathing the air, Luo Chen felt the energy in the air that was roughly the same as the energy in his body, and understood in his heart. Luo Chen's whole person's spirit and energy is even higher, his temples are slightly bulging, and there is strong pressure between Gu and Pan. Full of confidence between his eyebrows, Luo Chen changed his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. The dragon elephant Prajna's fighting on the body, the strong and abundant Qi and blood, caused the internal Qi to flow continuously and explosively at this moment, which also led to the sudden change of these 2 exercises. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is also why he has been here for more than 10 years, but his physical skills are much stronger than in his previous life. The difference in world attributes makes the difference between individuals extremely large. Washing the marrow makes the tendons easier. I didn't expect to break through at this time. The internal Qi is growing, and it is still growing at a faster rate. While taking a bath, the purple streamer Uzumaki in his dantian became bigger and bigger, and the feeling of fullness in his body became more and more obvious. Now my strength has increased again. With the help of internal strength, many moves and swordsmanship will become stronger. This odor is getting bigger and bigger with the operation of the exercises in the body. Black, purple, and cyan dirt were continuously drained from his body and pores, and the water became more and more dirty and smelly. However, Luo Chen's body gradually had a delicate and translucent feeling. Gradually, time passed, and at the end, there was a delicate fragrance in his body. Yiming is amazing, and he is talking about Luo Chen at this moment. Following Jason's voice, Luo Chen's eyes shifted, and he also saw the sea in front of him. His eyes suddenly became serious, and the Logan had stopped advancing under Jason's control, and the sail had already been put away by Jason. "Captain, do you really want to go there?" There was some tension in his eyes, Jason asked. From a glance, the sea area in front of them seemed to be no different from where they were at the moment. But everyone knows that under the calm sea, there are countless huge and terrifying beasts lurking. Calm belt, not only is there no wind and sailboats cannot sail, but the huge sea kings are also the enemy of everyone. This is just the edge of the calm belt. To reach the calm belt, there is still a distance of about kilometers, Jason said. Luo Chen nodded. He felt his hair being slightly blown up. Although it was very light, there was indeed wind here. Compared with the previous seas, the closer you are to the calm belt, the smaller the wind will be and the slower the boat will travel. Of course, because the calm belt looks calmer than other sea areas, many passing ships will break into this restricted area because they can't tell the difference. Listening to Jason's words, Luo Chen's eyes flickered. "Well, go ahead and sail." "Captain, do you really want to leave here?" Jason said uncertainly. He was inexplicably afraid of the sea area in words. "Jason, don't worry, we won't walk from the sea," Luo Chen said with a smile. "Don't walk from the sea? Where do you come from?" Jason asked blankly. "The sailboat sails on the sea. Where else can it get from if it does not pass through the sea?" This captain, he is getting more and more confused. "Call out." Luo Chen suddenly put his hand to his mouth and blew abruptly. The sharp voice instantly pierced the air, tearing through the sky, and spread directly to Luo Chen's head. The Logan sailed slowly, getting closer and closer to the calm belt. When approaching the calm belt about 300 meters away, the people on the boat also clearly saw the calm sea in front of them. On the surface, there is absolutely no difference between this sea area and other sea surfaces. They were all the same deep blue, shining with deep light. The only thing that can be discerned carefully is the calm sea. Luo Chen carefully observed the sea in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming serious. This sea area is truly calm. On its sea surface, there were no ripples caused by wind blowing, and there were no traces of small fish jumping. From a distance, Luo Chen only saw a few obviously raised seawater packets. But he knew in his heart that this was not caused by abnormal seawater, nor was it the edges and corners of submarine mountain peaks formed by topography. Sea kings. Although it was only a part of the body, Luo Chen was already quite sure. Too huge. Looking from a distance, the area with a distinctly different color from other seas has an area of more than 200 meters, which is almost like a small mountain. Before that, the largest creature Luo Chen had seen was the Black Phoenix, and it was nearly 100 meters after its wings spread out. But the terrifying beast lurking in the sea was twice the size of Black Phoenix, and it was only the size of its body. "Captain, we went to the boat to find our own way. What is the purpose of controlling the big bird before?" Jason asked anxiously. "The Black Phoenix, which is more than 100 meters away, can let us ride up and fly over this calm belt easily, isn't it?" Luo Chen said with a smile. "But, Captain, do you know how far the calm belt is? This giant bird, can it really carry us over?" Jason questioned. "No problem," Luo Chen said confidently. At the moment when he met Hefeng, he not only instilled his own will into his mind, but also transmitted fragments of some things that Hefeng had experienced into his mind. Among them, there is such a scene. A pitch-black bird with a wingspan of more than 50 meters, flying high, passing among a group of huge murderers. Its posture is arrogant and its eyes are sharp. Countless fierce beasts looked at the male bird soaring in the sky, roaring and flopping away, but the latter did not panic at all. While the wings were flashing, they could easily dodge these attacks. Even when the claws fluttered, they could savage the opponent's flesh, causing the latter to exhale in pain and roar continuously. From the video, the calm belt has no pressure on Hefeng, and Luo Chen raised his head to the sky. There, a black spot appeared quietly, in his upward gaze, zooming in quickly. "Ha!" The sharp bird chirping sounded, and the Black Phoenix soared down, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the top of the crowd. Its huge body obscured the sky, making Jason scream again. "It's it! I didn't expect the captain. As soon as you really called it, it came." With a smile on his face, Luo Chen let out a shout as he watched the huge black bird approaching them. "Hefeng, grab this ship and take us through the calm belt." His eyes met Hefeng, and in a blink of an eye, He Feng understood Luo Chen's meaning. The huge bird's head nodded, and then let out another bird's song. Ha! Will you be unstable when you hold the boat? Let us get on your back? Luo Chen understood He Feng's meaning, but he nodded immediately after hesitating. Jason, take Rouge, young master, on He Feng's body. He Feng fluttered its wings, lowering his body, parallel to Logan, and while its huge wings flapped, the seawater splashed into water. Okay. Jason took Rouge, the young master, and quickly went to He Feng's back, and finally Luo Chen. He stepped a little on the deck, and suddenly his internal strength exploded, just a flicker, and he had reached He Feng's back. Immediately afterwards, He Feng lifted into the air, and when it was nearly 500 meters above the ground, he made a neigh and fell again. Its claws are like iron hooks, powerful and hard. After 5 breaths, He Feng fell back to the surface of the sea, and his claws moved towards Logan, which was parked steadily, with a sudden grab. Crack! The sharp claws plunged directly into Logan's hull, firmly pinned, and after that, the Black Phoenix fluttered its wings and took it out of the sky. Logan is like the prey of the Black Phoenix, rising with the wind, and soaring into the sky. So amazing! Jason yelled loudly when he saw this scene with excitement in his eyes. The ability of this giant bird was far beyond his expectations. Then, He Feng flew from high in the sky, soaring arrogantly and fearlessly towards the calm belt. The few people at this time, standing high in the sky, could clearly see the huge behemoths moving and wandering in the calm belt. Condescendingly, they looked down from He Feng's back. Hiss! A series of inhalation sounds began to sound, and the pupils of Luo Chen and others immediately shrank. The huge mountain-like behemoths are densely distributed in this sea area. Their bodies are long and thick, and huge splashes of water appear as they swim. Every time they growl, they are like thunderstorms, shaking the void. It is truly a huge beast like a mountain, its eyes are like 2 houses, its body is like a mountain, and its actions drive unparalleled power. Wow! A huge sea king leaped from the surface of the sea, and the sea water formed a curtain, flowing down from his body, forming a majestic waterfall. The dripping drops splashed into the sea, forming scenes beyond imagination. The figure is like a mountain, the moving room is like a bulldozer, and it is rampant. This huge beast is simply the most terrifying creature in the world. Even if he does not have any unique skills, his exaggerated size is the most terrifying weapon. NS. Roar! There was a low roar, and the neighing of sea kings echoed in the sea. The sea kings, standing on the sea like a mountain, seem to be lazily basking in the sun at this moment. They are moored on the sea, forming islands that are not far away from each other. This is too big. How could there be such a huge creature in the world? It is simply unimaginable. Even Rouge, who has always been calm, can hardly hide the shock on his face at this moment. In fact, the creatures above and below surpassed her imagination, originally thinking that the overseas species seen in the marginal area were already big enough. But here, these sea kings are thousands of meters long, and if they stand in the sea, they can barely see the side at a glance. Their Logan, compared to sea kings, is like a fragile toy. Without Admiral's strength, it is almost impossible to step across this area. Even Vice Admiral is extremely dangerous. Luo Chen sighed. Sea kings are huge and small, they are like ants. Without strong skills or devil fruit abilities, they can't do any harm to these huge creatures. Even if Luo Chen faced these guys alone, there was nowhere to start. His strength has become stronger, but he has only one Tathagata palm with a large area of power. As for single skills such as swordsmanship, if they hit these guys, they may not even be able to penetrate their skin. While seeing these sea kings, Luo Chen also discovered his shortcomings. There are too few group offensive skills. Although single skills can barely deal with low-level Vice Admiral levels, they are still too weak to face large-scale battles or large creatures. Luo Chen couldn't do anything with that mountain-like body, but many of the guys in the original work who were not as strong as him at the moment could barely resist. This has to be said to be the characteristic of One Piece. Luffy's thin body can punch these huge guys flying. It is hard to believe how powerful his body is. Captain, these guys are terrible. Those 300 to 400 meters on the edge can barely handle them, but these guys are simply desperate, Jason said tremblingly. Luo Chen nodded, his body was huge as a mountain, which was the most terrifying defense. At this time, Luo Chen also guessed that the Sea Kings appearing in the original work should be less than 100 meters in size. Only in this way can it be explained that those guys can subdue Sea Kings with one move. The Sea Kings in the depths of the calm belt are horrible that humans cannot imagine. Ha! Just among these huge beasts, there was a big black bird soaring with its wings spread and making a sharp chirping sound. Its eyes are full of gaze, high and cold, like the king of the sky, looking down at these huge creatures, but there is no fear in its eyes. Even, occasionally when he schemed low, he could provoke these Sea Kings, causing them to roar constantly. This scene also made Luo Chen and the others stunned. It was completely unexpected that a bird like Todoriya was so overbearing and daring to challenge Sea Kings. The world is so big, there are no surprises. I am afraid this to Dora is also unusual, Luo Chen exclaimed. With the Black Phoenix flying high in the sky, the Sea Kings basking on the sea can barely touch them, but it is very safe. Originally, Luo Chen thought that they could fly safely through the calm belt and reach the Grand Line, but after Hefeng flew for 2 days, the bright sunlight made them open their sleepy eyes. But at this moment, a loud roar burst out suddenly. Roar! This sound shook the sky, echoing endlessly in the canyon seaway that Hefeng was following. The loud sound decibels shook the canyon on both sides of the mud, trembling, falling into the sea. Luo Chen and the others hurriedly looked down. Ha! At this time, Hefeng also let out a stern tweet, competing with this voice. Suddenly, the atmosphere became dignified, and the two beeps seemed to be a challenge. The Sea Kings below, his eyes became cold. Luo Chen and the others clearly saw that in the next second, this body was a kilometer long and resembled a snake, with a line of Madara white and jet black patterned huge Sea Kings on the body. The body shrank and turned into a snake formation. Roar! The snake-like Sea Kings once again let out a roar, his voice dull and thunderous. Immediately afterwards, its head was raised high, and its body pointed straight at the Black Phoenix who hovered in the air. Ha! Seeing this scene, Hefeng became alert and let out a scream. Then, in the next second, the body of Sea Kings below stretched out and shot. At this moment, the huge figure produced immense power. Luo Chen and others even clearly saw that the coiled snake formation instantly disintegrated and dissipated. In turn, the Sea Kings turned into a long stick. He stabbed straight into the sky, and rushed toward Hefeng accurately and fiercely. Whoo! After a few wings, it was several kilometers away from the Sea Kings. Danger! Before they were frightened, Luo Chen and the others heard a monstrous roar from behind. But at this moment, Hefeng screamed, and his wings flapped abruptly. P.S. For the timeline issue, there are explanations related to the work. If you have any doubts, you can check it out. This week is strong, brothers have a strong wave. Can you recommend tens of thousands this week? Once the results are on the shelves, it will be on the shelves. After being on the shelves, 10 a day is not a dream. Wow! The complexion of Luo Chen and others changed drastically. With the sound of water splashing, Sea Kings roared, opened his blood basin, and bit at the Black Phoenix. It wasn't until 1 second later that the sea surface was recoiled by this force, and a large amount of seawater bounced off the sky, forming a huge waterfall curtain. The speed is as fast as lightning. Hefeng's eyes were cold and arrogant, and he ignored the Sea Kings behind him. In this windless sea full of danger, a black giant, proud, like a king, soars with its wings spread out. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom! Its speed suddenly increased, just a flicker, and it left Sea King's huge mouth. There are no dangers along the way, and Black Phoenix is like a proud air king, gliding proudly from the crowd of seemingly overbearing and fearful Sea Kings. No Sea Kings stopped it, and no one threatened it. Just as Luo Chen saw from that image, a cold, indifferent, pitch-black giant bird gliding past the center of a group of extremely huge sea beasts. Another day later, Hefeng had already taken them to fly over the densest area of the Sea Kings, which was the center of the calm belt. The Sea Kings are much less, and the size is also smaller. Jason said happily. Captain, we will arrive at the Grand Line soon. Yep. Luo Chen's eyes were also loose. It was good to see Hefeng pass through this area safely, but it was still a problem to take them and take the Logan to cross this distance. During this period of time, Hefeng didn't take a day off. Its wings flapped and sometimes glide with the help of air currents. Everything was done in the most labor-saving way. Luo Chen naturally noticed such details. It seems that flying like this puts a lot of pressure on Hefeng. However, until this time, Luo Chen had not noticed fatigue in Hefeng's eyes. This made him even more surprised, and guessed Hefeng's origins in his heart. Not afraid of Sea Kings, his physical fitness is so amazing. All these phenomena show that this black bird that he conquered is very unusual. With a command, Hefeng continued to fly. As they progressed, the number of Sea Kings became less and less, and their size became the size of 100 meters that they saw at the beginning, or even tens of meters in size. It's coming soon, Captain, Jason said excitedly. Unexpectedly, they could actually cross the calm belt and enter the Grand Line safely. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. In just a few days, he crossed the calm belt and entered the Grand Line. He didn't believe that Marine could chase. 3 hours later, sitting on the back of the Black Phoenix, they could already see the sea area ahead, which was obviously different from the sea surface of the calm belt. Windy, Captain. We made it, Jason shouted. Rouge also looked happy. Hefeng, put Logan down. Thank you for this trip, Luo Chen ordered Hefeng. The latter let out a soft cry, and his figure began to fall. Half a quarter of an hour later, Luo Chen and the others returned to the Logan again, and Hefeng was condescending, looking at Luo Chen with distress. Go back, Hefeng, I will find you again if I have something to do. Luo Chen was also reluctant to say hello to the latter. This bird has amazing abilities and strong attack power. If it stays, it is indeed a strong support, but helplessly, it still has family members. A short-term help is not a problem, and a long-term forced stay will probably cause unknown changes in this bird's heart. At that time, he didn't know whether Heifeng would break free of control. Ha! In the end, Heifeng reluctantly watched Luo Chen yell again, and then spread his wings high, heading towards Luffy. Where is this place? After arriving at the destination, Luo Chen wanted to know where they were at the moment. The Grand Line is divided into the first half, the second half, and the first half is okay. If you enter the second half, there is simply a world of pirates, and there are strong people everywhere, which is extremely dangerous. Jason, head north. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen said. The latter nodded and lowered the sail. The sea breeze blows, and the sails swell instantly. The smell of sea breeze, haha, I haven't felt it for a long time. Jason laughed. The Logan sailed slowly to the north. Luo Chen asked Rouge to rest in the bedroom, while he sat cross-legged in the bow position. At this moment, the internal energy is continuously absorbed from the depths of the body and from the outside world, and then poured into the Danshin. Every other day, his internal strength will become stronger. There were 365 acupuncture points. Luo Chen found that in the past few days of cultivation, it has penetrated 56. His body is full of strength at this moment, and he feels as light as a swallow. And Sherinan improved again, completing Erguyu's eye-opening. Insight, copying, all of Sheringan's unique skills. Luo Chen believes that they can help him extremely well in battle. Then the main problem now is no money. Yes, in the Battle of Batria, the call of the old man Yamamoto completely hollowed out his body. At this moment, he is really penniless except for the 30 million Baileys left as cash. I must expand my wallet as soon as possible. Luo Chen's eyes became fierce. This is the Grand Line, and the most indispensable thing about the Grand Line is the pirates. He believes that he can fill his pockets quickly again here. After sailing all the way, about 3 days later, Luo Chen and others finally saw the ship. Captain, it's a pirate ship. Jason's eyes were sharp and he had already seen the slowly sailing ship ahead. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled on his face. After being hungry for a long time, has food finally arrived? Speed up the voyage, let's pass. Yes, Jason said loudly. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen was able to see the pirate ship clearly. At the moment when he saw the other party, Luo Chen's heart also relaxed. He previously judged based on the fish in the sea that the possibility of this being the new world is extremely small. The moment I saw this group of pirates, it was even more certain. But at the same time, a strange look flashed in his eyes. How do you know? Our captain is called GP. At this moment, his feet are complete. Hey, are you called GP? This, no, won't it? Suddenly, Luo Chen asked aloud. There was a weird flash in his eyes, and Luo Chen didn't expect to encounter this one here. Cook, thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Jeep stood on the boat, his face calm and cold, looking a little stern. At this time he was also examining the 3 people on the opposite boat. This sentence immediately made the pirates on the opposite ship who were originally curious and wait-and-see puzzled. At this time, the red-footed Jeep looked like he was in his 20s. The pirates standing beside him, some with smiling faces and some with strange shapes, were all young people. There was a flash in Luo Chen's eyes, and it was indeed this one. When seeing each other, these pirates also looked at Luo Chen and others. These guys are. Of course, what made Luo Chen most concerned about was Jeepy's feet. The golden beard curled into a braid, and the faintly distinguishable face. The chef captain looks like a red-footed Zepp. Unlike the fierce pirates encountered in the past, these pirates looked at the eyes of Luo Chen and others, only curious and suspicious, not cruel. A big man, about 20 years old, but a rough appearance, suddenly seemed to be in his 30s. A woman with a slightly bulged belly, with curious eyes, was looking at them. The other is the 16 or 7-year-old boy who just spoke. Unlike ordinary young people, this boy has a sense of stability and maturity that he can hardly understand. At a glance, GP had the illusion that the child was older than himself. What makes him even more strange is that the faces of these 3 people are vaguely familiar to him, but he is very sure that he must have never seen these 3 guys. I have heard of him, Luo Chen said with a smile. My heart faintly dispelled the idea of robbing this group of guys. Unlike those pirates who looted and punished evil, these guys are at best called explorers. Nodded with the other party, Luo Chen didn't go to find Sanjishi either. He knew that at this time period, the pig's feet probably hadn't been born yet, and the fertilized eggs had not formed. Signaling Jason to steer the rudder, the latter was puzzled. He knew that the captain was rude after encountering the pirate, but he didn't do it this time. After carefully observing the opponent for a few moments, Jason knew it. These guys don't look like bad guys, that's how it is. The captain only takes action against fierce pirates. Turning the rudder, the Logan sailed slowly under the skillful control of Jason. passing by the chef pirate group of Zepp. The two ships got farther and farther apart, and it wasn't until after only seeing the back that JP began to talk about it. Hey, how could that kid have heard of the captain? We seem to have only been to Grand Line for a few days. Yes, the captain's current bounty is not high. It is much worse than many big pirates on the Grand Line. We got here because we were lucky. It's weird. Compared to you, what makes me pay more attention is that kid looks a bit familiar, and that big guy, I also have some impressions. You too? I also think their faces are familiar, as if they have seen them somewhere. Hearing the comments from his crew, Jeep narrowed his eyes slightly. He also felt this way. He knew that he had never seen the other person, but he felt that the other person's face was a bit familiar. After thinking about it carefully, 3 seconds later, Jeep's face suddenly changed. You just said, have you seen him, right? He shouted to the crew in anxious voice. In an instant, the crew's expressions tightened, a little nervous. Their captain is unsmiling and stern on weekdays. Once you get angry or drink harshly, they must be the one who is unlucky. Captain, we have this impression, but we can't remember it. I tried hard to think about it, but it was difficult to recall it for a while. Memory is like this. You may think of it at any time when you are not using it, but once you want to search for it deliberately, it dances around like leaves blown by the wind, which is difficult to capture. No, we met him, we must have seen it. However, it may not be in the previous voyage, but... Zip turned his gaze and stared at the bedroom on the ship. Go to someone and get the reward order from the bedside table in my bedroom. Seeing this picture of the captain, the crew did not dare to object, and immediately a young kid ran to the captain's bedroom cleverly. In less than a while, this kid came to JP with a thick stack of rewards. After receiving the reward, JP frowned slightly when he saw the thick pile, but didn't say much. He quickly opened up these reward orders and opened them 5 in a row. No, neither. JP's eyes were a little anxious. He knew that the answer he wanted was definitely in these reward orders. But for a time, because of the large number of reward orders, they were not found. What I have just looked at are all the more famous big pirates in this sea area, and the bounty is above tens of millions, which is something he must see in his daily life. Looking through the past one by one, JP quickly threw half of the reward order on the ground. The other crew members were clever and quickly picked up these reward orders. Suddenly, after flipping through 13 more sheets, JP's hand suddenly stopped. This is... He saw a familiar face, which he had just seen just now. It's the pregnant woman. With just a glance, JP's pupils shrank. 50 million. That woman is worth 50 million. He was a little shocked, but quickly pressed the restlessness in his heart, and flipped through another one. But this one caught the eye and made him tremble again. Jason Sunder, a bounty of 110 million. 800 million guys. JP took a deep breath. That person, if he remembers correctly, was manipulating the ship just now. Was he just a helmsman? Later, he flipped through another one. From this moment on, his heart was shaken, and he couldn't believe it. Luo Chen, 150 million. That boy. It turned out to be that boy. These 3 bounty orders are next to each other, and according to his habit of organizing bounty orders, they should be released at the same time. Moreover, because these guys have high rewards, he only scans them on weekdays without paying attention. Because, in the first half of the Grand Line, it is basically impossible to encounter pirates of this level. But now, he was carefully scanning the 3 reward orders. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to meet such a big man. Such characters can be encountered, so, what about the stronger ones? I see for yourself. Can I get there again? These 3 people are not pirates. For him now, people with a bounty of more than 30 million are all legendary characters. He has survived many disasters along the way, relying on his powerful nautical book and his foresight of danger. With a sigh, JP was a bit grateful. Grand Line, I am really excited. I have to say that a meeting with Luo Chen caused the already burning flame in JP's heart to rise to the sky. He needs to calm down. For the first time he saw a person who was above him in his eyes, and that person also said that he knew himself, which made it difficult for him to calm down. And, judging from the picture just now, these 3 people are indeed not pirates. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On the side, seeing their captain look like this, the crew asked cautiously. However, in front of such a big man, it is inevitable to be somewhat inferior. It's not his current level, can be touched. Captain, do you know the identity of those 3 guys just now? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, the second half of the legend? Throwing down the reward order of Luo Chen and the others, JP walked towards the bow. Luo Chen, who was standing on the bow of the Logan, didn't have as many thoughts as Zepp, and he didn't feel that he was a big man at the moment. To put it bluntly, he was just a great fugitive who was hunted by Marine everywhere and took his family to flee everywhere. Well, this fugitive was forced by the world government. If Marine points a gun to his head, Luo Chen swears that he will guarantee that he will not ask Marine a little trouble if the other party does not hurt him. He just wants to live quietly and live in this world. When you're okay, fish for sea kings. When you want to beat people, beat celestial dragons. When you want to eat fish, go to all, Buell. What a simple and beautiful life, isn't it? What do these things want to do about Marine? Why are you chasing yourself? Luo Chen expressed that he was very generous. In the past few exchanges between the two parties, Luo Chen admitted that he had caused serious damage to Marine's body and mind when he was carelessly and excessively exerted too much effort, but that was all unintentional to him. However, the other party just didn't let him go. For example, at this moment, when he appeared in Erguyu's pupils, he directly saw the building block bird that was teetering in the sky and seemed to fall at any time and planted in the sea. Luo Chen is not stupid, on the contrary, he is smarter than Roger in certain things. He could tell at a glance that it was a tracking device. Therefore, the deep qi and the sound of spitting, the internal qi that has been brewing these days is running from the inside of the Danshan in an instant, passing through the 365 acupuncture points, but it reaches his palm in an instant. Go! A palm was pushed out, golden light filled the sky, and a golden dragon rushing into the sky appeared from his palm. Wow! The dragon shook the sky, and the golden swimming dragon snaked up, as fast as lightning, reaching the front of the building block bird in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the two quickly collided, and the fragile building block bird was directly shattered in an instant. What is that? Jason looked at the sawdust falling from the air, curiously. It should be a special item for Marine to pursue us, Luo Chen said solemnly. The young master clearly saw the scenes just now, his eyes became anxious. Somehow, he came to Luo Chen and called, meow meow non-stop. Are you urging us to leave here soon? Luo Chen understood, and after nodding, instructed Jason to move on. And Xin, you don't need to say, we will leave here too. I didn't expect Marine to chase so hard. Compared to Marine putting most of its military power in the four seas and suppressing pirates who are ready to move, the influence of Marine in the Grand Line is much lower. Therefore, Luo Chen did not feel much nervous. Moreover, they came here from South Blue across the calm belt. Even if Marine wants to respond in a timely manner, it will take a long time for them to send out the forces that can deal with them. After sailing all the way, 3 days later, Luo Chen had some doubts in his eyes. In these 3 days, he hadn't seen any Marine tracking them. Isn't that building block bird, Marine? With a flash of eyes, Luo Chen began to doubt. Think about it carefully, that means of monitoring and tracking people is indeed not Marine. When Luo Chen suspected the source of the building block bird, a small wooden boat approached slowly in the marginal area of the calm belt in South Blue. The man in the black suit looked at the calm belt in front of him, frowning, as if he didn't expect it at all. He took out the phone worm, his voice was indifferent. I lost it. The target traversed directly to the Grand Line through the calm belt. The area is roughly in Alabasta, and the rest is left to you. Good, I'm leaving, don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, it won't. Affirmative voice came from the phone worm. Nodding, the man in the black suit took the phone bug into his arms and glanced at the calm belt again, still shocking the way Luo Chen and his team spent the calm belt. Can you control that big bird? What a magical kid. Pressing his black top hat, the man turned around, sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, and started driving toward the road again. He has done his best to do what the other party requested, and the rest has nothing to do with him. And, to be honest, he really didn't want to mess with a mysterious guy like Luo Chen. Along the way, the building block bird transmits everything it sees to his mind. To sum up, all the actions of the other party and the group can only be described in 4 words. If there is divine help. Big Bird, Sea Kings has the mildest temperament of the year, and there is no disaster in the sea. He is a superstitious person, all of this seems to be blessed by the gods. He can't afford to provoke such a person, nor dare to provoke. The wooden boat sailed slowly, leaving the calm belt, and gradually disappearing into the sea. The sea breeze is blowing gently, and the night is coming. Luo Chen and the 3 and a cat gathered on the deck, lit a candlelight, and presented a scented meal, starting a romantic candlelight dinner. In the past few days, I have ascertained where we are, Jason said happily. Now the closest island to us is Alabasta. Alabasta. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of curiosity, and Rouge listened carefully to Jason's introduction. Speaking of Alabasta, it is very famous in this sea area. It is one of the 100 nations of the world government. On this island, the scenery is beautiful, the trees are shaded, and even the breath is full of birds and flowers. It is simply beautiful. Rouge smiled, also very happy. While everyone was eating a romantic candlelight dinner, a pirate ship was sailing quietly on the sea less than 3 kilometers away from them. Luo Chen's final touch. Rouge, this time, you can safely wait for Ace to come. I saw it on the book on the merchant ship I ran into yesterday, so I used it. Jason said hee. Take a rest tonight, and tomorrow, we will head to Alabasta, Jason said quickly, staring at the food on the table for a long time. The voice was cold and cold. then set the goal on this island. Luo Chen smiled. These words are definitely not your own thoughts. Well, I also agree very much. In Abalalistan, Marine's influence is very small, because after all, this is one of the countries. If Marine enters at will, it will cause the world government to blame. Jason laughed said. Destroyed, I don't need all obstacles on my way. Luo Chen laughed. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Captain, a medium-sized wooden boat was found ahead. A brief conversation rang out in the dark and then fell again. The owner of the voice, the indifference and dominance in the words, made the crew understand deeply. In fact, their captain is also such a magnificent man. His fame is indeed worthy of such a temperament. At the very least, in this Grand Line waters, their captain can be said to be in full swing. Even Marine was afraid of his power. The ship hiding on the sea moved forward quietly. Unlike the bright candlelight on Luo Chen and his ship, the ship was pitch black, blending with the night, and there was almost no shadow. Only when the boat is rowing across the sea, the shimmering reflection can make people react. This is a boat. On the Logan. Jason was still looking at the food on the table, his saliva was about to fall. Luo Chen was talking about celebrating the successful escape from the marine encirclement and the next plan, without realizing that the danger had come quietly. Clouds shrouded and obscured the last gleam of moonlight. On the dark sea, only the few bright candlelights on the Logan remained. Began to eat. After a while for Jason, Wu Chang's and useless words of celebration, Luo Chen finally shouted out the two words he expected. Haha, great, I can finally start eating. Jason laughed and moved quickly towards the plate. In an instant, everyone was busy. No one who has tasted Luo Chen's craftsmanship on this boat refuses to say that it is good. The level of the god of cookery is definitely not bragging. After 10 minutes, Luo Chen and Rouge had almost eaten, with a smile on their faces. It's great to be in a good mood, full. Life, that's how you should live it. Only Jason was still dealing with the leftover vegetables on the plate at this moment. Such a small amount really can't meet his needs. No way, the National People's Congress eats a lot, and can only do what they can do. Although Jason knows that he can eat, he still thinks he is very capable. Didn't he successfully rescue Rouge this time? Jason, you are responsible for packing these. Immediately after, Luo Chen said a word, which made his face become bitter. Well, although he is capable, Jason is still a big criminal with a bounty of 110 million in marine, but in the final analysis, he is just a chore on this ship. Please, Jason. Rouge covered his mouth and smiled, and left here with the little master's company. Shaking his head, Jason bent down, ready to clean up. Suddenly his eyes blinked. Why is the wind blowing? Hey, that's not right. Why is the sand in my eyes narrowed? Rubbing his eyes and squeezing out the small sand particles, Jason didn't care. He carried all the dishes on the table into the kitchen, then put on gloves and quickly washed it. At this moment, Luo Chen was holding the Yuan Hong sword, sitting cross-legged in the bow position. Feeling the sea breeze, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tonight, the sea breeze is a bit strong, but he didn't care too much, closing his eyes and starting to run the internal force in the body. After creating his own internal power technique, his internal power progress is amazingly fast after the method of the heavenly star acupoints. According to the ranks in martial arts novels, even if he does not have the vigorous accumulation of Wuju at this moment, he must have stepped into the ranks of first-class masters. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, various heavens and stars, various swordsmanship, Sharinan, and boxing, Tathagatapam, my accumulation is enough for now. With his eyes closed, Luo Chen began to calculate his own strength at the moment. The routines and techniques of the martial arts world, compared with the strength of the pirate world, he has not yet figured out how clear. After all, it is not a system. Unlike the characters summoned before, they are all Japanese animes. Where is the gap between the Chinese and the Chinese? Without real hands-on trials, he can only tell from a general level. In terms of overall strength, I now have the strength of about 200 million pirates, but this is only a rough idea. After all, in addition to distinguishing the bounty of a pirate based on its strength, its ferocity, and the bad things done are also a reference category. Accurately speaking, the bounty offered by the pirates is judged according to the degree of threat to the world. For this kind of reward without specific criteria, one is the strength of the pirate itself, and the other is the degree of evil. Luo Chen has a general understanding of these in his heart. After all, he is Roger's younger brother, and he is also a man for two lives, and he is no stranger to pirate world. It seems like Roger, this kind of adventure all the way, but one by one took apart the ugly face of the world government, and the guys were about to lie down. Naturally, the degree of threat was extremely high, and with his amazing strength, I am afraid that the amount was only an imaginary number. It's still not enough. 200 million sounds like a big pirate in the first half, but once you enter the new world, it will be a grasshopper that can be trampled to death. There are strong pirates, and so does Marine. And Marine is even more exotic than pirates. Pirates, you can probably use the bounty to judge the relative strength. What about Marine? It is possible that a strong man who does not have any official position, who has emerged on a whim, has the strength of Admiral. At this time, Aokiji Akainu, I'm afraid they all have Admiral level strength, and their upper ranks are not far away. Marine in this period is really full of talents. Luo Chen shook his head. Marine's pressure on him is still considerable. In this generation of Marine, there is a pillar in the front, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu and other 3 Logia powerhouses. It can be said that the peak power is enough to shock everything. For this, Luo Chen is also quite jealous. Before you have enough strength, you still have to keep a low profile. If a person does not jump well and his feet are crooked, then it is finished. Sighing, Luo Chen looked at the dark sky again. The dark clouds began to dissipate gradually, and the moon showed a little curved corner, and the silvery smoothness fell down, causing the sea to sparkle. Luo Chen's line of sight moved with the spread of Yuehua, looking towards the sea in the distance. After 3 breaths, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the moonlight, a shadow was slowly approaching Logan. The outline covered by the shadow can be clearly seen as a ship. This ship was twice the size of Logan, and at this moment, it was only less than 100 meters away from Logan. Across the sea, facing the brilliance of the moonlight, Luo Chen had already seen the pirates standing on the bow of the other party with indifferent faces. Interesting, is it a sneak attack? The pupils flashed suddenly, a touch of blood red appeared, and 2 dark go jade quickly emerged. I'm worried about being hungry. 100 meters away, on the bow of the ship shrouded in darkness, there were dozens of big men with cold faces standing. The weapons in their hands glowed with cold light under the moonlight, which was clearly unkind. Luo Chen could still clearly perceive this obvious killing intent even if it was hundreds of meters away. The shadow was shrouded, and Luo Chen couldn't see the opponent's face clearly at a long distance. Captain, I'm done washing. At this moment, Jason wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. When will I make another big meal? So little, I really can't feed me. Complaining, Jason approached Luo Chen. Ready to fight, Jason. Luo Chen's tone was a little serious, and his right hand tightened the Yuanhong sword. As time passed, and the opponent's ship got closer and closer, he inexplicably felt a tense atmosphere. The sea breeze seemed to be blowing even more, and what made Luo Chen even more concerned about was that in his rapidly spinning Guyasharinan, he actually saw grains of sand floating in the air, which made him notice a little bit and felt strange. How can there be sand on the sea? Unless, his eyes squinted suddenly, and Luo Chen's eyes looked far away again. Devil fruit. This grand line is really extraordinary. Resting in the middle of the night, you can meet a group of unknown people who attack them. Moreover, the strength of this group of people seemed to surprise him a bit. Are there any enemies? Hearing Luo Chen's words, Jason didn't bother to complain, strode forward, and looked forward. It's a pirate ship. Jason recognized it at a glance. In the moonlight, Jason saw the pirate flag with a dark skull on the pirate ship. Because of the night, the specific shape of the flag is still unclear, but the identity of the enemy can already be determined. Be prepared, fight for a while, don't spread to Rouge and the others, no matter what method you use, you must do it. At Jason's orders, Luo Chen's eyes were also a little serious. On the Grand Line, the first time he met an opponent, he would naturally not be careless. Soon, the sea fluctuated, and the pirate ship quickly approached. As he got closer and closer, Luo Chen saw more and more sand particles floating in the air. The power of sand. His eyes flickered, and Luo Chen had a faint suspicion in his heart, but until then, he still didn't see the figure on the other party's boat. Captain, coming soon. Jason looked at the opponent's ship, which was less than 30 meters away from the Logan, and whispered. With a squeeze of his fists, he was ready to attack at any time. With his power, burst out 100 times in an instant, Jason was confident that he could directly smash a quarter of their boats and let the dumb pirates who dared to attack them roll directly into the sea. Well, prepare to attack. Luo Chen nodded, pressing his right hand on the scabbard around his waist. At the same time, there was a brief conversation in the bedroom of the slowly approaching pirate ship. In the smoke-filled room, a rough face appeared in the line of sight. This was a man with a hideous appearance, but it was obvious that he was still young. His hands were intact, a cigar was in his mouth, and white smoke kept coming out of the cigar as he spoke. Captain, I'm close to that ship. On the opposite ship, only 2 people are seen at the moment. A boy, a big man. The crew's information was brief and clear. Are there only 2? So, isn't it a pirate? The captain raised his eyebrows slightly, the smoke in his mouth was a little deeper, and his voice was a little low. Yes, there is no pirate flag on their ship, it should be just ordinary people, but strangely, they dare to sail in the sea. The crew was puzzled. The Grand Line has 7 routes that lead to the same destination. After Roger's death, these 7 routes were all occupied by pirates and became a paradise for pirates. Even Marine did not dare to dispatch troops without authorization. In this meat grinder, the current era has gone violently. Those who dare to come to the sea area, apart from the pirates, are only dead. There was apathy in the words, and the captain didn't have the slightest expression on his face. Along the way, we wiped out 13 stupid guys who didn't know what they were capable of. Marine has raised my reward to 45 million, but there are still many stupid guys on the sea. The world doesn't need the weak, nor the stupid ones. He spoke calmly about words that seemed irrelevant to dealing with Luo Chen and others, but the captain did not move at all. The crew member bent over to listen, listening very carefully. He seemed to understand the captain's meaning. I think you should know how to do it, right? The deep words, with majesty, made the crew tremble. Thinking of the power of the person in front of him, he couldn't help but fear. 2L5+. I see, Captain, shouted loudly, and the crew immediately turned and walked out of the bedroom. The captain ordered to destroy them directly. Yes, as the captain said, there is no need for the weak in the sea, let alone fools. If the opponent is weak, then he can only die. If he is an idiot, then, undoubtedly, he must die. Understood. The crew nodded their heads, and then moved quickly. Their actions were tacit, silent, but very regular. It was obvious that this kind of thing had been done countless times. Fill the cannonballs, adjust the position of the muzzle. A cold man stood on the bow and ordered meticulously. The crew moved quickly and quickly followed the orders to do everything. At the bow position of this ship, the planks moved, and the pitch-black muzzles were spit out one by one, and then aimed at Logan. In an instant, a cold killing intent enveloped the entire ship of Logan. Jason's expression immediately changed. He was locked by the muzzle on the ocean and was in such a close position. Everyone knew what it meant. Captain, unable to bear it, Jason yelled. Last time, Luo Chen was so easy to deal with Marine's huge cannonball screen, so he pinned his hopes on Luo Chen? Jason has nothing in his hands, and there is absolutely no way to deal with this situation. I see. Taking a breath, I have to say that Luo Chen is still a little stressed facing the group of pirates in front of him. The first battle of the Grand Line, the mysterious and sophisticated fierce pirate, the Dark Knight, the muzzle of the black hole, and the faintly floating sand in the air. All of this shows that the opponents they face are extraordinary. Come on, let me see what kind of people it is. As soon as his eyes condensed, the pitch-black Guyu and the blood-red Sherinan turned quickly. Fire! At this moment, a low roar sounded, exploding the sea at night. The pungent smell of gunpowder and smoke filled the sea in the blink of an eye, and the pitch-black muzzle spit out hot flames, spewing powerful cannonballs toward the front. Call out! The piercing sound of piercing the air sounded, breaking open the tranquil sea. Jason, with a loud roar, the long sword in Luo Chen's hand was already out of its sheath, and his whole figure spread out like a big bird soaring into the sky. Duga 9 swords. A sharp scream came out, and Luo Chen's figure flickered endlessly, but in the blink of an eye, with the help of internal power, it had spread all over the air. Shunpo, his pupils shrank, and his figure distorted again, and he had disappeared in place. Appearing again, Luo Chen reached the front of the first cannonball screen. The pitch-black cannonball carries terrible potential energy and kinetic energy, and it will explode completely as long as one touches it. No one can deal with such a situation without extremely tough means. However, although Luo Chen's expression was solemn, he did not panic. With a wave of his right hand, the Yuan Hong sword flashed with countless sword flowers, which looked bright and gorgeous in the air, without losing a unique sense of beauty. Shoo, hoo, hoo. The weird sword light flashed, and suddenly it hit the center of a cannonball. At this moment, the Erguyu in Luo Chen's eyes quickly rotated, and the long sword in his hand was shaking again. Swish! 3 swords in a row, clicked out one by one, but indiscriminately reached the other 3 rounds that were not far from the first shell. At this moment, the space is inexplicably still. The 3 extremely fast-moving shells suddenly stopped in mid-air. Luo Chen took the sword and stood, his body distorted and disappeared. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions completely erupted in the next moment, and the flames soaring into the sky swept all around, spreading to the shells that followed immediately, causing a huge explosion again. In another piece of void, Luo Chen's figure kept flickering. With the help of Sherinan, he accurately judged the attack direction of these shells, and then swept out the long sword, stopping all these shells, and then there was a big explosion. In a short period of 5 or 6 breaths, Luo Chen flickered again and returned to the Logan. He raised his eyes slightly, watching the series of explosions ahead. His eyes became sharp. These shells have a strong impact and explode at the touch of a touch. It is difficult for them to even swipe to change their trajectory. This kind of shell is obviously specially made, which is different from those used by marine and ordinary pirates, and its power is even greater. On the opposite side of the pirate ship, the pirates looked a little surprised when they saw that the shell had not reached its explosive range before it exploded. Some strength, draw your sword, prepare to take on the string, the pirate who gave the order at the beginning said coldly. Choke the pirates showed a smirk, stood up, and drew the long knife or pistol in their hands. A puff on the pirate ship burned torches, and the sea surface was shining brightly in a flash. Kill! A shocking howl tore through the night sky and spread to the Logan, alarming Rouge, who was resting. What happened? She was about to get up and walk out the door to take a look, but then she saw Zayas seriously shaking his head towards her. In an instant, Rouge understood. No matter what happened outside, she could only be a burden to Luo Chen and the others when she went out at the moment, and it was easy to distract them during the battle. You can't lead the battle to our ship, Captain, you guard this place, I want to rush over. Jason roared and saw that the opponent was less than 10 meters away from him. With his knees bent, the terrifying power burst out, and the Logan sank a little distance. In the next second, he soared into the sky, and he crossed the domain for 10 meters and reached the sky above the opponent's ship. Immediately afterwards, Jason drew in a low voice. Bold brat, how dare you attack your grandpa Jason's boat? His body is huge, and his speed is astonishing during this squat, and he has arrived before the opponent can react. Hearing such a thunderous sound above their heads, the pirates were a little shocked and hurriedly raised their heads. But in the next second, just like a cannonball hit, the deck of the entire ship was directly shattered. Jason stood on the deck, with a depression under his feet. Around him, the pirates looked panicked, and some hadn't understood what had happened. Have we been hit? Oh my god, what's left behind? Get out of there. With Jason's weight and the terrifying explosive power, as soon as it fell on the deck, the entire ship shattered within 10 meters, and it shook violently. Jason, it's really a strategic weapon. I haven't found him so strong before. Luo Chen looked at Jason, somewhat surprised. He rarely sees Jason making a shot, and the opponent's shot is always a spike. As for such a bursting method, it is really rare. Holding a sword in his right hand, standing on the bow of the Logan, Luo Chen carefully watched the movement on the opposite side. After being hit by Jason's sudden blow, the bow position of the pirate ship almost collapsed, and the pirates were also panicked. Immediately afterwards, you can see that Jason's burly figure slowly stood up from the smoke and stood straight. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hands, one left and the other right, and directly caught the others two pirates who were too late to escape. What? With a loud shout, Jason shook the two men directly, and after abruptly turning 3 times, he threw the two men out. With this throw, it hit a dozen pirates who were close, and the powerful force immediately spit out the blood again. In the horrible scene, nearly 20 people were dealt with simply and neatly, making the pirates' eyes tremble. The smoke dissipated slowly, and Jason's figure clearly appeared there. A crack appeared, and the pirates retreated in horror when they saw this scene. He's only one person, come brothers, boom, damn it, what are you afraid of? Get on Lao Zi, the captain will watch. The cold man who began to give orders shouted. Hearing these words, the pirates woke up from their stupefaction, tightened the weapons in their hands, and rushed up again. The ship shook, and the deck around Jason was torn apart again. The deep voice contained thunder and rage, causing the pirates to tremble. With that cold face, burly figure, sturdy arms, and carrying the almost invincible power just now, he stood proudly like a demon. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing that the other party dared to come up, Jason let out a loud roar, and his power exploded again. You, who are you, so courageous? But at this moment, Jason had already pulled out his legs and strode forward. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations, and all the plans that had been arranged were all ruined. Just one person has such power. It's you, want to hit our attention. Striding forward, Jason didn't care about the broken deck under his feet. His purpose is to destroy, and the life and death of this ship is completely beyond his consideration. Seeing the other side straddling the broken decks and rushing over fiercely, the pirates trembled their eyes, gathered up their courage, tightened their weapons, and rushed up again. Go! The average pirate's height is about 1.75 meters, the taller is 1.8 meters, and the guy who is 2 meters and 5 meters away from Jason looks too much different. This one is tall and one short. Although there is a big difference in the number of the two sides, from a glance, there is actually a kind of momentum that Jason completely suppresses the other side. After a few more steps, Jason waved his big hand and directly grabbed the pirate who was about to pull the trigger. In the horrified eyes of the opponent, he twisted the spear into a twist, then grabbed the opponent's head and moved it. Call. In the gusty wind, the pirate was directly used as a weapon by Jason, just a sweep, and several people flew out to the convenience. Go. After flying a few more people, more than a dozen people rushed in front of him with weapons and waved their weapons. Seeing the sword in the opponent's hand, Jason was a little jealous. Although he was powerful, he was still a flesh and blood body. He couldn't help but stepped back. At this step, all the weapons of a dozen people were wiped out. But immediately, they reacted. The sword is exhausted, but they are very close to Jason at the moment, less than 1 meter. Bump him for me, hit him into the sea. A dozen people screamed and started to run faster. When Jason's eyes changed, he was about to wave his arms, but the opponent's speed was faster, and all a dozen people hit him. In an instant, a powerful force impact suddenly came, and Jason couldn't help taking a step back. Bump him. The pirates roared, and a dozen people gathered their strength, one pulled back, and then used again. Boom! This power burst, Jason's face changed again, and he withdrew 3 steps in a row. After 3 steps, Jason's face was difficult to look, his feet stepped on the sea. The first half of the ship leaked after his collision, cut his feet with a weapon. At this time, the pirates shouted again. How the sword swung, and slashed towards Jason's feet. Jason was so scared that his face turned blue, and he quickly backed away. For a while, his balance was not as good as the master, and he fell down, and then he sat in shallow water with little water. Not good. The breath of the sea instantly swept across his body, causing his power to disappear at a rapid speed. Gathering the remaining strength, Jason jumped up and quickly came to a clean deck more than a dozen meters away. The boat is leaking, make up for it. When the pirates saw the stagnant water, they panicked and shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, a pirate hurriedly picked up the ship repair tool and rushed to the damaged location. The remaining pirates stared at Jason nervously. At this moment, Jason's clothes were wet all over, and the brief touch made his whole body have been in contact with seawater, but fortunately, the water looked like fresh water, which just let his power wear away a little. It's really dangerous. If I stay there for a while, I'm afraid I'll be powerless. The sea is the nemesis of demon fruit power. It can be resisted even with a little contact for a short time. If it is for a long time, it will directly cause a powerful person to be scrapped. Gazing cautiously at the accumulation of water, Jason looked at the pirates on the opposite side again. Next, clean up all of you. His knees bent, and the deck beneath his feet began to crack again. Following that, a terrifying force erupted, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Call Out the air seemed to be torn apart, but in an instant, he arrived in front of the pirates. With indifferent eyes, hideous face and tall figure, no one can stop Jason at this moment. With a big wave, several people flew out. They were in the air, with blood spurting out of their mouths, and then hit the wall behind with a bang sound. Jason strode out, as if he had no idea, he could sweep away several people in one step. These pirates, in front of his power, are like little chickens without any resistance. Too strong. A pirate holding a spear, staring at Jason with fear in his eyes, hesitated for a while, and did not dare to shoot. Damn it, shoot, what are you afraid of? At this time, a pirate who was swept away shouted loudly. Stimulated by this sound, the pirate with the gun suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! The dull gunfire sounded, and Jason's eyes, standing not far away, suddenly changed, and his figure suddenly broke out again at this moment. Boom! The deck beneath his feet suddenly shattered, and sawdust flew around. In the next second, he was already in front of the pirate with the gun. I hate people pointing a gun at me. The gloomy tone made the gun pirate tremble in horror. A big hand quickly grabbed his head, and then the pirate felt him take off. Then, he hit something, his whole body was numb, and he lost consciousness. In just a few minutes, the pirates of this ship were completely stunned by Jason. For a time, there was only the sound of swallowing saliva and nervous breathing. No one dared to shout at Jason anymore, no one dared to shoot anymore. It's over. Jason glanced around and found no one dared to step forward. Suddenly, the door of the room that had been hit before squeaked, and then slowly pushed out towards the outside. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the open door for a while. The pirates were excited first, and then panicked. Jason looked at the weird expressions of the pirates, somewhat puzzled. The door slowly opened, and the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the endless white smoke, followed by a rough, even vicious face. He wore a large black robe, combed his meticulous back, his face was majestic, and what was even more frightening was his height. This guy who appeared suddenly was about 2.5 meters tall as Jason. The difference is that this guy looks a little thin, not as strong as Jason. The tall cigar figure opened the door, first glanced around the situation here, and followed his eyes to Jason. Do you know? The thing I regret most after entering the Grand Line is that I recruited such a small group of small waists. The sound of leather shoes clicking on the deck came out, and the figure slowly walked towards the front. His robe fluttered with the wind and the night breeze, and there was a unique domineering aura when he walked around. A few steps later, he had already stood face to face with Jason. Then, he paused, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I admire you, be my subordinate.